His father was a renowned gold-level beastmaster. Once his beasts were unleashed, they could burn mountains and boil seas, shatter the heavens and split the earth, their power unparalleled. His mother is the president of the local chamber of commerce. Although she can't be described as incredibly wealthy, she is undoubtedly the richest person in the county. Given his family background, Lu Feu should have been the epitome of a successful person by all accounts. Yet, as their biological son, Lu Feu suffered cold treatment and constant ridicule from a young age, even having to sell his blood to make ends meet. Even more tragically, he ultimately died during a dungeon quest, betrayed by his half-brother and brutally devoured by a monster. The root of all this can be traced back 100 years. At that time, natural disasters struck suddenly, ferocious beasts roamed freely, and humanity was forced to retreat in defeat, struggling desperately to survive. Just when life and death were at stake, the world underwent a strange change, and humans began to awaken their so-called beast-taming talent, enabling them to contract with ferocious beasts and use them for their own purposes. From then on, they became allies with beasts and embarked on the path of counterattack. However, Lu Feu awakened only the lowest level, C-grade talent. While others could contract giant dragons and tigers, he could only tame cats and dogs to bite his enemies. At this level, let alone defying fate, even survival became a luxury. Until that day, he was reborn. He returned to the moment before his life collapsed and before he was framed. This time, he not only escaped death but also unexpectedly awakened the King of Beasts system. His once humiliating C-rank talent has instantly leaped to the strongest S-rank. Even more incredible is that he can see through the evolution path of every beast he tames, precisely nurture them, and his strength has skyrocketed. Just then, a sharp, piercing female voice tore through the air and suddenly stabbed into Lu Feu's ears. "Lu Feu! What are you yelling about? What's wrong with you? Huh? Do you think you can get away with pretending to be crazy? Let me tell you! You filthy pervert, how dare you secretly film your second sister taking a bath? Not only did you film her, but you even dared to spread the video everywhere. Today, I'm going to ruin your reputation." Stepmother Zhang Fengxia angrily approached Lu Feu, her facial muscles twitching exaggeratedly, the wrinkles on her face undulating as if dancing. Her saliva splattered through the air, almost landing on Lu Feu's face, its pungent, fishy odor making him want to vomit. Lu Feu frowned slightly and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Before he could speak, his second sister, Lu Xian, with red eyes and a face full of rage, lunged at him, roaring, "How am I supposed to live? You slut! I told you long ago, you should be left to fend for yourself. It would be best if you died in the beast tide, that would be the end of it all." Lu Feu's biological father, Lu Guanzhong, watched his son being attacked, frowned, and sighed. His gaze towards Lu Feu even held a hint of suspicion. Lu Feu took in the expressions of the crowd, his cold smile growing even more pronounced. His icy, razor-sharp eyes swept across the noisy crowd, finally settling on his younger brother, Lu Xian Jun. The once arrogant and domineering Lu Xian Jun was surprisingly not joining everyone in condemning Lu Feu. In his past life, Lu Feu had secretly been grateful for Lu Xian Jun's silence. But in this life, he already knew the truth. The one who secretly filmed Lu Xian taking a shower was none other than Lu Xian Jun. And not a single person in the Lu family suspected Lu Xian Jun. Everyone unanimously pointed the finger at Lu Feu, without even giving him a chance to ask questions, and labeled him as the despicable voyeur. Such actions, such an attitude. Even after 2 lifetimes, Lu Feu's heart remained cold, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his chest, making it difficult to even breathe. He, of course, understood the reason. Lu Xian and Lu Xian Jun were both the biological children of Zhang Fengxia and Lu Guanzhong. He, Lu Feu, however, was merely the son of Lu Guanzhong and his deceased ex-wife. Therefore, he was naturally disliked. Even during daily meals, his bowl and chopsticks were placed separately, never shared with others. It was as if sharing with his family would defile their dignity. It was as if Lu Feu, from birth, was unclean and destined to die. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Lu Feu coldly replied to Zhang Fengxia. "It wasn't me. Think about that tumor on your neck. Lu Xian's room has a private bathroom. Would I be allowed in there? You'll let me in? Did you even give me a key to her room? You know perfectly well who has that opportunity. By the end, his originally calm tone had become increasingly agitated, his speech suddenly quickened, and he almost roared out all the grievances and anger that had accumulated over the years. Zhang Fengxia was stunned by this aura and was slightly taken aback. Her beady eyes scanned Lu Feiyu up and down, and she vaguely felt that her stepson seemed different today. However, before she could even speak, Lu Xian Jun, who had been silent, suddenly sprang to his feet. He lunged forward, grabbed Lu Feiyu by the collar, veins bulging on his neck, his face as red as a ripe pig's head. What nonsense are you spouting? If it wasn't you, then where did you get the money to buy a grade B beast taming egg? Didn't you get it by exchanging your sister's video? You're still trying to deny it. You dared to smear me? Faced with these words, Lu Feiyu showed no surprise whatsoever. He had heard these words before in his previous life. The only difference was that back then, his tone was gentle, even weak. But this life is completely different. He suddenly raised his hand and shoved Lu Xian Jun away without hesitation. Slap! A crisp slap echoed in the room, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Xian Jun winced in pain, releasing his grip. His right hand was red and swollen, and he grimaced in pain. Get the hell out of here! Lu Feiyu roared, his voice echoing in the room. His expression was calm, but his tone was like a thunderclap. You all suspect me, huh? Show me the evidence! Show me the evidence! If you can't, shut up! Zhang Fengxia was startled by his imposing manner and subconsciously looked at Lu Guanzhong. Seeing that he also looked shocked, she realized that Lu Feiyu's unusual behavior was not at her husband's behest. Instantly, her confidence returned. She stood with her hands on her hips, her sagging breasts sticking out, spitting as she yelled. How dare you talk to your elders like that? Whose father are you? I'm your father! No manners, no upbringing. If you're going to act like this, get out of my house. You're not welcome here. I couldn't be happier. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu revealed an extremely bright smile. If you don't welcome me, I don't want to stay there. From now on, your Lu family and I will have absolutely no connection. And if you speak to me in that tone again, I'll show you the power of words. After saying this, he felt a sense of relief and clarity. He turned and left. He had just lifted his leg when he felt a tugging sensation in his right leg. Looking down, he saw a small golden retriever biting his trouser leg, its furry body pressed against his calf, trying to offer some warmth. Noticing his gaze, the golden retriever loosened its grip, looked up, and revealed a cute smile, its clear black and white eyes full of affection and attachment. I almost forgot about you, Mr. Jean. Lu Feiyu bent down and hugged the golden retriever puppy. This was his first tamed beast. Because it had golden fur all over its body and loved paper money, and its personality was like that of a greedy boss, it was named Boss Jean, and was also Lu Feiyu's hope for wealth. Holding Boss Jean in his arms, Lu Feiyu left without looking back, leaving behind only a thin, determined figure. Lu Xian Jun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhang Fengxia stared in astonishment at Lu Feiyu's departing figure, unable to reconcile the resolute silhouette before her with her cowardly stepson. A sense of panic rose within her. However, in an instant, she sneered disdainfully and continued to shout. That little brat's wings have hardened. In less than 3 days, let's see if he'll come crawling back on his own. When that happens, he can forget about eating at the table. She would never admit her mistake, much less clear Lu Feiyu's name. She would only shift all the blame onto him. As she spoke, she glared fiercely at Lu Xian Jun. She knew in her heart that the real culprit was Lu Xian Jun, but he was her own son. How could she bear to scold him? She didn't want him to bear even the slightest stigma. So, she made Lu Feiyu the scapegoat. Not only her, but everyone in the Lu family knew the truth. Yet no one questioned it, no one refuted it. Just like the names of the two children, one, Feather, light as a feather, the other, Thousand June, heavy as a mountain. In the Lu family, one was like a blade of grass, the other like a precious jade. After leaving the Lu family compound, the entire avenue was deserted, so quiet that even the wind seemed to have disappeared. The blazing sunlight poured down mercilessly, shining on Lu Feiyu, as if giving a symbolic proclamation to the destiny that was about to unfold for him. He took a deep breath and squinted slightly at the dazzling sun in the sky. He believed that his future would be just like today, fiery and vigorous. We should have severed ties long ago, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. His older sister, Lu Xian, was also a legitimate member of the Lu family, but unable to endure the family's indifference and discrimination, she left home at a young age to survive and has been missing ever since. Now, it was his turn to embark on this path of no return. Perhaps sensing its master's emotional fluctuations, the boss Jean, who had been quietly nestled in his arms, let out two soft whimpers and licked Lu Feiyu's arm with its wet little tongue, as if sharing its inner joy with him. Just then, several mechanical voices suddenly rang in Lu Feiyu's mind. Host detected to be in a solitary environment, Beast King's system awakened. Host sea-level talent detected, which is incompatible with this system, therefore, host is granted an additional SSS-level beast taming talent lottery chance. The beast taming space has been expanded 100-fold for the host. The spiritual energy within the beast taming space has been increased 100-fold for the host. The special effects of the beast taming space have been added. The mythical bloodline pool has been placed within the beast taming space for the host. Note: talent lottery chances are only valid for today. After obtaining a new talent, the effects of the original talent will be retained. When the host advances to the Starry Beast Master, another talent lottery chance will be obtained. The sound stopped, and Lu Feiyu's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. This world, after all, was a world of beast taming. Powerful beasts could burn mountains and boil seas, shatter the heavens and split the earth, and some special beasts could even revive the dead, heal the wounded, and even reverse time and restart reincarnation. Even the lowest-ranking tamed beast is far superior to an ordinary pet. Therefore, the strength of a person's contracted tamed beast not only determines their combat power but also their social status. Beastmasters are clearly divided into 10 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, starry night, bright moon, and Sunday. Each level is further subdivided into 9 tiers. Once a beastmaster is promoted to gold level, they can enter the middle class of society and live a life free from financial worries. Lu Feiyu's father, Lu Xian Jun, is a gold-level beast tamer. Those at the diamond level and above are highly sought after by various powerful forces. Even the highest-ranking leader in Chang'an City is only a diamond-level beast tamer, wielding immense power over the lives of millions. Besides resources, the most important factor for a beast tamer to advance in rank is their beast taming talent. Talents are divided into 7 tiers, from E rank to SSS rank. A few days ago, Lu Feiyu awakened his C rank talent, Strength Enhancement, during the awakening ceremony. Power Enhancement, during battle, increases the power of the contracted beast by 30% for 1 minute. Even with only a C rank talent, it means he is qualified to become a beast tamer. But when Lu Feiyu excitedly told his family the news, he was met with a few perfunctory and cold words, and 10 banknotes were casually tossed in front of him. Even after being reborn, Lu Feiyu still clearly remembered the shock he felt when faced with those 1,000 Chinese yuan. Beast taming eggs were never cheap. This 1,000 coins can only buy the cheapest and least promising types of E-grade beast eggs. Not only do they have no room for advancement, but their growth potential is also extremely limited, and their combat power is far inferior to beasts of the same grade. Even more fatal is that a beast tamer can only contract 1 beast at each level. If Lu Feiyu really uses this 1,000 yuan to buy a beast egg, then his path of beast taming will be completely cut off from the very beginning, and he will be trapped at the bottom for life. Thinking of this, he looked at the dense needle marks on the back of his hand. In 3 days he had sold his blood 4 times on the black market. The first 2 times, 400 cubic centimeters each time, the third time, 300 cubic centimeters, and by the 4th time, his face was ashen white, and even the black market doctor dared not draw blood from him again, fearing something bad might happen. At his pleading, the doctors reluctantly drew another 100 cubic centimeters of blood from him, and even thoughtfully provided him with milk and bread. These black market doctors were more humane than Lu's family. After all, when he was pale and swaying, those so-called family hadn't uttered a single word of concern. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu possessed rare Rh-negative blood, which is worth several times more than ordinary blood types. After selling his blood 4 times, excluding the taxi fare for the last sale, he earned a total of 7,380 Chinese yuan. With the meager donations from his family, he barely scraped together a little over 8,000 yuan to buy a decent D-grade beast egg. Perhaps it was divine mercy that finally gave this man of ill fate a glimmer of light. The beast egg underwent a mutation, and the originally ordinary golden retriever puppy jumped directly from rank D to rank B. Even more astonishingly, its attribute changed from fire to the rare light attribute, increasing its value several times over. It was even better than the B-grade beast egg that his younger brother Lu Xian Jun had bought for 100,000 Chinese yuan. In his previous life, Lu Feu was so overjoyed that he carelessly told his family about this news. He never imagined that this one stroke of good luck would become the reason he was framed. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Lu Feu strode towards the school. Near the school, he found a simple little hotel and rented a small dormitory room without air conditioning or a private bathroom for 50 yuan. He sat cross-legged and mentally called upon the system. Although there was no response, a shimmering blue screen slowly appeared before his eyes. Host, Lu Feu, level, Black Iron Tier 1, talent, Strength Enhancement, C rank Strength Enhancement. During battle, increases the power of your summoned beast by 30% for 1 minute, Contracted Beast, Radiant Hound, B rank, Special Permission, 1 SSS rank talent draw opportunity. Lu Feu's consciousness focused on the last line of text on the light screen. Instantly, a massive disc appeared before him. The disc was neatly divided into 10 sections, each representing an SSS level beast taming talent, the strongest talent that every beast tamer dreams of. He stared at the spinning wheel before him, his eyes burning with desire, and without hesitation, chose to draw a prize. Any one of the talents on the wheel far surpassed his current C-rank talent, Strength Enhancement. The golden pointer spun slowly, gradually increasing its speed until it became a shimmering afterimage. Then it stopped abruptly. The system's pleasant notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSS level talent, Eye of Ascension. Eye of Advancement, 1. Doubles the training speed of contracted beasts. 2. Allows you to see all evolution paths and required materials of contracted beasts. 3. Allows you to view the basic attributes of enemy beasts. 4. Contracted beasts are absolutely loyal, and when the beast tamer is attacked, the damage will be transferred to the beast. At a single glance, Lu Feu was stunned by the effect of this SSS level talent. He simply couldn't believe it. One talent actually had 4 effects. This was completely beyond Lu Feu's comprehension. Each effect was ridiculously powerful. Individually, they were enough to crush his original talent. The first effect was doubling his cultivation speed. What does this mean? Under the same resources and the same level of beast taming conditions, Lu Feu only needs half the training time of his peers. Over time, how terrifying will this gap become? Moreover, Lu Feu clearly remembered that when the system first appeared, it mentioned that the spiritual energy concentration in the beast taming space would increase 100-fold. A 100-fold increase in spiritual energy concentration, coupled with doubled cultivation speed, made Lu Feu unable to imagine how swiftly his contracted beasts would cultivate. The second effect is the ability to understand the evolutionary path and the materials required for evolution, which is nothing short of a miracle. After all, it has only been 100 years since the natural disaster, and although humans have gained some understanding of beast taming, it is still not in depth, and they have only explored most of the evolutionary paths of conventional beast taming. These beasts with clearly defined evolutionary paths are all extremely expensive. As for mutated beasts like Boss Jean, whom Lu Feu contracted, there is absolutely no basis for their evolution, and the beast tamer can only slowly figure it out through trial and error. Sometimes, this process can take years, or even a lifetime. Evolution materials are of paramount importance. If the materials are incorrect, even if the evolution path is correct, the beast may still fail to evolve, or even regress in strength. However, Lu Feu can directly skip this hurdle and accurately know all the materials required. This represents an immeasurable saving in terms of his financial resources and time. The third effect is the ability to view information about beast-type enemies, which can actually be considered a combat talent. Being able to know the enemy's skills and finishing moves in advance allows Lu Feu to plan countermeasures ahead of time, catching the enemy off guard. The fourth effect is outrageously powerful. Leaving aside the absolute loyalty of the beasts, the damage transfer alone is enough to drive every beast tamer in the world mad. As is well known, the greatest weakness of beast tamers is that their combat power relies entirely on their beasts. Even though beast tamers receive some feedback as their beast taming level increases, their physical strength is still vastly inferior to that of their beasts. Therefore, in life or death battles, enemies often go all out to kill the beast tamer's physical body. Imagine if the enemy, after going through great lengths to break through Lu Feiyu's beast-taming defenses, finally managed to land an attack on him, only to discover to their horror that the attack was completely ineffective. At that moment, the enemy's mentality would probably explode. With his SSS-level beast-taming talent alone, coupled with his contracted beast-taming master Boss Jean, Lu Feiyu was already brimming with confidence. He was absolutely certain he would dominate the college entrance examination in 100 days. Moreover, the system had provided him with a series of incredible enhancements to his beast-taming space. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate. He focused his mind and his consciousness instantly sank into his beast-taming space. No, this is really my beast-taming space. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but shout in his heart. His original beast-taming space was only 3 square meters in size, resembling a cold and desolate tin shack. Roughly speaking, it was equivalent to 1/3 of a student dormitory. Let alone letting the beasts move around, even he himself felt cramped and oppressed standing inside. Therefore, Boss Jean had always been very reluctant to stay in it. However, the beast-taming space he saw now was completely different from what it used to be. The hut that once stood there had been transformed into a vast, open field. The grass was lush and green, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of plants. Lu Feiyu looked up and saw a clear blue sky, drifting white clouds, and warm, non-glaring sunlight, exuding a lazy and comfortable atmosphere. This wasn't just a simple enlargement of 100-fold, it was practically a complete renovation. Besides the change in appearance, even Lu Feiyu, a rookie beast tamer, could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the entire beast-taming space was so dense that it was almost explosive. The abundance of spiritual energy was so great that Boss Jean didn't even need to cultivate actively. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body on their own, causing his aura to increase rapidly at a visible speed. This cultivation speed. Lu Feiyu was completely dumbfounded. At this rate, Boss Jean only needs to stay for an hour to break through to the 2nd level of black iron. It's simply unbelievable. Watching Boss Jean lying comfortably on the soft grass, sticking out his tongue and half-closing his eyes, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but feel that this guy's life was even more comfortable than his own. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Boss Jean lazily rolled over, turning his rear end directly towards Lu Feiyu, his tail wagging slightly as if showing off. After all, beast tamers can stay in their taming space indefinitely, while beast tamers cannot. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu immediately scooped up Boss Jean. It wasn't that he couldn't stand seeing the dog comfortable. It was just that the mythical bloodline pool was still waiting for him to explore. The man and his dog traversed the vast beast-taming space. Soon, in the center of the wilderness, a pool of blood came into Lu Feiyu's view. The blood in the pool was as red as agate, radiating an alluring luster. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feiyu was surprised to find that the blood had no foul odor whatsoever. Instead, it had a delicate fragrance like gardenias. Woof woof woof! The moment it saw the mythical bloodline pool, Boss Jean jumped out of Lu Feiyu's arms, barking at him several times, its tail wagging faster than a 5-speed electric fan. Although it was calling Lu Feiyu, its dog eyes were fixed on the blood pool. If it hadn't been waiting for its master's permission, it probably would have jumped in already. Go! Sensing Boss Jin's inner desire, Lu Feiyu gave permission without hesitation. He himself was also full of anticipation. What kind of surprises would this mythical bloodline pool brought by the King of Beasts system bring? After receiving the order, Boss Jean suddenly pushed off with both legs, drawing a perfect arc as he leaped into the blood pool. However, the blood in that mythical bloodline pool was unusually peculiar. It didn't stir up any ripples, only creating gentle waves on the surface. Time slowly passed, but Lu Feiyu's heart grew increasingly anxious. There was no sound at all. He even wondered if Boss Jean was too stupid to have drowned in the blood pool. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the mirror-like surface of the water suddenly trembled. A figure burst from the water. A large golden retriever leaped into the air, its crimson fur gleaming in the sunlight. It was like a magnificent and dazzling painting. Looking at the drastically changed Boss Jean before him, Lu Feiyu was utterly shocked. The golden retriever, which had previously only reached his shinbone, was now standing up to his thigh. Its height had more than tripled. Not only that, its body length has also undergone a dramatic change, perfectly matching its height, making the whole dog appear slender and robust. Beneath its fluffy, reddish gold fur, the bulging muscles are faintly visible, though not obvious. Once unleashed, their power would be astonishing. Its once pure golden fur has now turned into a crimson gold with blood-red hues. Its cute and innocent aura has completely faded, replaced by a handsome and ruthless presence. Lu Feu also noticed that not only had the fur color changed, but Boss Jin's pupils had also changed from their original light brown to a dazzling gold, as if two blazing suns were burning in its eyes. "Wow, Mr. Jin, he's so handsome!" Lu Feu exclaimed sincerely, gazing at his newly transformed pet. This was practically every man's dream dog. Upon hearing its master's call, Boss Jin, who had been striking a cool pose to the side, immediately trotted over, lowered its head, and gently rubbed its long, reddish gold fur against Lu Fei유's thigh. Its actions resembled those of a child yearning for parental affection. The soft fur gave Lu Feiyu an unprecedented tactile experience. While stroking the crimson gold fur on Boss Jin's body, he activated his SSS-level talent Eye of Ascension. In an instant, Boss Jin's detailed information appeared in his eyes: race, Crimson Sunhound attribute, light talent level, a realm, Black Iron Tier 4 skills, Desperate Battle rare, Crimson Sun Scorch rare, Blessing of Light rare. Desperate Battle, the power of the Crimson Sun, infused with madness. The more severely a beast is injured, the stronger its physical attributes become, and it will not fall into a weakened state due to its injuries, until death. Blazing Sun, Beast Tamer can summon a blazing sun to burn enemies. Those burned will suffer intense pain, and their recovery and healing abilities will be severely weakened. The burning effect ignores most defenses. Blessing of Light, Beast Masters are immune to most control skills and have extremely strong resistance to light and fire attribute attacks. Evolution Path, Crimson Sunhound, A rank, Sunrising Divine Hound, S rank, Sunchasing Wolf King, SS rank, Lord of the Sun, SSS rank, Sun-Devouring God, Mythical rank. Note: only beasts possessing mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for the first evolution: Great Sun Crystal, Earth Vein Fire, 10,000 Year Snow Lotus, Spirit Condensing Wood. 3 consecutive tiers up. 3 rare skills. Clearly defined evolution materials. And the possibility of advancing to the mythical level. This attribute panel left Lu Feiyu completely stunned. An SSS-level beast taming talent was indeed astonishingly powerful. This little guy actually has 3 rare skills. Lu Feiyu was shocked. You should know that beast taming skills are divided into 7 grades: common, fine, excellent, rare, outstanding, epic, legendary, and peerless. Although the rare tier is in the middle range, don't forget that Boss Jin is currently only a Black Iron tier beast tamer. Once he advances, the strength of his skills will continue to increase. Typical iron grade beasts usually only have 1 or 2 skills, and most of them are of the common level. If they possess even one excellent skill, they are considered extremely lucky. If they have a superb skill, they can roam freely among the iron grade beasts. But what about Boss Jin? He possesses 3 rare skills at once. What does it mean to be invincible? This is invincible. These 3 skills combine physical enhancement, ranged attacks, and immunity to control effects, making him versatile in both offense and defense, suitable for both close and long-range combat. Lu Feiyu could only sigh. It's all-encompassing, truly all-around perfect. He never imagined that Boss Jin could be this strong. What surprised him even more was that after being baptized by the mythical bloodline pool, Boss Jin, who was originally only at the first level of Black Iron, actually broke through to the 4th level of Black Iron in one fell swoop. For an ordinary beast tamer, reaching this level would require at least several months of arduous training. But Boss Jin accomplished it in just a few minutes. Such a difference is astonishing. With his superior cultivation level and 3 skills that are practically invincible in the Black Iron realm, Lu Feiyu will undoubtedly crush everyone in future school competitions, acquiring a vast amount of resources. If this continues, his cultivation speed will far surpass that of his peers. The next morning, Lu Feiyu woke up in the small dormitory-style bed in the hotel. He went to the public restroom to wash up and waited for a stall while pinching his nose. "Seriously, buddy? What did you eat last night? Your poop smells like garlic and onions." Ugh! Lu Feiyu mentally ranted, secretly vowing that once he made some money, he'd get a better room. For now, he could only put up with it for the time being. After releasing his pent-up energy, he felt completely relaxed, grabbed his bag, and ran towards the school. Yesterday, Boss Jean broke through to the 4th rank of Black Iron, and as a beast tamer, he naturally also advanced to the 4th rank of Black Iron. His physical attributes were greatly enhanced as a result. Lu Feu sprinted the nearly 1 kilometer distance, arriving at the school only slightly out of breath, barely sweating. At this time, Chang'an No. 1 Beast Taming Middle School was already bustling with people. Students came and went, but no beast tamers were seen. After all, school rules clearly stipulated that beast tamers could not be released except during practical classes, otherwise, they would be forced to suspend their classes. Otherwise, management would be too troublesome. Following the route he remembered, Lu Feu arrived at Class 2 of Senior 3. Before even entering, he heard someone in the class loudly boasting. "Hey, what level are your beasts at? What other level could it be? It's only been 5 days, of course it's still Black Iron Tier 1. No way, I'm already Black Iron Tier 2. I thought you guys were like me, what the hell? Are you an animal? Black Iron Tier 2? Are you even human?" Hearing these words, Lu Feu couldn't help but chuckle. "Judging from your performance, I thought you had evolved to bronze, but you're only at Iron 2. Little brother, keep practicing, I'm already Iron 4. With that thought, he strode into the classroom. However, the moment he stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Countless gazes shot towards him like sharp blades, followed by whispers as if ants were scratching at one's heart. "Lu Feu is here. Did he really take those photos secretly? And it was his own sister. What a beast! Hey, it might not be true. Do you have solid evidence? Meow meow, don't just defend him because he's handsome. You can't judge a book by its cover." "Exactly. There's no smoke without fire. If it's fake, why single out Lu Feu and not others?" This reminded Lu Feu that in his previous life, Zhang Fengxia had already spread the so-called secret filming incident throughout the school to clear Lu Xian Jun of suspicion. This is why he lost face in front of his classmates, and the psychological pressure was so great that he dropped out of school and even entered the workforce without taking the college entrance examination. But which adventure teen would be willing to take in a young man with such a bad record? In his previous life, Lu Feu met a tragic end. He was taken in by a notorious adventurer group, only to become bait and be torn apart by a ferocious beast. That day was June 7th, not only the day he died tragically, but also the day his younger brother, Lu Xian Jun, stepped into the college entrance examination hall. One died alone in the wilderness, his body never to be found. The other, full of vigor, carried the hopes of his family. One fell into hell, the other walked towards the light. Thinking of this, Lu Feu's heart was filled with irony and resentment. "How stupid!" he muttered to himself, cursing his submissive self from his past life. To be wronged and humiliated without uttering a sound, how pathetic. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and walked into the classroom amidst the strange looks from the rest of the class, returning to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Qin Yuanshan leaned over and whispered, "Fei, are you all right? Those rumors." He trailed off, his honest face showing utter helplessness. Qin Yuanshan wasn't the type to offer comforting words, but his firm, "I believe in you, no matter what others say," warmed Lu Feu's heart. In his previous life, only this big, simple-minded guy had always stood by his side, preventing him from dropping out of school. Lu Feu nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you." Before she could say anything else, the crisp, clear sound of high heels clicking on the tiles came from the classroom doorway. His gaze sharpened, and sure enough, a pair of long, slender legs and black stockings appeared at the doorway, followed by a familiar yet aloof face, the homeroom teacher, Lin Wenhui. She walked to the podium, and the whispers that had filled the classroom quickly quieted down with the sound of her footsteps. Bang! She slammed her lesson plan onto the podium and swept the classroom around. "What's all the noise about? Don't you know it's time for class? Today is a practical training session, mixed class practice, so get out there and line up. What are you standing there for? Looking at me won't help, I'm not going to help you improve your beast taming." Although Lin Wenhui was young, she had a commanding presence and spoke with an aura that made people dare not disobey her. Upon hearing this, the students in the class all became as quiet as chicks and quickly got up and left the classroom. Lu Feu remained seated, his eyes flickering as if lost in memories. In his previous life, it was this seemingly strict, even somewhat irritable, female teacher who had tried so hard to persuade him to stay when he requested to drop out. She had even personally visited him in his rented room, bringing him food and clothes, and even offering him money. But at that time, his pride was so strong that he refused to accept anyone's pity. He took other people's kindness as charity and gentleness as humiliation. "I was so stupid," he said with a bitter smile. At this moment, he stared blankly at Lin Wenhui on the podium, his mind still filled with chaotic emotions. Lin Wenhui happened to see his stunned expression. At that moment, she saw a kind of loneliness and brokenness in the boy's face. Like a tattered rag doll abandoned in the snow in winter, silent and helpless. Thinking of the rumors circulating at school yesterday, she sighed softly. She didn't ask further, only coughing lightly as a reminder to keep him focused, before turning and leaving the classroom. She knew that for children like this, the greatest consideration was to pretend they knew nothing. Lu Feu didn't linger any longer, got up and left the classroom, naturally walking to Ching Huai Jun's side, the two walking side by side. "A real combat sparring session. I've been looking forward to it for 18 years. Ching Huai Jun chuckled. Lu Feu rolled his eyes. "With your level 1 black iron, you still have the nerve to hope? To put it nicely, it's enthusiasm. To put it bluntly, it's self-torture," he joked. "Hey, don't be so hurtful with your words. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart." The two chatted casually for a while and soon arrived at the training ground. The training ground at Chang'an No. 1 Middle School is spectacular, with numerous arenas, each shimmering with a faint light, a protective formation meant to prevent the aftershocks of battle from injuring the students and teachers in the stands. As soon as they entered the arena, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 waved to them. The two classes met, and the teacher began to give instructions. "Remember 2 things. First, give it your all. Second, do not use your summoned beast to attack the opponent's physical body. Do you understand?" The students responded lazily, drawing out their voices. "We heard you." Lu Feu smiled. He was all too familiar with this kind of situation. These were the old rules. After all, it was just practical training, not a life or death struggle. Who would actually lay a hand on someone? Next, the teacher began calling roll. Song Miaomia from Class 2 versus Zhang Jun from Class 5. Qin Yuanshan from Class 2 versus Lu Jinhao from Class 5. Lu Feiyu from Class 2 versus Lu Xian Jun from Class 5. Upon hearing this name, Lu Feiyu's eyes darkened. Sure enough, everything was the same as in his previous life, a destined duel. Lu Xian Jun, in his past life, with the support of his family, had reached the 2nd level of black iron in beast taming cultivation, and his talent had also reached B grade. Meanwhile, he himself had been defeated in a single move and publicly humiliated. "What a small world!" On the stage, Lu Xian Jun laughed contemptuously, his eyes full of mockery. He deliberately looked Lu Feiyu up and down. "What, did you sleep under a bridge last night? Your clothes are all wrinkled like a dog chewed them." As he spoke, he even made a gesture of covering his nose and gagging. "Ugh, it stinks." Lu Feiyu stared at him expressionlessly, without replying. He knew this guy was just trying to provoke him. He had left home in such a hurry yesterday that he hadn't brought any change of clothes, but he had showered this morning, so there was no way he could smell. Immediately afterward, Lu Xian Jun's slippery mouth began to utter sarcastic remarks, such as "stinky soul" and "secretly filming my sister." Even the air seemed to become awkward. This left Lu Feiyu completely bewildered. Was he insulting me, or had he gotten himself into a mess as well? The crowd began to turn to look, and the scene suddenly became lively. Those piercing gazes were like knives, all aimed at Lu Feiyu, making him feel as if he had been transported back to that humiliating memory. In his past life, he was framed by Lu Xian Jun and humiliated in front of the entire school. He was beaten and disheartened, and simply dropped out of school. He didn't participate in the school-wide competition that he had been looking forward to, and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. But in this life, everything will be rewritten. He is no longer that loser who can be slaughtered at will. With the power of Boss Gene at the 4th level of Black Iron and A-level aptitude, Lu Feiyu is no longer the pitiful little bullied he once was. Faced with Lu Qianjun's sarcasm, Lu Feiyu narrowed his eyes, his voice calm yet powerful. "You're all talk, you know your own limitations." Lu Qianjun remained arrogant, smiling smugly, the oil on his face glistening under the light. "You! Don't let me beat you to tears later." He continued to add fuel to the fire, his words dripping with contempt. The resources you can't access are a piece of cake for me. Don't forget, we both have the surname Lu, but I'm on top and you're on the bottom. You're just an unwanted pawn, ha ha ha. Lu Xian Jun seemed to want to use words to break Lu Feiyu and completely destroy his will. After all, he had confidence. His beast tamer was a genuine second-tier black iron level, and he didn't take Lu Feiyu seriously at all. Just as he was getting carried away with his smugness, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 suddenly roared. Practice battles, not for you to chat idly. Lu Xian Jun, if you don't start now, I'll personally beat you up. Lu Xian Jun finally shut up and reluctantly summoned his beast. A muffled roar echoed on the arena, followed by a black boar with sharp spikes covering its back appearing with a boom. This is his tame beast, a spiky porcupine, an earth attribute beast with a talent level of B and a black iron tier 2. Its entire body is covered with dense, sharp quills, as sharp as knives, and its destructive power should not be underestimated. Lu Feiyu looked at the black pig and a slight smile appeared on his lips. With the thought, Boss Jean appeared, his woof echoing throughout the room, instantly boosting his cool factor to the maximum. Boss Jean, with his entire body covered in long, crimson gold fur and eyes gleaming with a cold golden light, won thunderous applause the moment he appeared. Wow, so cool! How come other people's tame beasts are so awesome? Mine's still chewing on slippers. What would I do with this dog? Oh, I meant fighting. Being handsome is useless. Being able to fight is what matters. For a moment, the students watching began to discuss among themselves, but Boss Jin's imposing entrance had already overshadowed Lu Xian Jun. Lu Xian Jun's expression changed drastically upon seeing Boss Jin. He remembered clearly that the dog he saw yesterday was completely different. Not only had its appearance changed, but its aura was also worlds apart. Lu Feiyu ignored this and whispered, Boss Jin, kill that pig, and I'll treat you to Huahua tonight, the $1 kind. Hearing about the money, Boss Jin's eyes lit up, and the dog became as excited as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Lu Xian Jun didn't dare to be negligent and immediately shouted, Porcupine! Flying quills! The sharp quills on the porcupine's body flew out with a whoosh whoosh whoosh, densely rushing towards Boss Jin, creating a thrilling scene. Many timid girls closed their eyes, afraid to see Boss Jin being pierced. But unexpectedly, Boss Jin didn't panic at all and didn't move an inch. It simply raised its head and let out a long howl, and the next second, a miniature crimson sun appeared on the arena. Crimson Sun Scorch! The scorching energy was released wildly, the air instantly distorted, and the entire arena seemed to enter a heatwave mode. Several crimson beams shot out from the crimson sun, their speed far exceeding that of flying spikes, striking the black boar in the blink of an eye. Flames erupted instantly on its body, clinging to it like a malignant infection, burning it with all their might. The black pig screamed in agony, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to its knees, its violent struggles unable to escape the torment of the flames. The flying spikes melted into dust under the intense heat, leaving a mess on the ground, not even managing to touch a hair on Boss Jin's head. A series of exclamations erupted from the audience. My God! That's incredible! Blazing Sun? This dog is no ordinary beast. Light attribute beast tamer. That's so rare. Where are the haters? Keep criticizing. They were calling it a silver spear with a wax head. The scene erupted in cheers. At this moment, Boss Jin was no longer just handsome. He had conquered everyone with his overwhelming strength. Even many students who had previously looked down on Lu Feiyu had become his fans, cheering him on wildly. Outside the arena, Lin Wenhui and the homeroom teacher of Class 5 also focused their attention. Ordinary students might not be able to tell, but as teachers, they knew very well that the skill, Crimson Sun Scorching, was at least of excellent level, and might even be rare. Beasts capable of unleashing this skill typically only exist among those with A-grade aptitude. In other words, Lu Feiyu's first beast was A-grade. This talent, this potential, is enough to drive any school crazy. Lu Xian Jun stood by the arena, watching the black boar writhing and struggling inside, his face as black as if it had been boiled. Both their beasts were clearly B-grade, and he had received far more and better resources, even his talent was comparable. So why was the gap between them so vast, like heaven and earth? Lu Xian Jun's mind was a jumbled mess. He couldn't understand it. His gaze fell on Lu Feiyu's calm yet handsome face, and jealousy, like a venomous snake, slowly coiled around his heart. But all he could hear were the weak, pitiful cries of his own beast. He suppressed his resentment and shouted through gritted teeth. "Aren't you going to stop?" Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow, his voice still calm. "I'll only stop if you admit defeat. Isn't it obvious?" Lu Xian Jun trembled with rage, his words seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. "No, you have to admit defeat publicly." "Fine, then say it louder, I can't hear you." Lu Feiyu shook his head, his expression still indifferent, as if victory was simply a matter of course. "Don't go too far!" Lu Xian Jun roared, veins bulging on his forehead. "Me, going too far? I think you're the one being too cruel to your beast. It's almost burned to death, and you still won't admit defeat." Lu Feiyu's reply was like a knife piercing Lu Xian Jun's heart. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the charred black boar. Its fur had fallen off, and its charred skin peeled away, revealing bloody flesh beneath. It was too weak to struggle, but the blazing sun's flames continued to burn, like the judgment of death itself. "You!" Lu Xian Jun glared angrily at his dying beast. That was a treasure his father had bought at great expense. Once it died, he wouldn't have a good life no matter how favored he was. Not to mention, the beast tamer and the beast were connected by mind and spirit. If the beast died, he himself would suffer a mental blow. All his concerns finally forced him to lower his proud head. He murmured, I surrender." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, barely audible even to himself. The arrogant Lu Xian Jun of before the battle was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but smile. For 18 years, this younger brother had always tried to outdo him, taking his things, whether toys or food. Anything that was his, Lu Xian Jun would snatch. Today, Lu Feiyu had finally waited for the moment when he would bow his head. However, that wasn't enough. Who was he admitting defeat to in such a low voice? Lu Feiyu shook his head and deliberately asked, "What did you just say? I couldn't hear you." Lu Xian Jun suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could tear Lu Feiyu to pieces. His expression made Lu Feiyu chuckle. His younger brother couldn't handle a little humiliation? He himself had suffered far worse in the past 18 years. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death!" Lu Xian Jun finally lost his temper and lunged at Lu Feiyu like a mountain of flesh. However, Lu Feiyu had already reached the 4th level of black iron, and his movement skills were far superior to before. He easily dodged to the side and then kicked out with his leg. Bang! The kick was so powerful that it sent Lu Xian Jun flying off the stage, landing on his back. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience, the undisguised sarcasm piercing Lu Xian Jun's ears like needles. "Lu Feiyu, that's enough, stop going too far." Just then, Lin Wenhui spoke up, stopping Lu Feiyu. As his instructor, she couldn't just stand by and watch her student burn someone else's beast alive. Whether it was school rules or humanitarian considerations, she had to intervene. Besides, she felt that Lu Feiyu had already vented his anger enough. Hearing the teacher's words, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate any longer. He turned around and called out, "Boss Jean!" With a long roar, the blazing flames on the arena gradually subsided. The scorching sun ceased its burning, and the air was no longer sweltering. The tongues of fire that had coiled around the black boar like venomous snakes seemed to vanish instantly. Everything seemed to return to calm, with only the black boar's mangled body silently testifying to the ferocity of the battle. "Well done!" Lu Feiyu patted Boss Jin's fluffy head and praised him softly. Hearing the praise, Boss Jin wagged his tail like a fan, overjoyed. "Ah, Lu Feiyu is so handsome! I think I'm in love! Didn't they say he was a paparazzi? Rumors about my brother! He's so strong and so loving, how could he be a bad person?" A chorus of infatuated voices arose from the students watching. In the world of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. As long as one is powerful enough, past mistakes are automatically overlooked. Lu Feiyu possesses not only strength but also good looks. Such a person is well liked wherever he goes. This overwhelming victory has caused his reputation in Class 2 and Class 5 to rise rapidly. A few more victories like this, and he'll likely completely turn the tide. It still comes down to strength, Lu Feiyu thought to himself, patting Boss Jean on the head as he led it off the stage amidst the crowd's gaze. Only one person remained, his eyes filled with malice. That was none other than Lu Xian Jun, who had just been kicked off the stage. He not only lost the match miserably, but also made a complete fool of himself in front of the entire class. Recalling his arrogant words before the match, and then the pathetic way he fell off the stage, Lu Xian Jun wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground and never dare to hold his head up again. This humiliating scene would haunt him for the rest of his senior year of high school. Time flew by, and the battles continued one after another. Because of the limited number of arenas, the two classes only used 5 arenas in rotation. By the time everyone had completed one practical sparring session, the two classes were almost over. And at the end of each class, there was always a lecture from the teacher. This time, it was teacher Lin Wenhui who stepped forward. She looked around the room, and finally her gaze lingered on Lu Feu for a few seconds before she spoke. After this practical exercise, everyone should know where they are at, right? Those who are lagging behind should work hard to catch up, and those who are leading should not relax. The school-wide competition is in 3 days. The top 10 will receive very generous rewards, so everyone must give it their all. Class dismissed, she added as soon as she finished speaking. Lu Feu, come to my office after class. Lu Feu was standing obediently in line listening to the instructions when teacher Lin Wenhui suddenly said something that ignited the atmosphere. Hearing that teacher Lin wanted him to go to her office, the boys in the room erupted in excitement, their eyes wide with astonishment. Speaking of Lin Wenhui, she is a famous goddess-level teacher at Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has an outstanding temperament. Almost every boy has her in their heart. Who hasn't had a crush on a pretty teacher when they were in school? But this goddess actually specifically asked Lu Feu to go to her office. This is unprecedented. Many people's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could switch places with him immediately. Even Lu Feu's best friend Ching Huai University couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "We agreed to be losers together, but you secretly cheated." He looked at Lu Feu with an exaggerated expression and shouted, "Betrayal! This is the end of our brotherhood!" It's not a big deal if a friend is poor, but seeing a friend suddenly become a winner in life can really make you lose your mind. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Lin Wenhui's face darkened, her tone instantly turning cold as she scolded. "What are you muttering about? Get back to the classroom right now!" The moment she exuded that aloof aura, the entire room fell silent, and everyone scurried away like deflated balloons. In the end, only Lu Feu remained, silently following Lin Wenhui into her office. As soon as he entered, he instinctively wanted to close the door, but teacher Lin stopped him. "Don't close the door, leave it open." She took out 2 pieces of paper from her desk and handed them to Lu Feu. "Your beast taming level is A, right? This is a special subsidy that the school prepares for A-level beast taming students. Fill it out." Lu Feu nodded and took the form. The paper still smelled slightly of ink and was a little warm. He sat down and filled in the information carefully, the pen scratching on the paper. The air was so quiet that only the sound of his writing could be heard. Lin Wenhui looked at him as he filled out the form diligently, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "If you can contract an A-level beast with your first beast, even if your talent is a little lacking later, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Don't worry about many things, just focus on your cultivation. The school will support you if you encounter any difficulties." After hearing these words, Lu Feu looked up and handed the form back, a faint smile on his face. "Thank you, teacher, I understand." Lin Wenhui breathed a slight sigh of relief. She was actually a little nervous, afraid that her good intentions might offend the boy. After all, children this age can be easily upset by a single word that doesn't suit their taste. But it seems Lu Feu is a sensible child and wasn't offended. She gently put the form away, smiled, and waved her hand, saying, "We're teacher and student, it's too formal to say such things. Go back to class now." In the classroom, teacher Lin returned to her usual self, standing on the podium and pointing at the blackboard. "Alright, the 4 basic principles of beast taming are." After school, Ching Huai University immediately came over, asking curiously, "Hey, why did teacher Lin call you over?" Lu Feu didn't hide anything and told him about the subsidy. "What? You received a subsidy?" Ching Huai University's eyes widened on the spot, looking incredulous. "But this policy ended yesterday, and everyone else reported to their homeroom teacher last night. Logically speaking, no one should have been able to get one today, so how did teacher Lin manage to get one for you?" He paused, as if he had thought of something, and his tone became a little complicated. She probably went to make an exception for you on purpose. Hearing this, Lu Feu was stunned, and a surge of warmth welled up in his heart. He truly didn't know the deadline for this matter, nor did he expect that someone would take this step for him. It's important to understand that A-grade beast taming is something that ordinary students can only dream of. It's something money can't buy. B-grade beast taming might be something you can buy with money, but A-grade beast taming is truly rare beyond measure. I once heard that the son of a big boss in Changnan City spent 10 million yuan at an auction for a grade A beast egg. Even so, he was almost snatched away and almost didn't get it. Looking back now, the beast taming bloodline the system rewarded him with was truly extraordinary. It was practically a mythical start. However, Ching Huai Shan didn't ask further or inquire how Lu Feu obtained it. As a brother, he knew that some things should be asked, and some things should respect the other's privacy. After a few seconds of silence, Ching Huai Shan suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, didn't you say you'd cut ties with them? So where are you staying now?" Lu Feu casually pointed to that little hotel up ahead, just making do. Ching Huai Shan's eyes widened on the spot, and he rushed over, looking the hotel up and down. "You stay in this place? You probably have to queue to take a shower, right?" Lu Feu smiled and shrugged. "Don't even mention showering, you have to fight to get to the toilet. I plan to rent a cheaper place, buy my own pots and pans to cook for myself, and save some money." He said this calmly, as if it were nothing and he didn't feel inferior because of the poor living conditions. Ching Huai Shan was speechless, deeply shocked. They were both 18, yet he was at home spending money on in-game purchases and having someone feed him, while his friend was out there struggling to make ends meet. After a moment's thought, he grabbed Lu Feu and said, "Let's go, don't stay in a hotel, let's go to my place. We can look after each other. My place is big, I won't miss your bed." Before Lu Feu could react, he half-dragged him back home. As soon as he entered the door, Ching Huai Shan acted as if he were returning home, taking off his shoes and shouting, "Mom, my friend is coming to stay with us for a few days. He's amazing, an A-level beast tamer. He might even become the top beast tamer in the whole school in a few days." A moment later, a middle-aged woman dressed in pajamas came out with a particularly warm smile. "Ah, it's Shanshan's friend. Come in quickly, no need to change your shoes." As she ushered Lu Feu inside, she warmly offered him some fruit. Come, have some fruit, it's freshly washed. The room has been tidied up, although it's all old stuff, it's very clean. Make yourself at home, don't feel awkward." Lu Feu stood at the door, holding fruit in his hand, somewhat at a loss. He had almost never experienced such gentle treatment in his life, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. On one hand, he felt warm, but on the other hand, he felt a deep sense of loss. He had never been accepted so unconditionally before. He had never experienced such a warm family atmosphere. Ching Huai Shan seemed to sense his unease and immediately pulled him towards the room. "Stop spacing out, play a couple of games with me. Mom, call us when it's time to eat." 3 days later, Lu Feu and Ching Huai Shan were walking to school together. As they walked, Ching Huai Shan asked with a sigh, "Feiyu, the school-wide competition is coming up. Are you nervous?" Seeing that Lu Feu remained calm, he muttered to himself, "That's right, your beast is already at the 5th level of Black Iron, what's there to be nervous about?" He shook his head and continued with a troubled expression. "I should be nervous, my beast is only at the 2nd level of Black Iron, it's far too far behind." In just 3 days, Lu Feu's strength skyrocketed, thanks to the 100-fold increase in spiritual energy from his beast-taming space, coupled with his extraordinary SSS-level talent. And let's not forget the cultivation resource subsidies personally delivered by Teacher Lin. It was practically a 3-pronged approach. Boss Jean, who's beast tamer, also made a leap in these 3 days, advancing to the mid-stage of the Black Iron realm. This speed was enough to shock the entire school. Ordinary beast tamers are considered lucky if they can advance 1 rank in half a month, but Boss Jean only took 3 days, which is simply a bug in the cultivation world. As they chatted, the two entered the classroom. The atmosphere inside was completely different from usual. Everyone's expressions were filled with excitement and anticipation. After all, this competition not only offered individual awards, but also a complete set of resources as a reward for outstanding class performance. Everyone knew one thing: Lu Feu was the key figure in their class winning the award. Just a few days ago, His classmates had looked down on him, but now they were all smiling and eager to greet him. "Brother Feiyu, the honor of our class depends on you. Go for it, brother Yu. You've got this." Some even joked about posting photos of themselves in women's clothing if Lu Feiyu could get into the top 3. Lu Feiyu responded with a smile, but upon hearing that wicked remark, he instinctively shuddered. The person who spoke even winked at him, instantly giving Lu Feiyu goosebumps and making him want to run away. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels came from outside the classroom, and everyone immediately fell silent. Teacher Lin Wenhui walked to the podium, looked around at everyone, and calmly announced the new changes to the competition rules. She explained that the student with the best overall performance in the practical training course would directly advance to the top 8, without having to go through the initial elimination round. The class nominee is tentatively set as Lu Feiyu. These words caused an uproar in the class, and everyone looked in Lu Feiyu's direction. In the past few days he had almost swept through the class, completely defeating all the strong students from Class 2 and Class 5. His contracted beast, Boss Jean, far surpasses everyone else in both aura and power. Perhaps only a top-tier class like Class 1 could possibly produce someone who can rival it. In other words, Lu Feiyu has now secured a spot in the top 8, and the guaranteed prize is already in his pocket. Don't underestimate the prizes from Chang'an No. 1 High School, even though it's only 8th place. Although everyone was envious, no one raised any objections. After all, Lu Feiyu's abilities were undeniable. Lin Wenhui patted the table, confirming the nomination results. She also specifically instructed Lu Feiyu not to travel with the class, but to go with her alone. After order was restored in the classroom, the students went their separate ways. Then, led by Teacher Lin, Lu Feiyu passed through one arena after another, finally arriving at the deepest part of the training ground. As they took their positions, murmurs rippled through the audience. Some marveled at Lu Feiyu's good looks, others recalled the rumors and controversies of a few days prior, and still others began to defend him. Some people even falsely claimed that he secretly filmed his sister, but others immediately refuted this, saying that it had already been clarified. In the past few days, Lu Feiyu's reputation has once again surged. Despite hearing these rumors, Lu Feiyu remained unmoved. He knew that only by demonstrating his true strength could he clear his name. He wanted those who had doubted him to see for themselves that he was no longer the boy who had been slandered at will. Lin Wenhui gently reminded him, "Be careful, the goal is to secure 4th place and strive for 3rd. She then handed him several sheets of paper containing basic information about the top students from each class. Although the information was vague, this was the best Lin Wenhui could do to help. Lu Feiyu accepted the information, feeling a warmth in his heart, and thanked him sincerely. Although the information wasn't of much use to his SSS level of advancement, he would remember his teacher's concern. Lin Wenhui smiled and encouraged. "If you do well, I'll get a performance bonus too." She then gave a thumbs up, the sunlight shining on her fair fingers. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. A cry of an eagle echoed through the sky, followed by a rush of wind that made even Lu Feiyu lose his footing. He looked up and saw a giant, pure white eagle circling in the air, its feathers seemingly concealing sharp blades of wind. This is the divine wind white eagle. And the one controlling this divine beast is none other than Wang Jingtian, the principal of Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. His voice, "I hereby declare the school-wide competition officially open," resounded throughout the venue. No unnecessary words, clean and efficient, this was Wang Jingtian's consistent style. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, the ground seemingly shaking. Lu Feiyu's attention quickly shifted to the small box in front of him, the box for determining opponents' numbers. He stepped forward and pulled out a slip of paper. "Ring number 2, he murmured, his gaze turning to the ring not far away, where a tall boy stood. That person was Song Changfeng, the strongest student in Class 8. He came from a family of beast tamers and possessed an A-level talent. Although the student's detailed talent information was classified and could not be accessed, an A-level talent was already extremely rare. However, Lu Feiyu was not afraid at all, as his talent was the legendary SSS level. He leaped onto Boss Jin's back, gathered his beast-taming power, and the two of them jumped onto the arena. This entrance immediately drew the attention of countless spectators. In the far corner of the stands was a viewing area specifically set up for parents. Lu Feiyu's stepmother, Zhang Fingxia, was among them, staring at the ring with disbelief. In just a few days, Lu Feu was a completely different person, unbelievably strong. Looking at Lu Xian Jun not far away, struggling to climb onto the stage, he was drenched in sweat and had a bitter taste in his mouth. He had been brutally beaten by Lu Feu 3 days ago, and his injuries hadn't fully healed. He even had to crawl to get onto the stage. The contrast between the two was stark. Zhang Fengxiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How wonderful it would be if Lu Feu were her biological son. But remembering Lu Feu's parting words, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She was determined that Song Chanfeng would make this rebellious son lose face completely. After all, Song Chanfeng was no ordinary person. He was a promising talent with the potential to break into the top ranks of the city. She muttered under her breath, Kill him quickly! Her expression was so frantic that the other parents sitting next to her quietly moved away, afraid that she was some crazy old woman who had lost her mind. In the center of the arena, Lu Feu leaped off the back of his tamed beast, Boss Jean. The moment his toes touched the ground, he felt a familiar sense of power from the ground, which made him feel exceptionally grounded. As soon as they landed, Song Chanfeng on the opposite side summoned his beast. A yellowish-brown light suddenly flashed, and the arena floor trembled slightly. Lu Feu looked over and saw a giant made of thick rock slowly taking shape, its dark yellow eyes staring straight at him, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. This beast was enormous, its entire body resembling a city wall of rock, clearly not just a meat shield to be beaten, but also possessing formidable offensive capabilities. However, Lu Feu remained calm. With a glint in his eyes, a beam of light flashed, and he instantly grasped all the information about this rock giant. Race, rock giant, attribute, earth, level, black iron tier 3, talent level, B, skills, stone thrusting, rock burst, rock body. This B-level black iron grade beast has 3 mature skills, one of which is even of excellent quality, clearly not an ordinary beast. Moreover, as far as he knew, the rock giant had a clear evolutionary path, theoretically capable of upgrading all the way to S rank, which was already the ceiling level at the iron stage. Starting at a value of 1 million Chinese yuan, such extravagance made it no wonder that only Song Chanfeng, from a family of beast tamers, could possess such a beast. Although Lu Feu felt a sense of, Gone 3 Kai 3, mixed feelings of admiration and dismay, his fighting spirit intensified, for Boss Jin's strength was no less than, and perhaps even surpassed, that of the rock giant. Seeing that both sides' beasts were ready, the referee said no more, raising his hand and shouting, Battle, begin! With a command, Lu Feu coldly shouted, Go! Boss Jin immediately shot out like a crimson streak of light, closing in on his opponent in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight, carrying an energy interwoven with flames and light. This strike could not only burn but also slightly blind the opponent. After several days of training, Boss Jin was able to incorporate these effects into his attacks. The learning ability of an A-grade beast tamer was truly terrifying. The rock giant reacted too late, and just as its claws were about to strike his waist, Song Chanfeng's expression changed, and he quickly released his beast taming talent, Rock Solid. A blinding beam of earthy yellow light instantly enveloped the rock giant, causing its entire body of stone to expand at a visible speed, doubling its defensive power. Even more terrifying, this talent puts the earth-type beast into a berserk state, granting it immunity to pain and a comprehensive boost to all resistances for 3 minutes. At this moment, the giant's body had swelled to a whole size, its skin had become dazzlingly golden, and its physique was even more imposing than before. As a result, Boss Jin's attack, which was originally aimed at the waist, ultimately only struck the giant's thigh. With a deep thud, Boss Jin's claws left 5 deep scratches on the giant's leg, sending rocks flying and flames spreading rapidly. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the over 3-meter-tall stone giant from its legs up to its upper body in just a few moments, flames raging fiercely over its body. Song Chanfeng's expression immediately turned extremely grim. The stone giant was no ordinary meat shield. It had been burned to a crisp and was now smoking all over so quickly. He couldn't believe that his fully enhanced beast taming couldn't withstand the first attack from this giant dog, and his defense was instantly broken. If it weren't for the berserk state of his beast taming that could block out pain, he would probably have already fallen, without even having time to retaliate. In a fit of shock and rage, Song Chanfeng roared, Now! Upon hearing the command, the rock giant suddenly roared to the sky, and the stones that made up its body began to spin, detaching from the main body and swirling and flying in the air. This was one of its deadly moves, rock burst. All the rocks turned into high-speed projectiles, densely shooting towards Boss Jean with astonishing force. Lu Feiyu's gaze remained calm. He had been prepared from the moment he first recognized the skill, and now he simply stared coldly ahead. Boss Jean was already on the same page with him, and even without orders, he knew how to respond. Faced with the attacks of falling rocks from all directions, Boss Jean did not choose to dodge, but instead a dazzling ball of light suddenly rose in front of him. That was the power of the Crimson Sun. With a deafening roar, the blazing sun rose into the sky, its light piercing the eyes of the stone giant. But what was truly terrifying behind the light was the surging firepower, roaring forth from the Crimson Sun like fiery serpents sweeping across the entire area. The overwhelming flames instantly engulfed the high-speed flying rocks, leaving not a trace, and the air was filled with the crackling sound of burning rocks. Meanwhile, the flames on the arena continued to rage, and the rising heat waves swept out, heading straight for Song Chang-fong and the rock giant, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. The once massive rock giant now cowered, the oppressive force of the flames seeming to crush the entire sky. Song Chang-fong was utterly shocked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood that Lu Feu had actually held back, otherwise, this wave of flames would have likely either killed or maimed the rock giant. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shame and anger, and raised his hand to concede defeat. After all, winning or losing was secondary, a seriously injured beast would be a fundamental blow. The referee raised his arm, announcing the end of the battle. Lu Feu had won. But anyone with eyes could see that this was not a battle, at all, but more like a one-sided suppression and crushing. Lu Feu controlled the entire situation from beginning to end, and every attack from Boss Jean made it difficult for his opponent to breathe. As for the rock giant's counterattack, it was nothing more than a weak struggle under that blazing flame. Chapter 11: The Final Battle. Seeing that the other party had admitted defeat, Lu Feu was not aggressive. Since the two had no grudges against each other, they immediately asked Boss Jean to withdraw his abilities. The fiery dragons that filled the sky all subsided. The beam of light disappeared. Only the scorching heat lingered on the arena, telling the story of the terrifying battle that had just taken place. The fight ended so quickly that even the referee on the high seat in the ring didn't have time to react. He stared blankly at Lu Feu, then at Song Chang-fong. It took him a moment to realize what he should do. Immediately, he waved the red flag in his hand, pointed it at Lu Feu, and shouted, "Lu Feu wins this battle!" As he finished speaking, the screen that had been prepared in the training ground appeared on the screen. Lu Feu's name quickly rose to the top of the list. Following its name, 5 large red characters stand out prominently. Advance to the semifinals. Below his name is a photo of Lu Feu taken when he enrolled in school. He was incredibly handsome. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the changes on the big screen. What a fast-paced battle! It's only been a few minutes since the start. A few minutes? 30 seconds. Wow, look who his opponent is. It's Song Chang-fong from the Song family. Huh! Even outstanding talents from beast-taming families have fallen so quickly? Who is this Lu Feu? All I could hear were praises for Lu Feu. Zhang Fengxia felt as if her face was on fire, burning painfully. It seemed that every word of praise was a veiled criticism of Zhang Fengxia for being blind and ignoring a genius of her own. She suddenly stood up and shouted, "What's so great about it? It was just pure luck that the beast tamed mutated. This mutated beast seems strong now, but it will be extremely difficult to advance in the future. It has no potential for development at all. What incredible luck! What incredible luck!" After venting her frustrations, Zhang Fengxia felt much better. Calm down. She suddenly noticed that the parents and students sitting around her were all looking at her with surprise. Furthermore, the person who was sitting next to me had quietly left at some point. In the crowded seating area, Zhang Fengxia had somehow carved out a no-man's land around her. Even Zhang Fengxia, who has a thick skin like a dead tree bark, felt somewhat embarrassed by this scene. But she was Zhang Fengxia after all, and she insisted on sitting down again despite the strange looks from those around her. She wants to see my stepson, who just got lucky. How far can it go? She wanted to see it even more. The disappointed expression on Lu Feiyu's face after losing to the top genius of Class 1 in the finals. Just thinking about it made Zhang Fengxia feel comfortable all over. On the other side, Lu Feiyu had already stepped off the stage and was standing in the winner's bracket, quietly waiting for the other 8 finalists to finish their battles so they could begin the semi-finals. Of course, this opportunity to observe other opponents' battles is also very rare. Therefore, Lu Feiyu watched very attentively from the audience. So strong! Lu Feiyu glanced at the 3 arenas, finally focusing his gaze on one of them. The battle there is about to end. On the arena, a doll resembling an enlarged version of a Terabozu, a Japanese doll made of Terabozu, is holding a longsword made of ice. Countless snowflakes drifted around it, freezing the enemy's movements. The longsword flashed through the air in a beautiful, yet tragic way, pointing directly at the enemy's chest. The sword moved so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. However, the intense killing intent contained within it could be clearly sensed even by Lu Feiyu, who was sitting below the stage. It's over, Lu Feiyu murmured. As expected, the beast that fought against the doll was defeated before it could even react under the influence of the snowflakes. Is this the strength of the top student in Class 1? An A-rank beast tamer? Lu Feiyu thought about the information he had just seen. Race, Ice Assassin. Attribute, Ice. Talent level, A. Realm, Black Iron Tier 3. Skills, Longsword Mastery, Excellent, Snow Domain, Good, Frostbite Flash, Rare. Evaluation, the day the sword flashes is the day the enemy dies. This was the first time Lu Feiyu had ever seen someone else's A-grade beast. It also has 3 skills. However, the opponent only has 1 rare level skill, which seems to be far less powerful than Boss Jin's. The effect of mythical bloodlines? Lu Feiyu made his own guesses, and at the same time felt more confident about the final battle. Nothing more. The skills of this ice assassin are completely countered by Boss Jin. The light attribute is inherently strong against attributes like ice and water. The opponent's snow domain is a kind of control effect. It was restrained by Boss Kim's blessing of light. This battle, Lu Feiyu was 99% certain. He was afraid of becoming arrogant with the remaining 1%. As Lu Feiyu's thoughts turned, a girl exuding a cool and aloof aura slowly walked out from below the arena. The girl looked at Lu Feiyu, who was already waiting there, without any expression on her face. It was as if he didn't exist at all. The only daughter of the Wang group is really aloof, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. If the other party ignores him, he naturally won't try to greet them in return. The two stood at a comfortable distance, waiting for the remaining 2 battles to end. Not long after, all the battles ended. Lu Feiyu went up again to draw lots. This time, his opponent was the top student from Class 6. However, this number 1 strength. He was even inferior to Song Changfeng, so Lu Feiyu faced no pressure in the fight. The battle was easily ended in just a few dozen seconds. This speed once again drew gasps from the audience. Even Principal Wang, who had been standing atop the giant eagle, cast a glance his way. He looked at the talented young people in his school and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Wang Xueyo, the only daughter of the Wang family, has also ended her battle. Even after winning the match, there was still no joy on her face. Her pale face was filled with indifference. For her, this kind of victory is meaningless and not worth celebrating at all. Or rather, within this school, there are people who can evoke emotional responses in her. Not yet born. Currently, only Lu Feiyu and Wang Xueyo remain in the winner's bracket. When the referee asked the 2 players if they needed a break. After all, 2 consecutive battles have taken a toll on the stamina of the beast tamer. The 2, who had never spoken before, both chose to deny it in unison. If the contestants make the same choice, then the staff will not object. Suddenly, a bright blue light shone on a fighting platform. Set the defensive array to maximum power to prevent any unexpected events. Lu Feiyu and Wang Xueyo stepped onto the arena, one on the left and one on the right. The final battle has begun. Facing the final battle, Wang Xiuyo maintained a cold expression and directly summoned his beast. As soon as the ice assassin appeared, the temperature on the arena suddenly dropped by several degrees. The snowflakes fluttered and drifted through the air. Chapter 12: Desperate Struggle. A bone-chilling cold slowly seeped into Lu Feuyu's body. Even thought processes became somewhat sluggish under the influence of the extreme cold. I felt that. Lu Feu also summoned his own beast. His beast-taming space has 100-fold increase in spiritual energy. Even though he had only been inside for a short while, Boss Jean, who had fought 2 consecutive battles, was now full of energy and in excellent condition. Their energy and spirit were in no way inferior to those of the ice and snow assassins who had taken secret medicine. The moment Boss Kim appeared, Lu Feu felt as if a sun had appeared in front of him, radiating amazing warmth. The chill that had seeped into the bone marrow seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and quickly receded. On your marks, battle, begin! Upon seeing the 2 summon their beasts, the referee on the high seat shouted a call to action. This shout pushed the already tense atmosphere on the stage to its peak. In an instant, Boss Jean summoned the Crimson Sun, a scorching ball of light radiating boundless light and heat. The snow on the arena floor melted rapidly. Even the snowflakes floating in the air quickly melted, turning into drops of water that fell to the ground. The snow domain was instantly neutralized by Boss Jin's ability. See here. A flicker of emotion crossed Wang Xiuyo's eyes, which seemed as solid as ice for millennia. But the next moment, she forcefully erased this ripple-like movement. She simply raised her hand slightly. The ice assassin instantly conjured a longsword made of pure ice. With the longsword in hand, the aura surrounding the ice and snow assassin instantly surged. S-rank beast taming talent, innate sword heart. When a beast tamer uses a weapon, its damage is increased by 70%. When the weapon used is a sword, the damage is increased by 150%. Duration, 10 minutes. A full 1.5 times improvement. This made the ice and snow assassin, who was originally at the 3rd level of Black Iron, now have a combat power that exceeds that of the 5th level of Black Iron. The ice assassin's dark blue eyes flashed. The person vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, his figure appeared behind Boss Kim, whose muscles were taut. The pure ice longsword in his hand, carrying boundless force, stabbed fiercely towards his waist. A head of bronze, bones of iron, and a waist as soft as tofu. This is true for wolves, and it is also true for canine creatures like Mr. Kim. However, he sensed a chilling sword wind behind him. Boss Jean stood still, showing no intention of dodging. From a distance, it looked as if they were terrified. This attitude immediately disappointed the audience who had been looking forward to Lu Feuyu's beast-taming performance. What? This is the level of combat skill and awareness? And you call yourself an A-rank beast-tamer? Sure enough, a lackey is a lackey. Even if he gets lucky, he'll never amount to anything. Exactly. Even with the elemental advantage, this big dog is completely powerless against Wang Xiuyo's ice and snow assassin. You can't compare them like that. After all, Wang Xiuyo has a rare S-level talent, while Lu Feu only has a C-level talent, which is just average. The difference in beast-taming talent is too great, so the contracted beast is naturally inferior to the opponent. Doesn't this just prove that Lu Feu is a good-for-nothing? Apart from being a bit handsome and lucky, what makes him better than me? Well. In an instant, the praise for Lu Feu changed again. Disdainful words filled the entire audience. Zhang Fingxia, sitting in the parents' section, listened smugly to the people around her belittling Lu Feu, secretly delighted. Only Wang Zhentian, standing at the highest point, had a flickering, uncertain light in his eyes. In his position, with his insight, it was clear that there was no fear or panic in the eyes of that large red-haired dog. Instead, there was a strong sense of anticipation and fighting spirit. It's as if it was intentionally injured. That's right, Mr. Kim deliberately used his body to take the hit. A desperate battle to the death. The more severe the injury, the stronger its physical condition. In an instant, the cold longsword pierced through Boss Jin's slender waist. The ice and snow assassin, empowered by an S-rank beast-taming talent, easily pierced through Boss Jin's muscles and skin with a single, all-out attack, reaching his internal organs. With a twist of the longsword, large amounts of blood and bits of flesh flew out in a whirlwind. Along with the large wound, some fragments of internal organs were also dripping down. Boss Jean, whose once imposing long hair was now stained with blood, looked disheveled and miserable. Enough! Standing on the side of the arena, watching the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, Wang Shuyo quietly stopped his beast from making any further moves. However, the next moment, her usually calm and collected eyes suddenly widened. In his pupils, the image of Boss Jean bravely fighting back echoed. After being injured, Boss Jin's pure gold eyes were immediately filled with crimson. It was as red as blood. From a distance, it looks as if two billowing flames are burning fiercely within its pupils. Ignoring the bloody wounds on his body, Boss Jean turned around like a ghost. His figure flashed like a crimson lightning bolt. The sharp claws swung straight at the long sword in the ice assassin's hand. This strike was incredibly fast. Even the assassins, known for their speed, didn't have time to react. How could this be so fast? This was what Wang Shuyo was thinking. This was also the thought that simultaneously arose in the minds of countless people in the parents section of the audience. The speed of this attack was something that low to mid-level black iron rank beast tamers could not achieve. Clang! Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out on the arena. There stood a long sword formed from pure ice. Under Boss Jin's full-force claw strike, it shattered, turning into ice shards scattered all over the ground. And that surging force. Even after the long sword was shattered, its power remained undiminished. The immense force, as powerful as mountains and seas, fell entirely on the ice assassin who had just used the frostbite flash. After a muffled thud, the ice and snow doll, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward in an arc through the air. Its chest visibly deflated. Large flakes of ice and snow fell along with its descent. A mysterious flame was burning in his collapsed chest, preventing the icy power within him from repairing his injuries. Xiao Bing! Upon seeing this, Wang Shuyo exclaimed in surprise and unconsciously reached out his right hand, as if trying to grab the falling beast. However, the distance between the two is tens of meters. After all, Mr. Jin's attack knocked his opponent out of the ring, disqualifying him from fighting. How could Wang Shuyo possibly obtain it? Furthermore, Boss Jin seemed to be in a killing frenzy. Even after his opponent fell off the stage, he rushed over to fight him again. Seeing this, Lu Feu stepped to the side and blocked his way. Boss Jin! He uttered a low shout, which instantly cleared Boss Jin's bloodshot eyes. The dazzling gold filled my eyes once again. However, unlike its usual vibrant self, it appeared somewhat weak at this moment. After all, while a desperate fight could make him immune to pain. However, physical exertion is unavoidable. At that very moment, a cry of an eagle echoed across the sky. Amidst howling winds, Wang Xintian leaped off the eagle's back. A flash of white light appeared in front of him, and a palm-sized fluffy ball appeared on his shoulder. The moment the sphere appeared, the gentle white light split into two. One landed on the ice assassin. One of them fell to Boss Jin. Chapter 13: A Despicable Challenge. Lu Feu clearly saw it. Boss Jin had a fist-sized hole in his waist, which was healing at an extremely fast speed. Within the white light, a powerful life force swept over Boss Jin's entire body, repairing all his hidden ailments and injuries. Such powerful healing abilities! Lu Feu sighed inwardly. At the same time, he glanced at the ice assassin and found that the other's injuries had been fully healed, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he and Wang Shuyo were alumni, and they would see each other all the time. She's the only daughter of the Wang group, with immense power and a very deep background. It's best not to provoke her if possible. After doing all this, Wang Xintian turned to look at the two people on the stage, a smile on his face, and sighed. You are all the most outstanding students I have ever seen. After speaking, he took the lead in applauding to express his appreciation for the two. The sound was crisp and clear, carrying far through the silent training ground. Indeed, the once noisy training ground became as quiet as a college entrance examination hall after Boss Jin sent the ice assassin flying with a single blow. Everyone's mouths were unconsciously opened to their widest extent. He stared in disbelief at the majestic, golden dog on the stage and the dashing young man beside it. No, it happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Feu, whom they thought was doomed to defeat, turned the tide and won. It was a resounding victory. They couldn't understand it, but with the principal leading the applause, they followed suit and raised their hands to clap. The thunderous applause from all the first and second year high school students, totaling thousands, shook the entire training ground. Countless high school seniors, who were engaged in their studies, looked around in surprise, completely unaware of what had happened. But when he saw the small print at the very top of the screen, the shock in his eyes was almost overflowing. His eyes were wide open, bigger than copper bells. Among them, Lu Xian Jun is of utmost importance. He looked at the screen. Lu Feu, final winner, 6 large, gleaming golden characters flashed before my eyes. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. But when he opened his eyes again, he looked up expectantly. Those 6 words remained completely unchanged. At that moment, Lu Xian Jun felt as if something had shattered in his heart. An overwhelming sense of weakness overwhelmed him, making it almost impossible for him to maintain his balance, and he nearly collapsed onto the ring. How can he be so strong? Lu Xian Jun wailed inwardly. He thought that his adopted brother had just gotten lucky and acquired a decent beast. Winning the finals is almost equivalent to winning first place in this school-wide competition. This not only represents an incredibly generous reward. This also means that Lu Feu has come into the sights of major universities and the top officials of Chang'an City. From then on, he rose rapidly through the ranks and achieved great success. The small Lu family can no longer contain this dragon that is about to take flight. Then he thought back to how he used to boss Lu Feu around and belittle him. Lu Xian Jun felt as if he had swallowed 1,000 tons of bitter herbs. He was miserable from head to toe, and regret crawled all over his body like ants. And in the parents' section, Zhang Fengxia sat blankly in her seat, with an expression and dazed movements as if she had eaten shit. This contrasted sharply with the enthusiastic applause from the parents around them. She looked at Lu Feu in disbelief. How did it happen in the blink of an eye? How did this stepson, whom she never thought highly of, grow up to be so successful? This is simply a dream. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over me. She couldn't help but start fantasizing. If only I had been kinder to Lu Feu in the past. So, at this moment, can she also bask in even a fraction of Lu Feu's glory? After all, nominally, she was still her mother. Well, after the fantasy, there was a long sigh. How could she not know that her relationship with Lu Feu was even worse than that of a stranger? Only, he had no relation to him, but old Lu was his own father. With him around, getting a little something out of that kid would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengxia's eyes lit up again. Her eyes, like those of a wolf, were filled with greed and hunger as she stared at Lu Feu, wanting to squeeze out the last bit of benefit from him. After all, the reward for first place in this school-wide competition is very generous. On the other side, on the arena, after the battle ended, Boss Jean was taken back to the beast-taming space so that it could rest well inside. After doing all this, he went straight off the stage and waited for the ordinary group battle to end. After the top 3 teams in the regular group have finished their challenges, the final rankings for the entire school competition will be determined. However, he could imagine how arrogant those challengers might be. They probably won't come to challenge Lu Feu, right? After all, his strength is undeniable. Each ranking was earned through his blood and sweat in beast taming, without a trace of exaggeration. That was well done. However, Lu Feu, who was full of confidence, soon suffered his first slap in the face since his rebirth. The 3 students who emerged from the ordinary group all pointed at Lu Feu. And these 3 students were no exception. They are all top students in Class 1, and their combat strength is extremely impressive. This is clearly a strategy of using a war of attrition to suppress Lu Feu. I challenge Lu Feu. I challenge Lu Feu. I challenge Lu Feu. Lu Feu's expression changed slightly, but he hadn't spoken yet. Teacher Lin Wenhui, who had been waiting on the side, came out and swept her cold, beautiful eyes over the three students. Then Lin Wenhui looked at Principal Wang standing to the side and whispered, "That's against the rules." However, before the principal could speak, an arrogant voice pierced through the air. "May I ask, Teacher Lin, what is wrong with the regulations? Which school rule says you can't challenge the number one player? Which rule says that 3 people cannot challenge the first place at the same time?" A student with long, red-streaked hair that didn't even reach his eyebrows walked over and said in a sarcastic tone, "Is Teacher Lin trying to protect her student? Or is there some improper relationship between you two, and you can't bear to see your lover suffer?" His lewd eyes swept back and forth between Lu Feu and Lin Wenhui, his eyebrows twitching, his words full of implications. Smack! No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Wenhui slapped the other person hard across the face. Such slander is unbearable for any woman. Chapter 14. You think you're worthy to challenge me alone? Even Principal Wang frowned slightly upon hearing this. He looked at the student who had spoken and said in a low voice, "Disrespectful to elders. Regardless of your ranking this time, all rewards are revoked." Upon hearing this, the boy with dyed hair showed no sadness whatsoever. Instead, he nodded with a grin. It seems they didn't take it to heart at all. After all, it's Wan Peng. May you be immensely wealthy and have a bright future. They don't care about such a small amount of resources at all. He just couldn't stand that this person from another class was stealing the limelight from their class. Therefore, Wan Peng secretly promised the other 2 students from Class A that as long as they challenged Lu Feu together, he will give the 2 of them an extremely generous reward, at least twice the amount of the school's reward. "Wan Peng! Don't try these tricks, you're making our Class 1 look bad." To Lu Fei's surprise, Wang Xueyou, who was also in Class 1, came over and coldly reprimanded him. Upon hearing this, Wan Peng, who had been smiling, suddenly turned ferocious. "Shut up, you bitch! You useless piece of trash, you let an outsider take first place! And you still have the nerve to give me attitude?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feu was shocked once again. He thought that Wan Peng was Wang Xueyou's sycophant, who couldn't stand his goddess's defeat and was deliberately trying to disgust him. Unexpected. The 2 of them not only didn't have that kind of relationship, but it seemed like they even had a grudge against each other. "If you swear in public again, you'd better get back home." Upon hearing that his niece had been scolded, Wang Jintian immediately became serious. "That's right, he is Wang Xueyou's uncle." Seeing that the principal was serious, Wan Peng stopped his joking and looked at Lu Feu on the stage with a defiant expression, his words full of disdain. "Dare to come? You lucky guy." He subconsciously wanted to curse. But when he thought of what Wang Jintian had just said, he stopped himself and said something rather funny. But upon hearing this, Lu Feu, however, did not find it funny. He glanced at the contempt and disdain on Wan Peng's face. My gaze swept over Teacher Lin Wenhui's chest, which was churning with anger. Lu Feu leaped down from the high platform. Despite the 3-meter distance, he seemed completely oblivious, steadily approaching Wan Peng's arrogant face. The distance is getting closer and closer. Lu Feu could even hear Wan Peng's slightly rapid breathing. Lu Feu's lips curled into a mocking smile, his words making no attempt to conceal his true feelings. "You think you're worthy of a one-on-one fight with me?" These words caused an uproar in the audience. Those who were already sitting in the audience watching the play immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap, has Lu Feu gone mad? How dare he mess with the Wan family? If the Wan family is the number 1 legitimate power in Changnan, then the Wan family is the number 1 underworld power. They do everything imaginable, criminal acts, murder, arson, human trafficking, and all sorts of evil deeds. Moreover, the fact that such an outright evil force has not been eradicated shows just how terrifying the power behind it must be. This Lu Feu is really good at talking big. He's just like a commoner, and can't see the situation clearly. Don't be ridiculous. Aren't you an ordinary citizen? Besides, this isn't Wan Peng's fault. Why is everyone talking about Lu Feu? Young man, this world doesn't distinguish between right and wrong, it only distinguishes between the strong and the weak." Upon hearing this, Wan Peng, who was standing opposite Lu Feu, also smiled. His laughter escalated from a light chuckle to an arrogant roar, and then to a fitful, backlying laugh as he clutched his stomach. Ha 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 ha! Do you own a garbage dump? How can you be so pretentious? If you don't dare, then don't dare. Just let me have first place, okay? What are you talking about, whether you're a good match or not? You're going to make me laugh to death. After saying that, he straightened up and exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. His tone suddenly turned icy cold. If you're scared, then get out of here. Don't hog the top spot. This sentence was almost roared out, and the sound resounded throughout the entire training ground. For a moment, everyone was awestruck by his imposing presence. The training ground fell silent once again. Only Wang Zhentian frowned as he looked at Wan Ping, not understanding what the Wan family was up to. He didn't believe it. Without the authorization of the head of the Wan family. How dare Wan Ping be so arrogant in front of Chang'an No. 1 High School and the Wan Group? Lu Feiyu looked at Wan Ping, whose face was flushed red, and softly uttered 2 words. Clown. After saying that, he glanced at the faces of the remaining 2 students in the class, beckoned with his index finger, and said, I mean, all of you come at me at once. Don't waste everyone's time. Time is precious and shouldn't be wasted on stupid dogs like you. After he finished speaking, not only did everyone else fall silent. Even Wan Ping, who had been acting like a manic patient, suddenly stopped his exaggerated expression. His eyes swept over Lu Feiyu's entire body with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. It seems they don't understand what gives the other party the confidence to be so self-assured. Before he did this, he had investigated Lu Feiyu's family background. I was neglected and ignored since childhood. C-level talent. It was just good luck that I got an A-grade mutated beast. How dare they be so arrogant? After pondering for a moment, Wan Ping couldn't figure out where Lu Feiyu's confidence came from, and simply thought he was going crazy. Very well, you said it yourself. A real man keeps his word, don't let me look down on you. Wan Ping immediately made the decision, fearing that Lu Feiyu might regret it. He was initially worried about whether the 3 of them could defeat Lu Feiyu's beast-taming skills in a 3-on-1 battle. But now, 3 against 1, even a fool could think of that, there's no way they could lose. Lu Feiyu, don't act rashly. Lin Wenhui stepped forward, trying to stop Lu Feiyu's actions. Wan Ping also looked over at that moment and said, Are you even a man? Lu Feiyu ignored Wan Ping's clownish behavior, gave Lin Wenhui a reassuring look, and whispered, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing this, Lin Wenhui's eyes showed unconcealed worry, but she still released Lu Feiyu and gave him a word of advice. Be careful in everything, and admit defeat if things don't go well. Lu Feiyu nodded and strode towards the arena. Admit defeat? There's no way we'll admit defeat. The battle with Wang Xiuyo just now, with the blessing of Lu Feiyu's SSS-level talent eye of advancement, and the stimulation of high-intensity combat. Nourished by the 100-fold spiritual energy in the beast-taming space, Boss Jean broke through once again. At this moment, it has reached the 6th level of black iron, and its strength has soared once again. It's only 1 step away from the late stage of iron. Even without a desperate fight, Boss Jean can now easily crush the ice and snow assassin. What's more, it was an attack from 3 beasts that were not even as strong as the ice and snow assassin. With his ability to fight to the death and immunity to crowd control, Boss Jean is never afraid of having many enemies. It kills every single one of these weak enemies that come its way. Chapter 15 Assault. Standing on the arena, looking at the 3 people who couldn't wait to summon their beasts, a glint flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Information about the opponent's 3 summoned beasts immediately came into view. 2 B-grade tamed beasts, only at the 3rd tier of black iron, not worth mentioning. The fact that Wan Ping was the only A-grade beast made Lu Feiyu a little wary. But it was only slightly better. Race, Thunder Fury. Attribute, Electric. Talent level A. Realm, Black Iron Tier 3. Skills, Raging Roar, Excellent. Localized Elementalization, Good. Thunderous Fury, Rare. Comment, a fiery temper favored by lightning. 3 Black Iron Tier 3 Beast Tamers? For Boss Jean, who was already at the 6th level of Black Iron, it was a piece of cake. The only thing we need to be wary of now is the beast-taming talent of a few individuals. After all, not everyone who gets into Class 1 has a super background like Wan Ping or Wang Xiuyou. But each person's family. He is far, far better than Lu Feu. The inheritance of excellent beast-taming genes from generation to generation has also made the students in Class 1 far more talented than ordinary students. Perhaps all three of them possess A-level talent. As for the S-class? I'm sorry, but in the entire school and even the whole of Chang'an City, Wang Xiuyou is the only one with an S-level rating. That's why she was able to outmaneuver Wan Ping and become the top student in her class. This greatly annoyed Wan Ping, who considered himself extraordinary. He was especially enraged when the woman lost to an unknown, poor boy. Moreover, he was also carrying out orders from his family. This battle must be fought, and it must be fought so badly that it will draw everyone's attention to Wan Jia. At this thought, a sinister smile crept onto Wan Ping's lips, and a wicked idea flashed through his mind. My thunderous fury has a larger range, so it's normal for it to accidentally hit a beastmaster, right? The power of heavenly lightning would definitely kill that arrogant brat on the spot. After all, a beast tamer's body isn't exactly sturdy. Even though Principal Wang, who was watching the game, intervened in time. The terrifying power brought by the rolling thunder would definitely scare that kid so much that he would wet himself and make a complete fool of himself in front of thousands of people. As his thoughts raced, Lu Feu has also summoned his own beast. A warm aura emanated from him, and Boss Jean, who had already reached the 6th level of black iron, seemed to have a much higher body temperature than before. Just standing there. It's like a sun radiating endless light and heat. Tear them apart, Jean! Lu Feu hadn't finished speaking. A muffled sound suddenly came from the horizon. An atmosphere of terror was brewing in the sky. At the same time, Lu Feu felt his hair stand on end, as if he were being locked onto by something. He looked up at the sky. The once clear sky was now filled with lightning that roared and flew like an angry dragon. The moment he looked up, a dazzling white light filled his entire field of vision. The next instant, all the lightning bolts came crashing down. The scope is so broad that it directly includes Lu Feu and Boss Jean. Lu Feu subconsciously took 2 steps back. But the raging lightning seemed to have a life of its own, changing direction as Lu Feu moved. That concludes the discussion. Lu Feu finally confirmed it. Wan Peng's target wasn't his tamed beast at all, but himself. So ruthless! A chill ran through Lu Feu's heart, and his gaze toward Wan Ping held an undisguised killing intent. At that very moment, a thunderbolt struck. But just as the lightning struck Lu Feu, Boss Jean, arriving late but arriving early, leaped and landed in the space above Lu Feu's head. The bulging muscles resembled hills, while the soft hair provided shelter. Thunder roared, and the lightning that was originally aimed at Lu Feu was all blocked by Boss Jin's body. The foul odor of charred flesh and blood quickly filled the air. This scene drew gasps of surprise from everyone present. What? The referee hasn't even said start yet. How come Wan Peng has already made a move? Yes, and I saw it clearly. The lightning's target was the Beastmaster himself, not the beast. Violation! Serious violation! Send him in! In an instant, everyone was enraged by Wan Peng's unbridled, arrogant, and domineering behavior. This time, he dared to attack Lu Feu on the ring. So next time, who can guarantee that they won't be the one attacked? What a pity! Such a violent attack would severely injure even a mid to late stage Black Iron Beastmaster, if it didn't kill them, and they wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Defeated but still honorable. Such a loyal beast is rare, especially one that has only been trained for a few days. Yeah, I really envy Lu Feu, he's so lucky. Not only is the beast tamer strong, but he's also incredibly loyal. After the anger subsides, there is only regret and sighing. No matter how much they support Lu Feu, they don't believe that his beasts would still have the strength to fight after such an attack. But what happens next? Lu Feu showed them through his actions. They were wrong. And it's ridiculously wrong. On the stage, Lu Feu's face was more gloomy than ever before as he looked at Boss Jean, who was protecting him from behind. The fluffy, reddish-gold fur was charred black, and the skin, which was faintly visible, was covered with scars. The wound solidified the instant it appeared due to the intense heat from the lightning. The blood clots inside the wound caused great inconvenience to the beast's movements. However, for Mr. Kim, who is capable of fighting to the death in desperate situations, these are all minor injuries. It will not be fatal. It will also cause its combat power to increase dramatically. Lu Feu could already sense that Boss Jin's physical condition was now twice as good as it was normally. It has already reached the strength of the late-game Black Iron level. "We will fight with all our might," Lu Feu said softly, looking at Wanping as if he were looking at a dead man. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jin's muscles bulged again. It pushed off backward, kicking 2 deep craters into the hard ground. Its form moved across the arena like a crimson ray of light. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on the 3 opponents' tamed beasts. Upon seeing this, Wanping was filled with surprise and disbelief. He couldn't believe that a fellow beast tamer of his age could withstand such an attack and still have such vigorous vitality. However, he quickly realized what was happening, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared angrily. "What are you standing there for? Do it!" At his prompting, the other 2 seemed to wake up from their daze and unleash their deadly moves. In an instant, thick vines rose from the ground, forming a sturdy cage, attempting to trap Boss Jin inside. A wall of water stood in front of the 3 beasts, attempting to block Boss Jin's fierce attack. Thunderous Fury suddenly opened its blood-red maw wide and let out a sharp roar. The roar was like thunder, piercing and unpleasant, causing one to lose their senses the moment they heard it. However, these behaviors. Compared to Boss Kim at his peak, he was utterly helpless. As it moved forward, a crimson sun, several sizes larger than usual, appeared out of thin air. The crimson sun rose into the sky, its light fierce and menacing, and a great fire spontaneously arose. Chapter 16, Expulsion. In an instant, the scorching sunlight scattered in all directions along with the billowing flames. Intense light and raging flames enveloped the arena together. The moment the thick, black vines touched the flames, they instantly turned to ashes, without the slightest chance to resist. The water wall that blocked Boss Jin turned into water vapor and dispersed in all directions the instant the sun rose. The scorching steam even burned the 3 beasts behind it. Blisters filled with tissue fluid grew densely on the enemy's beasts, resembling a herpes rash. Then it was scorched by flames. One shot, one extinguished. Excruciating pain accompanied the spread of flames as they engulfed the enemy's 3 summoned beasts. Instantly, boundless screams of pain echoed across the arena. Even those sitting in the audience couldn't help but shudder when they heard that piercing scream. Their eyes widened as they craned their necks to look at the ring. Only a white mist and raging flames appeared in sight. As for the scene inside, it was completely unclear. The Crimson Sun, summoned by Boss Jin, instantly subdued the enemy's 3 summoned beasts with an overwhelming power the moment it appeared. They curled up in agony on the scorching ground, trying to relieve their pain by rolling around. This scene? Wanping and his 2 companions were dumbfounded. My prized beast was so easily defeated. They didn't even have time to use their beast-taming talents. However, something even more terrifying happened. Suddenly, the Crimson Sun, suspended in midair, began to move rapidly. The light flickered, and the flames danced. A blazing sun, carrying boundless heat, swept in, showing no sign of stopping. Not good! Upon seeing this, Wanping's pupils contracted. His once arrogant face was now filled with fear. At this moment, he was no longer the carefree young master of the Wan family. He was an ordinary person who could be burned to death or sunburned at any moment. Stop! I give up! Watching the rapidly approaching blazing sun, feeling the waves of heat washing over us, Wanping felt as if the long hair on his forehead was about to burst into flames. He could clearly smell the pungent odor emanating from the long, curly hair that had become frizzy from the heat. This moment, all of Wanping's arrogance and haughtiness vanished. He exaggeratedly raised his hands high, staring at Lu Feu with pleading eyes, as if afraid that the other party would harm him. However, Lu Feu simply stood there, motionless and expressionless. His eyes remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent to whether he lived or died. Seeing this, Wanpeng was on the verge of collapse. The two students beside him were even worse off, collapsing to the ground due to the intense heat. The severe dehydration made it difficult for them to stand up. Seeing this scene, Lu Feu still did not order Boss Jean to stop. The evil spirits who act as accomplices to the tyrant are just as despicable as the vicious tiger itself. They don't deserve any pity. Boom! Suddenly, the red sun accelerated sharply. A crimson sun hurtled straight toward Wan Pengfei. Even the surrounding air trembled constantly due to the intense heat. Under this pressure, Wanping was also unable to maintain his standing position and fell to the ground, tumbling and crawling backward. He looked as pathetic as a homeless stray dog that had been kicked on the roadside. Just then, a loud shout came from the sky. "You dared to harm members of the Wan family!" Then, a howling wind, accompanied by an indescribable stench, swept in from the sky. The powerful wind pressure was overwhelming, making it difficult for Lu Feu to breathe. The power of this attack far exceeded what he could handle. However, the discomfort only lasted for a moment. The next moment, the familiar cry of an eagle echoed in my ears. Then, the giant eagle flapped its wings and soared directly above Lu Feu. With its wings folded, it tightly protected Lu Feu and his beasts. Bang! A muffled thud came from above, followed by a tremendous, overwhelming force that shook the entire arena to the point of collapse. Only Lu Feu and Boss Jean, protected by the giant eagle, remained unharmed. At the same time, Principal Wang Xintian's indifferent voice rang out from midair. "Master Wan, why have you trespassed into my Changnan No. 1 middle school?" As they spoke, the giant eagle slowly spread its wings, allowing Lu Feu to glimpse the scene in the air. There, a featherless bird was confronting a giant white eagle. The large, featherless bird has yellow bumps protruding all over its body. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feu discovered that the tumor was completely filled with pus. No wonder it's yellow, and has a fishy smell. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and information about the featherless bird immediately appeared. Race, malignant poison crow. Attribute, poison. Talent level S. Realm, Emerald rank 7. Skills, malignant tumor burst, rare. Voodoo domain, excellent. Healing blocking dark poison, excellent. Tide of poisonous crows, excellent. Comment: the cawing of poisonous crows heralds death. Flying beasts from the later stages of jadeite crafting. Throughout Chang'an City, the number of people capable of possessing such a beast is no more than 5. And this is combined with what Principal Wang said earlier. This person must be Wan Mingjie, the head of the Wan family. Emerald level beast tamer. It's just a matter of time and a bit of opportunity away from becoming a diamond. He is one of the top beast tamers in Chang'an City, second only to the mayor. What a fine example of trespassing! On the back of the malignant raven, a bearded man sneered. If I hadn't come soon, my son might have lost his life. Is this the kind of student your Chang'an No. 1 high school produced? How dare they lay a hand on a classmate? So vicious! I think Chang'an No. 1 high school is completely rotten. Before Principal Wang could say anything, the students in the audience were displeased and began to whisper among themselves. Turning the tables on me, how shameless! Yes, it was clearly Wan Peng who started it. If someone's skills are inferior, call their parents. Is Wan Peng a kindergarten kid? Ha! Of course, they didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, the Wan family was notorious in Chang'an, so these students could only talk about it quietly. If the Wan family hears this, they will remember it. So they'll have their comeuppance later. So noisy! The students' murmurs were quiet, but they continued unabated, causing Wan Mingjie to frown and shout angrily. The power of beast taming flowed through his throat, and his voice, like waves, resounded throughout the entire training ground, directly suppressing all other noises. Seeing this scene, Principal Wang's displeasure deepened. This is his school. It's not for outsiders to cause trouble. This is not your place to raise your voice. Principal Wang spoke with a cold face, his voice not loud, but rather soft. But it steadily suppressed Wan Mingjie's voice. Seeing this, Wan Mingjie frowned, looked at Wang Zhentian suspiciously, and whispered, "You broke through?" Principal Wang snorted coldly at his question, but did not reply. Instead, looking down at the three people falling from the ring, he announced expressionlessly, "Wan Peng, during the ring duel, you preemptively attacked and deliberately assaulted a classmate. This is a serious offense, and you will be expelled from school." Xie Zhaolin and Lu Jinhao, knowing that Wan Peng was wrong, did not stop him and even aided and abetted him. The circumstances are serious and will be recorded in their files. Chapter 17 Double Rewards. Everyone was shocked to hear this. For a student, disciplinary action on their academic record is already extremely serious. Any decent beast-taming university would never accept a student with a dirty record. Expelling him from school is the most severe punishment that Wang Zhentian, as the principal, can impose. It's important to know that this kind of dismissal record can last a lifetime. Given Wan Peng's family background and natural talent, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to even enter the two top universities in the capital. But now, all hope and fantasy have vanished. It seems that Wan Peng and even the Wan family have truly angered him this time. Upon hearing this, Wan Mingjie, standing atop the malignant crow, grew even more gloomy. He looked at Wang Zhentian's face and said, word by word, "Very good. I hope you won't regret it." After saying that, he didn't press the matter further. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind rose from the ground, blowing Wan Peng from the arena directly onto the back of the poisonous crow. Then, a hoarse screech rang out. A foul wind swept by, the poisonous crows vanished, and the Wan family father and son slunk away. After all, Wang Zhentian's current strength is superior to Wan Mingjie's. As the saying goes, in the world of beast taming, strength reigns supreme. Having strength means having power and the right to speak on everything. Today, Principal Wang demonstrated this through his own actions. It gave all the teachers and students a vivid social lesson. Jadeite 9th tier? Lu Feu stood on the arena, his eyes flashing uncertainly. The magnificent white eagle beneath Wang Zhentian was already a top-tier jade-grade beast. Based on this, even if Wang Zhentian hasn't broken through to the diamond rank, he's probably not far off. His own strength. He is only below the mayor of Chang'an City. No wonder they have such confidence. Lu Feu said in a low voice, his heart filled with longing. He was confident, with the help of the mythical bloodline pool and his SSS-level beast-taming talent. Before long, Lu Feu will also be able to become a diamond-level beast-tamer. Even higher. Feathers can also fly. Seeing the Wan family patriarch leave, all the students proudly puffed out their chests. After all, having a domineering and protective principal is a wonderful thing. Wang Zhentian, on the other hand, rode the divine eagle and slowly descended. He looked at Lu Feu, his usually cold and stern face suddenly breaking into a smile, and said loudly, "Lu Feu, first place in the school-wide competition, fought against 3 opponents, and remained calm under pressure. Reward, 200 spirit beast stones. 4 special resource exchange privileges." Upon hearing these words, Lu Feu's eyes widened suddenly. The reason is simple: the reward is just too generous. Compared to previous years, it has almost doubled. Spirit beast stones are condensations of pure spiritual energy that can be directly absorbed by tamed beasts, greatly increasing cultivation speed. A single spirit beast stone is worth 1,000 Chinese yuan. How much are these 200 coins worth? Lu Feu did some mental calculations and came up with a terrifying number. 200,000 Chinese yuan. He had never seen so much money in his entire life, past and present. Moreover, with the help of these spirit beast stones, coupled with his talent for increasing cultivation speed, he was able to achieve his goals. Mr. Jean could easily elevate his rank in a very short time. However, what made Lu Feu even happier was the opportunity to exchange for those 4 special privileges. Because he had already known this through his eye of promotion. The special materials needed for Boss Jin's next evolution are exactly 4. Perfect match. Lu Feu was originally worried about how to obtain these 4 special resources. This is perfect. It's like someone just delivered a pillow when you're sleepy. It's practically a certainty that Boss Jin will be promoted to S-level beast tamer. Not only was he shocked by the generous reward, but other contestants, and even the audience members couldn't help but exclaim and place their bets. This is an enormous investment. Hearing this, Zhang Fingxia, sitting on the parents' table, practically had a green light in her eyes, already plotting how to squeeze resources out of Lu Feu. Sensing the commotion at the drill site, Principal Wang gestured with his hands. He did not make any other moves. But all the noise and commotion vanished in an instant. Then, he cleared his throat and said again. Not just the first place. The rewards for the top 8 will also be doubled. After saying that, without giving everyone a chance to be shocked, he dropped another bombshell. The Chang'an City Secret Realm Management Office will hold a Secret Realm Exploration competition in 10 days to support the development of beast taming skills among senior high school students in Chang'an. At that time, the top 8 students from our school will represent our school in the competition. The top 5 finishers in the competition will receive extremely generous rewards. Furthermore, universities will send representatives to observe the participants' performance and offer them lower admission scores or even guaranteed admission. These words shocked the entire audience once again. Even Lu Feu was shocked by this. In his previous life, he dropped out of school early and had never heard of such a prosperous era. That's a secret realm. In this world of beast taming, the secret realm is synonymous with both danger and opportunity. However, the explorer could be plunged into an abyss of no return if he is not careful. But the resources there are also abundant. Not only are special resources everywhere, but those with good luck can even find exceptionally talented beast eggs in secret realms. There are quite a few people who have become rich overnight through a single exploration of a secret realm. Furthermore, in order to ensure the renewability of resources in the secret realm, after a period of time, a secret realm will often be closed for several years. Therefore, opportunities to explore hidden realms are extremely expensive. It was so expensive that students like Lu Feu, who came from poor families, couldn't even dream of it. But now, he actually has the opportunity to enter for free. How could Lu Feu not be excited? Moreover, Lu Feu believed that 10 days would be enough time for him to train Boss Jean into a beast tamer at the 9th level of Black Iron, or even the bronze level. At that time, we will explore this small, hidden realm. For him. Isn't it as easy as taking something out of a bag? As Lu Feu was lost in thought, Principal Wang briefly concluded this year's tumultuous school-wide competition with a few more words. He then glanced at Lu Feu and whispered, "Come with me." As they spoke, the divine eagle lowered its head, its long wings flapping low, and peered toward Lu Feu. The white giant eagle paved a comfortable path for him with its wings. The principal wants to see me? Although Lu Feu was puzzled, he still followed the wings and walked on to the back of the divine eagle. After all, someone of that level wouldn't necessarily have any ill intentions towards me. With his current strength, he has no chance of resisting. Moreover, if the other party had bad intentions towards him, Principal Wang would not have stopped Wan Mingjie from making a move. Chapter 18: The New Residence. The moment Lu Feu regained his footing, the giant eagle suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky, the fierce winds at high altitude tearing at his face like knives. Sensing Lu Feu's discomfort, Principal Wang immediately gave a low shout. "Deploy the barrier!" In an instant, the originally explosive gale was blocked by an invisible barrier. The discomfort disappeared instantly. "Sorry, Xiaobai hasn't given any rides to other people in a long time." Principal Wang apologized to Lu Feu with a smile. He looked at Lu Feu's handsome profile, his mind flashing through the boy's background and what he had experienced over the past 18 years, and sighed softly. "Just focus on your cultivation, the school will take care of the rest." "Thank you, Principal." Sensing the goodwill in Wang Zhentian, Lu Feu said sincerely. As they spoke, the scenery around them changed rapidly. Then, the giant eagle lowered its wings and swooped down. The destination turned out to be a low hill near the school. Atop the low hill, a white villa stands prominently. This is... An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through Lu Feu's mind. However, the thought had barely crossed his mind. A key was tossed into Lu Feu's hand. Then came Principal Wang's gentle voice. "You'll stay here until the college entrance exam. It's close to the school, safe, and convenient. It's been a while since anyone lived here, so it might be a bit dusty. You'll have to clean it yourself. Do you mind? This is such a good thing. How could Lu Feiyu possibly mind? He shook his head repeatedly and said, I don't mind. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then looked at Principal Wang and asked, Isn't this house too expensive? Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zhentian interrupted him. No one lives in this house anyway, so you can stay here. Remember this, what I, Wang Zhentian, give away, I will never ask for back. Are you going to break this principle of mine? Hearing Wang Zhentian say this, Lu Feiyu immediately stopped refusing. I will simply keep this kindness firmly in my heart. I won't help you with moving and packing, you'll have to figure it out yourself. By the way, have you thought about how to use the special resource permissions? If you have, just tell me. I will arrange for someone to deliver the resources and spirit beast stones together later. Wang Zhentian asked casually. Lu Feiyu naturally informed Boss Jean of the 4 resources required for his evolution. Wang Zhentian nodded, then rode away on the giant eagle. As the head of a school and the city's top combat force, he naturally has countless things to do. Mentoring talented younger generations is just one of many things I do. However, for Lu Feiyu, to acquire a large villa out of thin air is simply like a dream. He was reborn, starting from squeezing into a small single room in a hotel, then staying at Ching Huai University's house, and finally living alone in a big house. The entire process took less than 5 days. With that thought in mind, Lu Feiyu had already used the key to open the door. The iron gate made a slight sound, and what came into view was a dry fountain and lush greenery. Lu Feiyu swept across the courtyard and entered the house, carefully examining its layout. All kinds of facilities are available, so there is no need to buy anything else. Even large items inside the house are covered with dust covers, which can be used immediately by simply lifting them. It is a prime example of a move-and-ready home. However, there was indeed dust and fine cobwebs in the nooks and crannies. Lu Feiyu didn't stand on ceremony and directly summoned Boss Jean to help him clean. The house is really big. About half an hour later, Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean worked together to clean the house and courtyard thoroughly. Having a spacious new home made Mr. Jean, who was already lively and active, even happier. Its nimble body darted between rooms, occasionally rubbing its dusty head against Lu Feiyu's waist to express its joy. We should also tell Ching Huai University's family. Lu Feiyu stroked Boss Jin's fluffy head, showing no disgust at the dirt on it. After all, his appearance wasn't exactly stellar even after a thorough cleaning. Lu Feiyu quickly took a shower and changed into the clothes that had been prepared in the closet. Principal Wang was so thoughtful that he even prepared a whole closet full of clothes for Lu Feiyu. However, he was just about to step out of the courtyard. Then they heard a sound coming from outside the courtyard, like a heavy object suddenly falling to the ground. Lu Feiyu immediately became alert. Could it be that the Wan family's revenge has come so swiftly? The next moment, voices could be heard from outside the door. Lu Feiyu recognized the voice. It belonged to his physical education teacher at Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. Lu Feiyu, this is the reward for first place in the school-wide competition. After speaking, he knocked heavily on the iron gate, the sound echoing back and forth. Although it was a familiar voice, Lu Feiyu still didn't completely let his guard down. He looked through the peephole and, after confirming it was the PE teacher's face, he opened the door with peace of mind. What comes into view is the mountain of spirit beast stones piled up at its feet. One after another, the perfectly rhomboid transparent stones radiate a mesmerizing light, like crystal glass. At this moment, they are piled up in a large box, and the abundant spiritual energy is spontaneously dissipating, bringing a sense of comfort. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground that Lu Feiyu just heard was the sound of the box being placed on the ground. Apart from this large box, the PE teacher was also carrying 4 small boxes made of sandalwood, which were presumably the special resources needed for Boss Jin's evolution. Lu Feiyu quickly took the small box from the teacher and said, "Thank you for your hard work, teacher." Upon hearing this, a sunny smile appeared on the PE teacher's dark face. "Practice diligently. If there's nothing else, your teacher will be leaving now. Be careful as you live here alone." Saying goodbye to the teacher, Lu Feiyu temporarily put aside his idea of going to Ching Huai University's house. He can't wait to evolve into Boss Jean. For Mr. Kim, who possesses a mythical bloodline, he can evolve without waiting for a specific level. As long as there are enough resources, you can evolve whenever you want. As for other tame beasts, no matter how talented they are, they have to wait until they advance to bronze or even silver before they can unlock the second evolution. This is the huge difference between the two. After greeting Boss Jean, Lu Feu placed the box full of spirit beast stones on Boss Jin's back, and then carried the 4 small boxes into the house. It seems to have sensed that it is about to evolve. Even though Mr. Jean was carrying heavy loads, he didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he ran ahead of everyone else. He glanced back at Lu Feu every now and then, his tongue lolling out as if asking, "Master, are you sure you can walk properly? You're walking so slowly." Chapter 19, Another Evolution. S-Rank Beast Tamer. Sensing Mr. Jin's urgency, Lu Feu quickened his pace. The man and the beast quickly entered the house. Lu Feu immediately opened the 4 small boxes in his hand. In an instant, both scorching heat and icy coldness appeared in Lu Feu's senses at the same time. Great Sun Crystal. The irregular, crimson crystals have what appear to be tiny black spots inside, as deep as sunspots. Earth's Vein Fire. The dark brown clouds of Earth, with faint red lines engraved on their charred surfaces, resembled the raging fire of the Earth's veins. Snow Lotus that lasts for 10,000 years. The Ice Lotus, which has survived for tens of thousands of years in the far north, contains extremely strong ice attributes, spiritual energy, and vitality. Lu Feu's gaze swept over the 3 rare resources that were clearly unusual. Finally, his gaze fell on the last small section of withered, yellow tree trunk. Ordinary, seemingly any other dead tree. However, it just sits there. A sense of tranquility arose spontaneously. The scorching heat and the freezing cold seemed to be fading away from him. Concentration Tree. Each of these 4 treasures is available on the market. It would cost at least 200,000 Chinese yuan. If it were before, Lu Feu would have simply wanted to gather these 4 evolution materials. I don't know how many years it will take. But now, he only took 4 days. Go on, Mr. Kim. Let me see your limits. Lu Feu gently placed the 4 treasures in front of Boss Jean. At the same time, he took out 10 spirit beast stones from the box and slammed them down. In an instant, a massive amount of spiritual energy emanated from the spirit beast stone. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire room was increased several times over. Unfortunately, it's still not as good as the beast taming space. Lu Feu sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that his current beast taming space cannot store real-world items, he wouldn't be able to bring in the 4 special resources. Lu Feu will definitely choose to let Boss Jean evolve in the beast taming space. In that case, the speed of evolution will definitely be greatly increased. Unfortunately, only beast tamers at the gold realm level can connect the beast taming space with the real world to some extent. Convert the beast taming space into storage space. It'll be soon, Lu Feu thought to himself. Gold is no match for him at all. As Lu Feu sighed, Boss Jean, who had been waiting impatiently, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the great sun crystal and the earth vein fire together. Boom! Suddenly, crimson flames burst forth from its abdomen. The flames surged like a sea, forcing Lu Feu to retreat repeatedly. The light and fire elemental energies contained within these 2 treasures are truly immense. Even Mr. Kim couldn't handle it. Its long, crimson fur curled rapidly under the influence of the flames, then turned into charred remains and fell to the ground. The flames corroded the hair, seeped into the skin, and slowly ravaged Boss Jin's body. A very human-like pain appeared on its face. Just then, Boss Jean suddenly stepped forward and put the ancient snow lotus in his mouth. The power of extreme ice instantly erupted from Boss Jin's mouth. They forcefully pushed back the spreading crimson flames. Then, a shimmering blue light enveloped Boss Jin's body, gradually repairing its damaged form. Muscles are constantly burned, destroyed, and repaired, eventually becoming more and more resilient and powerful. This process is extremely painful and agonizing. However, the calming would kept Boss Jin's mind stable, preventing him from fainting from extreme pain. About 3 minutes later, Boss Jean suddenly raised his head and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! After the sound, the flames that had been surrounding it, as if meeting a king, dared not make the slightest move and quietly remained around Boss Jean. It's as if they are kneeling before an emperor. The next moment, Mr. Jin's bald body was covered with wild hair. This time, the reddish hue on the long fur faded, replaced by a dazzling gold. At first glance, it looks like the sun hanging in the sky, making people afraid to look directly at it. Furthermore, Boss Kim's body swelled up once again. It has increased from 3 meters in length to 5 meters in length. His height even reached Lu Feu's chest. This body shape doesn't resemble a dog at all. It's more like a mighty lion dominating the grasslands. So handsome, my Jean! As expected, following a handsome master will gradually make you handsome too. This is what they call being influenced by one's surroundings. Seeing Boss Jin's current appearance, Lu Feu sincerely praised him. Hearing Lu Feu's call. Even though Mr. Jin was already incredibly tall, he still sidled up to him like a well-behaved young man. The enormous head gently rubbed against Lu Feu's chest. The wildly growing spears even grazed Lu Feu's chin, bringing a tingling sensation. The child has grown up. Lu Feu sighed, then activated the Eye of Advancement without hesitation. He took in the specific information about Boss Kim after the evolution was completed. The next moment, the smile on his lips suddenly froze, and his pupils trembled as if he had seen something unbelievable. No way, this is too weird, Lao Jing! After a moment, Lu Feu barely managed to control his facial expression, patted Boss Jin's head, and sighed. Race, Sunrise Hound. Attribute, Light. Talent level S. Realm, Black Iron 9th rank. Skills, Endless Battle Spirit, excellent. Soaring Sun, excellent. Sun's Blessing, excellent. Blazing Sun Burst, epic. Endless Battle Spirit. Beast tamers can instantly enter a battle stance, in which their physical strength doubles and their combat instincts are greatly enhanced. Soaring Sun. Beast tamers can summon the sun, which floats in the air. The sun's light will deal piercing damage to enemies, ignoring all defenses. Sun's Blessing. Under the sunlight, the Beast Master will be immune to all control abilities, and its own recovery ability will be greatly enhanced. Radiant Sunburst. The Beast Master can detonate the sun it summons, causing a powerful, wide-area explosion. After using this skill, the Beast Master will enter a weakened state for 1 hour. Evolution Path. Sun-Chasing Divine Hound, S rank. Sun-Chasing Wolf King, SS rank. Lord of the Sun, SSS rank. Sun-Devouring God, mythical rank. Note: only beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution: Sun Essence, Spirit Light or Mind Gale's Lament. 3 Excellences. 1 Epic. This skill configuration is almost the top-tier configuration for an S-rank beast tamer. Without comparing it to other tame beasts, let's just talk about the malignant poisonous crow that Wan Mingjia was riding just now. Both are S-rank beast tamers. But what are its skill set? 1 rare skill and 3 excellent skills. There isn't even a trace of an epic. In terms of both skill level and potential for future growth, he is far inferior to Boss Kim. In other words, the malignant tumor crow has a high level of attainment. If they are at the same level, even if Boss Jean is only at the first level of Emerald, it can also easily defeat a level 7 Emerald grade malignant poisonous crow. This is the power of epic skills. A world of difference. Enough to allow beast tamers to fight against opponents of higher levels. Chapter 20 is trending. Furthermore, Boss Jin's 4 skills once again formed a perfect synergy. Endless Fighting Spirit enhances physical fitness and combat instincts, granting Boss Jin almost unbeatable close combat abilities among his peers. Furthermore, the restriction that the Desperate Struggle skill requires taking damage has been removed. It can be said to be a perfect amplification skill. The skills Sunrise and Sun's Blessing are enhanced versions of the 2 skills that Boss Jin had left. Both its power and range have been significantly improved. As for the last epic skill, that's the real surprise. The blazing sun exploded instantly. Activate instantly. Wide range, powerful damage. Putting the 2 words together, Lu Feiyu could hardly imagine how terrifying the effect would be once the skill was activated. Before the enemy could even react, they were probably crushed into ashes by the immense power of the instantaneous explosion of the blazing sun. And the negative effects of this skill. In Lu Feiyu's opinion, it was not worth mentioning. After all, if the enemy is still alive after using such a trump card, it proves that the enemy's strength far exceeds that of Lu Feiyu. Under such circumstances, whether Boss Kim is weak or not seems to have little impact on the battle situation. At the same time, Boss Jin's cultivation level also successfully reached the 9th level of Black Iron. It's a leap of 3 minor realms. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu could also sense that the energy within Boss Jin's body was extremely active. It seems like it could break through its limitations and advance to bronze at any moment. Once he reaches the bronze realm, Lu Feiyu will have another chance to contract and tame a beast. Combat power will double. With advancement in beast taming, the beast tamer's physical body naturally receives a significant boost as well. Lu Feiyu felt his whole body brimming with power. The slight fatigue from the cleaning just now vanished in an instant. This is the advantage of the beast taming system. Even if the beast tamer does nothing, as long as the beast taming improves, the beast tamer will also improve. Beast tamers are like this. All they need to do is fight to the death, risking their lives to evolve and improve their cultivation level. Beastmasters, on the other hand, have many more considerations, such as what posture to use to observe their beast's advancement. With Boss Jin's successful evolution, Lu Feiyu naturally no longer needed to stay at home. He put the beast back into his beast-taming space, and then walked briskly towards Ching Huai University's home. The villa in Ace-Han is not very close to Ching Huai University's house. Even though Lu Feiyu's physical abilities were already extraordinary, he had no intention of walking over there. After scanning a QR code on a shared electric scooter, Lu Feiyu braved the howling wind and headed towards his destination. The whole journey was filled with the atmosphere of freedom. Lu Feiyu entered the residential area and took the elevator. There were already several girls wearing high school uniforms inside. They were holding their phones, looking at the screen with seriousness and anticipation. Soft gasps could be heard every now and then. They didn't even notice Lu Feiyu entering the elevator. Lu Feiyu pressed the number for the 11th floor. The elevator doors closed, and a slight feeling of weightlessness came over him as the elevator began to ascend, swaying slightly. "Woman, what's the name of that boy from Chang'an No. 1 High School? He's so handsome." Scroll down, you'll definitely find it in the comments section. Found him. Class 2, Grade 12, Lu Feiyu. Hearing his name suddenly called from behind, Lu Feiyu subconsciously turned around to look. I happened to catch a girl looking up. Their eyes met. The instant I saw Lu Feiyu's face, the girl's light brown pupils shook violently as if in an earthquake. A blush suddenly crept onto her otherwise plain face, and she instinctively wanted to gasp in surprise. "Lan!" But then she seemed to realize something and quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. This action immediately attracted the attention of the other girls. "Woman, what's wrong?" They also looked up and met Lu Feiyu's unavoidable gaze. Yeah. It's you! It's you! You! Are you Lu Feiyu? The one from Chang'an No. 1 High School? Class 2, Grade 12. In an instant, the girls' soft cries echoed throughout the cramped elevator. One bold female student even raised her phone and leaned close to Lu Feiyu to ask him a question. Lu Feiyu looked down. On the phone screen, there was a picture of his final battle with Wan Ping and the other two. The towering arena was filled with raging flames, resembling a hell from mythology. Lu Feiyu stood tall and straight like a spear, his face as cold and stern as ice. He looked down at the 3 people in front of him who were running for their lives, like an emperor reigning over the world. I don't know where this camera is from. They even captured Lu Feiyu's indifferent, icy gaze clearly. With his indifferent eyes, defined jawline, straight nose, and thin lips, coupled with the demonic flames swirling around him, Lu Feiyu was excessively handsome. Seeing this scene, a sense of shame immediately welled up in Lu Feiyu's heart. He felt as if a box had been opened. He knew that the school would use multiple cameras to record the annual school-wide competition for publicity purposes. But unexpectedly, it's only been a few hours, and the video has already been sent to someone else. He looked at their expectant eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. No, where did you get this video from? Seeing that Lu Feu did not deny it, the girls became even more excited and said in unison. Senior, don't you know? Your video is trending on Weibo in Changnan City. As they spoke, they scrolled back to the trending topics list on their phones and brought it back to Lu Feu's view. Lu Feu glanced at it, and then everything went black. The top trending topic was, a top-tier handsome genius has emerged in Changnan. He single-handedly defeated 3 opponents with overwhelming force. With photos. He suppressed his shame and looked down again. It's not just number 1 on the trending topics list. 4 out of the top 10 trending topics in Changnan City are related to him. I never imagined I would become famous in this way. Lu Feu thought to himself. Indeed, in this battle, he fought against many opponents and crushed them with overwhelming force. It perfectly matches the world of beast taming's imagination of young powerhouses. In addition, he is undeniably handsome. I'd guess he's only slightly worse than you, dear viewers. He's strong and handsome. Who wouldn't be smitten by a man like that? Therefore, after the video appeared, it then soared to the top of the trending searches with tremendous speed. Subsequently, netizens almost dug up the exact color of Lu Feu's underwear that day. His family background and everything else have been thoroughly investigated. Even the fact that Lu Feu was framed was thoroughly investigated by netizens with amazing abilities. They even found out the culprit, Lu Xian Jun. Not only that, even how Lu Xian Jun filmed it, what equipment he used, and how he disseminated it were all found out. Various chat logs were circulating everywhere. And sure enough, the second trending topic is about this. A peerless genius neglected? And who is this hidden camera maniac? Let's see what it means to be blind to talent. Chapter 21: A Kick and a Slap. Looking at these trending topics, Lu Feu was both amused and exasperated, lamenting how terrifying the online world truly was, with absolutely no privacy whatsoever. He didn't expect it either. His injustice was washed away in such a bizarre way, completely and thoroughly. Dozens of chat logs, blatant evidence right before our eyes. Would the Lu family dare to deny it? Would they dare to throw the mud back at Lu Feu? Obviously impossible. Even if the Lu family has the audacity, netizens still won't allow it. Ding! Just as Lu Feu was feeling sentimental, the elevator emitted a clear whistle. It wasn't the 12th floor, but the 8th floor, the destination for the girls. Seeing that they were about to leave their idols, the female students' eyes were filled with reluctance. Suddenly, they pulled out a black pen and handed it directly to Lu Feu, pleading. Brother Lu Feu, could you please sign your name for me? With a genius signature like yours, I'm sure I'll awaken a great beast-taming talent next year. Let's absorb some good luck. Lu Feu had no problem with such a small request. He immediately wrote his name on the back of the 3 girls' clothes with a flourish, then waved goodbye. The elevator continued to ascend slowly. Ding! We've arrived. Lu Feu stepped out of the elevator and arrived at Ching Huai door. Just as he was about to knock, he found that the door was only ajar and not closed. He went inside. However, the moment he stepped into the room, a familiar yet repulsive voice came from inside. Where is Lu Feu? Where have you hidden him? You little brat! You've really grown wings! It was Zhang Fengxia's voice. Lu Feu frowned deeply and looked into the room. Zhang Fengxia stood with her hands on her hips, yelling at Chen's mother like a shrew. Behind him stood Lu Xian Jun, who was cowering and hanging his head. From Lu Feu's perspective, you can even see a bright red handprint on the left side of Lu Xian Jun's lowered face. I already told you, Xiao Chen isn't here, and I don't know where he is. Chen's mother spoke slowly and calmly. Qin Yuanshan wasn't so good-tempered. He was honest and simple. But he wasn't one to back down. He couldn't tolerate another woman spitting in front of his mother. He immediately glared at her and shooed her away. Get out! How did you treat Ah-Fei before? Now that Ah-Fei is feeling a bit better, he's come chasing after her like crazy. Has he no shame? Get the hell out of here! Zhang Fengxia wasn't someone who could be driven away with just a few words. She glared back and retorted. As expected, what kind of good thing could be able to get together with Lu Feiyu? To speak rudely to elders is ill-mannered. You, a child raised by a mother, how come you're like Lu Feiyu, who doesn't have a mother? Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Fengxia suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from her waist, which sent her flying backward. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Feiyu retracted his foot, which was dangling in midair. That kick was definitely from him. Zhang Fengxia is not a beast tamer. Her physical abilities are no different from those of an ordinary person. Kicked by Lu Feiyu, he immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his waist and crying out in pain. His face was covered in thick, fleshy muscles and was deathly pale. Ignoring the gazes of others, Lu Feiyu strode forward, slowly approaching Zhang Fengxia. He crouched down, grabbed her short, straw-like hair, and forced her head, which had been hanging low, to lift up. Her dim, yellowish eyes met Lu Feiyu's gaze without any way of avoiding it. I told you before, if I ever see you speak to me like that again, I'll definitely slap you. Lu Feiyu exuded a terrifying aura, like an ancient ferocious beast that made people afraid to look directly at him. Zhang Fengxia felt him staring at her like that. She even temporarily forgot the pain in her body, turned her face away, and dared not look Lu Feiyu in the eye. However, in the instant she turned her head, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the living room. In an instant, the already quiet room became so quiet that you could hear someone breathing. On Zhang Fengxia's left cheek, a clear red handprint is visible. Her left cheek was swollen at a visible rate. Mom! Upon seeing this, Lu Xian Jun, who had been lurking to the side, let out a shout and immediately tried to rush behind Lu Feiyu. However, the next moment, Mr. Kim makes his appearance. Its towering form blocks out the living room, dividing the large space into two separate areas. Its pair of bright golden eyes were fixed on Lu Xian Jun, as if it would tear him to pieces at any moment. At this moment, the powerful aura unique to S-grade aptitude beasts was fully revealed. The earthquake shook Lu Xian Jun so much that he dared not move an inch. After slapping Zhang Fengxia, Lu Feiyu loosened his grip and threw her to the ground. He stood up and looked down at them, saying, Get out! Don't let me see you again! If I see you again, it won't just be a slap. After saying this, he turned to look at Lu Xian Jun. The same as you! Lu Feiyu finally understood this time. Zhang Fengxia, like Lu Xian Jun, was born in the year of the dog. They won't listen if you just talk to them. The only solution is to slap them twice and kick them twice. Only those born in the year of the dog can truly learn a lesson. Therefore, this time, he acted without any scruples. Seeing Lu Feiyu's unbridled attitude, Zhang Fengxia no longer had any thoughts of exploiting him for resources. Originally, she wanted to persuade Lu Guanzhong to come with her so that they could play the emotional card and squeeze Lu Feiyu out of the reward he had just received. Enough said, how about half for each of us? Then he ordered Lu Feiyu to clarify those rumors online and clear Lu Xian Jun's name, since his son could not be tarnished. Zhang Fengxia felt that she was really kind, as she had actually left half for Lu Feiyu, and even made such a small request. If it were before, she would have taken at least 90%. Unexpectedly, Lu Guanzhong's usual submissive demeanor vanished, and he even slapped his son Lu Xian Jun hard. Left with no other choice, Zhang Fengxia brought her son to exploit resources. Unexpectedly, before he could even speak, he was kicked and then slapped. Zhang Fengxia now feels pain all over her body, as if her whole body has fallen apart. Now she only regrets not having more legs so she could run faster. Lu Xian Jun, looking disheveled, followed Zhang Fengxia away without saying a word. Chapter 22 Bronze. A new qualification for beast taming. When Lu Feiyu left the villa, he informed Qin Yuanshan and Chen's mother on his phone that he was about to move. Unexpectedly, before even saying goodbye, the Qin family was thrown into chaos. Looking at the mess in the living room, Lu Feiyu felt extremely guilty. After all, this is Qin Yuanshan's home. They kindly took me in for 3 days, providing both food and lodging. When Chen's mother saw that Lu Feiyu didn't have any clean clothes, she even dragged him to the mall next door to buy him a few sets. Such actions, such attitude. For the first time, Lu Feu, who had never felt the warmth of family in 18 years, experienced the radiance of maternal love. But right now, before she could even repay the Chen family, she had already caused chaos in their lives because of her own actions. How could he not feel guilty? Excuse me, Auntie. Lu Feu lowered his head, his toes unconsciously rubbing against the ground, unsure of what to say. Boss Jean sensed its owner's low spirits, so it came closer and gently rubbed its fluffy head against Lu Feu's back. A warm feeling spread from the skin of his back to all parts of Lu Feu's body. Out with the old, in with the new, right? Xiaofei, how about staying for dinner tonight? Seeing Lu Feu's posture, Chen's mother walked up to him with a smile and asked gently. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Lu Feu was filled with affection, devoid of any other negative emotions. She had only heard about Lu Feu's family situation from her son, Ching Huai Jun. But Chen's mother never expected this. Lu Feu's stepmother is such a shrew. How would a stepmother like that treat someone else's son? Without even thinking, Chen's mother could sense the pain and suffering Lu Feu had endured over the previous 18 years. Therefore, she not only did not blame Lu Feu, but felt very sorry for him. My friend Ching Huai Jun also came over, and said in a very casual manner. Ah Fei, why are you apologizing? It wasn't your fault. That old hag, I spit on her. Look at your current status, you have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need to stoop to her level. Hearing their words of comfort, Lu Feu's depressed mood improved somewhat. Looking at the smiles on Ching Huai Jun and his mother's faces, he reached into his pocket. In an instant, the shimmering light from the spirit beast stone illuminated the entire living room. Lu Feu came here specifically to use this item to thank the Chen family for taking care of him these past few days. However, after being distracted by Zhang Fengxia and the other two, he forgot about it for a moment. Fortunately, it's not too late yet. Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation. As he spoke, Lu Feu handed the 5 spirit beast stones in his hand to Chen's mother. This is too valuable, Xiaofei, you should keep it for yourself. Upon seeing the 5 spirit beast stones held in Lu Feu's hands, Chen's mother waved her hands repeatedly. Although she is not a beast tamer. But I also know how precious these little stones are. The 5 coins in Lu Feu's possession alone are worth tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. That's equivalent to more than half a month's income for her husband. Don't even mention that the living room is just a little messy. 10,000 Chinese yuan could replace everything in the entire living room. Seeing Chen's mother's attitude, he wasn't surprised and used the excuse he had prepared beforehand. Auntie, these things were all school rewards. I still have a lot more. Ching Huai Jun needs this for his cultivation now, especially since the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Besides, the care you've given me is far greater than what these few spirit beast stones can offer. Lu Feu, with a combination of words and force, shoved the spirit beast stone into Chen's mother's hand. After all, this thing is precious, but it's not actually very useful to Lu Feu. Other people's beast taming spaces are desolate and barren, a truly bleak place that cannot provide any benefits to beast taming. However, his beast taming space is different. It is rich in spiritual energy, so there is almost no difference whether he uses spirit beast stones or not. These 5 spirit beast stones are fine to give away. Oh, you silly child. Holding the spirit beast stone, Chen's mother felt that this light little stone was now as heavy as 1,000 pounds. That was a young boy's most sincere gratitude. Seeing the smile on Lu Feu's face, Chen's mother no longer refused, but simply said, You must stay for dinner tonight. After dinner, Lu Feu patted his round belly and rode away on a shared bicycle with a flourish. 9 days later, inside the beast taming space, Lu Feu looked at the increasingly robust boss Jean, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. After 9 days stuck on the day before the exploration of the secret realm, boss Jean finally succeeded in advancing to the bronze realm. 9 heavens elevate you to a higher realm. This speed of promotion is absolutely unbelievable, no matter where it is, even in the capital city where geniuses abound. However, with the combined blessing of SSS-level beast taming talent and 100-fold increase in spiritual energy. Mr. Kim, you did it! Advancing to bronze means that both its physical attributes and the energy it contains have been further improved. At this moment, Boss Jin's figure, now that he had stood up, was far taller than Lu Feiyu's. As a beast tamer, Lu Feu even had to look up to see his beasts. Mr. Jin is a towering 10 meters tall. At first glance, it looks exactly like an ancient beast, exuding an irresistible and powerful aura. At this moment, Boss Jin's pair of golden dog eyes were looking down at Lu Feu. With every turn of his eyes, an aura of dominance naturally emanated from him. However, the moment he saw Lu Feu, the domineering expression on Boss Jin's face vanished, replaced by a silly, goofy grin. With its head lowered, it nuzzled against Lu Feu's chest like a child asking for a hug. The fur is soft, and has an excellent feel. Lu Feu could sense that after Boss Jin's successful promotion. Lu Feu felt as if the sound of shackles breaking clearly came from his mind. He could clearly sense. I can now contract a second beast at any time. It's time! Lu Feu's mind stirred, and his consciousness withdrew from the beast taming space. He glanced at the spirit beast stones placed in the corner of the room. There were still 185 left. The total amount is 370,000 Chinese yuan. I can already buy a decent B-grade beast taming egg. I'll say it again. Anyway, this thing is useless to him. It would be better to use the money to buy a beast egg, contract a second beast, and increase your immediate combat power to prepare for the second day's exploration of the secret realm. Let's get right to it. Lu Feu was never one to hesitate or dawdle. He immediately carried the boxes out of the villa. Because they were carrying valuables. He even splurged on a taxi. Our destination, Wanbeige in Changnan City. That place boasts the richest and most complete collection of various beast-taming resources in Changnan City. It is also an excellent place to buy beast eggs. Chapter 23 New Beast-Taming Eggs. This is my second time here. Looking at the imposing gate of Wanbeige, Lu Feu sighed slightly. Last time, he didn't even have 10,000 yuan in total. In just a few days, he returned with nearly 400,000 yuan. Hello sir, how can I help you? It truly lives up to its reputation as the top-tier beast resource sales center in Changnan City. As soon as Lu Feu stepped into the Wanbeige store, a sales assistant respectfully approached him to inquire. They showed no impatience or disdain for Lu Feu's youthful and immature appearance. A perfect smile, impeccable manners. Please help me exchange these for money first. Lu Feu placed the box on the nearest table and opened it. The neatly arranged spirit beast stones caught the sales assistant's eye, and her smile widened even further. Please come this way and wait a moment. She led Lu Feu into the VIP room, personally served him a cup of hot tea, and then quickly left with her suitcase. A moment later, the sound of high heels rang out again. Hello sir, there are a total of 185 spirit beast stones. At the current market price of 2,000 yuan per stone, the total is 370,000 Chinese yuan. If you purchase other items in my store now, you will receive a 10% discount. That's what sales assistant Feiyu said crisply. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Feu's eyes. I never expected Wanbeige to offer such preferential services. This was a good thing that could save money, so Lu Feu naturally had no reason to refuse. He immediately said, Take me to the beast taming eggs. Okay, please come with me. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Feiyu's eyes. That's 2 deals in total, they made a fortune. Lu Feu makes money, and she makes money too. It's a win-win situation. Sir, these are all grade B beast eggs. Please take a look. Feiyu bent down slightly to guide him, then stepped aside, leaving Lu Feu space to observe and select the beast eggs. Lu Feu looked at the rows of beast eggs on the shelf, each a different color and shimmering with a strange light. Without exception, they all exude a vibrant vitality. A flash of white light passed through his eyes. In an instant, information about various beast eggs flashed through his eyes. Eye of Ascension is an SSS-level beast taming talent. Of course, he couldn't only see information about mature beasts, he could also clearly see the information inside the beast eggs. Race, Black Iron Turtle. Attribute, Metal. Talent level, B. Realm? Skills, Iron Spiked Shell, excellent. Powerful Taunt, excellent. Race, Swaying Clover. Attribute, Wood. Talent level B. Realm? Skills, swaying breath, excellent. Healing spell, excellent. As his gaze swept over the group of B-grade beast eggs, Lu Feiyu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Having experienced Boss Jin's powerful and domineering nature, he found these ordinary beast eggs rather unappealing. Even some of the beast eggs possess excellent level skills. Compared to Boss Kim, he is still far, far inferior. There are even better grade A beast eggs, but let alone whether he can afford them, there aren't any on this shelf at all. It's so rare and scarce. Never mind, it's all the same once the mythical bloodline pool is strengthened. Lu Feiyu thought to himself. Even the most ordinary beast tamers can be strengthened by the mythical bloodline pool. Both skill level and development potential will see a qualitative leap. However, despite these thoughts, Lu Feiyu still harbored some illusions. He turned to Feiyu and said, "Are there any cheaper grade A beast eggs?" He asked the question casually. After all, grade A beast eggs are extremely rare and hard to come by. Even someone with millions in assets might not be able to buy one. What's more, it was the only 370,000 yuan he had left. Lu Feiyu originally thought that this amount of money was quite a lot. Looking at it now, there's practically nothing to buy. It can only be said that beast tamers have a high status, but the cost to improve their strength is also extremely high. To everyone's surprise, Feiyu actually nodded when she heard this. She walked over with a charming smile. "Sir, it's like this. We have a beast taming egg here. After expert appraisal, this beast taming egg is a genuine grade A. However, the life force within it is extremely weak, making hatching highly unlikely. Therefore, the price is low, only 350,000 Chinese yuan." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Bring it here so I can take a look. Is there anything wrong with this beast taming egg? Can it escape his eye of advancement?" I could sense the excitement in Lu Feiyu's heart. Feiyu smiled slightly, turned around and fetched him a small jade box. Although she didn't say anything, she had already made up her mind in her heart. Lu Feiyu would never spend all his money on this unlikely beast taming egg. This is insane. That's so unrealistic. Despite her thoughts, Wanbei's excellent training and strict regulations allowed her to open the jade box with a smile. The beast eggs inside came into Lu Feiyu's view. The instant I saw it, Lu Feiyu immediately said, "Okay, no need to look anymore." Upon hearing this, Feiyu thought to herself, "As expected," and prepared to put the jade box back in its original place. But she had just turned around. Lu Feiyu's excited voice came again. "That's it. Wrap it up for me." In an instant, Feiyu froze as she turned around. The sudden change in movement almost caused her to twist her waist. She stared incredulously at Lu Feiyu's confident face and said, "Sir, you should think carefully about this beast taming egg." Speaking of shoulder pads, Feiyu looked down at the jade box in her hand. Through the box, she could clearly see that the beast eggs inside were a deathly black. There was absolutely no sign of life on it. This has absolutely no chance of hatching. If it were not verified by authoritative experts, Wanbei had long ago thrown away this beast-taming egg as trash. Feiyu never expected this. This beast-taming egg actually ended up being sold by me. No need to think, this is it. Lu Feiyu waved his hand to interrupt Feiyu's next words and continued, "I will bear all the risks myself." Upon hearing this, Feiyu, the sales assistant, said no more. She suppressed her surprise and turned to pack the items. Demonstrating her professionalism, she packed the jade box, along with the free gift, in less than half a minute and placed it in Lu Feiyu's hands with a friendly smile on her face. "Hello, sir, the receipt and items have been placed in the bag. We are including a box of Vitality Essence as a complimentary gift. We wish you a pleasant life. You have spent a total of 315,000 yuan in this shopping trip. You have a balance of 65,000 yuan. Would you like to continue shopping?" Lu Feiyu shook his head repeatedly, clutching the bag in his hand. Just thinking about the information he had just seen made his blood boil, and he couldn't wait to go home and contract a beast. That's the bloodline of the true dragon. "Okay, I wish you a pleasant life again. Welcome to visit us again." He received a reply from Lu Feu. Feiyu immediately handed the prepared balance card to Lu Feu with both hands. This is a unique feature of their Wanbage store. Within the territory of China, their balance cards are equivalent to bank cards from any bank, offering extremely high flexibility. Furthermore, customers holding this card will receive a 10% discount when they visit Wanbage again. Furthermore, this offer can be combined with other offers. Therefore, most consumers use balance cards to make purchases at Wanbage. Lu Feu took the card, casually put it in his pocket, and hurriedly left with the bag in his hand. Chapter 24: A new S-rank beast tamer. You're so lucky! You even managed to sell this! The commission for this stuff is ridiculously high! As soon as Lu Feu stepped out, several sales assistants who were idle in Wanbage surrounded him, looking at Feiyu with envy. This beast taming egg. It's labeled as grade A, but it's actually complete junk. The commission is as high as 50%. In other words, Feiyu Guang earned a full 150,000 yuan from this one deal. That's almost equivalent to her annual salary. I wonder where that young man came from. He's a rich kid. He's dressed so plainly, yet he's so recklessly bold. One of the sales assistants continued. She was the first person to see Lu Feu enter. However, when she saw that Lu Feu's clothes cost no more than 300 yuan, she did not go up to guide him. Now, she's thinking about the commission Feiyu will receive later. She felt a sharp, aching pain welling up inside her, and she was filled with regret. Upon hearing these words, Feiyu simply smiled and said nothing more. She looked in the direction Lu Feu had left, feeling equally puzzled. This wasn't the first time she'd seen this boy. She was the one who served Lu Feu when he first bought beast eggs. At that time, Lu Feu's face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with fear like a young beast. He was clutching the 8,000 yuan he had spent to buy the beast eggs. Feiyu still remembers it vividly. Therefore, when Lu Feu reappeared at Wanbage, Feiyu recognized him at first glance, and she also knew that the handsome student who had become an internet sensation a few days ago was also Lu Feu. However, what Feiyu didn't expect was, at that time, Lu Feu felt as if taking out 8,000 yuan was a matter of life and death. At this moment, I can easily spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy a piece of junk. He doesn't seem like the kind of kid who wastes money, Feiyu murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Lu Feu had already returned to the Ace Han villa by car. He held the jade box in both hands, his eyes filled with extraordinary joy. The information about the beast eggs that I had just seen in the Wanbao pavilion resurfaced in my mind. Race, rainbow serpent. Attribute, poison. Talent level A. Realm? Skills, deadly poison excellent, rainbow scales rare, transformation into a dragon rare. Note, this beast contains a trace of true dragon blood. Note, hatching this beast requires a large amount of high-level beast essence blood. If the amount of essence blood is insufficient or the quality is too low, the hatching process will fail 100%. Comment: the bloodline of a true dragon is both a treasure and a curse. True dragon bloodline. Lu Feu was filled with excitement. In the world of beast taming, any beast taming creature that can be associated with the word dragon is an absolute powerhouse that surpasses all other beast taming creatures of the same level. Even a dragon possesses formidable combat power. Under normal circumstances, beast eggs containing dragon bloodlines are at least S-grade or higher. The beast taming egg in Lu Feu's hand at this moment. It clearly contained a trace of true dragon blood. Furthermore, because this trace of bloodline power was too strong, it even suppressed the aura of the beast taming egg itself to an almost deathly level. This led the group of appraisal experts to mistakenly classify it as junk. As expected, what the experts said was all nonsense. Lu Feu thought to himself with delight. Like beasts, beast eggs can be stored in the beast tamer's beast space. He clutched the pitch-black beast taming egg tightly in his hand, and his consciousness sank. He was immediately transported into the beast taming space. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feu didn't even bother to pay attention to Boss Jean, who was crowding around him, and headed straight for the mythical bloodline pool. What blood essence could be more powerful than a mythical bloodline? Lu Feiyu murmured and threw the beast-taming egg in his hand into the mythical bloodline pool. Pfft. A tiny ripple spreads across the calm surface of the pool, creating layers of halos of light. Then, everything returned to calm. However, having learned from Boss Jin's example the first time, Lu Feiyu was not flustered at all. He sat on the waist of Boss Jin, who was leaning down, and waited silently. 10 minutes passed, nothing happened, and Lu Feiyu remained unmoved. 20 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Lu Feiyu remained completely calm. 30 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Lu Feiyu stood up, walked to the edge of the mythical bloodline pool, and looked inside. Nothing was found. The calm surface of the pool didn't even ripple. An hour passed. Lu Feiyu felt cold sweat breaking out on his body. Will the beast eggs he bought for over 300,000 yuan just disappear like this? I just heard a noise. He admitted that he was a little bit flustered. However, at that moment, Boss Jin, who had been following Lu Feiyu, suddenly let out a long howl. What are you yelling about? Lu Feiyu turned his head to look. Just as he turned his head, a loud bang came from behind him. Boom! Lu Feiyu turned around abruptly. Suddenly, a giant dragon soared into the sky. The dark scales, arranged neatly like precious jade, gleamed with a dark light under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, it appears that a faint black mist is emanating from within the scales. These black mists were as ethereal and indistinct as the call of death. Above the dragon's head, 2 small bulges appeared as if ferocious giant horns might emerge from its forehead at any moment. The moment he saw the giant dragon, its detailed information came to Lu Feiyu's eyes. Race, invading heavenly dragon. Attribute, poison. Talent level S. Realm, black iron rank 6. Skills, dragon body, excellent, dragon poison, excellent, dragon fury, excellent, dragon transformation, epic. Dragon body, passive skill. Increases physical attributes threefold. Beast tamers can freely control their own body size. Dragon venom, passive skill. The entire body of the tamed beast is covered in deadly dragon venom, which can poison enemies when attacking them, causing negative effects including but not limited to stun, dizziness, bleeding, and weakness. Dragon's fury, the wrath of a true dragon, awe-inspiring to all things. Taming a beast can unleash its power, intimidating enemies and creating a forced control. The duration of control depends on the strength of the enemy. Under this intimidation, the enemy's defense will be weakened. Dragon transformation forcibly activates the true dragon bloodline within, briefly transforming into the body of a true dragon. In this state, physical attributes are increased fivefold, and other abilities are enhanced. Note: after forcibly transforming into a dragon, the tamed beast will be in a weakened state for 6 hours. Evolution path: Eclipse Dragon, SS rank, 5 Elements Dragon King, SSS rank, Undying Dragon Ancestor, mythical rank. Note: only beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. The materials required for the first evolution are high-quality poison attribute ferocious beast core, 5 poison essence, and true dragon blood essence. Evaluation: only 1 step away from becoming a dragon. This panel is simply unparalleled in its power. Lu Feiyu's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the dark figure on the horizon. No wonder it has the bloodline of a true dragon. These 4 skills are all incredibly powerful, each one more amazing than the last. It's the same configuration as Boss Jin's 3 excellent and 1 epic set, but the focus is completely different. Chapter 25: Entering the Secret Realm. If we say that Boss Jin is a pentagonal warrior, without any weaknesses, combining offense, defense, and healing. So, Lu Feiyu's newly acquired beast. It's a monster that attacks from top to bottom. All 4 skills are designed for killing. A born killer. The first skill is Dragon Body. The effect is simple and brutal, yet terrifyingly powerful. It directly results in a 3-fold increase in physical fitness. There are no prerequisites. In other words, the sheer physical strength of a dragon in its normal state is enough to overwhelm any beast tamer of the same level. The second skill combines both offensive and control capabilities. While damaging the enemy, it also inflicts a series of negative effects on them. looking at the long list of negative effects in the skill description. Lu Feu was terrified of his future enemies. The third skill is a control and armor-piercing skill. And it's an area of effect skill. Enraged by the dragon, enemies within a 10-meter radius were instantly stunned. Unable to move, unable to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Feu's beasts took their lives. As for the fourth skill, that epic skill, it can actually allow the beast tamed, which is originally a dragon, to briefly transform into a real dragon. The improvement in physical fitness has increased from 3 times to 5 times. This kind of improvement, let alone enemies of the same level. Even if an enemy is a level higher than a dragon, their physical strength alone might not be as great as Lu Feu's beast taming. Not to mention, after transforming into a dragon, it's not just the dragon's physical body that gets enhanced, and all its built-in capabilities. The effect was absolutely terrifying. Of course, with such an incredible effect, the negative effects are also relatively large. He was in a state of weakness for a full 6 hours. That's 12 times the extent of Mr. Kim's weakened state over half an hour. Come over! Lu Feu looked at the dragon still gliding in the sky and called out. Hearing its master's call, the once majestic and ferocious dragon suddenly sank into the depths. As it fell, the whistling wind rushed towards us. A massive, all-encompassing shadow suddenly descended. I'll call you Black Scale! Looking at the dragon's jet-black scales, Lu Feu immediately named it. Upon hearing this, the dragon let out a long hiss, then gently rubbed its massive head against Lu Feu's forehead, expressing its joy. For it, the name doesn't matter at all. If its owner likes it, then it likes it. Woof! Woof woof woof! Suddenly Boss Jean jumped out from behind Lu Feu and barked at Black Scale a few times. Its tail wagged rapidly, as if welcoming the arrival of its new companion. However, in the face of its greeting, Black Scale didn't even look at it, turning its head away directly. She's quite aloof. That's true, after all, dragons are proud and don't really look down on other tame beasts. Upon seeing this, Boss Jean was furious. Please, it's a senior member. How could it be so disrespectful? Immediately Boss Jin's golden eyes filled with grievance as it looked at Lu Feu, expressing its dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Lu Feu chuckled. He reached out, turned the black-scaled creature's head to its proper position, and said to it, You two should get along well. Hearing the master's command, Black Scale reluctantly stretched out its long tail and waved it in front of Boss Jean as a response to its greeting. Lu Feu then spent some more time playing with the two beasts in the beast-taming space, strengthening their bond. Under his deliberate guidance, the relationship between Boss Jean and Black Scale is also developing in a positive direction. After all, as a beast tamer, one's duty is not just to fight. We also need to maintain good relationships with the beasts under our command. The next day, Lu Feu got up early. After finishing the meal, I headed to school. Today marks exactly 10 days since the school-wide competition. It was also a day for exploring hidden realms. Lu Feu had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After all, he squandered almost all the resources he gained from the school-wide competition, converting them all into combat power. Now, he urgently needs new resources to improve himself. You need to know. I want to evolve both beasts to SS rank. Those 6 treasures, even the cheapest one of them. Its market value is also over 500,000 Chinese yuan. It's ridiculously expensive. Moreover, 2 of them are treasures. It is extremely rare and has not been sold on the market for many years. The only opportunity to obtain this resource. We still need to be inside the secret realm. Upon arrival at the agreed-upon location, a bus was already waiting inside. Once inside the bus, Lu Feu realized the other 7 people had already arrived. It seems everyone is looking forward to it. Lu Feu sighed softly, found his seat, and sat down comfortably. Once all the contestants had arrived, the bus quickly started moving. The scenery outside the window rushed past. About an hour later, the bus slowly came to a stop. All the hidden realms in Changnan City are located outside the city. Or rather, all the hidden realms in the world are outside of cities. After all, the secret realm is relatively stable. However, there are also instances of things getting out of control. The secret realm chosen this time is the lowest level. The person in charge of the event stood on the platform and announced in a loud voice. Its interior is divided into the Silver Zone, Bronze Zone, and Iron Zone. This time, all students will be assigned to explore the Black Iron Zone. Of course, this is because the secret realm has not been opened for 10 years. The division of its areas may not be entirely accurate. However, I have prepared return bracelets for everyone. If you encounter any danger, immediately remove the bracelet, and you will be teleported outside the secret realm. As the person in charge was speaking, one by one, the staff members walked down from the stage. The wristbands were distributed to each student. Lu Feu put the bracelet on his left wrist, and a mysterious spatial fluctuation flashed across it. After the important business was finished, there was a series of speeches from leaders, and so on. In Chang'an City, not all leaders are as capable as Wang Zhentian. Lu Feu had arrived here half an hour earlier. They were forced to stand there as punishment for half an hour. Wait, buddy, you're really good at talking? Looking at the bald leader on the stage, still spitting as he spoke, Lu Feu complained inwardly. It seemed that he sensed the dissatisfaction of the students in the audience. The leader on the stage coughed twice and continued. I'll just say 2 more things, just 2. This conversation lasted for another half hour. Fortunately, we made it through. Seeing the constantly flashing white light circle in front of him, Lu Feu took a step without hesitation and plunged into it. In an instant, the world spun around me. A wave of nausea surged up from the tailbone, reaching the throat. Lu Feu forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his body, looked up and surveyed his surroundings, and quickly summoned Boss Jean and Black Scale. A vast desert. Everywhere was covered in soft, fine yellow sand. A bright red sun hangs high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Not long after entering, Lu Feu felt sweat gushing from his body. My clothes were instantly soaked. Chapter 26 Crimson Desert. Deeper in. The Crimson Desert? Not bad. Lu Feu looked around and, combined with the map distributed by the staff, confirmed his current location. This secret realm consists of 3 parts: the Crimson Desert, the Withered Wasteland, and the damp rainforest. The Crimson Desert and the humid rainforest are located on either side of the secret realm. The Withered Wasteland, sandwiched in the middle, is the most dangerous area in the secret realm, where even ferocious beasts of the Silver Realm can appear. For the students, a beast of this level was practically no different from the Grim Reaper. Once they encounter them, they might not even have time to activate their special bracelets and leave. As for the Crimson Flame Desert where Lu Feu is currently located, most of the ferocious beasts are at the Black Iron rank. Only a very small number of ferocious beasts possess the strength of the Silver Realm. It can be described as a paradise for beginners to practice. In addition, they received special wristbands from staff. As long as we stay here. The top students in Chang'an's high schools rarely encounter life-threatening situations. Looking at the endless desert, Lu Feu recalled the relevant knowledge about this secret realm. Just then, the fine sand beneath him began to move slightly. Lu Feu's eyes narrowed, and he looked down. In an instant, yellow sand flew everywhere, rushing towards Lu Feu like bullets. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a sharp-tailed thorn pierced the air, bringing with it a stench. The ferocious beast was indeed a ferocious beast. It unleashed a deadly attack right from the start. However, facing this ferocious attack, Lu Feu didn't even blink, standing quietly in place. Roar! A deafening roar came from Lu Feu's shoulder. Suddenly, a thin black line on Lu Feu's shoulder swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from a black line less than half a centimeter in diameter into a towering dragon nearly 20 meters long. It was none other than Black Scale. Black Scales let out a huge roar, its mouth wide open, and a sonic wave, as if it were a physical entity, rushed towards the giant desert scorpion along with the roar. Dragon's Wrath! With a roar, like a dragon in a rage, the giant desert scorpion that had suddenly attacked was stunned and stood frozen in place. While the other party was distracted, take advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration. Mr. Jin moved with lightning speed. With a single, chilling strike, the sharp claws severed the giant scorpion's raised tail. Instantly, dark green blood spilled onto the ground, disappearing into the boundless desert. However, this is far from enough. Boss Jin's figure flashed back again, his wolf claws flashing several times in midair, leaving after images flying by. Clang, clang, clang! The desert giant scorpion's proud, hard armor. Under Boss Jin's sharp claws, they were as fragile as paper. In less than half a second, a top-tier ferocious beast of the 9th level of black iron was killed on the spot. This is a ferocious beast powerful enough to kill all the participating students. Under Lu Feiyu's attack, he didn't even last a second. A blatant and utter crushing defeat. This level of ability is simply unmatched among senior high school students. A good result. Lu Feu nodded, stepped forward, and put the severed tail of the giant scorpion into the backpack behind him. This is good stuff. The treasures on such a top-tier black iron beast are worth at least tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. I earned 10,000 as soon as I entered the secret realm. Lu Feu was in a very pleasant mood. Shrink to a smaller size, or you'll scare everyone away. He turned to look at the black scales that swelled like a dark cloud and whispered. Upon hearing this, the black scale obediently shrank, turning back into a black line and resting on Lu Fei유's shoulder. Let's go, babies! With a shout, Lu Feiyu led Boss Jin into the depths of the desert. He had come all this way to the secret realm, and he wasn't satisfied with just killing some ferocious beasts of the black iron rank. For Lu Feiyu, who possesses 2 S-grade aptitude beasts, even a beast with top-tier bronze strength might be able to put up a fight. Lu Feiyu's unique killing spree begins here. An hour later, Lu Feiyu's backpack was already bulging. Inside it, not only are there various ferocious beasts and treasures, but also many special resources that grow in the desert environment. It was also during this exploration of the secret realm. Lu Feiyu then discovered that his Eye of Advancement actually had a decent treasure hunting ability. All special resources? No matter how well hidden. As long as something appears within his field of vision, it will be marked with a bright blue outline. With this ability, Lu Feiyu made a fortune along the way. The special resources in the backpack on his back alone are worth no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan on the market. In addition, there were those ferocious beasts and treasures. In just 1 hour, Lu Feiyu has already earned 200,000 Chinese yuan. At this rate, continue, Lu Feiyu could raise the money needed to evolve his 2 beasts to SS level in less than 2 days. That felt so good! Lu Feiyu sighed inwardly, and quickened his pace even further. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, and his ears twitched slightly. He heard it, the sounds of battle. Lu Feiyu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Although the opening of this secret realm is only free for senior high school students, the opportunity to explore the secret realm is open to the entire society. One spot, 100,000 Chinese yuan. Therefore, those fighting on the sidelines may be members of the general public. These people are a mixed bag, including both good and bad individuals. Lu Feiyu didn't want to cause trouble, he just wanted to make money quietly, so he chose to stay away. However, things didn't go as planned. As soon as Lu Feiyu moved his feet, the sounds of fighting became clearer. It was as if they were targeting him. Lu Feiyu can now even see what's not far ahead. 3 burly men, leading 3 different shaped beasts, are besieging a giant desert python. The giant python's yellowish-brown scales had mostly crumbled, revealing the pink flesh beneath. The crimson blood soaked through the yellow sand beneath them, and the strong stench of blood made the dry air stink and nauseating. However, even after suffering such severe injuries, it still had the strength to fight back. With a flick of its long tail, the giant python sent the 3 attacking beasts flying. Then it moved swiftly, carrying immense momentum, and crashed straight into Lu Feiyu. This is none other than a ferocious beast at the Bronze Realm. Seeing this scene, Lu Feiyu felt that something was amiss. He stepped back slightly, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes, and immediately took in the information about the giant python and the 3 beasts behind it. After investigating all the information about the tamed beasts, Lu Feiyu immediately understood everything. Race, Thunder Fury. Attribute, Electric. Talent level, A. Realm, Black Iron Tier 4. Skills, Raging Roar, Excellent. Localized Elementalization, Good. Thunderous Fury, Rare. Comment, a fiery temper favored by lightning. Lu Feu would never forget this tamed beast. Isn't this Wanpeng's tamed beast? At this moment, the purple electric current around Thunder Fury disappeared, and the entire beast turned an earthy yellow color. It doesn't seem to be a lightning-type beast, rather, it's more like an earth-type beast. Furthermore, Lu Feu had never seen the faces of those three beast tamers before. However, he knew the truth in his heart. This so-called sense of unfamiliarity is all because of another illusion-type beast. Race, Shadow of 1,000 Faces. Attribute, Illusion. Talent level, B. Realm, Bronze Tier 5. Skills, 1,000 Faces, Excellent. Aura Concealment, Excellent. Illusion Control, Outstanding. Evaluation, Master of Disguise. Chapter 27, Slaying Wanpeng. The Wan family is really ruthless. Lu Feu sighed inwardly. The two beast tamers beside Wanpeng had already reached the bronze realm. The two of them possessed at least 4 bronze-level tamed beasts. Furthermore, Lu Feu also discovered the ferocious giant python that was previously besieged by the three was also a transformation of one of the three's tamed beasts. The Wan family went to such lengths for just one student. Really? Lu Feu felt honored. Having sensed everything in advance, Lu Feu immediately formed a plan in his mind. They watched as the giant python attacked. He quickly retreated, and Boss Jean took the opportunity to stand in front of Lu Feu. In the blink of an eye, the already scorching desert was once again bathed in the glow of the sun. The sun hung high in the sky, its intense, fiery rays pouring down relentlessly. The sunlight, sharp as a knife, caused the already badly injured python to bleed profusely once more. Even the figures flying through the air seemed to slow down a bit. At that very moment, Boss Jean pushed off with his hind legs. In an instant, sand and dust flew everywhere, and Boss Jean's figure soared into the sky. A sharp, cold light flashed in midair, striking directly at the python's heart. Just one claw. Large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain. The giant python's stiff body fell limply to the ground. Mr. Jin's body then slowly landed on the ground. On its left forepaw, a huge heart is slowly beating. He's improved again! Seeing this, Wanpeng, disguised as a burly man, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "How could a lackey have such good luck?" However, thinking of his own plan, he still gave the two people beside him a wink. Immediately, the three of them slowly approached Lu Feu, their faces beaming with smiles. "Thanks to this young man for his help. Yes, if it weren't for you, the three of us would probably be in danger. No one expected this giant python to be so ferocious." While they spoke kind words, their figures unknowingly approached Lu Feu, forming a triangle that continuously squeezed Lu Feu's retreat space. Seeing this, Lu Feu's expression remained unchanged, as innocent as a student who was unaware of the ways of the world. Hearing the three people praising him, he scratched his head sheepishly and said, "It was the older brothers who injured him, otherwise how could I, a mere Black Iron Realm beast tamer, possibly have killed him?" Upon hearing this, the group exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with disdain. "Fool! You actually revealed your strength in the secret realm." This is their true inner thought. However, outwardly, the burly man closest to Lu Feu still said, "A young prodigy, fighting beyond his level, truly remarkable." He gave a thumbs up and casually placed his hand on Lu Feu's shoulder. Seeing Lu Feu's completely unguarded appearance, Wanpeng sneered inwardly. The humiliation of 10 days ago kept flashing through my mind. It made it difficult for him to maintain the smile on his face. He couldn't wait any longer. I want to see Lu Feu's tragic appearance, bleeding profusely in the desert and weeping bitterly. Thinking of this, Wanpeng's face showed a hint of pleasure. He resolved to no longer tolerate it and roared, "Let's do it!" In an instant, the burly man who had initially placed his hand on Lu Feu's shoulder changed his expression, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. The ring on his finger glowed faintly with a black light. A violent spatial fluctuation emanated from the ring, instantly locking down all spatial abilities within a 5-meter radius. The reason why Wan Ping and his group went to such lengths to put on such a show was precisely to disable the teleportation ability of the special bracelet on Lu Feiyu's hand. They mobilized all their forces. Our goal is to achieve a fatal blow. If it weren't for the 1,000-faced shadow beast tamer, one could only disguise oneself as a person or beast tamer whose cultivation level is no higher than one's own. Wan Ping even considered bringing several silver-rank beast masters to ambush and kill Lu Feiyu. You can see that Lu Feiyu looks stupid, foolish, and completely unguarded. He thought it would be good to bring 2 bronze rank 9 beast masters. This is already giving Lu Feiyu too much credit. However, no one noticed. A tiny black line, like lightning, darted through the vast yellow sand beneath it. Black, poisonous gas rose upwards. Like mist and illusion, it corrodes the bodies of all enemies. However, if you're going to put on a show, you have to go all the way. Moreover, it takes a little time for the toxin to take effect. Therefore, Lu Feiyu cooperated fully with their plan when he noticed the intense spatial fluctuations. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted as if he knew nothing. "What's going on? My bracelet is malfunctioning! Who are you people?" Seeing Lu Feiyu's panicked appearance, Wan Ping felt as refreshed as if he had eaten a whole ice-cold watermelon in the desert. He suddenly broke free of his illusion, revealing his true appearance. The long, highlighted hair swayed in response to the owner's fluctuating emotions. Wan Ping's lips curled into a sinister smile. "It's me, Lu Feiyu. You wouldn't believe it, we meet again. Have you decided how you want to die this time?" The 2 beast tamers behind him stood with their arms crossed. The way he looked at Lu Feiyu was no different from that of a dead man. One of the beast tamers, in particular, looked at Lu Feiyu with unusual anger. After all, Lu Feiyu had killed one of his beasts back then. "Wan Peng?" Upon seeing Wan Peng's face, Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow as if he had seen something surprising. He calculated the time, and it was about time. The venom of the dragon is so potent that it takes very little time for it to enter the body from contact. Therefore, he suppressed the panicked expression on his face, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. "Seeing you again, you're still disgustingly ugly." Upon hearing this, Wan Peng's approaching steps immediately faltered. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his previously ferocious smirk froze, and his whole expression became as comical as a clown. Wan Peng really didn't expect this. Lu Feiyu is on the verge of death, yet he still dares to be so arrogant. Anger, like a venomous snake, tore at his heart. Wan Peng immediately raised his arms and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Give it to me!" However, Wan Peng's words suddenly stopped halfway through. He looked at his arm in disbelief and was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't work. The arms that used to be obedient now felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't lift them at all. "What's going on?" Wan Peng looked at the other 2 beast tamers and found that they were also anxious and desperately trying to move their bodies. However, the footsteps underfoot could not be moved even an inch. Not just beast tamers. Even the beasts they summoned froze in place, only able to let out helpless howls. This moment, the only ones who could move were Lu Feiyu and his beast. In an instant, the balance of power between offense and defense was reversed. Chapter 28: Sudden Wealth. A Spatial Ring. Looking at Lu Feiyu, whose face was full of sneers and whose eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. This time, Wan Peng was truly panicked. This is a secret realm. There is no surveillance. Therefore, even if someone commits murder, no one will know. That's why Wan Peng dared to so openly attack Lu Feiyu this time. But unexpectedly, before I could even make a move, I was completely under their control. He didn't even know how Lu Feiyu had done it. Wasn't the opponent's beast a light or fire attribute beast? How could a beast with such attributes, so extremely masculine and powerful, possibly be poisonous? Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced in Wan Peng's mind. Could it be that Lu Feiyu has already advanced to the bronze level and contracted a second beast? How could it be so fast? Keep in mind that from the time he awakened his beast-taming talent until now, it's only been about 20 days. In just 20 days, Lu Feiyu actually advanced to the bronze level? Does he think he's an SSS-level talent beast tamer? Wanping initially didn't believe it, but now, with the facts laid out before him, he had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, he now feels that it's not just his arm that's lost feeling. His entire upper body seemed to have disappeared, and he felt nothing at all. Not only that, he now even finds it extremely difficult to breathe. No! Don't kill me, please! Wanping tried desperately to inhale, hoping to get a breath of fresh air, but all his efforts were in vain. The S-grade aptitude beast possesses its own potent poison. How could a mere black iron beast master like him possibly withstand it? Before long, Wanping's face turned red from lack of oxygen, and he could only speak intermittently. His bulging eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu, filled with terror and pleading, and dark red blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. No money, I'll give you the money! Seeing that Lu Feiyu remained unmoved, Wanping's fear intensified. He even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. But the dragon poison had already invaded his entire body, and he couldn't even do something as simple as kneeling. At this moment, he was like a puppet, completely unable to control his own actions. They could only stand there blankly. He allowed the deadly toxins to erode his body. From the outside in, it gradually eroded his vitality. Looking at Wanping, who was gradually losing his life, Lu Feiyu's expression remained unchanged. Since the other party has made preparations to kill, then you should also be prepared to be killed. Bang! A moment later, Wanping's stiff body suddenly collapsed onto the soft yellow sand. His whole body slid down like a wooden stick. At the same time, the raging thunder he had contracted. The beast tamer also lost his life the instant he died. As for the remaining two bronze beast masters, although his physical abilities were much better than Wanping's, he was still far inferior in terms of beast taming, and died one after the other after Wanping. Its contracted beast also died instantly. This is also a drawback of the beast taming system. 90% of a beast tamer's power comes from taming beasts. Beast masters themselves are extremely fragile. Therefore, a poison master like Black Scale, who operates silently, is a nightmare for all low-level beast tamers. However, for Lu Feiyu, this problem simply does not exist. After all, his Eye of Advancement can transfer the damage suffered by the Beastmaster to the Beastmaster. As long as none of the beasts he has contracted have died out, then he will never suffer. Its main selling point is invincibility. What a pity! Watching the giant python's heart gradually disappear from Boss Jin's claws, Lu Feiyu sighed. Taming beasts and ferocious beasts are different. When a beast tamer dies, the beast's corpse will become ethereal and return to nothingness. In that case, no materials will be left behind. Otherwise, the corpses of those 4 bronze-level beasts alone would be a considerable income. But Lu Feiyu's eyes flashed, and he strode over to Wanping's corpse. He bent down, not minding the bad luck, and directly took the ring that was glowing with a faint light from Wanping's hand. Lu Feiyu held the ring in his hand, spreading his spiritual energy to completely envelop it. The moment the ring enveloped his mind, Lu Feiyu felt a slight jolt in his head. A space of 3 cubic meters appeared in his mind. Really? A hint of joy flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. A spatial ring! The Wan family is really rich! Such a spatial ring, capable of storing any inanimate object, is priceless. Even a space ring the size of a cubic meter would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You wouldn't be able to buy one without it. What's more, the one Wanping has in his hand is a full 3 cubic meters in size. Absolutely worth millions of Chinese yuan. Furthermore, his spatial ring also contains many resources needed for the Black Iron Realm. Although the resource level is not high, but its advantage lies in its large quantity. All in all, it's worth about 200,000 or 300,000. They've made it big. Lu Feiyu grinned, wiped the ring with his hand, and put it on his hand without any hesitation. He was worried about how to pack all the resources he would acquire later into his small backpack. Sure enough, when you're feeling sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Wanping is such a kind person, he directly gave his spatial ring to Lu Feiyu. In return, Lu Feiyu ordered Boss Jean to dig a small pit in the yellow sand and bury the 3 bodies in it. Of course, Lu Feiyu didn't spare the bodies of the other 2 either, searching them thoroughly. Unfortunately, he was just a lowly bronze-level minion and didn't have anything valuable on him. The most valuable ring was also rendered unusable after being used only once. "Let's press our advantage while we're ahead," Lu Feiyu greeted Boss Jean. At the same time, the black scales transformed into a black line once more, lying quietly on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. 1 person and 2 beasts continued deeper. This vast, fiery desert is fraught with danger in the eyes of others. But in Lu Feiyu's eyes, it was no different from his own backyard. Time flies, and the seasons change. The spatial ring on Lu Feiyu's finger was being filled at a rapid pace. Right now, the resources inside the spatial ring alone amount to over 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. It's like getting rich overnight. Meanwhile, night quietly enveloped the entire desert. The previously scorching temperature suddenly dropped. "It's time to leave," Lu Feiyu thought with regret. This free secret realm exploration competition will end at 8 p.m. At that time, staff will count everyone's gains and rank them according to their value. The top 5 will receive generous rewards. However, as for what the reward will be, the organizers kept it a secret and didn't explain, only saying that they would know after the competition ended. Thinking of this, Lu Feiyu had a thought and reached for the special bracelet on his left wrist with his right hand, wanting to leave the secret realm. However, the next moment, a fierce, fiery blue light shot into the sky from the corner of his right eye. Lu Feiyu suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked to his right. In the silent desert, a bright blue light stood out conspicuously. "A rare treasure has been born?" Lu Feiyu exclaimed in surprise. He immediately abandoned his idea of leaving and directed Boss Jean to go forward and find out what was going on. Chapter 29 Instant Kill of the Silver Rank Beast. Boss Jean scouted ahead. Lu Feiyu lightened his pace and quietly followed behind him. Such a treasure must be guarded by a powerful, ferocious beast nearby. It's at least a ferocious beast from the late Bronze Age. It might even be a ferocious beast at the Silver Realm. Although there are almost no reports of silver-level ferocious beasts appearing in the Crimson Desert. However, don't forget that this secret place has not been open to the public for 10 years. During those 10 years that no one knew about. It is by no means impossible for a silver-white beast to be born in this vast and boundless desert. Raising his guard to the highest level, Lu Feiyu quietly stepped forward. The bright blue light became even more dazzling. The light was so intense that even Lu Feiyu found it somewhat dazzling. Furthermore, this strange phenomenon. It's not just Lu Feiyu who can see it. Rather, it is an extraordinary phenomenon inherent in the birth of a precious treasure. According to Lu Feiyu's estimate, all living things within a 10-mile radius should be visible. At that time, countless beings will inevitably be drawn to this strange phenomenon. "We have to be quick!" A resolute glint flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. At that moment, he also saw what the treasure looked like. In an instant, Lu Feiyu's breathing became heavier. All that could be seen was what he looked at. A blue mineral, about the size of a human head, was radiating a dazzling light. Around him, countless pale blue flames flickered, like will-o'-the-wisps in the night, only less sinister and eerie, and more domineering. Isn't this exactly the essence of the blazing sun, one of the 3 treasures needed for Boss Jin's next evolution? Blue flames leaped in circles around the stone. This is a sign that the flame temperature has risen to a certain level. It is also the most essential characteristic of the essence of the blazing sun. "We must take it!" Lu Feiyu roared inwardly. But his movements were not affected by his excitement. On the contrary, they became even gentler. Because he clearly saw it. Beside the essence of the blazing sun, a towering giant made of stacked crimson stones stood prominently. In the stone-like eye socket, crimson flames served as the pupils. The flames flickered violently, revealing the stone man's frenzied and agitated emotions. At the same time, his enormous stone head rapidly rotated 360 degrees, attempting to eliminate all potential dangers. Lu Feiyu lay down, trying his best to hide his figure. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the information about the stone man immediately appeared before him. Race, Bursting Stone Golem. Attributes, Earth and Fire. Talent level A. Realm level, Silver Tier 2. Skills, Exploding Stone Body, excellent. Blazing Fist, excellent. Burning Stone Charge, excellent. Fiery Stone Blast, rare. Evaluation, high attack and high defense, but seems a bit dim-witted. A ferocious beast of the second tier of silver. Compared to Boss Kim, he's on a whole different level. Compared to Black Scale, it completely crushes two major realms. Despite facing such a formidable enemy, Lu Feu had no intention of retreating. After all, this ferocious beast was powerful enough. But it is by no means something he cannot deal with. Moreover, even if they are no match for them, Lu Feu can also leave at any time using a special bracelet. There is absolutely no risk of life or death. Most importantly, Lu Feu's beast taming also possesses two epic-level skills, Blazing Sunburst and Dragon Transformation. Under full force, Lu Feu believed that even a ferocious beast at the Silver Realm would be no match for him. Lu Feu lay prone on the cold yellow sand for a moment, and an idea suddenly came to him. This stone-like creature has no flesh or nerves. Therefore, they are generally not harmed by toxins. Since that's the case, let's fight fair and square. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Feu stood up. The black lines on his shoulders swelled rapidly. The dragon's body stretched out freely in midair, its jet-black scales complementing its 10-meter-long body. From a distance, it looks like dark clouds descending upon the world. Boss Jean, too, no longer concealed his presence. It stood up, shook itself vigorously, and all the yellow sand flew off, revealing its magnificent long, golden fur. Two beasts appeared at the same time. This immediately caught the attention of the exploding stone man. It roared to the sky, and its crimson stone fist was instantly covered in raging flames. The exploding stone man lowered its body, as if it were about to launch a flying attack. At that very moment, the black scales hovering in midair suddenly opened their dragon eyes. Dark pupils gleamed with an eerie light in the night. Instantly, an immeasurable pressure seemed to emanate from the ancient past, descending upon the exploding stone man. For a moment, its running motion stopped. Even the flames dancing within his pupils froze for a moment. However, the stone giant is ultimately a ferocious beast of the Silver Realm. Their raw strength far surpasses that of Black Scale. Therefore, even if bloodline is overwhelming, Dragon's control over the stone giant lasted only a little over a second. However, this is only a second. For Mr. Kim, that's more than enough. Its long, golden fur moved undulatingly even without wind. Suddenly, a golden sun rose in the pitch-black night sky. A bright sun hangs high in the sky. The area where Lu Feu was located was illuminated almost as if it were daytime. Even the blue light constantly emitted by the essence of the blazing sun appeared extremely dim under the sun's rays. Then, the previously stable sun suddenly began to expand rapidly. Boundless light and heat automatically radiate as the sun expands. Countless fiery fragments dripped from the sun, as hot as magma. In an instant the sun, which was originally the size of a round table, expanded several times. The terrifying power and energy terrified the shattered stone man, who had just regained consciousness, so much so that he turned and ran away. They had absolutely no intention of resisting. However, it's already over. The blazing sun explodes instantly. The explosion happened in an instant. Bang! Finally, the sun swelled to its limit. Its inherent energy and power have reached their peak. In an instant, boundless white light burst forth. The blazing flames fell like rain across the desert. At that moment, it seemed as if a rain of crimson flames was falling from the sky. However, any living creature that comes into contact with the dripping flames will be instantly burned to ashes. It fell along with the crimson flames. There was also an almost insane explosive shockwave. As a beast tamer, Lu Feu was naturally immune to damage from attacks by his own beasts. Therefore, he stood closest and saw the clearest view. The sun, high in the sky, exploded, its boundless sound and impact force crashing down upon everything. Within miles, all living beings were wiped out. Even countless grains of yellow sand within the crimson desert were blown away by this terrifying impact. Centered on Lu Feu, a deep pit suddenly appeared. The shattered stone golem that tried to escape was shattered into countless pieces by the terrifying impact. They couldn't even find the body. With a single strike, the silver-colored beast was instantly killed. Chapter 30, Return. To be honest, the destructive power of the blazing sun burst even exceeded Lu Feu's imagination. He had thought that this skill would at most severely injure the exploding stone golem. After all, that was a silver-tier rank 2 ferocious beast, a whole realm higher than Boss Jean. But this is hardly a serious injury. This attack pulverized the silver-colored beast into dust, rendering it utterly dead. Even the surrounding environment was slightly altered by this attack. This level of attack is almost comparable to the damage from a golden beast. As expected of an epic-level skill, its power is incredible. Lu Feu sighed. With Black Scale's strong control and Boss Jin's explosive power, there is no match for him in the silver rank. He then ignored the essence of the blazing sun on the ground and quickly walked up to Boss Jin. At this moment, Boss Jin's once bright and energetic eyes now showed signs of weakness. The pupils that used to shine brightly were now dull and lifeless, and even the fur on his body seemed to have faded a shade. This is the weakened state after forcibly using an epic skill. Regardless of how powerful the previous boss, Mr. Kim, was. Now, it can hardly even maintain a standing position. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Feu placed his hand on Boss Jin's head and gently rubbed it a few times. Feeling its owner's warm, large hand, Boss Jin comfortably squinted its eyes, its tail wagging slightly behind it. Go back and get some rest, Lu Feu said in a low voice, and put Boss Jin back into the beast taming space. The spiritual energy there is abundant, allowing the beast to recover from weakness more quickly. After calming Boss Jin down, Black Scale obediently returned to Lu Feu's shoulder. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the essence of the blazing sun that emitted a shimmering blue light. It was sealed in a specially made jade storage box. Lu Feu scanned his surroundings to make sure nothing was missed, then patted the special bracelet on his wrist. Intense spatial fluctuations reappeared, completely enveloping his entire body. The next moment, his figure disappeared. In the vast yellow sand, there was no longer any living creature, only the deep pit at the very center, telling the story of the horror of the battle that had just taken place. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, several round tables were placed side by side. Behind each round table was a professional inspector. Right now, the sky had completely darkened. Around the square, countless incandescent lights, like miniature suns, illuminated the square brightly. All the contestants made no attempt to hide their excitement. It goes without saying. They had a good experience during this exploration of the secret realm. These contestants were patiently lining up at the round table, presenting all their spoils from the secret realm. We look forward to the testing personnel providing their value judgments. After all, it concerns their ranking. On the high platform in the square, almost all the high-ranking figures of Chang'an City gathered together. Among them are evaluation teachers from various universities who want to find a few outstanding students for their schools before the college entrance examination. However, the atmosphere on the platform was somewhat stagnant and heavy. Among them, Wang Xintian's expression was the most unpleasant. He asked in a low voice, Lu Feu has not returned yet? The person being questioned. Naturally, it was the teacher leading the team from Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. The teacher's face was equally grim. On his forehead, beads of cold sweat even glistened oily under the light. No, no! Upon hearing this, everyone on the platform became solemn and fell silent. How could they not know? Lu Feu, whom Wang Xintian mentioned, was his top student at Chang'an No. 1 High School. Wang Xintian, in particular, had high hopes for him. At the moment, half an hour has passed since the agreed time to leave the secret realm. The students have not yet returned. Most likely, they had already met with misfortune in the secret realm. It's not just outsiders who think this way. Even Wang Xintian's thoughts were the same. His face was somber, and his wolf-like gaze swept over the many students below the stage. Unsurprisingly, Lu Feu was not among them. Just then, a piercing laugh came from behind Wang Xintian, followed by Wang Jiaming's cheerful and mocking words. "Oh my, isn't this Principal Wang? Why do you look so pale? Could it be that you're sick? Oh dear, that's really something. A beast tamer like you can actually get sick. You really need to go to the hospital for a proper checkup, just in case it's some incurable disease, terminal illness, or rare and complicated illness." As they were talking, Wang Jiaming's figure appeared before Wang Zhentian. A mocking smile played on his lips, and the sarcasm in his tone was undisguised. Wang Jiaming felt incredibly comfortable at that moment. Wang Peng's assassination attempt on Lu Feu was naturally at his behest. The mysterious ring that could affect the special bracelet was also personally given to Wang Peng by him. They even specially assigned him 2 minor experts at the Bronze Realm. One reason is that it can change one's appearance to conceal one's aura and lower Lu Feu's guard. One can pinpoint the enemy's location from 1,000 miles away, precisely locating Lu Feu's position in the vast secret realm. Although these two are not considered to be of a very high level, killing Lu Feu, a mere black iron beast tamer, would be a piece of cake for them. With such preparations, Wang Jiaming didn't believe his son would still fail. And that's what he did. They secretly killed the brat who had brought shame upon the Wan family in the secret realm. This would also make Wang Zhentian lose face and dignity in front of the senior executives of Chang'an. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaming's smile widened, and the humiliation of a few days ago seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. His snow-white teeth gleamed coldly under the light. "You did it!" Upon seeing Wang Jiaming, a glimmer of hope flashed through Wang Zhentian's mind. Yes, with the Wan family's power and ruthlessness, they are the most capable of carrying out an assassination. Thinking about this, Principal Wang's face flushed with anger. His aura exploded with immense power. In an instant, several beasts appeared around him, surrounding the naked man. Wang Zhentian, a former soldier, had a fiery temper and was extremely straightforward. He was about to take action on the spot. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present turned pale. Wang Jiaming still had that smug smile on his face. "Principal Wang, you should speak with facts and evidence. You say I did it, so it's because I did it? Do you think you can control the entire Chang'an region with just your word?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the man sitting comfortably on the high platform. Song Tonglin, the mayor of Chang'an City, is also the only diamond-level combatant in Chang'an City. Their sheer power overwhelmed everyone present. Seeing everyone looking over, Song Tonglin, who was sitting calmly in his seat, blinked and then spread his hands. "What are you looking at me for? If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Don't ruin my mood here. What level are they at? They're still acting like little kids, resorting to violence without warning. And you, Wang Jiaming, you always have to pick a time when people are unhappy to act like a jerk. Aren't you just asking for a beating?" Clearly, he neither supported nor took sides, but simply suppressed the dispute with a tough stance. Just as Song Tonglin was speaking, at the entrance to the secret realm, there was a sudden and violent spatial fluctuation. Then, a clear human figure quickly appeared. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Feu. Chapter 31: The Mayor Takes Action. Lu Feu? I saw Lu Feu. The most surprised person was none other than the others. Instead, it was the incredibly arrogant Wang Jiaming who, upon seeing Lu Feu, looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The smirk on his face and the feigned nonchalance vanished instantly. Instead, there was a deep sense of astonishment and disbelief. How could he still be alive? Wang Peng failed? How is this possible? 2 bronze-level beast tamers launched a sneak attack, a calculated attack that caught the kid off guard. How could he possibly have survived? Countless thoughts tangled together in his mind like a jumbled mess. Suddenly, Wang Jiaming's eyes narrowed, and a chilling light flashed in his pupils. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Feu. In his perception, there was a spatial fluctuation that he was extremely familiar with hidden on Lu Feu's body. Wang Jiaming was all too familiar with this fluctuation. It was the fluctuation emanating from his own son Wang Peng's spatial ring. The spatial ring was expensive, and it was also a birthday gift he gave to his son, so Wang Jiaming deliberately left a special sense of perception on the ring. to prevent this spatial ring from being stolen by outsiders. But how come this spatial ring is hidden on Lu Feuyu's person? Could it be? A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Lu Feiyu killed Wang Ping in a counterattack? The thought of this made Wang Jiaming's body tremble violently. Wang Ping is his only son. It is the only remaining vestige of his love with his deceased wife. He is his only bloodline in this world. It just broke like that. In an instant, boundless killing intent rose in his eyes. In an instant, a majestic aura, as vast as mountains and seas, erupted. All 6 of Wang Jiaming's summoned beasts appeared around him. The malignant raven let out a screech and launched the first attack. All the tumors on its body burst open, and the foul-smelling yellow pus turned into a long line. It swept towards Lu Feiyu. The remaining 5 beasts also unleashed their killing moves. His movements were so fast that even Wang Zhentian, who had been standing next to him, didn't react in time. He never expected that Wan Mingjie, that old fox, would act so impulsively. Wang Zhentian looked on in shock and anger, watching the various powerful attacks in midair, and tried to stop them. However, it was too late. As for Lu Feiyu, he felt a chill run through his body as he was locked down by various emerald-level beasts. Every hair on my body stood on end, and my back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. These attacks are incredibly powerful. He had absolutely no chance to resist. Bronze and Jade are 4 whole levels apart. Even an SSS-level talent cannot bridge such an insurmountable gap. The black scales on his shoulders sensed that their master was in danger, and exerted all their strength to transform their bodies, causing the dragon's body to suddenly swell. Then she curled up into a ball, tightly protecting Lu Feiyu inside. However, at this very moment, a cold snort seemed to come from the ancient past, tearing through space and reaching the depths of everyone's hearts. Then, a deafening roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The sounds of countless swords clashing exploded in everyone's ears in an instant. But what appeared was a giant steel being cast entirely from refined steel. Holding a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right, he stands proudly against the sky. The giant did not make the slightest move. The sword in its hand left afterimages in an instant. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of sword lights and energies swept across the sky, directly attacking Lu Feiyu. However, the sword light split into 2 the instant it reached Lu Feiyu. A long line of pus shot towards the air and strangled it. The other stream tilted towards the several beasts in midair. In an instant, the pus was torn into countless pieces by the sharp blade, turning into the smallest particles and disappearing into the air. And those beasts that attacked Lu Feiyu. The instant they came into contact with the sword energy, his body was as if it had been cut into 1,000 pieces, with countless deep wounds that revealed the bone. Countless drops of blood flowed down the wound, coalescing into a small river that poured down from the sky. The stench of blood instantly enveloped the entire square. Then, another large red-feathered bird suddenly appeared, its feathers spreading out like a waterfall. The billowing flames expanded in the air like a whirlwind, evaporating all the blood in midair. Not a single student was affected by the bloodshed. In just a moment, Lu Feiyu's life-or-death crisis was resolved by the sudden appearance of the steel giant. The other students didn't even realize what was happening. I just felt that this red-feathered bird and the steel giant were absolutely incredibly cool. With a cry, the large red-feathered bird folded its wings and flew swiftly toward the high platform. Song Tonglin, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up, leaped onto the back of the large bird, and looked coldly at it. He looked down at Wan Mingjie as if he were looking at a dead man. "Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on me? It's still about one student. Everyone in Chang'an knows that I, Song Tonglin, am famous for my love of talent. I think you Wan family are really tired of living." As they spoke, the steel giant roared in. The sword in his hand drew a cold arc in midair, aiming straight for Wan Mingjie's stiff neck. Whoosh! A chilling aura of swords flashed by. Wan Jiaming's body shuddered violently, the icy coldness on his neck was very noticeable. He even thought he was going to die on the spot today. However, those who publicly instruct their beasts to attack and kill others without causing serious consequences. Under current laws, even though the circumstances are serious, they do not warrant the death penalty. As the mayor of a city, Song Tonglin naturally couldn't act on his own whims and kill people at will. Therefore, Song Tonglin simply watched Wan Mingjie coldly, and then waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away! He'll be interrogated later. I want to see just how powerful your Wan family is, and whether they can protect you." As they were speaking, several guards who were waiting there immediately stepped forward. The specially made handcuffs sealed off all of Wan Mingjie's beast-taming power. In this situation, even if he wanted to summon a beast, it would be absolutely impossible for him to do so. These handcuffs are specifically designed to deal with beast tamers. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the head of the Wan family, a top local tyrant in Changnan, was arrested and imprisoned on the spot. As expected of a diamond beast master, he speaks and acts with such confidence. Lu Feu thought to himself. However, Wan Jiaming seemed to have lost his mind today, acting on a whim without any regard for the consequences. Could it be that my murder of Wan Peng has been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. He clearly already stuffed the spatial ring into his pocket. However, these things are not something Lu Feu should care about. Even if his killing of Wan Peng is exposed, it would be considered self-defense, and no one could find any fault with it. As the target of the attack. At this moment, all eyes in the room were on him. Faced with this situation, Lu Feu was not intimidated at all, and bowed to the mayor who was standing on the back of the big bird in the air to express his gratitude. Then he strode forward and walked to the front of the round table. He took out the spatial ring he had hidden on his body. In an instant, the empty round table was filled with mountains of resources. Various special resources, including ferocious beast materials from the early Iron stage to the late Bronze stage. Not only are they precious, but their sheer number is astonishing. All the students below the platform saw the resources on the round table in front of Lu Feu, which were comparable to a small mountain. Thinking about what he had gained in the secret realm, he even had the urge to find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. How can there be such a big difference between high school seniors? At that very moment, Lu Fei's nonchalant voice rang out in the silent hall. "There are a lot of resources, so we arrived a little late. Hopefully it won't cause any problems." Chapter 32, Taking Stock of the Gains. Upon hearing this, a question mark slowly rose in the minds of all the students present. As is widely known, when I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. Dude, our mere presence is enough to make us look cool. Another assassination attempt by a powerful figure, and another intervention by the mayor to protect him. So when it came to the settlement process, you pulled another huge stunt on everyone, didn't you? Is your resource a little more? I think it's more than 100 million. In a short time, everyone looked at Lu Feu with a strange expression. Even Song Tonglin, who was standing in midair, had a strange look in his eyes. In his 40 years of experience, this was the first time he had ever met someone who could put on an act even better than himself. Only Wang Jintian's old face was beaming with a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. This is his student. I am honored to share in this. Meanwhile, the admissions officers from various universities standing on the high platform exchanged glances with each other. A hint of interest appeared in his eyes. After all, it's rare to see a student who can kill a bronze-level ferocious beast on their own within 20 days of awakening their beast-taming talent. At least, it met their standards for early admission. Even the admission staff from the two top universities, Beijing University and Huaqing University, who had been dozing off, stood up from their seats for the first time. He watched with great interest the spirited young man below the stage. This kid is interesting. The staff member behind the round table, seeing the abundant resources on the table, widened their eyes in surprise and instinctively asked, "Are you sure this is a resource you obtained on your own during this secret realm?" It's not that he doesn't trust Lu Feu. Rather, there are simply too many of these resources. Moreover, the quality is so high that it's impossible for a student who has only been a beast tamer for less than 20 days to achieve this. His professionalism led him to ask that question instinctively. These words were spoken. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Yes, how could he possibly acquire so many resources in less than a day by himself? In an instant, whispers of doubt echoed throughout the square. Wow, what a show-off! Doesn't he even know his own capabilities? I'm dying of laughter. Does he even have a brain? How dare he bring out materials from a late-stage bronze-level ferocious beast? I have an A-level auxiliary cultivation talent, and my beast-taming skill has only just reached the late stage of black iron. What makes him so special? If this were true, I'd live-stream myself eating shit while doing a handstand. Ah wait, you're here to freeload again, aren't you? Only the students from Chang'an No. 1 Middle School remained silent. They gazed at the giant black dragon coiled above Lu Feiyu's head, its ferocious scales as black as ink, shimmering with a dark light under the lamplight. As Lu Feiyu's classmates, they knew that Lu Feiyu's tamed beast was actually a big dog. In other words, Lu Feu now possesses a second beast and has successfully advanced to the bronze realm. Such speed left them both in awe and in awe. At the same time, the students from Chang'an No. 1 Middle School looked at others with a hint of mockery. They couldn't wait to see the stunned expressions on their faces when Lu Feu summoned his second beast. Looking back, they were always the ones who were amazed by Lu Feu. Now, it's time for them to see how surprised others are. The high-ranking officials standing on the stage were much calmer and did not say much, but waited for Lu Feu's explanation. These are the questions raised. Lu Feu had anticipated this. After all, in other people's eyes, he was just a lucky guy with sea-level talent who was fortunate enough to obtain a powerful beast tamer. Such an achievement is impossible. However, in the secret realm, Lu Feu had already prepared to expose everything. He had already checked the records and found that in the history of beast taming, there was more than one person who possessed twin talents. It's just that Lu Feu's talent for controlling beasts is slightly stronger. Therefore, Lu Feu did not offer any explanation in the face of the questions. He simply summoned Boss Jean from within the beast taming space. After resting in the beast taming space for a while, Boss Jean was still somewhat listless. But its long, golden fur has already regained its color. Its bronze realm aura was made without any concealment, unabashedly radiating terrifying power. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent again, and everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. What did they see? The second beast tamer. In other words, the peers in front of you. He's already a bronze-level beast tamer. At this moment, some students vaguely felt that Lu Feu's back view was somewhat familiar. The golden retriever beside him also looked somewhat familiar. After staring intently for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's him!" The sound was so loud that it immediately attracted everyone's attention. He noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him. The student who had spoken earlier blushed instantly, but still pointed at Lu Feu and said, "He's the guy in that video from Chang'an No. 1 Middle School a few days ago. The super handsome one." Almost everyone present had seen that video. However, as soon as Lu Feu appeared, he was attacked and killed by Wan Mingjie. After the attack, he went straight to the front. No one else had a chance to see Lu Feu's face. The ferocious giant dragon above his head has nothing to do with the big dog in the previous video. Therefore, almost no one makes contact with them. But now, Boss Kim has reappeared. Although the coat color and body shape have changed, the difference from before is not too great. Lu Feu's strikingly handsome face is also highly recognizable. Suddenly, after that shout, Lu Feu, who was already well known among students, was recognized by everyone on the spot. "Oh my god, it really is! Damn it, what happened to the promised C-grade talent? Advancing a major realm in 20 days, and you're telling me this is C-grade talent? Dude, are you trying to kill us? Being handsome is one thing, but being this strong is another. Can't you leave some room for other men to live? Hey you, the one who ate shit upside down, don't go! Didn't you guys notice? Lu Feu's black-scaled beast looks like a dragon. It has dragon bloodline, at least S rank. No wonder you have so many resources, I'm impressed." "Me too. +1. +2. +10,086. In an instant, public opinion reversed. In the world of beast taming, strength reigns supreme. As long as you demonstrate the corresponding strength, then all doubts will be resolved. Is it okay now?" Lu Feu stroked the head of Boss Jean that had leaned in, and then looked slowly at the staff member. "Certainly. The staff member wasn't being argumentative. Lu Feu had already demonstrated his abilities, so they wouldn't argue further. They immediately began assessing the value of each resource. 42 low-level special resources, with a total value of 700,000 Chinese yuan. 12 pieces of black iron-grade ferocious beast materials, with a total value of 100,000 Chinese yuan. 10 pieces of bronze-grade ferocious beast materials, with a total value of 350,000 Chinese yuan. As they spoke, the staff member turned their attention to the only remaining jade box on the round table, which was larger than a human head. Just the cost of making this jade box alone. It's probably no less than 10,000 Chinese yuan. Even with the jade box tightly closed, he could still sense the extremely vigorous fire energy within it. That kind of fluctuation doesn't seem like something that low-level resources could emit. Intermediate-level special resources? With these thoughts in mind, the staff member slowly opened the jade box amidst the watchful eyes of everyone. Chapter 33, Undisputed First Place. The moment the jade box was opened, a dazzling blue light rose from the box. The blue light was so bright that it even tinted the surrounding lights of the square with a shimmering blue hue. At the same time, the temperature in the square began to rise sharply, and the originally pleasant night breeze suddenly became unbearably hot. Furthermore, tiny, shimmering blue flames quickly appeared centered on the jade box and then spread outwards. They noticed something was wrong. He immediately closed the jade box and suddenly looked up at Lu Feu. His eyes held an uncontrollable surprise. Intermediate special resource, essence of blazing sun. Market price. The staff member paused for a moment, glanced around, then stood up and said loudly, 1 million Chinese yuan! All resources total 2.15 million Chinese yuan. Ranked first. These words were spoken. The once quiet square was suddenly filled with a clamor like boiling water. What the heck? Over 2 million? The second place only got 400,000, that's a five-fold difference. A complete and utter crushing defeat. No way, such good luck? 1 million Chinese yuan for just that sun essence? I could do that too. Don't be ridiculous, bro. These top-tier mid-level resources are guarded by powerful ferocious beasts, at least top-tier bronze beasts. If you went up there, you'd probably be excreted by those beasts by now. Besides, with so many resources, they must have special methods. Don't be so sour, it's not something an ordinary person can do. After a burst of noise, standing on the back of the large red-feathered bird, Song Tonglin was the first to applaud. Slap! 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 The crisp applause instantly drowned out all the noise. With him leading the way, all the leaders and teachers on the platform also started to applaud. They were also amazed by the surprise this young man had brought them. The students in the audience clapped and applauded. Some students from Chang'an No. 1 Middle School even shouted mischievously in the crowd. Lu Feiyu, you're my idol, I want to have your babies. This remark caused the entire audience to burst into laughter. The applause was deafening, making Lu Feiyu's ears ring, and at the same time, he was filled with anticipation. What kind of reward will the Chang'an authorities give him? Song Tonglin was also thinking about the same thing. Originally, the reward agreed upon by these high-level executives was money. That's right, it's that simple, straightforward, and reasonable. After all, who doesn't like money? The agreement at the time was that the first-place winner would receive a reward of 1.5 million Chinese yuan. The second place is 800,000 Chinese yuan. Third place, 500,000 Chinese yuan. The fourth and fifth place winners received 300,000 and 200,000 Chinese yuan respectively. Logically speaking, this reward is extremely generous and reasonable. After all, this is for a student who has just become a beast tamer. 1,500,000 is already an enormous sum of money. But right now, the so-called reward was actually less valuable than the resources Lu Feiyu obtained from the secret realm himself. What kind of behavior is this? If this gets out, wouldn't his reputation as mayor of Chang'an City be completely ruined? Thinking this to himself, a pang of heartache flashed in Song Tonglin's eyes. In that case, you'll have to make up for the missing part yourself. Anyway, this amount of money is nothing to a diamond-level beast tamer like him. My mind is made up. Song Tonglin raised his hands slightly, then pressed them down gently. Instantly, an invisible aura swept over them, and everyone stopped what they were doing, listening quietly to what the number one fighter in Changnan would say next. Lu Feiyu also looked up at the sky, anticipating his own reward. Cough cough. I must say, this year's students have given me a very pleasant surprise. I can say that he is the best student I have ever seen. At this point, Song Tonglin paused slightly. The students in the audience also applauded in a very respectful manner. Lu Feiyu clapped his hands and pouted. Mayor Song is indeed strong, but he's too long-winded when he speaks. When we entered the secret realm today, we wore them down for a full hour. In this respect, Lao Wang is better. He's decisive and doesn't talk much. Furthermore, the special resource privileges promised to him by Principal Wang at the time actually consisted of 4 low-level resources. However, he did not say it explicitly, which is what Lu Feiyu heard later. However, the 4 special resources that Lu Feiyu requested were all intermediate-level resources. It's important to know that the highest price for a low-level special resource is no more than 100,000 Chinese yuan. Intermediate-level special resources range from 100,000 to 1 million Chinese yuan. However, Lu Feiyu asked for it. Wang Jingtian did not hesitate or dawdle at all, and immediately fulfilled his promise. Thinking about this, Lu Feiyu looked at Principal Wang's old face on the high platform, which was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and found it all very endearing. Wang Jingtian noticed Lu Feiyu's gaze and gave him a big thumbs up. At the same time, Song Tonglin's speech continued. I even saw a reflection of myself in some of my classmates back then. Equally handsome, equally gifted. Now I often think, if I had had ample resources when I was younger, would I have improved faster, become stronger, and reached a higher potential? There are no answers to any of these questions. Time cannot be turned back. Youth is gone forever. However, as those who came first, we can offer a little help to those who come later. At this point, Mayor Song's tone suddenly became impassioned. Therefore, the reward for this exploration of the secret realm is 5th place, 300,000 Chinese yuan. 4th place, 600,000 Chinese yuan. 3rd place, 1 million Chinese yuan. 2nd place, 1.6 million Chinese yuan. 1st place, 3 million Chinese yuan. Furthermore, all participants will receive an encouragement prize of 30,000 Chinese yuan. Upon hearing this, the students, who had been dozing off from the long speech, suddenly became excited. They originally thought, this reward has absolutely nothing to do with me. Unexpected. This year, the prize money is a whopping 30,000 yuan just for participating. When the government intervenes, it's truly generous. Immediately, thunderous applause resounded through the sky. This time, the noise was much more intense than in previous instances. Lu Feiyu, sitting in the audience, also clapped enthusiastically. Mayor Song has paid the money properly. Is it a problem if he's a little hesitant? Absolutely not. No, how can this be called dawdling? This is practically the earnest teachings and expectations of a diamond-level beast tamer to a novice beast tamer. It is the mayor's goodwill and help for the backbone of the city's future. Chapter 34 Recruiting from all sides. The reward of 3 million. Including Lu Feiyu's total resources of 2 million. The total is 5 million Chinese yuan. Even if we disregard the essence of the blazing sun needed for Boss Kim's evolution. That's 4 million Chinese yuan. Not to mention evolving both beasts again. That would also allow one of them to complete its evolution. In other words, Lu Feiyu is about to have his first SS-level tame beast. This speed of advancement, in my previous life. That was something Lu Feiyu wouldn't even dare to dream of. He wouldn't even dare to dream of something so outrageous. It's good to have a big tree to lean on for shade. Lu Feiyu sighed inwardly. In China, the cultivation and resource allocation for top talent is among the best in the world. If it weren't for a series of activities by the school and Changnan officials. It's estimated that Lu Feiyu is still worried about Boss Jin's first evolution, let alone evolving it to SS level. With this thought in mind, A certain idea in Lu Feiyu's heart became even more firm. Song Tonglin pressed down with both hands again, suppressing the deafening roar. His unhurried voice fell from midair once more. All right, I hereby declare this secret realm exploration competition officially over. Everyone evacuated safely and in an orderly manner under the guidance of the relevant teachers. The top 5 in this competition will stay for a short while. Upon hearing this, countless envious and jealous gazes once again fell upon Lu Feiyu. How could they not know? Is it the wish of the admissions officers of those top universities to keep Lu Feiyu and other top 5 students? Let's not talk about others. Judging solely from Lu Feiyu's performance, he is more than qualified to enter one of the top 10 universities in China. Even within China, the 2 top universities will vie for Lu Feiyu's enrollment rights. These people. They are still working hard for the college entrance examination. But Lu Feiyu received his acceptance letter from a top university ahead of time. Such a huge gap makes it impossible for these students not to be envious. While everyone was away, Lu Feiyu also put all the resources on the round table back into his spatial ring. Then, a staff member led him and the other 4 award-winning students toward the back of the square. After a dark journey, the bright yellow lights illuminated the road ahead. A magnificent house came into Lu Feiyu's view. Please come in. The staff opened the door for Lu Feiyu and the others, and said softly. Lu Feiyu took the lead and stepped into the room, glancing around at first glance. In the spacious room, there were 2 sofas on the left side. To the right front is a mahogany desk with 2 leather chairs in front and behind it. Right now, the sofas and chairs were already full of people. The conversation abruptly stopped when someone entered. Countless scrutinizing gazes swept toward the doorway. Most of their gazes lingered on Lu Feiyu's face. Principal Wang, seated in his chair, turned his head and laughed loudly, waving his hand and saying, Feiyu is here, come quick, come quick. He called Lu Feiyu over, looked at Song Tonglin in another chair, and smiled. I don't need to introduce him, right? Mayor Song, the strongest beast tamer in our city. Lu Feiyu looked at Song Tonglin, bowed, and thanked him. Thank you so much, Mayor Song, for saving my life. That person just saved me. Lu Feiyu was not an ungrateful person, and his manners were naturally impeccable. Seeing Lu Feiyu's actions, Song Tonglin smiled and said, It's all right. Protecting the lives of every citizen is my responsibility and duty as mayor. You're welcome. The 2 greeted each other. Wang Jintian stood up again and looked at the people sitting on the sofa. These are admissions officers from various universities. Go and say hello to them. He patted Lu Feiyu on the shoulder, behaving like a caring principal who looked after the younger generation. Lu Feiyu naturally agreed and nodded, saying, Hello, teachers. The moment he opened his mouth, a teacher with a mustache stood up and said enthusiastically, As expected, heroes emerge from among the young. Lu Feiyu's performance today has truly broadened my horizons. I, Xian Jun, on behalf of Shanghai University, invite you to join our preparatory class and enjoy a wealth of resources. Furthermore, as long as you agree to enroll, the school will grant you the right to select 3 intermediate-level special resources and 1 A-level beast taming egg every year. At the same time, as long as you want, you can stay at the school to teach after graduation, regardless of your academic performance in school. Shanghai University. Lu Feiyu has not yet made a sound. Several students behind him exclaimed in surprise. This is a university in Shanghai. Not only is its geographical location extremely advantageous, situated in the economic center of China, but it also has vast potential for future development. Furthermore, Shanghai University has been developing very well in recent years, showing a strong trend of breaking into the top 5 universities in China. It is the dream school for almost all students. Most importantly, the conditions offered to Lu Feiyu by Shanghai University were also extremely generous. First, resources were allocated to preparatory classes. Then came the individual private meals. The right to select intermediate special resources 3 times a year and 1 A-grade beast egg. After conversion, this amounts to a resource subsidy of nearly 2 million Chinese yuan per year. 4 years of study would amount to 8 million, nearly 10 million Chinese yuan. Furthermore, Shanghai University offered Lu Feiyu the condition of staying on as a teacher. This is a government-appointed position. In other words, no matter how useless Lu Feiyu is in the future, Shanghai University will always give him a job. This kind of treatment. Those who were also in the top 5 couldn't even dream of it. However, faced with such favorable conditions, Lu Feiyu, however, remained unfazed. He knew this was just an appetizer. An even bigger surprise is yet to come. As expected, after Zhang Jun spoke, the other leaders sitting on the sofa couldn't sit still any longer and stood up to extend invitations on behalf of their respective schools. Furthermore, the content of their invitation was almost identical to that of Shanghai University. In fact, some schools offer even more preferential treatment than universities in Shanghai. However, regarding all of this, Lu Feiyu maintained a polite smile, but his gaze was fixed on the 2 teachers who were still sitting on the sofa. Those were representatives from Peking University and Ching Huai University. These 2 schools. That's the kind of university Lu Feiyu longed for. Although both are among the top 10 universities in China. However, the strength of Peking University and Ching Huai University is simply not on the same level as the other 8 universities. Whether it's the number of secret realms or the resources cultivated each year. Or perhaps it's the quality of the teachers and the teaching methods, they are among the best in China. However, Beijing University places more emphasis on exploring the evolutionary path of beast taming and investigating other theories of beast taming. Ching Huai University, on the other hand, places greater emphasis on practical application. Seeing Lu Feiyu's unmoved expression, the other teachers secretly sighed. They only knew that Peking University and Ching Huai University were there. They can't steal away truly good talents. So they all sat down again and turned their attention to the 4 students behind Lu Feiyu. Chapter 35, Talent Revealed. The entire audience erupted in cheers. After the other teachers sat down, the professor from Beijing University then leisurely stood up, looked at Lu Feiyu, and said, Lu Feiyu, your performance has met the admission standards of our Beijing University preparatory class. There are no other special privileges, only the resources that preparatory students should have. At this point, Feiyu, the representative teacher from Beijing University, paused slightly, glanced around, and said proudly, However, our basic resource allocation alone is equal to or even exceeds the special privileges of other schools. And you should know that as well. Our capital university is renowned for its exploration of the evolutionary path of beast taming. Every student in the preparatory class has the opportunity to explore the evolutionary path of beast taming once a year. This opportunity is priceless. It's a privilege of Beijing University. As he spoke, he exuded arrogance, his confidence almost overflowing. Admittedly, the conditions at the capital university would excite any beast tamer. That would be an opportunity to explore the future evolution path of contracted beasts. For beast tamers, this is far more useful than any special resource. However, this had no effect on Lu Feiyu. His eye for promotion is far more useful than that patent from Peking University. There is still a possibility that the other party will fail. However, Lu Feiyu could see the evolution path of each subsequent stage of the beast taming and the detailed materials required for the evolution with just a glance. It's a complete blowout. At the same time, the beast tamer from Ching Huai University also stood up and said, We are similar to Beijing University, with only the resources that preparatory students should have. However, I can guarantee that as long as you enter our school's preparatory class, you will have no shortage of opportunities for combat and exploration of secret realms. At this point, all the admissions officers had informed Lu Feiyu of their special benefits. Such treatment is incredibly good for a student with only a C-level beast taming talent. In an instant, everyone looked at Lu Feiyu. We await his decision. Lu Feiyu simply smiled slightly, without choosing any particular university, and instead said, Actually, I have 2 beast taming talents. That's right, he plans to announce to the public that he possesses 2 beast taming talents. Only in this way can we obtain the maximum allocation of resources. Only then can he grow at the fastest speed. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding Lu Feiyu's performance is, in the eyes of all the higher-ups, he was nothing more than a student with a C-level beast taming talent. It doesn't matter if we train them a little or use ordinary resources. However, don't even think about getting top-tier resource allocation. Therefore, even though both Beijing University and Ching Huai University extended offers to Lu Feiyu, they only gave him the most basic treatment. Better treatment. They do exist. Instead, they felt that Lu Feiyu was simply not worth it. Hearing what Lu Feiyu said, the room, which had been filled with voices, suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu, as if they were looking at a monster in disbelief. The Ching Huai University admissions officer, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up. He sprang to Lu Feiyu like a spring, grabbed his hand, and said, "What did you say? Twin talents?" It wasn't just him. Even the admissions officers from Beijing University, who had previously appeared indifferent and aloof, immediately came over. His once indifferent eyes now blazed with a predatory intensity, fixed intently on Lu Feiyu. "What level is the second talent? Is it also C-level or something else? You should know that this is a twin talent. Even two ordinary C-level talents, when combined, are by no means inferior to a typical S-level talent. This is further combined with Lu Feiyu's previous performance in the Secret Realm exploration. They absolutely deserve their special attention and training." These two teachers weren't the only ones who were so excited. Teachers from other schools were equally excited. They no longer cared about the gap between their schools and those in Huaqing and Beijing, and crowded around Lu Feiyu, shouting loudly, "Lu Feiyu! I'll give you anything you want! In Huaqing, the capital city, you might just be a minor genius. But in our school, you are absolutely the best of the best. All resources will be given to you first, and all difficulties will have to deter around you." After all, based on Lu Feiyu's previous performance, they simply couldn't believe that his second talent was still C-level. They'd at least get a B or an A, and they wouldn't even dare to dream of anything higher. Seeing the excited teachers, Lu Feiyu smiled and continued, "My other talent is not C-level." Then I heard Lu Feiyu speak again. Everyone lowered their voices, afraid of disturbing him. Countless eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu's mouth, eager to know the level of his second talent as soon as possible. Lu Feiyu's thin lips moved, and he softly uttered 3 letters. "SSS. That's the second level of my beast taming talent." These words were spoken. The already quiet room was now as silent as if all death had taken its course. In the huge room, the SSS that Lu Feiyu spoke of still seemed to echo. For a moment, no one could react to what Lu Feiyu had just said. What did they hear? "It's not C. Not B. Not A. It's not even an S or SS level talent. Rather, it's the legendary SSS class." Throughout the history of beast taming, there have been countless beast tamers. How many SSS level beast masters are there? There are only 2. First, in the initial stages of a disaster. During a time when ferocious beasts ravaged the world, they single-handedly carved out a haven for humanity with their overwhelming strength, giving everyone a chance to breathe. This beast tamer is thus known as the Light of Humanity, and his statue is found in the capitals of almost every country. Second on the list is their current top combat force in China. With his own strength, he swept away Japan, pacified South Korea, and fought against India, leaving all the countries surrounding China speechless. Even the United States, located far across the ocean, has changed its previous arrogance and become much more respectful to China. Currently, he is the 3rd Beastmaster with SSS level Beastmaster talent. He was standing right in front of them, alive and well. In a daze. These people seemed to vaguely foresee the birth of a new legend. After a moment, someone finally spoke in a trembling voice in the silent room. "Lu Feiyu, you're not kidding, it really is SSS level? You didn't accidentally add an extra S, did you?" Lu Feiyu was able to understand the doubts. After all, twin talents are rare, and SSS level talents have only been seen in 2 people in over 100 years. Right now, 2 extremely rare things are converging on him at the same time. It would be a miracle if others didn't suspect anything. Chapter 36. I have something to tell you, but don't panic. It's not just the admissions officers at these universities. Song Tonglin was sitting comfortably in his chair, leisurely sipping his tea. Upon hearing the 3 letters uttered by Lu Feiyu, he puffed and swallowed the tea in his mouth. It was all sprayed onto Principal Wang's face across the street. However, Wang Juntian doesn't have time to worry about that right now. He hastily wiped his face, shook off the tea, and walked straight toward Lu Feiyu. Feiyu, is everything you said true? Wang Juntian's voice trembled, his eyes filled with undisguised anticipation. If what Lu Feiyu said is true. So he, as the principal, was beaming with pride and enjoying a great reputation. Moreover, the Chinese government will certainly allocate a large amount of rewards to Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. At that time, both teachers and students in the school will have access to more abundant resources, and the college entrance examination results in a few dozen days will inevitably undergo a qualitative change. For a school principal, this is simply the best reward. Of course it's real, a genuine SSS level. Lu Feiyu nodded and continued. After awakening my first beast-taming talent, I sold my blood a few times because I was short of money. I felt weak all over, and after falling asleep, I discovered that I had awakened my second beast-taming talent. He delivered his prepared speech. Upon hearing this, Wang Juntian nodded. That's right. Most beast tamers with twin talents awaken their second talent a few days after awakening their first talent. As for the determination of the grade of beast taming talent, Wang Juntian looked at the teachers and offered a convincing opinion. Talent stones, test them and you'll know. This statement was met with approval from everyone. Talent stones are the orthodox method for judging a beast tamer's talent in the beast taming world. It not only has the effect of stimulating the beast tamer's talent, but it can also emit different lights according to different levels of beast taming talent. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple correspond to talents ranging from E to SS level. As for the highest level, SSS, it emits a 7-colored light, as dazzling as a rainbow. Perfect timing, I have a talent stone right here. Yang Xiaoyao, an admissions officer at Ching Huai University, immediately said. A faint light flashed on his finger, and a jade stone the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Talent stones are precious. But he is an admissions officer at a top university. It's normal to carry a talent stone with you. Come! As they spoke, Yang Xiaoyao looked intently at Lu Feiyu and handed him the talent stone. At this moment, Yang Xiaoyao looked at Lu Feiyu as if he were looking at a rare treasure. There was none of the previous indifferent attitude of, "It's fine if you come, it doesn't matter if you don't." Lu Feiyu took the talent stone and felt its coolness. This wasn't the first time he touched this thing. I know exactly how to trigger it. He clutched the talent stone tightly in his hand. A moment later, a slight burning sensation came from my palm. Lu Feiyu could feel a strange, gentle energy spreading from his palm to his limbs and bones. Then, a dim yellow light shone through his fingertips, casting a faint glow in the room. Sea-level talent. No one was surprised by the result. After all, it's common knowledge that Lu Feiyu's talent for beast taming is only sea-level. What they're looking forward to is the changes to come. However, amidst the tense yet expectant gazes of everyone, the talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand remained completely unchanged. Even the dim yellow light was visibly fading. Seeing this, it wasn't just others who found it strange. Some of the people present even looked at Lu Feiyu with a hint of disappointment and contempt. Disappointingly, China lost a peerless seed with SSS-level talent. What I despise is that this young man actually told such an easily exposed lie. It's utterly foolish. Even Lu Feiyu was extremely surprised. After all, his second beast-taming talent was a genuine SSS-level talent. Its powerful effects cannot be faked. Could it be that? Lu Feiyu had a guess in his mind. Did the system use its immense power to obscure the detection of the talent stones? After all, in terms of status, his Beast King's system is hundreds of times superior to the talent stone. If the system intentionally hides it, then it's normal that the talent stone can't reveal his second talent. However, since I already have an idea in mind, Lu Feiyu roughly knew how to resolve this matter. You hide, I'll reveal myself. With a thought, the power of beast control surged around him like waves, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The Eye of Ascension was activated without any hesitation. The moment the beast-taming talent was activated, A sudden burst of yellow light emanated from Lu Feiyu's fingertips. The originally dim yellow light became bright and dazzling. It seemed as if what Lu Feiyu was holding in his hand was not a talent stone, but a radiant sun. After the yellow light shone brightly, countless other colors danced and darted in Lu Feiyu's hands, illuminating the entire room. 7 colored light passed through Lu Feiyu's palm, rendering the huge room with a magnificent rainbow of colors. Everyone's face shone brightly under the light. The way they looked at Lu Feiyu changed several times. Yang Xiaoyao, the person in charge of Ching Huai University, went even further, immediately walking out of the room, taking out his mobile phone, and starting to dial the president of Ching Huai University. Beep beep beep. There were a few soft beeps on the phone before it was answered. Before Yang Xiaoyao could speak, the powerful voice of the president of Ching Huai University came through the phone. You'd better have something on your mind if you're contacting me this late. As they spoke, a deafening roar of a ferocious beast came from the phone. Yang Xiaoyao took a deep breath, knowing the principal was busy, and said, I have something to tell you, but don't panic. Upon hearing this, a few soft laughs came from the phone, accompanied by an arrogant reply. There is nothing in this world that can make Xiongmeng panic. Changnan has produced a student with twin talents. Yang Xiaoyao continued. The tone of voice on the phone remains unchanged. Is that even a question? Just give him the best resources and recruit him, right? Does Huaqing lack those resources? You. Before Xiongmeng could finish speaking, Yang Xiaoyao interrupted him. Since he had already seen the person in charge of Beijing University also come out, he quickly said. His second talent is SSS level. Boom! The roaring sound came from the phone again. At the same time, Xiongmeng's panicked voice could be heard. Shaoqing, quickly take care of it. Yang Xiaoyao, you must keep this student for me. I'm coming to Changnan right now. I'll talk to him in person. We must keep them. The call was disconnected as soon as he finished speaking. They didn't give Yang Xiaoyao a chance to speak at all. Yang Xiaoyao looked at the beeping phone in his hand and gave a wry smile. In his 10 years in the profession, he had never seen Principal Xiong so flustered. Chapter 37. The two principals arrived together. Listening to the beeping sounds echoing from my phone, a bitter smile appeared on Yang Xiaoyao's lips. He didn't leave, but simply waited quietly for the person in charge of Beijing University to finish the call. As expected, the principal was equally anxious and was about to come to Chang'an to personally negotiate the terms. After the call ended, the two looked at each other, their eyes revealing complex thoughts. I thought their visit to Chang'an was just a formality. After all, it's just a small prefecture-level city. Even in 10 years, it might not produce a single top student capable of entering the preparatory programs of Ching Huai University or Peking University. Unexpectedly, Lu Feiyu gave them such a big surprise. As for the heads of other universities, they had no intention of informing their own schools at all. Because they know such top-tier talent and top students are only accepted by those two universities. Other schools are simply not qualified, they don't deserve it. They are simply not qualified to nurture a top genius like Lu Feiyu. Inside the house, Lu Feiyu was invited to sit down in a leather chair. The soft backrest allowed his tense body to relax slightly. Then Song Tonglin personally brewed him a cup of hot tea. The mist was thick, and the aroma was enticing. It must be something extraordinary. Lu Feiyu took a sip and immediately felt refreshed. All the fatigue from the day's battles vanished. Nice one! He sighed inwardly. It's true that things are different after your talent is revealed. When I came in before, was there any hot tea for me? There wasn't even a place to sit. Now I'm sitting in a comfortable leather-backed chair and drinking hot tea of unknown price. Moreover, this tea was brewed for him personally by Song Tonglin. To have the mayor of a city, a diamond-level beast tamer, personally brew tea for you, that must be an incredible honor. Just thinking about it made Lu Feiyu feel comfortable all over. And behind Lu Feiyu, Wang Xiuyo was looking at Lu Feiyu's back with a complicated expression. She finally found out. Why did I lose to such a previously unknown student? It turns out he has more than just twin talents. One of his talents is even an extremely rare SSS level talent. This gap in talent is enough to erase the gap in resources. Furthermore, once this talent is exposed, the top 2 resources that Lu Feu will be able to access are several times better than those that she, the only daughter of the Wang group, will have access to. Therefore, it is conceivable the gap between her and Lu Feu will only widen. Upon realizing this, Wang Shuyo's fair cheeks puffed out slightly, and for the first time, she felt admiration for her peers. It wasn't just him. The other students present all looked at Lu Feu with admiration and respect. If it weren't for the presence of university professors, principals, and mayors, they'll probably all be vying to curry favor with Lu Feu. Tell me, is there anyone in the world with a stronger and more powerful backer than Lu Feu? That's an SSS-level talent. And it's a twin talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Feu has almost secured his place as the strongest person in the last 100 years. As Lu Feu was drinking tea, a sound came from the door. Yang Xiaoyao and his companion walked over with complicated expressions, and said in unison, "Feiyu, please wait here for a moment. The principal will be here soon." Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone looked at Yang Xiaoyao and his companion with surprise. This is the president of Ching Huai University and Peking University. In the world of beast taming, it's impossible to hold the position of school principal without sufficient strength. Or rather, in any organization, the person with the most power is almost always the strongest person within that organization. After all, this is a world where great power originates from within itself. Strength is power. Both principals are genuine moon-level beast tamers. He has almost reached the pinnacle of beast taming in the world. After all, sun-level beast tamers have existed since ancient times. Only 2. Thinking about this, everyone felt relieved. Both of those beast tamers possessed SSS-level beast taming talent. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next sun-level beast tamer will be Lu Feu. From this perspective, it's not entirely incomprehensible that both school principals rush to Changnan City for Lu Feu's sake. Although they are usually very busy and have many things to do every day. But right now, what could be more important than Lu Feu? After a moment's thought, the other recruiters withdrew their gazes from Lu Feu. They can forget about recruiting this guy. They definitely can't do it. However, they are still confident that they can defeat the other students in Changnan City. On the other side, in the deepest part of Changnan Prison, in the dark cell, the voices of Wan Jieming, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes, resembling a wild beast, echoed. His gaze was fixed on the empty space in front of him, as if he were expecting something. Suddenly, in front of the prison cell bars, a figure slowly emerged from the previously empty land. Upon seeing this, Wan Jieming's eyes widened suddenly. Ignoring his wounds, he lunged forward with both hands and feet. The cold, hard handcuffs and leg irons made a sharp clanging sound. The barbs growing horizontally on the surface of the chain instantly pierced his skin, causing blood to flow everywhere. However, Wan Jieming didn't care about any of this. He simply stared at the person clad in black robes with his bloodshot eyes. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then the man in black robes slowly spoke. "Your performance has disappointed the coaching staff." His voice was like rusty iron scraping back and forth, hoarse and unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Wan Jieming's eyes burned even brighter, and saliva dripped from his mouth in his fury. He sacrificed his family fortune, built up over many years, for the sake of the 10,000 Beasts sect. She sacrificed her son's life. All I got in return was disappointment? How could he not be indignant? The man in black robes ignored his reaction and continued. "Because of you, the church's plans had to be brought forward. However, the beast god is merciful and is willing to give you a chance to make amends. Tonight, kill Lu Feu. Use his blood to please the beast god." As he spoke, his hand, hidden in his black robe, suddenly shot out. They pointed their fingers together, forming a knife, and left a trail of afterimages in the air. Clang! With two crisp sounds, the handcuffs and leg irons shattered. These shackles, which were enough to easily restrain a diamond beast master, were as fragile as paper in the hands of this man in black robes. Such power! It's not something a beast tamer could possess. Rather, it's like the power of some ancient, primordial beast. After doing all this, the man in black robes tossed a bottle of red potion, which landed in Wang Jiaming's hand. Drink it, and you will gain power comparable to a diamond beast master. Of course, your tame beast will also die instantly. You knew all along, didn't you? Hee hee. With a chilling laugh, the figure in black robes slowly disappeared. Chapter 38: A Terrifying Reward. Inside the secret realm plaza. In the large room, only Lu Feiyu and an old man sat facing each other. Lu Feiyu looked at the old man sitting opposite him. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was covered with wrinkles, resembling the ravines crisscrossing the Lus Plateau. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he were dozing off. He looked like an ordinary old man entering his twilight years. Lu Feiyu found it hard to imagine. This is Han Shoujun, the current president of Beijing University and a beast tamer of the Bright Moon level. Lu Feiyu sized up Han Shoujun. Han Shoujun was also sizing up Lu Feiyu. A moment later, he held up one finger and said with a smile, "May God bless China! I won't talk about the abstract stuff, I'll talk about the practical stuff. Upon entering my capital university, you will be immediately rewarded with an S-grade beast taming egg, without any delay. Every time you advance in your career, the school will reward you with a beast taming egg, starting at least at grade A. Furthermore, you have 5 opportunities to choose from intermediate-level special resources each semester. If you need them, you can exchange 5 opportunities to choose from intermediate-level special resources for 1 advanced-level special resource. And don't worry, for every beast you contract, our school will have someone predict its future evolution path to ensure its perfect evolution." After he finished speaking, his slightly narrowed eyes widened slightly. A piercing glint flashed in his eyes, and he leaned forward slightly, looking at Lu Feiyu as he said, "How about it? Even if Ching Huai University came, I guarantee they wouldn't be able to offer anything better than what I have." Han Shoujun's tone was full of confidence. "Putting everything else aside, that's an S-grade beast taming egg. Moreover, it comes with a perfect evolutionary path." He couldn't believe that any beast tamer in the world could resist such temptation. Moreover, such a generous reward. Only Peking University could produce that. After all, they specialize in the beast taming route and the cultivation of various beast taming eggs, and their warehouse is piled up with a large number of beast taming eggs. Therefore, even the extremely rare S-grade beast taming egg, he can afford to attend Peking University and Ching Huai University. They're just a bunch of brutes. Humph. Thinking of his old friend's furious reaction when he arrived only to find that he had already poached the man, Han Shoujun couldn't help but chuckle twice. To be honest, given these conditions, Lu Feiyu was indeed very tempted. He doesn't care about other things. However, Lu Feiyu couldn't ignore this S-grade beast egg. It should be noted that this applies to the beast taming egg. S-class is practically the limit. If you're talking about A-grade beast eggs, you can buy them on the market if you have money and power. S-grade beast eggs are exclusively for those with top-tier privileges. Even spending tens of millions of Chinese yuan might not guarantee you a spot for an S-grade beast egg, let alone the chance to buy one. You could say that. Throughout the entire land of China, the number of S-grade beast eggs that appear each year can be counted on one hand. It is evident that it is rare and precious. Han Shoujun. With just one sentence, he bought all of Lu Feiyu's beast eggs for the rest of his life. It even contains an S-grade beast taming egg. Such a display of wealth and power. Anyone would be tempted. Moreover, Lu Feiyu's mythical bloodline pool allows him to evolve a beast immediately after contracting it. In other words, as long as you join Beijing University, Lu Feiyu's third tamed beast. One contract is all it takes to start with SS-level qualifications. With such a significant improvement, he simply couldn't imagine how strong and exhilarating he would become in the future. Furthermore, taking the lead in one step leads to being ahead in every step. As long as Lu Feiyu maintains his absolute number 1 position, he believed that the Chinese government would never be stingy with him in the future. There might even be a chance to obtain an S-grade aptitude beast egg. However, he did not respond to Han Shoujun. After all, the president of Ching Huai University hasn't even arrived yet, so why should I be in such a hurry? When buying a piece of clothing, you have to compare prices at 3 different stores. Choosing a university requires careful consideration and weighing of all factors. No problem. Lu Feu mentally gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Seeing that Lu Feu didn't speak, Han Shoujing, who was sitting opposite him, became a little anxious. This is a Beastmaster with SSS level talent. It's a twin talent. A student with such talent, even if he doesn't get into Peking University, should definitely not end up at Ching Huai University. Otherwise, if word gets out, wouldn't Peking University be forever inferior to Ching Huai University? This was unacceptable to Han Shoujing, who had dedicated his life to the development of Beijing University. Therefore, his tone became more hurried as he continued. All right, I'll make the decision. Your monthly basic resource allocation for the preparatory class will be doubled. With such resource allocation, let alone the fact that you're only a bronze Beastmaster right now. Even if you're a gold-level Beastmaster, that's more than enough. Feiyu, our Beijing University is truly showing our sincerity. Han Shoujin's sincere words echoed in the room. The old man standing at the pinnacle of China was looking at Lu Feu with an incredibly expectant gaze. He's right. Students in the preparatory class of Beijing University are given a monthly ration of 5 bottles of spirit essence water. This spiritual essence water is a unique resource of the capital university. It is the essence extracted from countless spirit beast stones. Even the lowest grade of spirit marrow water contains energy comparable to that of hundreds of spirit beast stones. 5 bottles, double that is 10 bottles. The energy it contains is equivalent to thousands of spirit beast stones. The market value alone exceeds 2 million Chinese yuan. Furthermore, the energy in the spiritual essence water is purer and easier for beasts to absorb, providing excellent assistance to the cultivation of beasts. 1 bottle is enough for a bronze-level beast tamer to cultivate for a month under extremely abundant conditions, equivalent to 3 months of arduous cultivation under normal conditions. This thing, due to its extremely high technical requirements, is basically only circulated within universities in Beijing. Even if you're incredibly wealthy, you can't buy it from outside the local market. Principal Han, this. Lu Feu hesitated before speaking. It wasn't that he lacked willpower. It was simply that the other party was offering far too much. What are you still hesitating about? An S-grade beast taming egg? Spirit essence water? Which of these things can Ching Huai University provide? Seeing that Lu Feu finally relented. A hint of joy flashed in Han Shoujin's eyes, and he pressed on while the iron was hot. However, at that moment, a cold snort came from outside the door. Then, with a creak, the door was pushed open. In an instant, the strong smell of blood filled Lu Feu's nostrils. He turned his head and saw a burly, middle-aged man with a thick beard walking over with a cold face. On its shoulder, a small, slender bird, as green as bamboo and with a 5-colored tail, stood obediently. A glint flashed in Lu Feu's eyes as information about the tamed beast immediately came into view. Race, auspicious flying phoenix. Attribute, sound. Talent level, SS. Realm, bright moon stage 3. Skills, auspicious sound, epic, flying phoenix true form, epic, divine speed, epic, annihilation lament, epic. Review, I like hearing its sound. Chapter 39 Only children make choices. I want them all. SS level qualification. For epic skills. The strength of the 3rd level of the Bright Moon Realm. With just one glance, Lu Feu was able to identify the person who had come. A beast tamer of this skill could arrive in Chang'an in the middle of the night. To put it narcissistically, she must have come for Lu Feu. Therefore, the man's identity becomes obvious. Xiong Meng, the president of Ching Huai University. Just from his name, you can tell that this man is fierce and ruthless. A true practitioner. In terms of combat strength alone, Xiong Meng is definitely superior to Han Shoujin. It could even rank among the top 5, or even the top 3, in the entire country of China. However, Xiong Meng's expression was not good at this moment. After all, he had just wiped out a beast hide and rushed over to snatch people without even changing his clothes, and he hadn't even spoken yet. Then, right at the entrance, I overheard Han Shoujing making fun of Ching Huai University. Anyone would tolerate this. He approached Han Shoujing slowly with a grim face, the stench of blood emanating from him growing stronger. Seeing his expression, Han Shoujing smiled, not afraid at all. After all, the two had been friends for many years. He looked at Xiongmeng and said, "What, is there a problem with what I said? Everyone has their own area of expertise. Your Ching Huai University, when it comes to resource allocation and beast taming related matters, is no match for my Beijing University." Upon hearing this, Xiongmeng's face turned even uglier. He had no way to refute it. After all, what they said was the truth. Holding his breath, Xiongmeng didn't want to lose his composure in front of the SSS-level talent beast-taming student. He suppressed his anger at Han Shoujing and pulled over the sofa next to him to sit down. Thump! The way he sat down was like a brown bear lying down. It almost caused the sofa to come apart. It's clear that Xiongmeng was indeed a little uncomfortable. He looked at Lu Feu, either denying Han Shoujing's words, but instead stating the reward he could offer Lu Feu. Various unexplored and rare secret realms. As long as you want to, and as long as you dare, you can always be among the first to enter. Furthermore, our school will arrange extensive field training and combat training for you and your beast. I guarantee you can become the strongest in actual combat within your realm. At the same time, our school also has the most advanced holographic simulation technology. There you can fight against others to your heart's content, unleash your full strength, and not be afraid of causing any losses. Even skills with negative effects can be replicated one-to-one using holographic technology, and the beast will not suffer any damage. Speaking of which, Xiongmeng glanced at Han Shoujing and said again, "This technology is unique in the world. Even Beijing University doesn't have it. Of course, our school will also provide you with beast eggs, but there's a high probability that you won't get an S-grade beast egg. We offer 5 special resources per semester." Upon hearing the reward offered by Xiongmeng, Lu Fei유's heart trembled again. As expected of one of the strongest universities in China, the rewards they offer are truly generous. The first right to explore the secret realm. It should be noted that each secret realm, when it first appeared in the world of beast taming, had already been growing in the crevices of space for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Its abundant resources are self-evident. Therefore, the first group of people to explore the new secret realm, as long as they are strong enough, can succeed. It is entirely possible to obtain a large amount of resources that have long since disappeared from the world in the secret realm. For example, S-grade beast eggs or various high-level or even top-level special resources. Compared to the direct offer from Beijing University, the rewards offered by Ching Huai University are more uncertain, but have a higher ceiling. As for the holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu was also very envious. After all, his current beasts all possess a powerful skill with a negative effect. If holographic simulation technology were available, Lu Feiyu can figure out the effects and side effects of the skill without damaging the beast's body, which will give him more confidence in battle. Furthermore, the skills were used excessively. Beast taming might offer more resistance to negative effects, and the duration of being in a weakened state might be reduced. Well, the rewards given by the two principals echoed in his mind, and Lu Feiyu sighed inwardly. I want them all, what should I do? Can we blame Lu Feiyu for being too greedy? No wonder. The two people opposite me were really giving way too much. As Lu Feiyu hesitated, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. No, I have an SSS-level beast-taming talent, and it's a twin talent. With this qualification, even if some excessive demands are made, I'm sure the two principals won't blame you, hee. My thoughts have reached this point. Lu Feiyu no longer hesitated. His gaze fell upon the two principals, and his lips slowly parted. Seeing that Lu Feiyu was about to speak, Han Shoujing and Xiongmeng sat up straight at the same time, staring intently at Lu Feiyu. His eyes were full of anticipation. This is an SSS-level beast tamer with twin talents. Which university wouldn't want that? Before the disaster struck, Peking University and Ching Huai University were considered the top universities in China. After the disaster, both schools tried to outdo each other, but they just couldn't. Right now, Lu Feu is their secret weapon to suppress the enemy. Seeing the expectant looks in the eyes of the two principals, Lu Feu felt even more reassured. He slowly opened his mouth. Principal, you don't want others to know that you lost to the other school in trying to recruit students, do you? Upon hearing this, the two principals looked completely bewildered, exchanging glances and seeing huge question marks in each other's eyes. However, at this moment, Lu Feu continued. Both principals offered very good terms. I like them all too. However, in choosing any school, there will inevitably be a principal who will feel sad and upset. This is something I don't want to see. Therefore, I have a little idea. At this point, Lu Feu paused slightly, seeing that the two principals' curiosity had reached its peak, before continuing. That is to say, is there a possibility? Can I have both? Can I be a student at two schools at the same time? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiongmeng and Han Shoujun exchanged another glance. They truly hadn't expected Lu Feu to say something like that. Ahem. Your ideas as young people are indeed very avant-garde. Well. Han Shoujun pondered for a moment, then glanced at Xiongmeng and found that the other was also deep in thought. A moment later, Xiongmeng raised his head, looked at Han Shoujun, and nodded. He had just thought about it. Such a gifted student was a blessing bestowed upon China by heaven. Naturally, we should provide them with the best resources. Ching Huai University is indeed the best in China in some fields. However, in some aspects, it is indeed inferior to Peking University. Of course, the other party is too. If that's the case, why don't the two universities work together, and each train Lu Feu in their respective strongest areas? Could this create an invincible beast tamer? Chapter 40 Assassination. Xiong nodded vigorously. Han Shoujun felt a sense of relief as well. His biggest worry was that Lu Feu resolutely chose Ching Huai University, abandoning Peking University. If so, in the eyes of the world, Beijing University, to which he devoted his life's work, was inevitably a level below Ching Huai University. Otherwise, why did Lu Feu choose Ching Huai University instead of Peking University? Currently, Lu Feu has enrolled in two universities. Although it's not as wonderful as getting into Peking University on your own. But it's not the worst. Even from the perspective of training beast tamers, specifically from Lu Feu's point of view, this is indeed the best option. Therefore, Han Shoujun nodded as well. They're young people after all. Their thinking is much more advanced than ours. Then let's do it your way. You will spend your first year at Peking University, your second year at Ching Huai University, and so on. Hearing this, Lu Feu was extremely surprised. He had only made a small suggestion. They were even prepared to be rejected. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Shoujun agreed without even stating any conditions. Lu Feu had previously thought that even if the two principals agreed to his somewhat presumptuous request, that would also reduce the original resource allocation to some extent. Unexpectedly, Han Shoujun didn't even mention it. It seems that the person who has reached the position of principal is very capable in terms of both magnanimity and composure. However, while Han Shoujun agreed, Xiongmeng was not happy about it. He stood up abruptly, his brow furrowed as he looked at Han Shoujun with a tense expression. Seeing his posture, Lu Feu immediately became nervous again, fearing that something unexpected might happen to the enrollment matter. Why should Lu Feu's first year be at Beijing University? No way! Lu Feu's first year should be at Ching Huai University. I need to cultivate his combat awareness properly, so that I won't have to correct it later. Xiongmeng frowned and said loudly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feu immediately let out a long sigh of relief. So that's what the argument was about. Let them compete. Lu Feu didn't really care where he studied for his first year. Since the resources are distributed at the same time anyway, he'll eat 2 portions. Hey. Combat awareness? Without theoretical knowledge, blindly engaging in actual combat is simply foolish. The two high-ranking principals were actually arguing heatedly in this small conference room about which school Lu Feu should attend in his first year. Lu Feu could even see it clearly. On Xiongmeng's forehead, veins bulged, his cheeks turned bright red, and saliva flew everywhere. His hands were tumbling back and forth in the air, as if they were about to start a fight at the slightest provocation. Han Shoujin, however, remained seated in his chair. But judging from his flushed face, he was arguing his case. However, his voice was much quieter than that of Xiongming, a middle-aged man. Therefore, they lost some ground in terms of momentum. These two principals didn't seem like people in high positions at that moment. Instead, they looked like vendors arguing over a few cents in a market. Lu Feu sat quietly in his chair, watching the two big shots argue, and even silently gave them scores in his mind. On the other side, Wan Jieming had already swallowed all the red potion. A blood-red liquid flowed down his throat. Far from having any fishy or foul smell, it actually has a hint of fruity sweetness. However, the liquid fell into the stomach bag in an instant. Wan Jieming's body stiffened abruptly, and blood gushed from his ears, nose, and mouth. His whole being looked like a monstrous demon crawling out of hell. Immense pain roamed throughout my body. Especially his head. Wan Jieming felt as if a million icicles were piercing his brain. Cold and painful. Furthermore, he could also feel that the beast-taming contract deep within his soul was rapidly dissipating. That sense of kinship and shared destiny vanished instantly. He could even faintly hear the painful howls of the beasts he had contracted within the beast-taming space. The mournful cry, like the howl of a vengeful ghost, sent chills down his spine. Then, a surge of murderous intent welled up in his heart. Wan Jieming's already bloodshot eyes were now so red they looked as if they were about to bleed. "Enough! Stop arguing!" He roared and flung his hands forward violently. Bang! A loud noise came from ahead, bringing Wan Jieming back to his senses. Upon seeing the scene ahead, his blood-red pupils suddenly contracted. The prison door, made of high-quality steel and featuring special effects, now had a large hole broken in it. From the grotesque circular hole, countless steel filings dripped down, resembling viscous blood. Wan Jieming then realized this. His entire body was filled with unimaginable power and might. He now possesses the strength of a diamond-level beast tamer's full-force attack with every move he makes. I felt that. A sinister smile crept across Wan Jieming's face as drops of blood dripped from his gums, staining his teeth a deep red. He didn't seem to care about the metallic taste in his mouth, and simply whispered, "Lu Feiyu! Song Tong Lin! Wait for me! I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead!" At this moment, his voice, like that of the man in black robes, sounded as harsh as if it were being pulled apart by metal. As he spoke, his legs buckled. Then the muscles on his calves bulged up like hills. He was propelled out with immense force, his speed comparable to a high-speed sniper bullet. Wan Jieming also discovered during the raid. The Chang'an prison was eerily quiet. It was as if everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. But this is for the best, as it makes it more suitable for him to assassinate Lu Feiyu. Thinking about what Lu Feiyu had done, a boundless killing intent flashed in Wan Jieming's blood-red eyes as he rushed towards the secret round plaza. The physical attributes of a diamond-level ferocious beast. With all his might, Wan Jieming traversed half the city in just a few minutes and arrived near the meeting room he remembered. With a thought, he found himself floating in midair. It was as if something was supporting him from below. Standing in the air, Wan Jieming had a better view and could clearly see the scene inside the conference room. Two middle-aged and elderly people were spitting at each other, while Lu Feiyu watched them argue with great interest. "Song Tonglin isn't here? He, how lucky! These two old geezers probably don't have much strength, so let them be buried with Lu Feiyu." As he spoke, Wan Jieming lowered his body and rushed downwards. The speed was so fast that even the air itself was filled with sonic booms. The loud noise immediately drew everyone in the conference room to look out the window. Wan Jieming also caught a clear look of surprise in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Seeing that surprised and confused look in his eyes, Wan Jieming felt a surge of pleasure. "You probably never expected things to turn out this way. I, Wan Jieming, will kill you on the spot at the height of your life, to avenge my son's blood feud." Chapter 41. No, has he always been this brave? Lu Feiyu was indeed very surprised. I'm also very confused. He simply couldn't imagine what was going on in Wan Jiaming's head. Is it paste or feces? How dare they assassinate me right under the noses of two moon-level beast tamers? No. Song Tonglin, a diamond beast tamer, was able to suppress Wan Jiaming so much that he couldn't move. Not to mention the moonlit beast tamers, who are 2 levels higher. Who gave him the courage and confidence? Was it Fish Liang? In Han Shozhen and Xiong Meng's eyes, Wan Jiaming probably wasn't even a big bug. When Xiong Meng and Han Shozhen saw someone suddenly attacking, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes as well. They haven't been ambushed by anyone for a long time. Because all those who attacked them before were killed without a trace. Interesting. Xiong Meng was a veteran of countless battles and reacted extremely quickly. Almost the instant Wan Jiaming set off. The auspicious phoenix on his shoulder then emitted a clear, chirping sound. Its clear and melodious sound is like heavenly music. The musical notes materialized and completely enveloped the entire conference room. Lu Feu felt a warm sensation surging from all directions, and his mind immediately became incredibly peaceful. Furthermore, he could sense it. In the realm of musical notes, my physical abilities have also been greatly improved. The sense of crisis caused by being targeted by Wan Jiaming was also relieved in an instant. A group buff skill? Not bad! Lu Feu sighed inwardly. With 2 great moonlit beast masters present, he had no worries about his safety. Go, Shaoqing! At Xiong Meng's command, Xiangyin Feilwan's figure transformed into a streak of blue light in midair and flew outwards. Clang! The speed of the auspicious phoenix flying was even faster than the sound of glass breaking. When the sound of shattering glass hitting the ground was heard, Lu Feu was shocked to see. Each musical note transformed into a short sword, striking directly at Wan Jiaming's figure in the air. In midair, Wan Jiaming's forward-moving body suddenly stopped, then he covered his head with his hands, and the meridians all over his body slithered wildly on his body like small snakes, as if he was about to explode and die at any moment. At the same time, with a flap of its wings, Xiangyin Feilwan swept Wan Jiaming's twisted body into the gap between its wings and body. After subduing Wan Jiaming, Feilwan flew backwards and returned to the conference room. Wan Jiaming, who had already fainted, was carelessly tossed aside. His body slammed violently against the cold ground. The intense impact and pain caused Wan Jiaming to open his eyes instantly. However, the sight that came into view made him glare angrily. He saw his longtime enemy, Lu Feu, looking down at him with a mocking expression. The middle-aged man beside him asked with a strange expression, "Has he always been this brave? I thought he had some real skill, daring to kill someone in front of me, but it turns out this is all he's capable of." On the shoulders of middle-aged people, a bluebird, no bigger than the palm of a hand, chirped softly, seemingly echoing its master's words. The bluebird exuded a terrifying aura that made Wan Jiaming afraid to move. He remembered that he had just been knocked unconscious by a casual strike from the bluebird. That terrifying power. It reminded him of the scene when he first met the man in black robes several years ago. Equally powerful. Equally difficult to contend with. Hearing Xiong Meng speak, Lu Feu didn't know how to respond. If you were to tell anyone, the person opposite you would be the head of the biggest underworld force in Changnan. Others thought everyone in Changnan City was an idiot, that someone like that could rise to the rank of a gang leader. Han Shozhen also stood up, looked at Wan Jiaming carefully for a few moments, and casually said, "Just a discarded pawn of the beast cult, nothing to see here. He drank some cheap blood-stimulating medicine and his brain isn't working properly. They probably heard about Lu Feu's talent somewhere and wanted to eliminate him in advance." Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng continued the conversation. "Yes, with Feiyu's talent, assassinations are definitely a must. Look at you, your reactions are so slow. How are you going to take care of him? Therefore, you must attend Ching Huai University in your first year. There's no room for argument." Upon hearing this, Han Shozhen was about to argue again. But seeing Wan Jiaming lying on the ground, unable to resist, he sighed deeply. "In the end, it was my own slow reaction. Now there's really no way to argue." So he waved his hand and said, "Do whatever you want. I'm your elder after all. You really don't give me any face at all." Xiong Meng ignored the second half of his sentence, excitedly hugged Lu Feu, and said happily, "Good! From today onwards, you are a member of my Huaqing preparatory class. When can I report for duty?" Lu Feu pondered for a moment and replied, 3 days later. Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng's eyes lit up, and he patted Lu Feu's shoulder forcefully. "Good lad, decisive enough. I like it." Wang Jieming, who had fallen to the side, watched the three chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but ponder the three ultimate questions of life. Who I am? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Even though he was the assassin, why were the three people on the other side completely ignoring him? Is dealing with a stray dog on the roadside really more important than taking yourself seriously? Thinking this way, that crazy and bloodthirsty killing intent filled Wang Jieming's mind once again. He flipped over and immediately lunged at Lu Feu, intending to perish together with him. However, at that moment, Xiong Meng, who was standing next to Lu Feu, kicked him casually, sending him flying backward. "Shaoqi, make him sober up." Then, Xiong Meng gave the instructions. In an instant, the clear chirping of birds filled the entire conference room. The notes, solidified into physical form, brushed against Wang Jieming's body inch by inch. The blood in his eyes faded at a visible rate. Until Qingming Festival is restored. "Tell me, how did you get involved with the cult of 10,000 beasts?" Xiong Meng pulled up a chair, sat down with an imposing air, and asked. However, he had barely finished speaking when Wang Jieming's blood vessels suddenly swelled, and black blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Jieming's body exploded, and a large amount of blood mist and bits of flesh splattered everywhere. The stench of blood instantly filled the conference room. Fortunately, the auspicious Flying Phoenix summoned the musical note domain in time. There wasn't a single drop of blood on any of the three of them. TSK. The beast cult always does something so disgusting. Xiong Meng sat up from the chair in disgust. What's most annoying is that these people are everywhere. Taking this opportunity, Lu Feu asked, Principal, what exactly is this 10,000 beast sect? This force is only mentioned briefly in the textbooks. In his previous life, Lu Feu, as an ordinary person, had no idea about the 10,000 beasts cult. Even more unexpectedly, even the powerful Wang Jieming was just a pawn they abandoned. No wonder Wang Jieming and his entire family have been so crazy lately. Chapter 42 Shopping Frenzy. An extreme anti-human organization whose purpose is to hunt down geniuses from various countries, organize beast tides, and carry out terrorist attacks. Xiong Meng gave a brief introduction and continued. With a talent like yours, you'll probably have to deal with the beast cult quite a bit. But it's okay, I'm here, and the school will protect you. What waves can a force that lives in the gutter make? As he spoke, Xiong Meng looked at Han Shoujun and said, Look after this child. I want to see just how many rats of the 10,000 beasts cult are in Changnan. The words had barely left his mouth. Xiong Meng's figure disappeared from the conference room in an instant. Still so impatient. Han Shoujun said something, then looked at Lu Feu. You must be tired too, get some rest. Come, take me to your place. I need to stay the night. Lu Feu nodded. He certainly wouldn't refuse such a powerful bodyguard. Seeing Lu Feu nod, Han Shoujun immediately summoned his flying beast. His flying beasts are different from others. It was a giant of steel gleaming with silver light, and behind him were countless weapons of various shapes and sizes crossed. A cold, metallic aura wafts over you. He's certainly handsome, but where is the flying aspect reflected in his image? Lu Feu thought to himself. However, Lu Feu looked on with a strange and shocked expression. The giant's form changed rapidly, with every piece of steel that made up its body twisting and deforming. Finally, it transformed from a giant into a steel flying boat. At the bottom of the airship, there are even 2 exhaust vents, which are emitting cobalt blue flames, providing the airship with tremendous kinetic energy. Race, Thousand-Faced Divine Iron. Attribute Metal. Talent Level, SS. Realm, First Stage of Bright Moon. Skills, ever-changing forms, epic, divine iron body, epic, myriad weapon techniques, epic, heaven-slaying strike, epic. Review, interesting toy. The flying boat was neither too big nor too small, just enough to accommodate Lu Feu and Han Xiaojun. The two stood inside the cabin. A large amount of air surged out from the bottom of the boat. Then, the steel flying boat left a trail of afterimages in midair and flew towards the low-hill villa at an extremely fast speed. Upon arriving at the villa, Lu Feu found Han Xiaojun a clean room and then returned to his own room. The changes that day were truly enormous. He needs a moment of quiet to process this. After a while, Lu Feu took out his phone and looked at the text message sent by the bank. 3 million has arrived. Lu Feu immediately became excited. Without the slightest hesitation, he dialed the number of Feiyu, a sales consultant at Wanbage. As the number one chain store in China, Wanbage is naturally open 24 hours a day. It was almost midnight. Wanbage is also a business that operates openly. As for whether Feiyu got off work or not, this was beyond Lu Feu's consideration. After all, he only had Feiyu's phone number left in Wanbage. However, it's likely that Feiyu has already gone to sleep. Faced with a business deal worth 3 or 4 million and the corresponding commission, she would probably be so excited that she would jump out of bed. My mind was racing with random thoughts. The call has been connected. Lu Feu heard Feiyu's slightly nasal greeting. Hello? It seems they are indeed sleeping. Lu Feu said directly. I am Lu Feu. Upon hearing Lu Feu introduce himself, Feiyu sat up abruptly in bed, his voice becoming professional. Hello, Mr. Lu, how can I help you? This is about the young man who earned her a commission of 150,000. Feiyu was still very enthusiastic. I have a $4 million deal here, are you interested? If you don't want to do it, you can send me your colleague's number. Lu Feu was still very direct. After all, the customer is king, especially a customer like him who has plenty of money and is easy to please. The best of the best among the best customers. More divine than God himself. 4 million? Feiyu's voice suddenly became high-pitched, even shrill. For a low-level sales associate like her, they might not even be able to generate millions in revenue in a year. Who would have thought that Lu Feu would ask for 4 million so soon? How much commission must that be? Feiyu did the calculations in her mind, and quickly got the answer. At a commission rate of 1%, a commission of 4 million would be 50,000. That's almost half a year's income for her. More importantly, once the total turnover exceeds 5 million within a year, she can then be promoted to intermediate sales associate, at which point her commission rate will increase significantly. Upon realizing this, Feiyu's breathing became heavier. They also demonstrated their utmost professionalism. I have time. Mr. Lu, what do you need? I'll bring it to you right away. For this level of business, home delivery is naturally the preferred option. As they spoke, Lu Feu could hear the rustling sound of clothes being put on through the phone. Spiritual light mineral marrow, sigh of fierce wind. Lu Feu spoke up, revealing the 2 special resources needed for Boss Jin's next evolution. The former is a rare mineral that can only be produced by chance in high-quality spirit beast stone veins. Its spiritual energy is pure and vast, and its value is also extremely high. Its market price is around 600,000 Chinese yuan. And this is the cheapest of the 6 special resources. As one of the top-tier intermediate resources, the Sigh of the Gale has a market price twice that of Spirit Light Marrow. Hearing Lu Feu's request, Feiyu immediately responded enthusiastically. Okay, Mr. Lu, the price of these 2 special resources after discount is 1.68 million Chinese yuan. Is it 120,000 less than the market price? Lu Feu nodded secretly, knowing that the other party must have given him a considerable discount. However, the special resources that Mr. Kim needed were just an appetizer. The evolutionary resources required for Black Scale are a true bottomless pit. The 5 Poisons Essence is a mid-level special resource. Those high-quality poisonous beast cores and true dragon blood essence are genuine high-level special resources. Extremely expensive. Any one of these items would cost at least several million Chinese yuan. Surely we can at least buy one, right? Lu Feiyu thought to himself and told Feiyu his request. A moment later, Feiyu's voice came again. Hello, Mr. Lu, the 5 poisons essence can be offered to you at a discounted price of 700,000 Chinese yuan. A high-quality poisonous beast core, priced at 1.8 million Chinese yuan. Furthermore, the Chang'an warehouse does not have any reserves. If you need them, I can transfer some from other warehouses for you. As for the price of the true dragon's essence blood, it is 5 million Chinese yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu silently calculated in his mind and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the remaining money is enough to buy at least the 5 poisons essence and the beast core of the ferocious beast. As for the essence of a true dragon, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. This one special resource alone is worth more than all of his body combined. In this world of beast taming, anything related to dragons is ridiculously expensive. Moreover, it is the essence and blood of a true dragon. A tamed beast can only produce 7 or 8 drops of essence blood in a short period of time. Moreover, the beast will fall into a weakened state with every drop of essence blood lost. Losing more than 3 drops in a short period of time can even damage one's origin and cause one's realm to fall. Therefore, high-quality semen is extremely expensive. Chapter 43 is ready. Then let's take the essence of the 5 poisons and the core of the ferocious beast. By the way, I also have various resources worth millions here. Come and buy them, and bring more people with you. Lu Feiyu immediately made the decision. In this way, he spent a total of 4.18 million Chinese yuan to purchase Boss Jin's evolution resources. The only evolutionary resource Black Scale needs is a piece of true dragon blood. But don't forget, he has one chance to exchange for advanced special resources at each of the 2 universities, Ching Huai University and Peking University. In other words, as long as Lu Feiyu successfully enrolls. Therefore, the further evolution of Black Scales is a matter of course. Having resolved the issue of beast evolution, Lu Feiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the bank notification text message on his phone and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The money was gone before I even had a chance to enjoy it. Not only was the 3 million yuan reward from the Chang'an government completely spent, he even exchanged all the resources he had collected in the secret realm for Chinese currency and spent them all. And even so, Lu Feiyu also lost his only savings of 60,000 yuan. He is now so poor that he's practically penniless. This money really doesn't last long. Lu Feiyu sat on the edge of the bed and let out a profound sigh. If any other beast tamer heard this, they would definitely give Lu Feiyu a good beating. It should be noted that, in the outside world, it takes a long time to cultivate a beast with SS-level aptitude. The costs could be in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. However, even with such a large expenditure, it is not guaranteed that the beast will be able to stably evolve to SS-level quality. If the evolution fails, not only will all the rare materials be rendered useless. Beast taming can even lead to a regression in cultivation level, or even serious danger to one's life. You could say that every SS-grade tamed beast is blessed by a triple combination of talent, luck, and opportunity. Not one can be missing. Even a diamond-level beast tamer may not necessarily be able to possess a beast with SS-level aptitude. However, when it came to Lu Feiyu, I almost got both beasts to evolve to SS level at the same time by spending less than 5 million. Such a disparity is enough to infuriate other beast tamers. The order amount is not small. Sales assistant Feiyu was also very attentive. Therefore, Wanbeige acted extremely quickly. I had just hung up the phone not long ago. Lu Feiyu then heard the roar of car engines outside the villa. Lu Feiyu pushed open the door and found Han Shoujing already sitting in the living room. He nodded slightly to Lu Feiyu, indicating that there was no danger outside. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu felt even more at ease. He walked into the courtyard and looked out through the openwork iron gate. Feiyu was standing in front of the car, her hands full of things, looking at Lu Feiyu with anticipation. Creak. Lu Feiyu opened the iron gate and reached out to take the items. Mr. Lu, this is the spirit light mine and the sigh of the gale. Here are the essence of the 5 poisons and the cores of high-quality poisonous beasts. Feiyu handed the item in her hand to Lu Feu, while simultaneously explaining. You can inspect the goods on the spot, and return or exchange them if you are not satisfied with them. Lu Feu opened the bag, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes, confirming that what was inside was indeed what he wanted. He nodded and handed Feiyu the bank card that he had prepared beforehand. There are 3 million in here. At the same time, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a large amount of resources were taken out from his spatial ring, instantly filling the previously empty ground. These resources amount to approximately 1 million. Please take inventory and give me a price. Okay, please wait a moment. Although the resources on the ground were scattered and disorganized, Feiyu showed no impatience whatsoever. She bent down and carefully examined each resource. A moment later, a number that Lu Feu had expected came out of her mouth. A total of 1.12 million Chinese yuan. This price was 30,000 less than what the Square staff paid at the time. However, since they are the ones receiving the goods, they naturally cannot buy them at the market price. Otherwise, where would Wanbeige find any profit? To be honest, Lu Feu felt that Feiyu's offer was a bit too much. Therefore, Lu Feu didn't argue and simply nodded, saying, Okay, let's use this money to buy these resources as well. Lu Feu weighed the bag in his hand, indicating, I still have over 60,000 yuan deposited with you, so include that in your account. The amount is sufficient. Just right. After mentally calculating it once, Feiyu smiled broadly and nodded in agreement. Okay, you can go back now. Lu Feu waved his hand and said, then turned and walked into the house without lingering. Feiyu stood there for a moment. Looking at Lu Feu straight back, she couldn't help but recall the face of the timid boy who had handed her 8,000 yuan a few days ago. A sense of disorientation suddenly overwhelmed me. Such a big change in just a few days. After a moment of reflection, Feiyu called out to the truck driver, and the two of them began unloading the resources together. At this time, Lu Feu had already entered the villa. Looking at Han Shoujing, who was still waiting in the living room, he felt a warmth in his heart, nodded to him, and then went into the house. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see the scene where Boss Jean evolves into an SS-level beast tamer. Summon Boss Jean and Black Scale from the beast taming space at the same time. After such a long rest, Mr. Jean had long since recovered from his weakness and was full of energy again. Sure enough, as soon as it appeared in the house, it wagged its tail and ran towards Lu Feu. Bang! A muffled thud came from his arms. A flicker of pain crossed Lu Feu's face as he patted the dog's head in his arms. Don't you know how much you weigh? You've almost broken your bones by crashing like that. At this moment, the black scales returned to Lu Feu's shoulder. His jet-black eyes looked at Boss Jean, who was slightly embarrassed by his mistake, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, as if to say, You idiot! All right, it's time to get down to business. Lu Feu suppressed his smile, and said seriously. As he pushed away Boss Jin's hairy body, he took out the jade box containing resources from the paper bag. Open the jade box. In an instant, a strong wind suddenly rose in the once peaceful room, making Lu Feu's clothes flutter and his hair fly wildly. At the same time, a sigh that seemed to come from the ancient past echoed in the room. A sigh from the gale. Top tier intermediate special resources. It contains the ultimate wind energy, and its sigh-like sound has a powerful effect of calming the mind. Although I don't know why Boss Jean, a beast tamer with light and fire attributes, would need this thing. However, since the Eye of Promotion has been revealed, there must be a reason for it. This is also why it is so difficult to find the evolution path of beast taming. Often, the resource attributes required for the evolution of a beast are not only unrelated to the attributes of the beast itself, but some are even completely opposite. Therefore, a small stage of evolution often requires tens of thousands of experiments. The losses and expenses involved are considerable. In other words, Lu Feu was able to directly understand the evolution path of his contracted beast. Otherwise, for Boss Jin's mutated beast to evolve, the difficulty would be no less than ascending to heaven. Chapter 44, Another Evolution. SS Rank. The sigh of the fierce wind, observe its shape. It was a fist-sized, bluish gas resembling smog. Within the gas, countless tiny threads surged continuously, emitting gusts of wind. At the same time, Lu Feu also took out the spirit light mine essence and the blazing sun essence. However, Mr. Kim was clearly only interested in the essence of the blazing sun. As for the spirit light mine essence, the attitude was neutral, either good nor bad. Faced with the sigh of the gale, it even showed extremely obvious disgust. This resource is all there, why aren't we eating yet, Lao Jin? Lu Feu pulled Boss Jin's head close and stuffed the gale's sigh into its mouth. Mr. Jin pursed his lips and tilted his head in the opposite direction. Seeing this scene, Lu Feu frowned and said, Boss Jin, this gale's sigh is extremely precious. Consuming special resources is a wonderful thing, so give it to me. Seeing that Boss Jin remained unmoved. Having no other option, Lu Feu could only feign anger and raise his voice. Eat! Damn it! Why aren't you eating? Eat! Eat! It gets angry when it sees its owner. Even if Mr. Jin was unwilling, he had no choice but to obediently turn his head back. It closed its eyes tightly, its eyebrows furrowed in a human-like manner, and with its mouth open, it swallowed the blue haze in Lu Feu's hand. See here. Lu Feu quickly stuffed the spirit light marrow and the blazing sun essence into Boss Jin's mouth. Then he quickly took a few steps back. Based on his experience, each time this beast evolves, it makes a huge commotion. Furthermore, its abilities may become uncontrollable. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but the black scales on his shoulders didn't have any ability to prevent injury. Therefore, it is best to be cautious. Standing by the door, Lu Feu quietly observed the changes in Boss Jin. Boss Jin stood still, staring at Lu Feu with his wide, dog-like eyes. Human eyes staring at dog eyes. Lu Feu waited for several minutes but found nothing unusual. Did you buy a counterfeit or substandard product? Lu Feu thought to himself. He used his eye of promotion to look at Boss Jin. On its information panel, the 3 large characters, evolving, are very eye-catching. Lu Feu suppressed his doubts and carefully examined Boss Jin's entire body once more. Finally, he noticed something amiss. It was noticeable that Mr. Jin's abdomen, which was originally covered by muscles, was now slightly drooping, as if he had given birth. The dog's overall appearance no longer looked as sleek and graceful as before. Instead, it appeared somewhat bloated. Moreover, at the very moment Lu Feu observed this phenomenon, Mr. Jin's belly suddenly swelled up a size. Now, not just its abdomen, but its entire body, is stretching out in all directions like a balloon about to burst. Under immense pressure, the long hair all over Boss Jin's body stood up straight, like steel knives. Its skin has been stretched to its maximum, and the meridians and blood vessels beneath the skin are even clearly visible. Lu Feu could even see it. The blue threads flowing within the gale's sigh were surging wildly within Boss Jin's body. It's a strong wind. It was the strong wind that stretched Mr. Jin's body to such a large size. Lu Feu stared intently at the strange changes in Boss Jin. The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly. At the same time, a muffled sound exploded inside the room. Mr. Jin's body couldn't withstand the air pressure brought by the gale and began to crack. Its body, too, was slowly floating into the air under the influence of the hurricane. Countless drops of blood overflowed and dripped from its ruptured body surface. The blood was a brilliant gold color, dazzling like tiny suns. These blood droplets emitted boundless heat as they fell through the air. The scorching heat and the raging winds instantly transform into blazing golden flames upon contact. The wind, fueled by the fire, surged upwards against the current, sweeping towards Boss Jin, who was struggling in midair. In an instant, golden waves of fire rolled into a sphere, perfectly enveloping Boss Jin. The flames leaped and danced with the howling wind, like a giant life form slowly exhaling. With the blessing of the Eye of Advancement, Lu Feu could also see the shimmering blue light of the essence of the blazing sun and the milky white halo of the spiritual mineral essence within the golden fireball. The former enhances Mr. Kim's power to control flames and light energy. The latter was gradually repairing Boss Jin's broken body. Seeing this scene, Lu Feu felt much relieved. He knew that this evolution had succeeded. After all, this evolutionary path was guided by an SSS-level beast taming talent. Both its safety and future development potential are top-notch. Just as Lu Feu had predicted. A few minutes later, the dazzling golden fireball gradually dimmed. The howling wind gradually subsided. And Boss Jin's true appearance after his evolution also appeared in Lu Feu's sight. Its original massive body was 10 meters long. After this evolution, instead of growing larger, it actually became smaller. Lu Feu estimated that Boss Jin's current length was only about 6 or 7 meters. However, the biggest change is not in body shape. Rather, it's the color of Mr. Kim's coat now. Its fur, which was originally as bright as gold, was now tinged with a deep blue. Its long fur resembles the drifting clouds in the rainy weather of Jiangnan, elegant and graceful. Moreover, Mr. Kim is not relying on any external forces at this moment. He stood steadily in midair entirely on his own abilities. It clearly possesses the ability to fly. Lu Feu immediately activated his Eye of Advancement, wanting to see what improvements this SS-level Boss Jin had made. Race, Sun-Chasing Wolf King. Attribute, Light. Talent level, SS. Realm, Bronze rank 7. Skills, Sun Chaser, Epic, Scorching Sun, Epic, Sun Domain, Epic, Sunburst, Epic. Sun Chaser Body. The Beast Tamer gains 50% damage reduction against light and fire attacks. The Beast Tamer possesses extremely strong immunity to abnormal statuses. The Beast Tamer's physical attributes are doubled, and its speed is tripled in battle. The Beast Tamer can manipulate wind and has the ability to briefly stay airborne. Burning Sun. Every attack from the Beast Master will inflict the Scorching Sun effect. This effect greatly reduces the enemy's regenerative abilities and inflicts extreme pain and irreparable damage on their soul. Sun Domain. Summon the sun to punish all things. Within the Sun Domain, Beast Tamers will gain a short-range teleportation ability. Note: each teleport will consume a certain amount of the Beast Tamer's stamina. Radiant Sunburst. The Beast Master can detonate the sun it summons, causing a powerful, wide-area explosion. Note: each release will consume a large amount of stamina. Evolution Path. Sun-Chasing Wolf King, SS rank, Lord of the Sun, SSS rank, Sun-Devouring God, mythical rank. Note: only beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution: Ashes of the Fallen Sun, Undying Soul Crystal, Flame Dragon Essence, 8 high-quality light, fire, attribute Ferocious Beast Cores or 1 top-quality Ferocious Beast Core. Chapter 45 Terrifying Abilities. My goodness, Mr. Jin, you're really something else. Looking at Boss Jin's incredibly luxurious information panel, Lu Feu couldn't help but sigh. This is a huge improvement compared to S-level qualifications. Almost every skill was improved exponentially. The sun-chasing body technique allows Boss Jin to maximize both his offensive and defensive capabilities. It provides 50% damage reduction against both light and fire elemental attacks. This is enough to make Boss Jin a nightmare for these two types of ferocious beasts. Not to mention, Boss Kim also possesses double the physical attributes and triple the speed during battle. 3 times faster. This speed is almost ghostly within the same realm. During the battle, it was difficult for the enemy to even catch a glimpse of Boss Kim. Furthermore, this ability also brings back the immunity to crowd control that Boss Kim previously had in another skill. The two skills are combined into one, directly reaching the epic level. More importantly, Boss Kim can now strike enemies in the air. In this way, when encountering flying enemies again, Mr. Kim can also join the battle. As for the Scorching Sun, the most straightforward skills are often described in the simplest terms. The mere loss of a soul is enough to elevate this passive skill to the level of epic. For most beast tamers and ferocious beasts, the soul is a realm that is difficult to touch and difficult to strengthen. And every strike from Boss Kim can deliver a devastating blow to the enemy's soul. This is almost equivalent to real damage. Moreover, while causing massive damage, it can also inflict boundless suffering on the enemy. That's brutal enough. Lu Feu liked it very much. The Sun Domain, on the other hand, adds an extremely terrifying mobility to Boss Kim, building upon the original sun soaring in the sky. Flash. Teleportation. Although it requires a certain amount of physical effort. However, for Boss Kim, who is capable of inflicting soul damage, having a single opportunity to launch a surprise attack is enough to completely cripple the opponent. Moreover, even if they can't beat the other side, it's perfect for escaping. Running away when you can't win isn't shameful. The shameful thing is that you can't beat them, and you can't outrun them either. In a life or death struggle, it's not just about losing face, it's about losing your life. As for the instantaneous burst of scorching sun, it directly removes all negative effects. The current boss, Mr. Kim, to unleash that terrifying attack once more. All that's needed is a lot of physical strength. This also means that Boss Jean is now fully capable of withstanding the consumption and terrifying power of epic-level skills. Furthermore, Lu Feu also noticed Mr. Kim's level of achievement. After this evolution, it jumped directly from Bronze Tier 1 to Tier 7. Spanning 6 minor realms, skipping the early and middle stages of the Bronze realm, and directly arriving at the late stage. This is the speed of cultivation. If other tame beasts saw this, wouldn't they be green with envy? Moreover, Lu Feu could also sense that Boss Jin's body still contained a large amount of undigested spiritual energy. Given some time to fully digest it, there is a good chance it will reach the Silver Realm. The only thing that dissatisfied Lu Feu was the number of special materials required for the next evolution has returned to 4. Moreover, the quality of the resources required this time is extremely high. Lu Feu had never even seen him before. There are 2 types that I've never even heard of. However, Lu Feu could tell just from the 8 high-quality beast cores. I want Boss Jean to evolve into an SSS-level beast tamer. The amount of money required will undoubtedly be a staggering figure. Seeing this, Lu Feu sighed and beckoned for Boss Jean to float down from the air. He rubbed Mr. Jin's face, which was no longer round but instead had a cold, wolfish look, and sighed. You're not a beast tamer, you're a gold-devouring beast. As an SS-level beast, it showed no impatience at all as Lu Feu rubbed its face like that. Its pair of deep blue eyes gleamed as it looked at Lu Feu, as if to say, "Please don't dislike me, master. I'm very easy to take care of." Then, Boss Jean lowered his head slightly, looked at the black scales lying on Lu Feu's shoulder, and slapped them. "You little brat, a mere S-rank beast tamer, you dare to look down on me, Grandpa Jean? Take this paw." Of course, Boss Jean was also careful. His claw strike was not fast, and the force was very slight. Because Black Scale reacted instantly, she leaped high into the air and then hid behind Lu Feu. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Seeing this, Lu Feu felt a headache coming on and hurriedly stopped them. When will Mr. Jean change his unconventional personality? He has none of the demeanor of a leader of beast tamers. He stopped Boss Jean from his playful actions. Lu Feu held the black scale in his palm. He sensed the other's low spirits, and immediately comforted him. "It's okay, your evolution will happen in a few days, trust me." Upon hearing this, Black Scale's head, which had been hanging low, suddenly rose. A glint of light flashed in his jet-black eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on his ferocious dragon face. It nuzzled Lu Feu's chin with its head. A cold, scaly sensation immediately followed. This texture is completely different from Mr. Kim's. However, it also evokes a unique and peculiar feeling. After calming Highland down, Lu Feu glared at Boss Jean, who was standing beside him grinning foolishly, and pushed open the door to walk into the living room. The commotion during the beast evolution was quite significant. Han Shoujing, who was guarding the living room, must have sensed something. In order not to worry the old man, Lu Feu decided to go out and explain. Lu Feu was taken aback when he pushed open the door. Han Shoujing wasn't the only one sitting on the living room sofa. There was also Xiong Meng, who reeked of blood. Hearing the door open, both of them immediately looked over, and Han Shoujing asked directly, "Is everything ready?" Lu Feu nodded and beckoned Boss Jean and Black Scale to come out of the house. The matter of evolving one's own beasts. There was absolutely no need to hide it from these two principals. After all, a beast tamer at the Bright Moon level has such keen senses that there's no way they could hide it from him. Moreover, What if these two people have any ill intentions towards me? There's absolutely no need to do it yourself. Just now, when Wang Jiaming tried to assassinate him, he only needed to be a little slower and let Wang Jiaming kill him. Not to mention, I also need the support of resources from Ching Huai University and Huaqing University in Beijing. Naturally, the better you perform. The beast just evolved. As Lu Feiyu spoke, he walked over. Boss Jean obediently followed behind him, showing no trace of the mischievous behavior he had displayed inside the house. Oh. Evolution, that's a good thing. Wait, isn't your tamed beast already S rank? It can evolve again? Han Shoujun said, glancing behind Lu Feiyu. However, halfway through his speech, he seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly changed in surprise. His usually half-closed eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at Boss Jin's entire body. The more he looked, the brighter the light in his eyes became. He couldn't stop muttering to himself. Wow! This is absolutely amazing! Chapter 46: The Shocked Principle. Han Shoujun is not only a beast tamer of the Haoyue level. He is also a top scholar in the field of beast taming evolution routes. With just a glance, he could discern the talent level of a beast taming animal, and even further subdivide it. Now, Han Shoujun was staring at Boss Jean with a look of fascination, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. With his discerning eye, how could he not see the high grade and exceptional talent of Lu Feiyu's beast? Just considering its quality and imposing presence, it was in no way inferior to the SS-level beasts he had contracted. However, you should know that his beast-taming ability has already reached the Bright Moon realm. But Lu Feiyu's beast-taming is only at a certain level. At most, it's only bronze. However, the confidence and arrogance emanating from his bloodline were no less than any of the beasts he had ever seen. Absolutely the best of the best! Han Shoujun praised loudly. The eager look in his eyes made Boss Jean tremble, and he quietly hid behind Lu Feiyu. How did you do that? Is it talent? Han Shoujun turned his gaze to Lu Feiyu and asked. Lu Feiyu nodded. He had to reveal the effects of his talent to the two principals no matter what. Lu Feiyu nodded. Han Shou's expression turned serious, and he immediately sensed the formidable nature of the talent. It can actually ignore the beast-taming realm and allow the tamed beast to complete its evolution. This single effect is enough to place it among the ranks of S-level beast-taming talents. As far as he knows, all SSS-level talents have several effects. He looked at Lu Feiyu, his expression becoming even more serious, and assured him. Don't worry, in this world, apart from me, Xiongmeng, and the chief administrator, there will absolutely be no third person who knows about the effects of your talent. Information on the beast-taming talent will be classified as top secret and permanently sealed. Although Xiongmeng didn't say anything, he kept nodding as he sat to the side. Although he didn't know how powerful Boss Jin's bloodline talent was, seeing Han Shoujun's appearance, he had some guesses in his mind. Seeing the two of them make such a guarantee, Lu Feiyu also informed the other party about the effects of his Eye of Advancement. Of course, he also used his beast-taming talent to cover up the anomalies in the beast-taming space brought about by the system. After all, once an SSS-level talent is exposed, it's exposed. There are beast-tamers in this world with SSS-level talent. But the system, this thing absolutely cannot be exposed. This item is possessed only by Lu Feiyu. He would never tell anyone about this, no matter what. Cultivation speed doubled? Can you tell the future evolution path of a contracted beast at a glance? As long as the resources are gathered, evolution is possible? The beast-taming realm doesn't matter? It can also detect the basic attributes of other people's beasts? Predicting the enemy's moves? Damage transfer? Absolute loyalty? Each time Lu Feiyu said something, the two principals would repeat it, their mouths opening wider and wider. When Lu Feiyu shut up, Han Shoujun and Xiongmeng's mouths were so wide open they could almost fit a dinosaur egg. At this moment, they had long lost the dignity and composure befitting their high positions. Their minds were filled with thoughts of, what kind of freak is this? Are you trying to make life enjoyable for other beast tamers? It should be noted that the two SSS-level beast tamers before Lu Feiyu, their beast-taming talents are purely combat talents. Once one's talent is activated, becoming invincible within the same realm is commonplace. Fighting against opponents of higher ranks is a common occurrence in life. But no matter how amazing someone else's beast taming talent is, even beast taming requires step-by-step cultivation, evolution, and advancement. But when it came to Lu Feu, it seemed as if all the previous cultivation rules had become invalid. The beasts under his command experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation levels. He awakened his beast-taming talent in less than 20 days. Boss Jin's cultivation level reached the 7th rank of bronze. It improved by a full 15 levels. Almost every day brings a new level of achievement. That speed is inhuman. After a long while, the two principals finally came to their senses. They closed their mouths, glanced at each other, and both saw a deep sense of frustration in each other's eyes. Especially Han Shoujing. Compared to Lu Fei유's talent for beast taming, his life's explorations and research are simply hilarious. He spent his entire life and decades seeking the path to mastering beasts. Lu Feiyu could tell at a glance. Sigh you. Han Shoujing sighed, and his gaze toward Lu Feiyu held a hint of unclear emotion. No wonder he tempted me with the idea of a customized beast-taming route. Lu Feiyu remained unmoved. Han Shoujing thought he was as strong as iron. I didn't expect that he didn't like it at all. Seeing the two principals' shocked expressions, Lu Feiyu scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, feeling that he should say something. So he spoke modestly. Actually, it's alright. Although the cultivation is faster, there's no boost to combat power, so it's just SOSO in actual combat. Upon hearing this, Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng's emotions, which they had finally managed to control, suddenly surged again. Especially Han Shoujing. Despite his advanced age, he felt his blood pressure was about to spike, and the veins on his head were throbbing. There's no combat power boost, so you just crush them with your cultivation level, right? With your bronze rank 7 beast tamer directly fighting against a group of beast tamers who aren't even at black iron rank 7, what combat power boost do you need? And it was 2 against 1. Realm level and aptitude are absolute boosts to combat power. Even Han Shoujing was like this. Not to mention Xiong Meng, who already has a fiery temper. He clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. If this person wasn't his student and dared to act so arrogantly in front of him, he would have punched him long ago. Since there's no boost to your combat power, you need to compensate with combat skills and awareness. That way, your practical training at Huaqing will be doubled, Xiong Meng said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's face fell. However, Han Shoujing's voice also came at the same time. Theoretical knowledge is also extremely helpful in developing your beast-taming combat strength. Since you feel your combat strength is insufficient, then don't waste your weekends. Come to the capital university and attend some classes. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's expression turned even more bitter. He never expected that his casual remark about Versailles would cost him his weekends. Look, take your tamed beast for example. It's a light type, right? These kinds of beast tamers can fully utilize their control over light, refracting and reflecting it to achieve a near-invisibility effect, thus gaining the upper hand in actual combat. This technique, while not exactly a skill, is extremely useful. Han Shoujing's voice continued to come through. He is the leading figure in the field of beast-taming theory in China, and his knowledge of related topics is readily available to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, it actually makes sense. If Boss Jean learns this move, his strength will definitely improve even further. With this thought in mind, any remaining resistance vanished, and Lu Feiyu nodded respectfully. Thank you both for your guidance. Upon hearing this, the two who were expecting Lu Feiyu to beg for mercy were stunned. They really didn't expect that. Lu Feiyu, a high school senior with extraordinary talent who almost surpassed everyone in his era, was able to endure such a tight schedule. Even college students couldn't stand not having weekends off. Not to mention Lu Feiyu, a high school student. With such talent, he should be so confident that he's arrogant at this age, but he's actually so hardworking. It seems that Lu Feiyu's success is not only due to his talent, but also to his mental fortitude. Many thoughts raced through their minds, and for a moment, their gazes toward Lu Feu became even more appreciative. Chapter 47, Teacher Promoted. Friend moved up a class. The three chatted for a while, and then went to their respective rooms to sleep. It is protected by 2 powerful beast tamers. Lu Feu slept very soundly. When I woke up, it was already dawn. He went for a stroll through the beast taming space as usual. To everyone's astonishment, Black Scale had broken through 2 minor realms in one night. At this moment, it had already reached the 8th level of Black Iron. Meanwhile, Boss Jean was gradually absorbing the remaining large amount of spiritual energy in his body, and steadily advanced to a new minor realm. It seems that Mr. Jin's breakthrough has really spurred it on. Hee hee. Lu Feu smiled to himself. This is a good thing. Lu Feu would not interfere with healthy competition. You're awake. This is your breakfast. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. Inside the living room, Xiongmeng looked at Lu Feu and said. Looking at the food that almost filled the table, Lu Feu fell silent. Who eats so much this morning? However, it was the thought that counted, so he thanked him and began to eat. During the conversation, having learned that Han Shoujing had returned to Beijing on business, Xiongmeng was the only one in Chang'an these past few days. After finishing his meal, Lu Feu headed towards Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. Actually, he doesn't need to go to class anymore. But today, he was specially invited by Wang Juntian to speak on behalf of the students. Principal Wang has been very kind to him these past few days. Lu Feu naturally wouldn't refuse to give the other party face, so he agreed on the spot. When he arrived at the school, all the students had already gathered in the square, and Principal Wang was already in position with a microphone. When he saw that Lu Feu had arrived, he cleared his throat into the microphone, accompanied by a few soft coughs. The once noisy square suddenly fell silent. Principal Wang still commands great authority at Chang'an No. 1 Middle School. Yesterday, the secret realm exploration competition came to a successful conclusion. Our school achieved first place with an absolute advantage. Therefore, the official Education Resource Management Department of Chang'an has increased our school's resource allocation for this year by 50%. At this point, Wang Zhentian paused deliberately, waiting for applause. The students in the square applauded enthusiastically from the bottom of their hearts. This is an upgrade of resources for the entire school. Every one of their students can enjoy this. There's absolutely no reason not to applaud. Sensing the students' enthusiasm, Wang Zhentian smiled and then spoke again. Who should be credited for most of this? He held out the microphone, waiting for the students' responses. Sure enough, all the students craned their necks and shouted loudly. Lu Feu! In the internet age, information is extremely readily available. Lu Feu's feat of seizing 2 million resources within the secret realm has spread throughout Chang'an. He possesses 2 tamed beasts and has personally advanced to the rank of bronze beast tamer. It has become a case study for countless parents to use to motivate their children. Look at Lu Feu, he has 2 eyes and 1 nose, how come he's only at the bronze level? Of course, his twin talents, including his formidable SSS-level beast-taming talent, were also widely known. Lu Feu and even the Chinese government had no intention of hiding this matter. First, China needs such a symbolic young person to lead a generation. People are always inclined to follow the crowd. A good leader can definitely make a generation better. Secondly, without revealing Lu Feu's talent, it is impossible to explain why he was able to enter both Beijing University and Ching Huai University at the same time. As long as you don't reveal the specific details of your talent, you'll be extremely vulnerable to being targeted by the enemy. Therefore, whenever parents bring up Lu Feu to lecture him, the students would also retort without hesitation. Look at what talent he has! Blame it on you guys for not passing on an SSS-level talent to me. Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up to a climax, Wang Zhentian immediately handed the microphone to Lu Feu. Seeing the main character take the stage, the noise in the square grew even louder. Despite the gazes of thousands, Lu Feu remained completely calm. After all, anyone who has been to school knows that when student representatives give speeches on stage, they always have prepared scripts. Just read it aloud and you're done. As for the content, It's all the same old stuff, positive energy, conforming to popular values, and inspiring people to strive for progress. However, the same content will naturally have different effects when spoken by different people. Because Lu Feu had just brought an improvement in resources to everyone. This is real, tangible benefit. Therefore, everyone was very accommodating, and the wailing and howling almost never stopped. Only Lu Xian Jun from Class 5 of Senior 3 had a livid face and gritted his teeth as he stared at Lu Feu on the stage, who seemed to be glowing. His large teeth rubbed together inside his mouth, making a clattering sound, as if he wanted to devour Lu Feu alive. The spot where he stood, which was originally a tightly packed queue, was now completely empty. Everyone tacitly ignored him, and the occasional glances that did fall on him were filled with contempt and disdain. Since the school-wide competition, Lu Xian Jun's secret filming and framing of Lu Feu was thoroughly exposed. Almost everyone in the school knew Lu Xian Jun's famous name. At that time, he was like a rat crossing the street at Chang'an No. 1 Middle School, hated and despised by everyone. Lu Xian Jun thought about his current situation and Lu Feu's bright future. She couldn't hold back and burst into tears. This is absolutely inhuman. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down his dark pig face, and his undisguised sobs immediately caused the crowd, who were already keeping their distance from him, to stand even further away. Now, all he can do is weep bitterly in the audience. If he were to confront Lu Feu face to face, Lu Xian Jun wouldn't dare, even if he had 10 times the courage. On stage. After reading his prepared remarks, Lu Feu stepped down from the stage amidst thunderous applause. Wang Jintian is a decisive person, and his meetings won't take up too much of the students' time. Therefore, the conference was adjourned shortly after Lu Feu finished speaking. After the conference, Lu Feu went into the office at Wang Jintian's prompting. To my astonishment, I discovered this. All of his teachers in his second year of high school, including his homeroom teacher Lin Wenhui, were in the office. What surprised him even more was his friend Qin Yuanshan was also in the office. Qin Yuanshan appeared quite awkward among the group of teachers. Upon seeing his friend appear, his eyes lit up immediately, and he winked at Lu Feu, his facial expressions becoming incredibly vivid. Everyone here is Feiyu's teacher and has made a great contribution to Feiyu's growth. Here are the school's prize money, please accept them. As he spoke, Principal Wang took out several paper bags from the cabinet and handed them to the teachers one by one. He then stopped in front of Lin Wenhui and said with emotion, "Teacher Lin has been with our school for some time now. She is diligent and hardworking, loves the school, and loves the students. Our leadership has seen all of this. Therefore, everyone unanimously decided to appoint Mr. Xing Lin as the deputy director of the senior year." Upon hearing this, the teachers in the office immediately erupted in discussion. "What do you mean? It's been a while since you enrolled. Which of the teachers present is less experienced than Lin Wenhui? But even now, he's just an ordinary teacher." However, Lin Wenhui, who is not even 30 years old, is already a deputy director. Not only will their salaries and year-end bonuses double, but they will also be eligible for promotion to director, vice principal, and even principal in the future. It can be described as a meteoric rise. Damn it, comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. Several teachers sighed inwardly. They knew, of course, that Principal Wang's decision to promote Lin Wenhui was not because she was good-looking. Rather, it's because she is Lu Feu's homeroom teacher. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. With Lu Feu as a student, Lin Wenhui will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life, no matter what achievements she makes. Chapter 48: The Principal's Gift. A heartfelt gift. I sensed the envy in the eyes of several colleagues. Lin Wenhui was stunned for a moment, her beautiful face filled with shock. She never expected this. The school will give her such a generous reward. After a long pause, she finally reacted and stammered. "Principal, thank you for your trust. I will certainly live up to your expectations." At the same time, Lin Wenhui looked at Lu Feu with her beautiful eyes full of joy. This student had once caused her immense worry. She had grown to such a level at a speed she could never have imagined. This change in Lu Feu made her very happy. This joy and sense of accomplishment made her even happier than when she was promoted to deputy director. Watching teacher Lin get promoted to deputy director, Lu Feiyu was also very happy. Whether in this life or the next, this beautiful teacher has helped me a great deal. He has always been grateful for this. Right now, the other person has been promoted because of me, and their future looks very promising. The gratitude he kept hidden in his heart. In the end, it was a way of repaying them. After rewarding the teacher, Wang Xintian looked at Qin Yuanshan. You have good talent and a good personality. If you are admitted to the first class for further study, you will receive the same resources as the students in the first class. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanshan, who had been exchanging winks with Lu Feiyu, suddenly froze. He incredulously pointed to himself, exclaiming in surprise, I advanced to Class 1? Seeing his friend's actions, Lu Feiyu was helpless. He patted the other person on the shoulder. If the principal wants to come, then he can come. Why all the fuss? What's wrong? Can't Class 1 accommodate someone as big as you? Seeing his friend's actions, Qin Yuanshan realized what was happening and quickly said, I'm in. We can accommodate you, of course we can, haha. As he spoke, Qin Yuanshan gave Lu Feiyu a grateful look. He may be a bit slow-witted, but he's not stupid. Knowing that he, with his mediocre talent and ordinary family background, was able to enter Class 1 of the third year of high school at Changnan No. 1 High School for further study, he knew it must be thanks to Lu Feiyu. After all, Class 1 is an outstanding class. The students there are either A-level talents or rich and powerful. The school allocates twice the resources to them as it does to regular classes. There are still 80 days until the college entrance examination. Double resources for 80 days. In addition, there's the 50% increase in resource allocation due to Lu Feiyu. Qin Yuanshan practically got nearly 100,000 renminbi worth of resources for free. That's no small amount. Sensing the gratitude in his friend's eyes, Lu Feiyu smiled. I thought to myself that although Principal Wang came from a military background and had a tough style, he was still very adept at interpersonal relationships. The two people closest to Lu Feiyu at school almost both received help. After arranging everything, Principal Wang waved his hand, asking all bystanders to leave the office. He then personally brewed a cup of tea for Lu Feiyu and invited him to sit down. Lu Feiyu didn't stand on ceremony with Wang Xintian and immediately put the teacup to his mouth. It's not as good as the mayor's. After taking a sip, Lu Feiyu made a brief assessment in his mind and put down the teacup. Principal Wang, lacking mind-reading abilities, continued to look at Lu Feiyu with a cheerful smile, saying, Feiyu, you are the pride of Changnan City, and even more so the pride of Changnan No. 1 High School. I believe that soon, everyone in the world will know of Changnan No. 1 High School because of your name. This is a small token of the school's appreciation, and the school's final support for you. 880,000. Wishing you a prosperous and lucky journey. The Chinese people do indeed appreciate homophones that carry auspicious connotations. Lu Feiyu is indeed short of money right now. Therefore, he did not refuse and accepted it directly. In his view, one should not refuse the kindness shown to them by others. As long as you keep them in your heart, you will surely repay them tenfold, or even 100-fold when the time is right. Only in this way can we live up to the other party's expectations. Just like Lin Wenhui and Qin Yuanshan today. What he dislikes the most. It's the kind of person who clearly wants something but insists on pushing it away, acting hypocritically. Thank you for the school's guidance. Thank you for the principal's guidance. In the future, Feiyu will certainly live up to everyone's expectations. Lu Feiyu took the bank card and said solemnly, A real man's word is his bond. Once I have mastered beast taming, I will return this 880,000 yuan to Changnan No. 1 Middle School many times over. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang waved his hand. You don't need to be fair to others, you only need to be fair to yourself. Feiyu, you can disappoint anyone, but never disappoint yourself. Do you understand? Sensing the warmth in the principal's words, Lu Feiyu nodded. After saying goodbye to Principal Wang, Lu Feiyu returned to Class 2 of Senior 3. If nothing unexpected happens, This should be his last day of class here. Therefore, this time, he listened very attentively. Time flows like water, just like youth, which is gone forever. He knew that his high school career was over. Lu Feu casually rejected several girls who confessed their feelings to him, and walked out of the school without looking back. Are you kidding me? Women will only slow down his beast-taming speed. The next day, Lu Feu had Xiong Meng use his beast-taming ability to change his appearance early in the morning. He then went to the adventure recruitment hall in the west of the city. Upon entering the hall, Lu Feu did not rush to find those famous adventure groups to sign up for. Instead, he sat blankly on the cold, iron bench in the hall. His face was full of disappointment and confusion, like a pig that had just entered society and was ready to be slaughtered. He was waiting for the adventure group from his past life that had forced him to become human bait. About 10 minutes later, the clattering sound of hard-soled leather shoes on the floor reached Lu Feu's ears. A pair of gleaming leather shoes reflected Lu Feu's bewildered gaze. Then, a gentle voice drifted down into Lu Feu's ears from above. Young man, how about giving it a try to join my Greedy Wolf adventure group? Upon hearing that familiar voice, so deeply ingrained in his bones, Lu Feu's unfocused gaze immediately narrowed. In the reflection of the leather shoes, he could clearly see a surging murderous aura bursting forth in his eyes. However, when Lu Feu looked up, his expression changed again. The bewildered and helpless eyes, like those of a harmless fawn deep in the jungle, are almost comical. Can I do it? I'm only at the bronze level. Seeing Lu Feu's appalling performance, a hint of disdain flashed deep in the man's eyes, but a charming smile appeared on his face. Of course, my friend. The Greedy Wolf Adventurers Guild, a haven for newcomers, is a trustworthy choice. Don't hesitate. Let's sign a contract. From this day forward, our lives will be intertwined, and our destinies will be shared. We will be each other's most reliable companions. Chapter 49 The Greedy Wolf Adventure Team. Looking at Zhang Xiaojing, his face was beaming with an extremely bright smile. Lu Feu suppressed the urge to kill him on the spot. In his previous life, it was this same person who brought him into the Greedy Wolf Adventure Team. When we first met, the other person was just as warm and gentle. However, after Lu Feu signed the contract, Zhang Xiaojing immediately tore off his gentle exterior, revealing his vicious nature, as ruthless as a greedy wolf. He had the new members of his adventure team covered their entire bodies in a material that was extremely attractive to ferocious beasts. Then he slashed several hideous wounds on her body. Fresh blood gushed down the wound, and the aroma of the blood maximized the allure of the ingredients. Subsequently, countless low-level ferocious beasts were attracted by the strange fragrance, and slaughtered the human flesh feed until not even a trace was left. Even the pitiful howls and cries for help were drowned out by the sounds of the ferocious beasts attacking and killing. A life was lost so easily. Only then will Zhang Xiaojing and the core team members take action to hunt down the ferocious beast. As for why they didn't save him, a mocking smile appeared on Lu Feu's lips. After rescuing them, Zhang Xiaojing also had to pay the medical expenses for the group members who had been used as human food. If they don't provide assistance, the only loss is the cost of consumables, and at most, they'll receive a few tens of thousands of yuan in funeral expenses. If the other party has no relatives, family, or friends, they can even save this money. Lu Feu came here today specifically to wipe out the Greedy Wolf Adventure Team in one fell swoop. Not only must Zhang Xiaojing be killed, but all his followers who acted as his accomplices must also be killed. With this thought in mind, Lu Feu nodded emphatically under Zhang Xiaojing's expectant gaze. Big brother, I'm willing to join the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group. Lu Feu nodded. Zhang Xiaojing's smile widened. He pulled Lu Feu up from the chair and walked towards the front desk of the recruitment hall. Let's go, brother, let's go sign the adventure contract. By the way, my surname is Zhang. You can just call me Brother Zhang. By the way, I am the leader. Although my strength is not high, I am still at the 9th level of silver, which is considered pretty good among low-level adventurer groups. There are also a few good brothers in the group, all of whom are at the silver realm. There are a few others like you, who are also bronze beast masters, and even some iron beast masters. Our Greedy Wolf Adventure Group's motto is inclusivity. As they walked, Zhang Xiaojing explained the setup of the adventure team. His tone was warm, and he seemed no different from a trustworthy older brother. However, anyone with a little social experience would realize that the other party's recruitment of a team member is far too frivolous. They didn't even ask anything. The levels of a Beastmaster, the characteristics and abilities of contracted beasts, and their previous combat experiences. These are questions that should have been asked. Zhang Xiaojing didn't say a word and directly took Lu Feiyu's hand and led her to the front desk. You need to know. Once you join the adventurers party, in addition to providing basic wages and benefits to team members, team leaders are also required to reimburse some work-related injuries. Therefore, legitimate adventure groups must undergo numerous screenings to recruit members, from character to ability, and so on. Zhang Xiaojing was moving so fast that it was as if he was afraid Lu Feiyu would get away. However, this was exactly what Lu Feiyu wanted. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just let Zhang Xiaojing chatter on and on. Upon arriving at the front desk, Zhang Xiaojing took out a paper contract from his bag and handed it to the staff. After the staff confirmed that the contract was legal and correct, they affixed the official seal, indicating that the contract was legally binding. There's really nothing wrong with this contract. Lu Feiyu had no doubts and signed the document cleanly and neatly, then looked expectantly at Zhang Xiaojing. His expression perfectly captured the innocent naivete of a student who was inexperienced in the ways of the world. Seeing how easily they had tricked a beast tamer, Zhang Xiaojing almost wanted to burst into laughter to release his excitement. Come on, Brother Lu, I'll take you outside the city to have a look. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaojing put his arm around Lu Feiyu's neck and practically dragged him out of the hall. They were afraid that Lu Feiyu might hesitate even a little. Once we reach the outskirts of the city, Zhang Xiaojing thought to himself, a hint of ferocious killing intent flashing in his eyes. He drove Lu Feiyu along a bumpy road until they finally arrived at the stronghold of the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group. It is a remote and desolate deep forest. Arrival at the destination. Zhang Xiaojing got off the car first, followed closely by Lu Feiyu. As soon as the car door opened, the pungent, nauseating stench of blood immediately filled the air. Lu Feiyu frowned slightly. On his shoulder, a black line twisted slightly, then burrowed down Lu Feiyu's sleeve. Then it sank into the earth and disappeared completely. Hurry up! What are you standing there for, you idiot? Lu Feiyu was still fidgeting in the passenger seat. Zhang Xiaojing's eyes widened, and his previous enthusiasm and gentleness completely disappeared, replaced by a ferocious look of savagery. Every muscle on his face trembled with his roar. The enormous roar drew the attention of everyone present. Wow, Brother Zhang has brought in another pig! That was fast! As expected of Brother Zhang, it just so happens that we're almost out of pork. Two men surrounded Zhang Xiaojing, standing on either side of him, both with cruel smiles on their faces. The way they looked at Lu Feiyu, it wasn't like looking at fellow adventurers, but rather like looking at meat on a chopping board. What are you doing? Lu Feiyu jumped off the car, his body trembling. Facing the group of people who were closing in, his back was almost pressed against the car door. However, in contrast to his trembling body, Lu Feiyu's eyes were frighteningly calm. He subtly glanced at the three men in front of him, and realized that one member of the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group was missing from his memory. Just then, a sharp female voice came from behind the car. Ha! Look at this young man, he might wet his pants in fear. Lu Feiyu turned around and saw a woman in a blood-red coat slowly walking towards him, dragging a mangled corpse in her hand. When she saw Lu Feiyu's face, her eyes lit up, and she licked her lips and said, "This kid is quite good-looking. Let me use him before we get down to business." Upon hearing this, the three men laughed lewdly, their gazes lingering unabashedly over Lu Feiyu's crotch. "Using it is fine, but don't go overboard. Corpses won't attract any valuable ferocious beasts." The four core members I remembered had all gathered together. Lu Feiyu finally calmed down, and his panicked expression gradually disappeared, eventually turning into a deep indifference. If even one of these four people survived, he felt very unhappy. So, Lu Feiyu immediately waved his hand. Boss Jean immediately leaped out of the beast taming space. Its deep blue fur danced wildly in the stench, and its streamlined body exuded a unique beauty. However, Lu Feuyu's summoned beast made its appearance. Zhang Xiaojing and his 3 companions, who had already surrounded Lu Feu, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they burst into wild laughter. Ha! This kid actually wants to fight back. A bronze-level beast tamer? Rebelling against 4 silver-level beast tamers like us. What's going on in this kid's head? It would be better to surrender obediently and suffer less torture. The woman in red licked her lips and gave Lu Feu a flirtatious wink. Handsome young man, I just love your fierce spirit. Chapter 50 Dragon Transformation. A reversal of fortune against silver. Upon hearing this, Lu Feu smiled. Even with disguises, he still can't hide his damn handsomeness? But, looking at the red-clad woman's bloated figure, and the foundation that had fallen off her face as she spoke, Lu Feu felt a chill run down his spine. However, Lu Feu had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with the other party at the moment. It sensed its master's bloodlust. Boss Jean let out a low growl. The moment the sound was made, its form seemed to transform into a gentle breeze, rushing straight towards the woman in red. At the same time, a fiery red sun rose rapidly in the deep forest. Endless light and heat radiated outwards, and the drastically increased temperature ignited all the trees around Lu Feu. In the blink of an eye, the once dark forest has been transformed into a fiery inferno. Such speed! Careful! There's something fishy about this kid! Seeing this, Zhang Xiaojing, enduring the burning pain in his body, immediately shouted. The 3 men immediately summoned their tamed beasts. However, before they could retaliate, everyone noticed that the ground beneath their feet was rumbling and trembling. What? Zhang Xiaojing immediately looked down, his eyes widening even more dramatically than copper bells. He saw it clearly. The solid ground beneath my feet is trembling and cracking. Cracks spread out at a visible speed. Then deep, ink-black scales came into view. The dragon's scales stood on end, gleaming with a sharp, cold light. This is... Zhang Xiaojing was puzzled, before he could react. The tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly violent, and he even began to lose his balance. Boom! A deafening roar came from beneath our feet. The enormous body of the black scale burst from the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. A jet-black dragon, at least 80 meters long, hovered and lingered in the low sky. A chilling killing intent flashed in his ink-black pupils. Transformation into a dragon. In this state, the black scale's body length reached an exaggerated 80 meters, appearing from afar like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, making it difficult to resist. With this size, Black Scale's power is greatly enhanced, making it easy for him to split the earth and shatter mountains. Holy crap! What kind of monster is this? Attack it! Zhang Xiaojing was thrown into the air. He barely managed to steady himself and shouted as fast as he could. At the same time, the 3 beasts he had contracted were desperately unleashing their killing moves. Wind blades and solid ice followed one after another. A series of booming sounds were stirred up on the hard, upright Black Scales. However, Black Scale's figure in midair did not sway in the slightest. Its dragon mouth suddenly opened wide, and a roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Roar! This roar, as if from hell, directly triggered the deepest fear in everyone's hearts. In their daze, they seemed to see a black dragon with a body that pierced through the sky roaring. Dragon's Wrath! The Dragon Fury in Dragon Transformation state doubles the control time. Even the silver-level beast masters and their beasts were controlled for a full 3 seconds. And within those 3 seconds, Black Scales opened its mouth again, and plumes of black mist poured out from the sky. The black mist hissed as soon as it came into contact with the outside air. In midair, a large amount of rising mist appeared and spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, a strange fragrance enveloped this remote forest. In an instant, the noisy chirping of cicadas, the low chirping of birds, the croaking of frogs, and even the sounds of various tiny animals all disappeared. This deep forest was as silent as death. This is not just ordinary serpent venom. In the dragon transformation state, this is genuine dragon poison. Contact with it will result in death. Touch it and you will die. There is absolutely no room for maneuver. 3 seconds was enough for the black mist to fall from the sky and completely envelop Zhang Xiaojing and his 2 companions. As soon as the black mist touched their skin, it seeped into their bodies through the pores. In an instant, steam rose from Zhang Xiaojing's eyes, nose, mouth, and tongue. His muscles and internal organs are being corroded at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just a few seconds. 3 grown men vanished into thin air. On the vast open space, only the white bones, mostly eroded away, remained. Instant kill. It truly lives up to its reputation as a powerful skill that can inflict negative status effects for up to 6 hours. Once this is initiated, this directly grants Black Scale, who is at the 9th level of Black Iron, the strength to kill top-tier silver beast tamers. It's almost a 2-level improvement in strength. All I can say is, true dragon bloodline, terrifying beyond measure. Just then, Boss Jin's figure also returned to Lu Feu's sight. It lunged at the woman in red, grabbing her by the neck with one claw. Bang! As he approached Lu Feu, Boss Jin loosened his grip, throwing the woman in red heavily in front of Lu Feu, while simultaneously retracting the summoned sun. This was a survivor that Lu Feu deliberately left alive. At the same time, black scales slowly flew down from midair. Its eyes were fixed angrily on Boss Jin, as if it wanted to take advantage of its current strength to avenge the slap it had received earlier. Stop fooling around! Lu Feu sensed He Lin's thoughts and immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Boss Jin puffed out his chest smugly, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Seeing this, Lu Feu kicked Boss Jin in the butt, making him howl in pain. The woman in red lying on the ground stared at the sky, utterly despondent. She never expected this. This incredibly young-looking guy wiped out almost the entire adventure team with just one move. It should be noted that although the Greedy Wolf Adventure Group is notorious, they are extremely sensible. He never provokes beast tamers of silver rank or higher, nor low-rank beast tamers who appear to come from good families. Therefore, even if they have harmed countless people, she is still alive and well. But where did this young man, who looks like a god of death, come from? What did they do to provoke him? Even if the woman in red were foolish, she would understand at this moment. Lu Feu is definitely here for them today. As she pondered, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and then she was sent flying several meters away. Then, Lu Feu's indifferent voice gradually approached. Are there any other survivors? Lu Feu lowered his head and grabbed the woman's messy long hair. The tearing pain in her scalp made the woman grimace and flail her arms and legs uncontrollably. No, we've used them all up. The woman spoke haltingly, enduring the pain. Although I already knew this would be the result. But upon hearing this, a surge of rage still flashed through Lu Feu's mind. Those who were killed by them were all teenagers who had just entered society, only 18 or 19 years old. He should have had a bright future, but now it's all ruined. He stood up and kicked again with all his might, sending the woman flying into the raging inferno. Chapter 51 Another Slap. The raging flames purified all the filth. Listen to the wailing sounds gradually decreasing in volume until they disappear completely from the flames. Lu Feu was filled with emotion. In his previous life, he dropped out of school early and struggled in society, enduring countless cold shoulders, with no adventure group willing to accept him. They could only do odd jobs in the restaurant, and had no access to anything related to beast tamers. Therefore, when the Greedy Wolf adventurers came to recruit him, he was extremely excited. Do you think he was completely unaware that something was wrong with the adventure group at the time? Of course not. However, for Lu Feu at that time, the Greedy Wolf adventure team was his only hope to continue as a beast tamer. Even if it's a pit, he'll jump in. Just like those terminally ill patients who eventually pray to gods and Buddhas, all they seek is hope and peace of mind. This matter is settled. From now on, I am simply myself. Lu Feu sighed deeply, completely banishing all traces of his past life from his heart. Just then, a clear bird song came from the sky. Auspicious Phoenix descended from the sky and bowed slightly in front of Lu Feu, gesturing for him to come up. With a small jump, Lu Feu landed on Fei Luan's broad back. Soft feathers brushed against the tops of his feet, securing them firmly in place. In this way, even the strong winds that rush towards him during flight cannot affect Lu Feu's figure. That's all. Neither Black Scale nor Boss Jean could do it, so they cannot be considered qualified flying beast tamers. Especially the black scales. Lu Feu once stood on it. The scales were even smoother than freshly ground tofu, making it impossible for a person to stand on them. Well done, decisive and ruthless! A promising talent! Once Lu Feu had regained his footing, Xiongmeng praised him, his eyes full of admiration. He had been following Lu Feu ever since he left home, all to protect the safety of this SSS-level student. Xiongmeng originally thought that no matter how strong Lu Feu's talent was, he was only a bronze beast tamer at the moment. Potential is potential, and combat power is combat power. Therefore, when Lu Feu fought against 4 silver beast tamers all by himself, Xiongmeng was sweating bullets in the sky and was even prepared to intervene at any moment. However, to his surprise, Lu Feu not only won, but won easily and quickly. Almost instantly, his 2 tamed beasts completely took control of the battlefield, leaving the enemy with no chance to resist. Xiongmeng was a proponent of war. I like Lu Feu's style. He kills when he should, without hesitation. Therefore, the more he looked at Lu Feu, the more he liked him. As for what grudge Lu Feu had against the other party, Xiongmeng had no idea. After all, students also need privacy. All he needs to know is that what Lu Feu did was the right thing. I can go to school to register today. Lu Feu steadied himself. Things were handled much faster than he had expected. In less than 2 days, he resolved all the issues he had left behind in Changnan. Is there anything I need to pack? Xiongmeng asked, while simultaneously calling out to Xiaoqing. Suddenly, the scenery before their eyes changed wildly, and they were flying towards the villa on the hill at an extremely fast speed. Lu Feu thought for a moment, and finally said, Return the villa keys to Principal Wang. After all, it belongs to him. After listening, Xiongmeng nodded and said nothing more. A few minutes later, the two then traveled from outside the city to the villa on the hill. The auspicious blue phoenix slowed its flapping of wings, gradually decreasing its speed and altitude. The villa, which was originally only the size of a fist, gradually expanded and became clearer in Lu Feu's eyes. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his expression changed from calm to cold. All I could see was 4 figures stood in a crisscrossing pattern in front of the villa's iron gate. These were none other than Lu Guanzhong, Zhang Fingxia, Lu Xian Jun, and Lu Sihan, the 4 members of the Lu family. At this moment, these people would occasionally crane their necks to peer through the iron gate into the villa deep inside. Lu Guanzhong's face was full of anxiety and embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhang Fingxia, standing to the side, continued to rant and ramble, her words full of accusations. That little brat! He'd rather let Qin Yuan Shan, who has no connections, into Class 1 than think about our Qian Jun. Has he forgotten? Lu Xian Jun is related to him by blood. She cursed and swore, while slapping the silent Lu Guanzhong on the back. You're a piece of trash too. I asked you to come before, but you wouldn't. Now look what's happened, we can't even see a shadow of them. After being slapped by her, Lu Guanzhong's already agitated emotions immediately erupted. His face turned bright red, and the veins on his forehead bulged like giant pythons. How dare you say that? Say it! Say it! If it weren't for you, would Feiyu have run away from home and cut ties with you? Ah? They've already cut ties with us. And you still have the nerve to come looking for them. You may be shameless, but I am. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fingxia immediately snorted coldly. Fine, fine, you have no shame. You're so high and mighty. You think you're so great. If you had any shame, why did you even come today? You're a hypocrite, trying to act virtuous while being a prostitute. You're even more shameless than me. Seeing that the two were saying increasingly outrageous things, Lu Sihan, who had been silent all along, suddenly roared. Stop talking! Dad! Mom! When we see Xiaoyu later, let's bow our heads and admit our mistakes. Xiaoyu is gentle by nature and responds better to kindness than force. She will forgive us. Otherwise, how will Xian Jun live his life at school? The college entrance exam is coming up. We can't just stand by and watch Xian Jun be ruined. Upon hearing this, the two who had been arguing heatedly immediately fell silent. Their eyes simultaneously turned towards where Lu Xian Jun was. Lu Xian Jun seemed oblivious to their argument, staring blankly ahead with empty eyes, as if nothing in the world concerned him. He's a complete idiot. He's looked like this ever since he came back from school yesterday. This situation greatly worried the Lu family. They used many methods, even spending large sums of money to buy low-level resources to nourish the soul. However, it's too late to fix it. He still looks like he's in a daze, and sometimes he'll suddenly burst into crazy laughter, getting saliva and snot all over his face and body. The one who tied the knot must untie it. The Lu family immediately thought of Lu Feu. Even Lu Xian Jun, who was extremely proud, swallowed his pride and sought help from Lu Feu. In their view, given Lu Feu's current status and position, there must be a way to restore Lu Xian Jun to his original state. However, just as the Lu family remained silent, a strong wind howled through the air. Everyone instinctively looked up. A colossal blue bird, obscuring the sky, slowly descended. Then, a figure that was both strange and familiar jumped off the back of the giant bird. It was Lu Feu. Upon seeing Lu Feu, Zhang Fengxia, who was the most shameless of them all, immediately went to greet him. A rare smile graced her face. His freckles were completely exposed to the air, making his smile somewhat eerie. Feiyu, you haven't been home in so long. Everyone's come to see how you're doing. Zhang Fengxia smiled and uttered flattering words. Look at you, you're so old already. Why are you getting angry with your family? Smack! Before Zhang Fengxia could finish speaking, a loud slap rang in everyone's ears. Her words caught in her throat as her right cheek burned with pain. From a distance, you can still see the bright red handprint on his face. Lu Feu, however, shook his right hand and said without any politeness, Old ding, didn't I tell you? I'll beat you up every time I see you. Why can't you learn your lesson? Chapter 52 Severing Ties Through Bloodletting. Lu Feu swung his right hand, a blatant smile on his face. By the way, what were you trying to say just now? I felt a tearing pain on my face. Zhang Fengxia could no longer maintain her smile. She instinctively wanted to get angry. However, considering Lu Feu's current status and the enormous bluebird on his body that looks extraordinary, she forcefully suppressed her anger and forced a smile, saying once again, Feiyu, I was wrong before you. Smack! Another crisp slap. This time it's my left cheek. In an instant, Zhang Fengxia's left cheek also swelled up visibly. With both cheeks puffed up at the same time, she looked exactly like a dried-up, unkempt old pig's head. Hey, no, can't you understand what I'm saying? I'll beat you up every time I see you. I blink and we meet again. Lu Feu laughed, swinging his hands. Me? You? The burning pain in her cheeks almost drove Zhang Fengxia to the brink of madness. The situation was about to spiral out of control again. Lu Xian, who had been waiting behind, couldn't stand it any longer. She grabbed her mother and pulled her behind her. Then, with an awkward smile on his face, he bent down and said apologetically, Xiaoyu, we were wrong before. But we're family after all. What you did wasn't appropriate, was it? Besides, we've already apologized. What more do you want from us? You're just feeling a bit stifled at home, but Xian Jun is practically going crazy. Lu Xian is young after all. She already looked down on her younger brother, and just now her mother was slapped twice in front of her. Having been proud since childhood, she has never bowed her head in front of a man. With these three factors combined, she, who originally intended to apologize humbly, became increasingly agitated, even pointing her finger at Lu Feu's nose at the end and saying, Do you have any humanity left? Spit flew everywhere, and a foul odor filled the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Feu almost laughed. What's going on here? I will forgive you if you apologize. Very good. Lu Feu's eyes turned cold, and he raised his right foot to deliver a powerful kick. The powerful kick, with no restraint, landed directly on Lu Xian's lower abdomen. Even if the physical abilities of the beast tamer are not as good as those of the beast tamer, but it's still much better than the average person. Lu Feiyu's foot struck Lu Xian's lower abdomen without any mercy. Suddenly, Lu Xian's eyes widened. The person's body flew backward several meters away. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. Damn it, Lu Feiyu is going to go crazy today. He's going to go wild. No one can morally blackmail him. Even Jesus couldn't stop him today. A smug smile graced Lu Feiyu's face as he walked unhurriedly to Lu Xian. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Miss Lu. I accidentally lost control of my foot. I'm so sorry. Seeing Lu Xian clutching her stomach and crying out in pain on the ground, it was clear that she had injured her internal organs. Lu Feiyu then said, I've already apologized, Miss Lu. You're not still holding a grudge against me, are you? So, I'm a kind-hearted person, and I can't stand seeing people crawling on the ground like dogs. Take this money to see a doctor. As he spoke, the spatial ring on his finger flashed with a faint light. 10 red tickets appeared in Lu Feiyu's hand. Then, Lu Feiyu waved his hand, and the red ticket in his hand flew into the sky. The blood fluttered down and landed on Lu Xian's face, staining it with blood. This 1,000 yuan. It's to repay the money the Lu family spent on buying him beast eggs. You've gone too far. Lu Feiyu. She's your sister. She's your family. You and she both have my blood in you. Even if you break a bone, the tendons still connect it, you understand? His wife was slapped, and his daughter was beaten. Lu Guanzhong, who had been patiently enduring like a ninja turtle, could no longer hold back. He strode up to Lu Feiyu and roared. Facing his father, who was his blood relative, Lu Feiyu continued to sneer. Relatives? You think you're worthy? My only relative died 15 years ago. Who killed her? Isn't that you, Lu Guanzhong? Cheating during marriage. Mistress Zhang Fingxia openly forces her way into the wife's position with her child. Lu Feiyu's birth mother was so angry that she fainted on the spot, and her health deteriorated day by day afterward. He passed away not long after. From then on, Zhang Fingxia successfully rose to power. Lu Feiyu thus began his tragic life. Now, Lu Guanzhong is actually talking to him about relatives? That's hilarious! You mean bloodline, right? Lu Feiyu's smile vanished, and he gripped a sharp dagger from his spatial ring in his left hand. Then, a flash of madness and relief crossed his face. I'll return it to you! As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his hand. The sharp dagger swung towards his right wrist in an instant. This strike was delivered with no mercy. Immediately, a stinging sensation came from my wrist. Crimson blood splattered like a fountain. The spurting blood immediately splattered all over Lu Guanzhong. The blood droplets dried quickly on the coat, resembling withered roses, lifeless. His expression of shock and anger froze instantly, and an incredulous look appeared on his face. Lu Guanzhong never expected this. Lu Feiyu would go to such lengths. Cutting his wrists in public. Bleeding directly. This person is determined to sever ties with me. Just thinking about Lu Feiyu's SSS-level talent and the bright future he could foresee, Lu Guanzhong felt extremely uncomfortable. If only I had treated Lu Feiyu better before. He only slightly intervened when Zhang Fingxia and others bullied him. Based on his understanding of Lu Feiyu, the other party would never be so heartless as he was today. I was so stupid, so stupid! Lu Guanzhong blamed himself in his heart. He still wanted to persuade him to stay, but a tall and imposing figure had already stood between him and Lu Feiyu. Xiong Meng's face was gloomy. His nearly 2-meter height and broad build gave Lu Guanzhong an unparalleled sense of oppression. This matter ends here. If I see you harassing my students again... Xiong Meng stopped speaking here, but his iron hand had already grabbed Lu Guanzhong by the neck and lifted him up. He glanced at Lu Guanzhong and the others with the same look he gave them as if they were dead. As the pressure in his hands gradually increased, the feeling of suffocation and being suspended in midair caused Lu Guanzhong's face to turn a deep liver color. His legs twitched in the air like spinning tops. Xiong Meng's murderous aura, cultivated through years of traversing various battlefields, emanated without any concealment. The horrifying scene, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards him, filled Lu Guanzhong with even greater panic. He even thought he was going to die here today. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lu Guanzhong was about to suffocate, Xiong Meng suddenly let go, allowing Lu Guanzhong to fall to the ground. Lu Guanzhong's face turned as red as a purplish red as he greedily inhaled the surrounding air. At the same time, a pair of eyes looked at Xiong Meng in terror, and with hands behind her back, she scrambled backward. I dare not linger for even a moment longer. Chapter 53 Entering Beijing. Enter the school. Get out of here, all of you! Xiong roared so loudly that the ground shook 3 times. Seeing his imposing manner, Lu Guanzhong and his companions dared not linger any longer. They didn't even dare to look at Lu Feu again. Lu Guanzhong carried Lu Xian and ran away. Zhang Fengxia then pulled Lu Xian Jun away quickly. In an instant, the huge villa gate was filled with people. Only Lu Feiyu and Xiong Meng remained. Xiong Meng looked at Lu Feiyu's wrist, which was still spurting blood, and shook his head, saying, "Why hurt yourself?" As he spoke, he summoned his healing beast. As a beast tamer of the bright moon level, Xiong Meng's beast taming combinations naturally have their own system. Treatment, control, offensive attacks, assassinations, travel, and more, it has it all. A pale green sprite appeared before Lu Feiyu's eyes. Behind it are translucent wings. The little sprite flew slowly around Lu Feu, its shimmering green light flashing brightly, and flew towards Lu Feiyu's wrist. In an instant, the deep, bone-revealing wound disappeared. The bleeding stopped instantly. If it weren't for the lingering pain in her wrist, Lu Feu wouldn't even have realized that her hand had ever been injured. He said with a smile, "Some things simply have to be done. If you don't keep doing it, they'll take advantage of you and try to climb higher, which is really annoying. Besides, isn't it you, Principal, who's here? I believe you won't just watch me bleed in vain." Hearing this, Xiong Meng smiled. "You're something else, kid. Hurry up and pack your things, let's go." After the minor incident, Lu Feiyu returned the villa keys to Principal Wang. Lu Feiyu and Xiong Meng then booked their plane tickets and flew to Beijing. Changnan is located in southern China. The capital city is located in the north. The journey is extremely long. Therefore, the two chose to use modern means of transportation. After all, Shaoqing may fly fast, but you can't order her around like that. Lu Feiyu didn't feel sorry for him. Xiong Meng, as a beast tamer, felt sorry for him. It's not that we can't afford to tame beasts. Modern transportation, on the other hand, offers better value for money. By the time Lu Feiyu arrived in the capital, it was already getting dark. Since the disaster struck, ferocious beasts have wreaked havoc on humankind. Due to the threat posed by numerous flying beasts, all existing flight routes have become obsolete. It took humanity decades to reopen a few new, safer flight routes. Furthermore, in order to ensure safety, the plane's flight speed is also much slower than before. Otherwise, by the afternoon at the latest, Lu Feiyu and his companion should arrive in the capital. "Let me take you to the student dormitory first. It was already prepared for you. A teacher will take you to your classroom at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before going to bed, you can take a stroll around the capital and experience it. Of course, don't stay up too late, as you have to get up early tomorrow. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime." After arriving at Ching Huai University, while explaining the precautions, Xiong Meng led Lu Feiyu toward the student dormitory. Along the way, many college students were staring at Lu Feiyu with surprise. They were very curious. Does this SSS-level twin talent possess some kind of superhuman ability, which has been the subject of much online discussion? Otherwise, we both have 2 eyes, a mouth, and a nose, so how come your talent is so extraordinary? Doesn't this look like a human? It's just a tiny bit better looking than me, but I can't see anything special about it. A student watched Lu Feiyu's departing figure and muttered to himself. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, led by Xiong Meng, Lu Feiyu entered the student dormitory. Well, normally there are 2 people per dorm room, but you joined the class later, so you don't have anyone to live with, and you'll be living in a dorm room by yourself. Does it feel good? Xiongming said. Lu Feiyu looked around at the furnishings inside the dormitory. He nodded repeatedly. This is not comfortable at all. This is absolutely amazing, it feels so incredibly comfortable. It's not one of those double beds with ladders, nor is it one of those narrow bunk beds with a desk underneath. In the huge student dormitory, 2 large, spacious beds were placed on either side. In front of the large bed is a double-door wardrobe with a surprisingly spacious interior. It feels like it could fit more than 3 people. In the middle of the bed were 2 long tables side by side. The table was spotless, without even a speck of dust. Even if someone with OCD were to come up with something, they wouldn't find a single fault with this dorm room. Not to mention, Lu Feiyu took 2 steps inside, nodding his head like a giant swing. What's outrageous is that this dormitory not only has a private bathroom, but also, surprisingly, it also has a small kitchen and an open-air balcony. This doesn't look like a student dormitory. Most houses aren't this comfortable, are they? It's simply awesome. It's all been cleaned, you can use it directly. Xiongmeng casually sat on a bed and said, The mattresses and bedding are all new, so don't worry. You also have the authority to exchange special resources, which you can do at the Resource Management Office. You can get whatever you want, it's up to you. After all, your talent is more effective than any mentor. Your campus map and student ID are in your locker. Both lockers are yours, feel free to use them. Sitting on the bed, Xiongmeng thought for a long time, and only after confirming that nothing had been overlooked did he stand up. Okay, that's settled then. Get some rest. Lu Feiyu personally escorted the principal to the door and watched him disappear before returning to his dormitory. The first thing to do was to open the wardrobe and take out the map and student ID. After confirming the location of the Resource Management Office, without pausing for a moment, Lu Feiyu strode off toward that spot. He couldn't wait to evolve Black Scale into an SS-level beast. Even with the black scales of a dragon, it is already so ferocious. So, just how terrifyingly powerful will it become after successfully evolving into the sky-eating demon dragon? Lu Feiyu was really looking forward to it. He traveled quickly and finally arrived at his destination. This resource management office is actually quite similar to a library. However, the library is filled with all sorts of books. Inside the resource management office, shelves are filled with various rare resources. From basic to top tier, we have it all. This is the strength of China's top university. The resource management department is divided into 4 floors. The first to the 4th layer correspond to 4 different levels of resources. At the entrance of each floor, there is a specially designed machine that can recognize student cards. Without permission, there's no way you can get in. And when students come out, they must pass through a specially made gate. If anyone is found to have stolen or misappropriated school resources, they will be subject to disciplinary action, ranging from being placed on probation to being expelled, and may even face legal consequences. Beep. 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 After 3 soft beeps from the machine, Lu Feiyu successfully stepped into the 3rd level. This place is filled with high-level and special resources. The final resource needed for the Black Scale's evolution, True Dragon Blood Essence, is among them. Chapter 54 Black Scale Evolution. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feiyu walked to the 3rd shelf where the essence blood of ferocious beasts was stored. The tall shelves are made of solid wood. This type of wood can prevent the spiritual energy and special power within various rare resources from leaking out, even if it has been stored for thousands of years. The items on the shelves remained as fresh as ever. The wooden frame alone is worth over 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. Lu Feiyu quickly scanned the entire wooden frame. The essence of the true dragon is of extremely high rank, so it is placed on the most prominent first layer. On it, several jade bottles stood in a row. In front of the jade bottle is a sign indicating the source and properties of the essence blood inside. The 4-winged bone dragon is renowned for its formidable physical strength. It is recommended for use with beasts of the physical attribute during evolution. Azure Dragon of the Heavenly Wood, a true dragon of the wood element, excels in healing and control. It possesses a gentle and tolerant nature, and is recommended for evolution into a wood or water element beast. The Annihilation Flame Dragon, a true fire attribute dragon, is adept at manipulating flames. Extremely unstable, forbidden for use by beast tamers below the emerald level. Lu Feu carefully examined the text on each sign. Although the evolution of Black Scale does not require the use of true dragon blood of any particular attribute. However, according to Lu Feu's speculation, using blood essence of the same, or similar attributes, will inevitably result in better evolution effects. Finally, Lu Feu's gaze fixed on the last jade bottle. The emerald green bottle is crystal clear. Lu Feu could see through the bottle the viscous, ink-like true dragon essence blood inside, which resembled a charcoal ball. Poisonous Fire Dragon, a true dragon with dual attributes of poison and fire. The clash between poison and fire is extremely dangerous. Only those with true dragon bloodlines can use it. Looking at the words on the sign, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feu took it off the shelf. Isn't this thing tailor-made for Black Scale? It is both poisonous and requires the bloodline of a true dragon. As for the clash between poison and fire, it is extremely dangerous, but Lu Feu believes that Black Scale can definitely withstand it. It will only be a little painful. Besides, he's such a young trainee, not even a month old yet. What's wrong with him enduring some hardship? Many beast tamers would love to endure this hardship but can't. If you don't endure hardship, some beasts will want to eat you. Before his thoughts could even process, the jade bottle was already in Lu Feu's hand. It feels slightly cool to the touch and has an excellent tactile feel. After getting what he wanted, Lu Feu immediately turned around and went downstairs. After passing through the inspection gate safely, he did not return to his dormitory. Instead, they followed the map and headed towards the breakthrough room inside Ching Huai University. When beast taming reaches the later stages, significant unusual phenomena will occur during breakthroughs or evolutions. Some unusual phenomena can even endanger the lives of beast tamers and those around them. Therefore, a breakthrough room was specially set up within Ching Huai University for students to use. Of course, this type of building can be found in most large cities. However, Lu Feu was short of money and couldn't afford to go, so he had to break through at home. Now, as a student in the preparatory class of Ching Huai University, he has the privilege of using the breakthrough room for free. Things you get for free. Why not take advantage of it? With the mindset of, it's all about getting something for free, Lu Feu swiped his student card and entered a quiet breakthrough room. The breakthrough room is quite large, about 30 square meters, and contains 2 rooms, one large and one small. The walls inside the room are made of a transparent material. Beastmasters can observe the physical condition and unusual phenomena of their beasts in the larger room from within the smaller room, so that they can stop the evolution in time and save their beasts in case of danger. Summon Black Scale and Boss Jean from the beast taming space at the same time. It seems to be a premonition of what is about to happen. Black Scales became extremely excited. Bring it on! Lu Feu gave a shout and led He Lin into the larger room. The spatial ring on his finger flashed with a faint light. 2 jade boxes and a jade bottle appeared in his hands at the same time. Lu Feu opened them one by one. The high-quality dark attribute beast core is dark brown in color and has an uneven surface, resembling the skin of fried pork belly, covered with bumps. The essence of the 5 poisons is pure black, with a faint glow on its surface, and a strange smell mixed with a fishy stench wafts out. The final, most important part. It is naturally the essence and blood of a true dragon. Lu Feu pulled the stopper off the jade bottle. With a poof sound, the solid inside the bottle, which was originally as stable as charcoal, quickly transformed into a liquid. A flowing black liquid swirls inside the bottle. As the water rippled, it seemed as if black mist and flames were leaping together. Open your mouth! It's coming out! Seeing that the liquid was increasing and was about to overflow, Lu Feu hurriedly said, This true dragon's essence blood is extremely precious, and cannot be wasted in the slightest. Upon hearing its master's command, Black Scale immediately opened its mouth wide. Lu Feu immediately loosened his grip, and directly put the entire jade bottle into the Black Scale's mouth. At the same time, he stuffed the beast core and the essence of the 5 poisons into the black scale's still open mouth, and then quickly left. He stood side by side with Boss Jean, carefully observing the changes in Black Scale's body. Suddenly, the black scales that were originally tightly sealed together stood upside down. Each vertical scale resembles a weapon shooting into the sky, radiating a cold light and killing intent. Beneath the scales, rising black mist spread in all directions along with the flesh and blood. When the fog becomes thick enough, viscous black liquid gradually falls from midair. Once this black liquid comes into contact with the ground or a wall, it instantly corrodes the surface, creating a deep pit. The immense heat generated during erosion caused plumes of white mist to gradually rise. The black and white fog intertwined, making the entire room appear unusually blurry. However, with the help of the Eye of Advancement, Lu Feu could still see it clearly. He could see it clearly. The scales, which were originally triangular, are rapidly changing shape, converging into regular pentagons. At the same time, countless scales are stacked and compressed layer by layer. Lu Feu could see with his naked eye that his own beast had 4 layers of scales piled up on its body. The scales intertwined to form mysterious patterns. At the same time, its defensive capabilities are also greatly enhanced. Furthermore, he also observed. At this moment, a pair of long horns burst forth from the 2 bulging fleshy lumps on the black-scaled head. With long antlers resembling a deer, it is noble and magnificent. Dragon horns! The moment the dragon horns appeared, the black-scaled creature, shrouded in black and white mist, suddenly let out a mighty roar. Boundless aura mixed with the pressure of a true dragon emanated from it. The enormous house trembled violently. With a roar, the mist dissipated and the strange phenomena vanished. Black scale, evolution complete. Looking at the enormous black dragon circling in the air, Lu Feu felt a surge of excitement. This is a genuine dragon. Within the same realm, he is an invincible being. He immediately activated his Eye of Advancement, taking in the specific information about the evolved black scale. Chapter 55: The Devouring Demon Dragon. Legendary Skill. Race: Sky-Eating Demon Dragon. Attribute: Poison. Talent Level: SS. Realm: Bronze Rank 6. Skills: True Dragon Body Epic, Devouring Poisonous Flame, Epic, True Dragon's Might, Epic, Devouring Power, Legendary. True Dragon Body, Passive Skill. The True Dragon Body grants immunity to all evil. Beasts are immune to all abnormal statuses, and their physical attributes are increased by at least 3 times. The specific increase depends on the size of the beast. Heaven-Eating Poisonous Flame. The beast tamer can spew highly venomous dragon flames that incinerate all things. Those struck by the poisonous flames will have their life force forcibly drained and used by the beast tamer. Note: once life force is plundered, it cannot be restored naturally. True Dragon's Might. The wrath of the true dragon intimidates all beasts. Beast tamers can unleash the true dragon's might, causing those with bloodlines lower than the tamers to fall into a state of fear, their attack and defense reduced by 50%, and they to be stunned for 2 seconds. Power of Devouring Heaven. Beast taming contains the power to devour the heavens, capable of consuming all things, rapidly strengthening oneself, and raising one's cultivation level. Evolution Path. 5 Elements Dragon King, SSS Rank, Undying Dragon Ancestor, Mythical Rank. Note: only beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Materials required for the next evolution: 5 Elements Spirit Cores, True Dragon Essence Blood of the 5 Attributes, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. Evaluation: Devouring the Heavens. Devouring the Heavens. Upon seeing the specific information about Black Scale, Lu Feu's eyes lit up. First, his cultivation level jumped directly from the 9th level of Black Iron to the 6th level of Bronze. Spanning 1 major realm and 5 minor realms represents a significant improvement. The first 3 skills have all been upgraded to epic level, significantly increasing their strength. Furthermore, each of these 3 skills is extremely powerful. It combines physical enhancement, attack control, and enemy weakening into one. The practical results will undoubtedly be outstanding. As for the last skill, Devouring Heaven Power, its level has reached the legendary realm. This was beyond Lu Feu's expectations. After all, This was the first time he had ever seen a legendary skill on an SS-grade beast. This skill offers almost no improvement to Blackscale's real-time combat capabilities. So, is it useless? Obviously not. Anyone with eyes can see how powerful and terrifying this skill is. Plunder everything to increase your cultivation speed. In other words, as long as there are sufficient resources. Blackscale could improve his cultivation level at an extremely fast pace. The combat power boost brought by this level is no less than that of an epic skill, and may even exceed it. Now I don't have to worry about being beaten up by Boss Jean anymore. Lu Feu beckoned He Lin to his side and said with a smile. And he added in his mind. Next, it might be Blackscale beating up Boss Jean. After all, the power of devouring the heavens combined with the terrifying energy contained in the spiritual water at Beijing University. Blackscale's level of cultivation could surpass Boss Jin's in the blink of an eye. Given Blackscale's personality, he will definitely retaliate against Boss Jean to avenge the humiliation he suffered these past few days. As he was thinking this, Lu Feiyu suddenly sensed that the aura on He Lin's body was rising rapidly again. His eyes narrowed, and he activated his Eye of Advancement once more, looking at Blackscale. In the blink of an eye, its original Bronze Rank 6 level directly reached Bronze Rank 7, breaking through to the late Bronze stage. Furthermore, the aura of the Blackscales is still rising. Is this digesting the residual energy within special resources? Lu Feiyu exclaimed in surprise. After all, among the Blackscale evolution resources, there are 2 high-level special resources, whose energy is as vast as mountains and seas. It's impossible to consume all of it in one evolution. A portion of this energy will remain dormant within the beast's body, slowly merging into its flesh and blood over time, thus elevating the beast's level. This time frame is typically measured in years. However, at present, the Blackscales are being digested at a rate that is almost measured in seconds. Every second, its aura intensifies. Every minute you must break through a small barrier. Isn't this absorption rate a bit too fast? This speed left not only Lu Feiyu, a beast tamer, stunned. Even Boss Jean, who had been standing next to Lu Feiyu, stared wide-eyed at his underling in disbelief. About 10 minutes later, Blackscale's rate of advancement slowed down, and his aura gradually stabilized. Lu Feiyu glanced at its current level and his eyes widened instantly. Not bronze. It's silver. It's not even the early stage of silver, but the middle stage. It actually went directly from bronze tier 6 to silver tier 6. It spans an entire great realm. Blackscale, are you really a genius? Lu Feiyu stroked its drooping dragon head and sighed. His face was beaming with undisguised joy. Because Blackscale broke through to silver rank, he, as a beast master, also reached silver rank 6. While their physical fitness has greatly improved, they have also gained an extra spot for contracted beast taming. In other words, now, he can contract a third beast at any time. Hearing its master's praise, the Blackscale dragon head raised slightly and let out a low growl. At the same time, its dark eyes passed over Lu Feiyu and looked at Boss Jean hiding behind him. The grudge from yesterday is like a thorn in my side. In an instant, its body suddenly swelled up, and its enormous dragon tail, carrying boundless power, swept away. The wind howled sharply, creating bursts of sonic booms. Stop, stop, stop! Seeing that the 2 beasts were about to fight again, Lu Feiyu quickly called for a stop. If you want to fight, fight back! Don't embarrass yourself here! With a loud shout, he stopped the 2 beasts' increasingly unruly actions and simultaneously recalled them into his beast-taming space. Blackscales has completed its evolution. Lu Feiyu also successfully broke through to the Silver Beast Master level. He felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, and he felt incredibly relieved. Next, we'll go to Beijing University this weekend to retrieve the beast eggs and resources. Lu Feiyu set his next goals. Today is Thursday. In other words, after surviving tomorrow's lessons, he will be able to contract his third beast. A powerful beast-taming egg with S-rank aptitude from the start. Then it is further strengthened by the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool. 1 contract, and your SS rank. It saves money and is powerful. Its main selling point is simply to provide a great experience. Thinking this, Lu Feu hummed a light and cheerful tune as she walked gracefully toward her dormitory. After visiting the resource management office and the breakthrough room, Lu Feu returned to the dormitory building. By then, it was already very late at night, so he naturally stopped wandering around the capital. However, when he reached the door of his dormitory room, he suddenly stopped. Because there was already a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses waiting at the door. Lu Feu's footsteps drew the attention of the middle-aged man who had been waiting quietly. Upon seeing Lu Feu's face, a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he quickly came over to greet him. "You're Lu Feu, right? I am Ching Huai from Peking University. You can call me Professor Zhang." As he spoke, he took out his employee card and showed it to Lu Feu to verify his identity. Chapter 56 New Beast Taming. A Miraculous Rain. "Principal Han asked me to bring you something." As he spoke, Ching Huai handed the bag to Lu Feu and added softly, "S-grade beast taming egg." Lu Feu subconsciously took the bag, his eyes lowered slightly as he scanned the contents of the bag. A square sandalwood box with openwork patterns. At that moment, a faint, gentle glow emanated from the box. This light actually gave people a sense of intimacy. "The principal also said that if you come to the school on Saturday, you can get whatever resources you need yourself. Come on, let's add each other's contact information. You can contact me if you need anything." Ching Huai continued. Lu Feu did as instructed and took out his phone, and the two exchanged contact information. Ching Huai then declined Lu Feu's polite invitation to come in and sit down, and turned to leave. He wasn't a child, so he naturally knew that Lu Feu would check on the S-level beast egg immediately after obtaining it. "It's inappropriate for me to be there." After seeing Ching Huai off, Lu Feu rushed back to her dormitory. He pulled the wooden box out of the bag and eagerly opened it. In an instant, the originally faint white light became extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Lu Feu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Eye of Advancement was quietly activated. The slight pain in my eyes caused by the rising white light immediately disappeared, and everything in the room became clearly visible. All the detailed information about the beast taming egg also appeared before Lu Feu's eyes. Race, Enchanting Fox. Attribute, Charm. Talent level S. Realm? Skills, Demon Fox Power, excellent. Enchantress Technique, excellent. Pale Waterfall, excellent. Farewell Kiss, epic. Evolution Path, Enchanting Fox, S rank. Heavenly Spirit Fox, SS rank. Savior Fox, SSS rank. Evaluation, this is almost the limit of what a beast taming egg in the mortal realm can achieve. It is a rare and precious item. It's actually a charm-type beast tamer? After seeing the details, Lu Feu couldn't stop smiling. The abilities of the bewitching type of beast tamers are mostly related to soul control and strong manipulation. This kind of strong control is not a simple control like Blackscale's, which controls the enemy for a second or two. Instead, it's absolute control that lasts for minutes, hours, or even days. The most powerful beast tamers can even permanently turn enemy beast tamers to their own side with just a glance. Both in terms of practical effectiveness and strategic significance, it is extremely powerful. Moreover, Lu Feu observed its subsequent evolutionary path. This beast seems to also possess healing abilities. If that's really the case, that is a rare dual-element beast taming ability. With this thought in mind, Lu Feu gripped the still glowing beast egg in one hand. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The next moment, Lu Feu and the beast egg appeared simultaneously in his beast taming space. Without hesitation, he threw the beast taming egg into the mythical bloodline pool. The beast eggs fell into the pool, as if entering a mysterious and wonderful world. It slowly sank and was submerged in the pool. The dazzling white light was swallowed by the scarlet pool water, and a few faint, deep lights rippled on the surface of the pool. This light seemed to resonate with the pool water, creating a unique harmony. Lu Feu watched the changes in the mythical bloodline pool with bated breath. This was the biggest disturbance to the mythical bloodline pool since he contracted 3 beasts. So, this time, it's about taming beasts. What kind of surprise will it bring him? Suddenly, the deep, eerie light radiating from the bottom of the pool vanished. At this moment, even the originally clear sky inside the beast taming space suddenly darkened. The dark clouds gathered thickly like ink, within which lightning flashed and thunder roared. At the same time, a strong wind suddenly rose, making Lu Feuyu's clothes flutter loudly. Pat 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 pat. Boom! First, raindrops fell rapidly, then the drops formed lines, and the lines connected to form a curtain. In an instant, a torrential downpour began to pour down within the beast taming space. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in an endless mist. Lu Feu stood there blankly, as the rain continued to wash over his soul and body. The rain soaked his whole body. He didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. On the contrary, after the rainwater came into contact with the skin, it quickly seeped into the body, and then warm currents flowed through Lu Feu's limbs and bones. This feeling. It feels as comfortable as walking several miles in the dead of winter, and then taking a hot bath when you get home. Lu Feu felt that every cell in his body, and even his soul, was emitting a comfortable cry. And he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Lu Feu's gaze swept over Boss Jean and Black Scale. Their faces were also full of comfort. Furthermore, Lu Feu also discovered Black Scale, who was originally stuck at the 6th level of Silver, has actually started to advance again. Silver Tier 6. Silver Tier 7. Silver Tier 8. In a short period of time, he actually advanced 2 more minor realms. He reached the 8th level of Silver. It's only 2 steps away from breaking through the gold standard. Not just Black Scales. Mr. Jin's level of understanding is also improving. The special resources and energy left over from its evolution seem to have been fully unleashed at this moment. In just a short while, it successfully broke through the Bronze realm and leaped to the 5th level of Silver. It spans a full 6 realms. Boss Jean completely destroyed the energy that would normally take several months to fully digest. Feeling the changes in his body, Boss Jean excitedly shouted in the rain. Upon arriving in Silver, it felt like it could do it again. However, Lu Feu had no time to deal with the noisy Boss Jean at the moment. His eyes were fixed intently on the ripples on the pool of mythical blood. This phenomenon has never occurred before. It must have come from the evolution of this beast-taming egg. It has such power even though it has only just evolved. Lu Feu was increasingly looking forward to the full range of abilities this beast possessed. Under Lu Feu's intense gaze, the ripples on the surface of the mythical bloodline pool became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, a wave of water shot into the sky. Along with the rising waves, a pure white fox also took flight. The instant it appeared, the gale subsided, the rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. On the horizon, the sun reappeared, its warm rays bathing the earth. The air, saturated with water vapor, reflects dazzling rainbows under the sunlight. Rainbow. When rainbow light appears, a rare beast is sure to be born. As Lu Feu gazed at the figure in the air, which resembled a piece of mutton-fat jade, a wealth of information surfaced in his eyes. Race, Celestial Fox. Attributes, Charm, Special. Talent level, SS. Realm, Black Iron Rank 8. Skills, Spirit Fox Body, Epic, Heaven and Earth Immunity, Epic, Spirit Charm, Epic, Heaven's Fortune, Legendary. Spirit Fox Body, doubles physical attributes, grants immunity to all abnormal conditions, isolates oneself from all dust and impurities, and maintains an absolutely pure state. Heaven and Earth Immunity. When faced with a fatal attack, the beast tamer will create a clone and use the clone to die in its place. Note, each time the invulnerability ability is used, the next celebratory rain will disappear. Spirit Charm. Beast tamer can charm enemy beasts, forcibly making them work for you, lasting for half an hour. Heavenly Fortune. The way of enchantment. At its lowest level, it bewitches people. At its middle level, it bewitches nations. At its highest level, it bewitches the heavens. It gathers the spiritual fortune of heaven and earth into itself. Whenever a beast tamer reaches a major realm, heaven and earth will send down a celebratory rain. Anyone who comes into contact with the rain will receive a short-term blessing of good fortune and a certain level of improvement. Note, the enhancement effect of the celebration rain will increase with the beast taming realm. Note, the enhancements include but are not limited to cultivation realm, cultivation speed, soul strength, physical strength, etc. Evolution path, sky-piercing spirit fox, SS rank, savior fox, SSS rank, nine-tailed celestial fox, mythical rank. Comment, a darling of heaven and earth, the embodiment of luck. Chapter 57 Invincible Support Effect. Upon seeing the effects of the sky-piercing fox's abilities, Lu Feiyu's mouth dropped open so wide it could almost fit a whole duck egg. Not a buddy. Are you really that capable? Leaving aside the spirit fox body, it is a physical enhancement skill that almost every beast tamer with an S rank or higher aptitude possesses. Doubled physical fitness. It allows beast tamers to handle almost all close-quarters combat situations. Starting with the second skill, the effects gradually become incredibly powerful. May heaven grant you immunity from death. A chance to escape death. In other words, it's a second life. Furthermore, due to the damage conversion effect of Eye of Ascension, this is equivalent to Lu Feu having a second life. Wow! This instantly gave me a huge sense of security. It's safe to say that in China, someone might be able to assassinate him once. However, many powerful figures within China will absolutely not give this person a second chance. What does this mean? Within China, Lu Feu directly possessed an immunity to death, although it has a few minor negative effects. But what are these negative effects compared to life itself? The third skill, the bewitching charm, is even more incredibly powerful. To explain it as a control skill is to insult this ability. This is not control, but a genuine attempt to turn the enemy against their will. You must understand that with Lu Feu's current level of cultivation, how many beasts does his opponent possess? Only 1 or 2 or 3. Turning one of your beasts to the enemy's side is almost equivalent to losing half of your combat strength. On Lu Feu's side, their combat strength has increased significantly. This addition and subtraction, plus rounding, equals a 100% combat boost. Not to mention, once an enemy's tamed beast is turned against them, it will almost certainly deliver a fatal blow to its master immediately. As a beast tamer, the person you trust most is undoubtedly your own beast. It can be said that most of the time, beast tamers do not take precautions against their beasts. An attack under such circumstances, 99% of beast tamers will die on the spot. The effect was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, Lu Feu made up his mind the moment he saw this ability. They used it as their trump card. If it is not absolutely necessary, then it should not be used. Once used, the enemy must die. Otherwise, if the skill's effects were spread, everyone would know about it and take precautions. To achieve such good results again would be an impossible task. As for the last legendary ability, it directly explains the origin of the torrential rain just now. So it was you, little rascal, who did this. Lu Feu glanced at the fox coiled in his hand. I gently stroked its pure white fur, which was spotless. It has a slightly cool touch and feels wonderful to the touch, like precious jade. Lu Feu and the other beast tamers have already experienced the effects of this ability. It can only be described in 2 words. Invincible. Black Scale has advanced 2 realms. This is an advancement to the late Silver realm. Even with abundant resources, ordinary beast tamers would likely need several months of cultivation to advance 2 realms. But how long has Black Scales been in use? Is there a minute? But Boss Jean was even more terrifying. In less than a minute of heavy rain, he directly advanced 6 realms. There are also breakthroughs in higher realms. This is aided by the enormous energy contained within the body. However, the auxiliary effects of this celebratory rain should not be overlooked. As for Lu Feu himself, perhaps it's because he's a soul within the beast taming space. He could feel that his soul was more resilient and stronger than before. For beast tamers, a powerful soul means more eligibility for contracts. If there were more celebratory rains like this, Lu Feu was confident that he would be able to contract 2 beasts within the same realm. This kind of improvement is extremely incredible for any beast tamer. If word gets out, even high-level beast tamers would probably go crazy for it. After all, a contract with a beast tamer means a powerful fighting force and a more diverse combat system. What a treasure! No wonder even the heavens and earth are captivated by you. Lu Feu sighed softly. His gaze fell on the pure white fox curled up in his arms. Its curled up body, looking down, resembles an adorable dumpling. Pure white all over, with fur as white as jade, and a round shape. Let's call you White Jade Round. Lu Feu lifted the white jade ball by the neck, held it in midair for a look, and then put it back in his arms. She was just a little girl. As he spoke, Lu Feu turned his gaze to He Lin and Boss Jean, and instructed them. This is a little sister, so don't let me find out if any of you are bullying her. Otherwise, humph. Lu Feu snorted twice. The threat in his words was self-evident. Black Scale and Boss Jean roared at the same time, expressing that they would never bully the White Jade group. After all, those two just now. I only achieved this advancement because of the celebratory rain from others, so naturally I wouldn't go out of my way to upset them. Especially Boss Jean, who quickly ran over and kept breathing on the white jade ball. Boss Jin's tongue lolled out, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and his tail was wagging so fast it left afterimages, like a helicopter rotor blade. It seems there's a trend and potential for him to become a sycophant. Unexpectedly, the white jade ball, which had been quietly nestled in Lu Feu's arms, seemed to be disturbed. It turned its head to look at Boss Jean, who had been darting around nearby, and let out a soft hum. Wah! The whimpering sound, amidst the fox's calls, expressed both warning and displeasure. Upon hearing this sound, Mr. Jean froze, looking up at Feiyu Tuan in disbelief. The big dog's eyes showed obvious confusion and shock. Boss Jean was actually rejected? The tail behind Boss Jean, which was moving as fast as a propeller, suddenly froze, and the whole dog looked lifeless, like a helicopter crashing. Seeing it like this, Black Scale, who had always been at odds with Boss Jean, immediately came over and started chuckling. Chapter 58 Holographic Simulation Technology. Lu Feu smiled when he saw Boss Jin's aggrieved look. This big dog is a real character. Afterwards, he did some persuasion with the three beasts. The core principle is to love each other, be harmonious and friendly, and not infringe upon each other's rights. The main theme is to value harmony. These things seem to be of no use. But for a beast tamer, it is a daily required course. After all, each beast has its own unique personality, and friction is inevitable in their daily interactions. At this point, the beast tamer must step forward to resolve the dispute. We must treat everyone fairly. After finishing these chores and playing with the three beasts to build a bond, Lu Feu left the beast taming space. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Lu Feu woke up from his sleep. Just as he finished washing up, the knocking on the door happened to sound. He pushed open the door and found a strange middle-aged woman standing outside. It was Li Wan, the class advisor of the preparatory class at Ching Huai University. Guided by Li Wan, Lu Feu soon arrived at the legendary preparatory class. The huge classroom had only 18 seats. Furthermore, each table has a pure white helmet with a futuristic look. Go sit down in an empty seat. Li Wan stood in front of Lu Feu and said softly. Lu Feu acted upon hearing this. At this moment, the remaining seats in the classroom were already full. These people were looking at Lu Feu with curious eyes. They had already been students in the preparatory class for several days. Some of them even grew up together in the compound of Beijing, and were close friends with an extremely close relationship. Therefore, the moment Lu Feu, a stranger, entered the classroom, whispers echoed in the air. With his current hearing ability, even the faintest sound could be heard clearly by Lu Feu. This is the SSS level student? What a big shot! Even the class advisor had to personally pick him up. They're not just SSS level, they also have twin talents. They're incredibly powerful. TCH, isn't the other talent just C rank? What's the difference between having it and not having it? My brother ate lemons this morning, why are they so sour? Have you heard? This student seems to have reserved a spot in the newborn secret realm at the beginning of this month. What? Isn't this the treatment only the top student in our preparatory class gets? Even for SSS level, isn't this kind of squeezing out of spots going too far? Exactly, then all our efforts over the past 10 days have been wasted. Upon hearing the last two sentences, Lu Feiyu's ears twitched. The opportunity to explore the newest realms begins this month? Did you take up someone else's spot? No wonder Lu Feu felt several malicious gazes fixed on him as soon as he entered the classroom. I see. Just then, Li Wan, standing on the podium, coughed lightly to suppress the noise and began to speak. Classmates! Welcome our new classmate, Lu Feu, the possessor of SSS-level talent. He, like you, is the future hope of our China. Also, I don't know where you heard this rumor from. Lu Feu has a spot to explore the newborn secret realm. But this spot won't take up any of the class's existing spots, so there's no conflict. Would our Ching Huai University ever arbitrarily withhold student rewards? Upon hearing Li Wan's explanation, the classmate who had previously harbored some resentment towards Lu Feu suddenly brightened up. They applauded in a very respectful manner. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's begin today's holographic simulation training. Li Wan truly deserves her position as a class advisor in the preparatory class of Ching Huai University. She is decisive and efficient in her work. Lu Feu watched as everyone put the pure white helmet on their heads. He followed suit. The moment you put on the helmet, an intense feeling of being completely enveloped spreads from all parts of your head. At the same time, a mechanical sound echoed in my ears. We are collecting blood and mental energy samples. Please relax. The next moment, Lu Feu felt a very slight pain on the back of his head. Sample collection complete. Student identity verified as Lu Feu. I wish you success in your holographic simulation training. The mechanical sound disappeared instantly. The darkness before Lu Feu's eyes vanished, replaced by a vast and boundless grassland. A strong wind blew, and the fine grass beneath Lu Feu's feet swayed in the wind, gently rubbing against his skin. The slightly itchy sensation feels incredibly realistic. If Lu Feu hadn't known that this was a holographic simulation training, he would have definitely thought he had suddenly traveled to some vast grassland. What impressive skill! He sighed inwardly, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. He discovered that Li Wan and other students were right next to him. Unlike Lu Feu's surprised expression, the students' faces already showed an expression of being used to it. Today's training theme is Beast Taming Combat Siege Training. The Beast Masters will simulate how to break through or even counterattack when surrounded. As she spoke, Li Wan looked at Lu Feu and explained. As long as you summon your beast in your heart, the beast you have contracted will appear here. After saying that, she swept her sharp gaze across everyone. Now, listen to my command. Lu Feu, Qian Xiaofeng, and Yan Yuelin, the three of you are the ones who are surrounded. The remaining students, form teams of 5 to create an attack squad. Immediately, under Li Wan's command, all students began to form teams together. The first person to undergo practical training was a tall, thin student named Qian Xiaofeng. The remaining groups observed and identified the mistakes made in the battle. However, they were all students in the preparatory class, and each of them had at least an S-level talent, with nearly 10 of them possessing SS-level talent. Furthermore, the various resources provided by the school minimized the impact of family background on the development of a beast master's strength. Therefore, although there are differences in the abilities of each student, the differences are not significant. In a situation where one person is fighting against 5 others, let alone a counterattack, even breaking through is impossible. Therefore, even if Qian Xiaofeng used all his skills, he had barely run 100 meters when his tamed beasts were killed by the tamed beasts of others. Another classmate, Yan Yuelin, did the same. The two stepped down from the battlefield, both wearing helpless smiles. They looked at Li Wan and complained. Teacher, this is too difficult. What's the point of this kind of trial? It's simply an impossible task. It wasn't just the students who were surrounded who thought this way. Even the students surrounding the team didn't understand the meaning of this trial. 5 against 1, isn't that a complete stomp? Is it really possible for someone to be so extraordinary, able to take on 5 opponents of the same age? How could that be? Upon hearing this, Li Wan smiled slightly and did not offer any further explanation. She simply gestured for Lu Feu to step forward and begin practical training. At the same time, all the other students looked at Lu Feu with curiosity and inquiry. I want to see just how good this genius beast tamer, who is touted as a god by the world, really is. Can they successfully escape from this incredibly difficult trial? Chapter 59 Escape. Not a chance. Lu Feu took a few steps forward, feeling a sense of relief. He had been carefully observing the battle that had just taken place. The conclusion is, why are you running? He's just killing indiscriminately. In this watching preparatory class, most students are still stuck at the iron level. Only a handful of people manage to reach the bronze level and acquire a second beast. This is already a genius level speed. However, such speed is not even worthy of carrying Lu Feu's shoes. He was already a silver rank 8 beast master, just a hair's breadth away from gold rank. Such a huge gap in understanding. Add to that the 3 SS level beasts he has contracted, and playing in this kind of situation is practically bluffing. As Lu Feu pondered, his 5 classmates, who were fighting against him, had already surrounded him. Among them were 2 beast tamers at the bronze realm. The beasts they contracted all exuded extremely powerful strength. Can we win? One of the students who were besieging the group asked in confusion. However, the moment he spoke, someone retorted. Win my ass! How can you win against 5 opponents at once? Indeed, even an SSS level talent could not possibly have this kind of combat power at this stage. Talent is just talent. It may have high potential, but it hasn't been converted into strength yet. In actual combat, it might not even be stronger than us. Let alone 1 against 5. Almost all the students were not optimistic about Lu Feu. After all, the humiliating defeat of Qian Xiaofeng and Yan Yuelin was still fresh in everyone's mind. To fight 5 against 1 is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's utterly overestimating one's own strength, and leaves no room for resistance whatsoever. I see. I get it now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, their face beaming with delight, as if to say, I'm so clever. Everyone's eyes turned to look at it. The man said with a confident expression, This combat simulation is definitely an attempt by the school to suppress the arrogance of Lu Feu, an SSS-level student. Too much rigidity leads to breakage. The school wants to use this simulated combat to warn Lu Feu that no matter how talented he is, he must act with caution. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to be deep in thought. Hey, you know what, you really have to believe it. Wang Shiao actually said a few words that are actually quite rare this time. It turns out we were just a part of the school's and Lu Feu's scheme. How tragic. However, it is quite amusing to see an SSS-level genius suffer a setback. I can't wait to see Lu Feu's sad or even tearful expression. Such a handsome face, if little pearls fell from it, they would be so cute, so adorable, I want to pet them. Just as everyone was discussing it amongst themselves, Lu Feu also summoned his tamed beasts one by one. When Boss Jean appeared, everyone was simply amazed by the wolfhound's handsomeness and dashing demeanor. When the black scales appeared, the laughter on everyone's faces froze, their smiles turning into a comical expression. Lu Feu, a novice beast tamer, was actually able to contract a real dragon. Are you trying to kill us? This is a beast-taming creature with at least a double S-level aptitude. How dare a novice beast tamer like him make a contract? Where did he get the means to do so? It's alright, it's normal for SSS-level talents to have some unique features. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of the 3S level. Wang Shiao gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging, and tried to comfort himself. He admitted that he was a little jealous. But when Lu Feu summoned the white jade ball, there was not a sound at all on the vast grassland. The whispers and envious voices that had been there all vanished. Even the omnipresent gale seemed to freeze and stop for a moment. The entire grassland was eerily silent. A moment later, Wang Shiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, managed to close his mouth, which had involuntarily opened wide. His words, once fluent, were now stammering. Three beast tamers. How is that possible? Could it be silver? How did he become a silver rank? Is he even a person? Is he really a person? Really? No wonder he was so shocked. You should know that even the most talented students in the preparatory class, which is full of geniuses, are only barely at the bronze level now. It's still quite a distance from the Mid-Bronze Age. Not to mention the now seemingly elusive Silver Realm. They believe that this is a level that can only be reached around the time of the college entrance examination. But right now, someone has awakened their beast-taming talent and reached the Silver Realm in less than a month? Is it even possible for a human to cross the two realms of black iron and bronze in just 1 month? For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Feu with exaggerated expressions, as if they were looking at a monster. Even Li Wan, the class teacher who prided herself on being knowledgeable and experienced, was full of surprise. She really didn't know that Lu Feu was already at the silver level before this. The information the principal gave him at the time was that Lu Feu was currently in the late bronze stage. In other words, after entering the school, Lu Feu broke through a major realm in just 1 night. OMG! Li Wan exclaimed inwardly. She even began to doubt whether this trial could still achieve its original purpose. Cut off the excessive pride of geniuses and let all students in the preparatory class calm down and cultivate. Just then, Lu Feu's cheerful voice echoed across the grassland. It's almost time, I'm going up now. His words and attitude made it seem as if he wasn't the one surrounded. Instead, it was as if Lu Feu had surrounded the 5 students all by himself. Upon hearing this, the 5 students who were besieging Lu Feu were horrified. They exchanged glances and each controlled their beasts to unleash their strongest attacks on Lu Feu. In an instant, attacks such as ice blades, fireballs, and wooden cages came one after another. However, Lu Feu simply stood still, without even blinking. The black scales that had been hovering above his head suddenly let out a wild roar. Its enormous body, which was already nearly 20 meters long, expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a length of 100 meters. From a distance, the black scales resemble a dense mass of black clouds. The entire grassland suddenly darkened, as if it had entered an eternal night. All the light was obscured by the enormous body of the black-scaled creature. The black-scaled roar contained the wrath of a true dragon. The sound waves surged downwards, layer upon layer, forcefully annihilating all the attacks in midair. At the same time, the various beasts that were originally surrounding the beast tamer were now struggling to even control their own bodies. They were all trembling, as if trapped in boundless terror, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 60. Wanbage Black Gold Card. It's not just about taming beasts. Even beast tamers, once affected by this boundless sound wave, would stand frozen in place. They felt that the roar swept in from midair, striking the deepest part of their souls and stirring up their deepest fears. My body, I can't move at all! One student's eyes were filled with fear. Overwhelmed by fear, he even forgot that he was in a simulated environment and turned to run away. However, just as the thought of escaping crossed his mind, he discovered, however, that his once extremely obedient legs were now. At this moment, even lifting it up is incredibly difficult. Moving even half a step is extremely difficult. Not only him, but all 5 students who besieged Lu Feu were like that. They were trembling all over, their jaws chattering uncontrollably. Even the other students who were not in the center of the battlefield felt extremely frightened after hearing this earth-shattering dragon roar. They even subconsciously summoned their tame beasts, wanting to engage in battle. Such overwhelming power! No wonder it is a true dragon! Wang Shiao murmured, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Lu Feu. Which beast tamer wouldn't want a true dragon? Even if he were a member of a prestigious family, he wouldn't have that kind of luck. A control-type true dragon? Such powerful control abilities! With the offensive capabilities of the other beasts, they can kill all 5 of them without even having to run away. Some people sighed. The others all nodded in agreement. However, the next second, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. All that could be seen was in midair. Like a dark cloud descending upon the world, the black scales stretched out their bodies wildly, their dragon heads held high, and a roar once again resounded through the sky. This time, however, what came out of its mouth was not a sound wave. Instead, they were clusters of ferocious flames burning wildly. The pitch-black flames, like ink, soaked the entire sky. In an instant, the black scales seemed to descend like a demon lord, carrying boundless power. Boom! When the devouring demon flames gathered to a certain extent, they no longer linger in midair. Instead, it transformed into a deluge of black fire rain, pouring down upon the earth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even the air itself emitted terrifying sounds due to the intense heat and friction. In the blink of an eye, the demonic flames arrived. The 5 students and their contracted beasts were filled with panic. The scorching air, accompanied by demonic flames, swept in. They felt as if they were breathing not air, but clusters of deadly poison that corroded their internal organs. In just a moment, the fiery sky-eating flame then covered the earth from the horizon, completely eroding the 5 people and their beasts, leaving not even a trace of their remains. At the same time, Lu Feu could still see it clearly. In the area where the demonic flames burned most fiercely, blood-red threads flowed upstream along the flames, connecting the demonic flames with the black scales. On those silk threads lies a boundless and rich life force. As the life force is infused into the silk threads, Black Scale's stamina, depleted by that attack, is rapidly recovering. In the blink of an eye, it has returned to its peak form. This scene left the onlookers speechless with astonishment. They all gaped open, their eyes and faces filled with undisguised shock. With just one beast, 5 beast tamers were killed! What kind of heaven-defying power is this? After a long pause, someone finally exclaimed in admiration. The others exchanged glances and gave each other wry smiles. Before the battle officially began, the group was eager to see Lu Feu make a fool of himself. But what was the result? They had no intention of running away at all. Not just head-on battles, but also fighting 5 opponents at once. They didn't even use half of their strength. With just one beast, they wiped out all 5 of them. This enormous difference in strength immediately filled the crowd, who were meeting Lu Feu for the first time, with a sense of awe and respect for him. At this time, even if Lu Feu directly takes away his spot in the secret realm of the preparatory class, no one said anything more. That's what he deserves. Damn it, I'm going to. Suddenly, Wang Shiao roared, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone cast curious glances, eager to hear what bold words he was about to utter. To everyone's surprise, Wang Shiao, with a fanatical expression, took 2 steps forward to accumulate enough momentum, and then he slid to his knees. They glided a long way across the soft lawn and came to Lu Feu's feet. Wang Shiao stared at Lu Feu with a fanatical expression, clinging tightly to his leg and shouting, "Idol! Please give me an autograph, the kind with a serial number. From now on, you will be my number 1 idol, Wang Shiao. Everyone at Wanbage will treat you as a VIP and give you the best discounts." His actions. Not only was Lu Feu stunned, but everyone else also covered their foreheads, looking utterly hopeless. No, how did the Wang family raise their heir? How come he's so unconventional? Wanbage is finished. Hey, you know what? Wang Shiao is much better at business than any of us, with his thick skin. That's true. The group chattered amongst themselves. Lu Feu also learned the true identity of the male student in front of him from the conversations of the others. Wang Shiao, son of the owner of Wanbage Pavilion, possesses SS-level beast taming talent. He is also the next designated head of Wanbage. Get up first. Lu Feu reached out and pulled him up from the grass, casually smiling as he said, "We're all classmates, why be so polite? Kneeling down all the time, isn't that just making me feel uncomfortable? I'll give you an autograph after I leave." After all, he was the young master of Wanbage, and he was so enthusiastic towards me. Lu Feu wasn't stupid, so naturally he wouldn't hit a smiling person. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiao's eyes lit up, and he scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin, saying, "Am I the first person to ask you for an autograph, idol?" Lu Feu was about to nod when he suddenly remembered the 3 girls he had bumped into in the elevator after the school-wide competition, and shook his head, saying, "No, you are the 4th one." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiao's simple and honest smile remained unchanged as he echoed, "The 4th one is great! It means you'll be rich all year round. I love it!" Getting an autograph is a minor matter, although this signature may sell for tens of millions of dollars years later. But most importantly, Wang Shiao managed to enter Lu Feu's field of vision in a way that ordinary people would never think of, thus leaving a deep impression on him. What if Wanbage suffers some kind of catastrophic disaster later? Wang Shuyao could then ask for help. After all, in Wang Shuyao's view, Lu Feiyu would definitely grow into the top beast tamer in China and even the world at a very fast pace. It's the one and only one. At that time, there will be no problem that Lu Feiyu cannot solve. Of course, just having an impression wasn't enough for Lu Feiyu to lend a helping hand. Friendships are built up little by little. Then, Wang Shuyao suddenly became serious, cupped his hands, and said, "Since Brother Lu thinks so highly of me, then I, Wang Shuyao, am not a petty person. I will personally deliver the Wanbage Black Gold card to you today." Chapter 61 True Strength. These words were spoken. Lu Feiyu was speechless for a moment, looking at the chubby boy who had suddenly become serious with surprise. Make sure the other person isn't joking. This is Wanbage's Black Gold card. As is well known, regular users who have a Wanbage balance card enjoy a 10% discount. It is precisely because of this preferential treatment. Lu Feiyu was able to use over 4 million to buy the evolution resources of Boss Gene and Black Scale, successfully upgrading them to SS level. And after the regular balance card. It's a green card, which comes with a 20% discount. It is only available to people who have accumulated more than 30 million in spending at Wanbage. After the green card comes the gold card. This discount is even more outrageous, reaching 65% off. It's practically half price. Those who possess a gold card need to accumulate hundreds of millions in spending at Wanbage. Furthermore, cardholders need to have a very high social status. It can be said that those who hold gold cards are both wealthy and noble. Being able to present something is a symbol of strength, and one can easily borrow 1 billion Chinese yuan from major banks. The highest level black gold card. Ordinary wealthy families simply do not have the opportunity to obtain it. The black gold card is a gift from Wanbage to those who have made significant contributions to China or have shown great kindness to Wanbage. Looking at China and even the world, the number of people holding black gold cards is no more than 100. Wang Shuyao, as the next head of Wanbage, only has 2 black gold cards with the authority to grant privileges. Now, he's actually going to give it away just for a simple autograph? You should know that's a 39% discount. In other words, once you get the black card, every time Lu Feiyu buys something from Wanbage, Wanbage loses money. Such an effort is truly remarkable. Are you sure? The item's value was so great that even Lu Feiyu, who was usually reluctant to refuse others' kindness, asked an extra question. To everyone's surprise, Wang Shuyao said sincerely, "A good horse is given to a hero, and a good card is given to a person of outstanding talent. In such a vast country as China, there are probably only a handful of people who are more deserving of the title of outstanding person than you, idol." Before Lu Feiyu could say anything after these words were spoken, the surrounding students were the first to erupt in discussion, saying one after another, "Holy crap, Lao Wang, are you really that good at sucking up? Otherwise, Wanbage could have grown so big. Look at their shamelessness, their sales skills, and the money they make. I'm not jealous at all." Just then, class teacher Li Wan walked over, cleared her throat, and said, "Stop arguing, everyone! Stand up straight. One by one. This practical training is meant to show you students who think too highly of yourself. What does it mean to say that there are always people more capable than you, and that there is always something beyond your understanding? Perhaps in the eyes of the world, you are geniuses, prodigies, even monsters. But in the eyes of the most outstanding geniuses, you are nothing. Have you seen Lu Feiyu's strength? He's the idol you should all be chasing." Her stern tones silenced the whispering crowd, who didn't dare to lift their heads. Lu Feiyu then realized this. This ordinary-looking middle-aged woman possessed an inexplicable air of authority when she spoke with a stern expression. No wonder he was able to be the class advisor for the preparatory class. Lu Feiyu thought to himself. Just then, Li Wan turned to look at Lu Feiyu. "Feiyu, come on, give them extra training. One more time." These words were spoken. All the students were wailing in despair. They didn't want to be treated like lowly soldiers, getting wiped out by the Black Dragon's breath. The day-long simulated combat training quickly came to an end. Everyone in the class was killed 4 or 5 times by Lu Feiyu's beast taming in various ways. Even at the very end, all 17 of them rushed forward. They still couldn't harm Lu Feu in the slightest. This time, it wasn't just Wang Shiao who was convinced. Every student in the preparatory class admired Lu Feu. Even Li Wan, who always had a stern face, had a faint smile on her face when she looked at Lu Feu. Just one day, Lu Feu then used his strength to conquer everyone in the watching preparatory class. Of course, Lu Feu himself did not come away empty-handed. In fact, he gained a great deal. Unlike other students, who are instantly killed the moment they show their faces. On this day, Lu Feu let his beasts fight to their heart's content. Aside from Bai Yutuan's charm technique, he used all other skills and abilities countless times. This also gave Lu Feu a general understanding of his current true strength. In short, it's unbeatable. He is invincible among those of the same rank. As for realms beyond, Lu Feu looked at Li Wan. As the live fire training was about to end, Li Wan asked all the students to exit the holographic simulation. Only Lu Feu remained. She wanted to determine exactly where Lu Feu's strength lay. Finally, without allowing Bai Yutuan to use his charm ability, Lu Feu forced Li Wan's beast taming to the 9th level of the Gold Realm, almost making her able to fight against the beast taming at the Platinum Realm. This is a combat power that spans a whole realm. Even Li Wan, who prides herself on her extensive knowledge, exclaimed that it was absurd. However, she was unaware that Lu Feu had another trick up his sleeve. If Bai Yutuan were to use the spirit charm technique, even a platinum beast tamer caught off guard, they would likely suffer a great loss. Even more so if Lu Feu can seize the opportunity. It can even behead the beast tamer in an instant. At that time, all the beasts under his command will die instantly. As Lu Feu was thinking, he suddenly felt a strange noise coming from beside him. He instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. A chubby little face with a friendly smile appeared before Lu Feu. Wang Shiao narrowed his eyes to slits, rubbed his hands together, and looked at Lu Feu, saying, "Idol, where's the autograph we promised?" As he spoke, he handed over a pen and placed a piece of gold leaf on the table. "Good grief, you're writing on gold, aren't you?" Lu Feu was impressed by Wang Shiao's arrogance, but he did not refuse. He immediately wrote his name on the dazzling gold. He then casually handed the gold foil engraved with his name to Wang Shiao. "As expected of my idol, his calligraphy is so elegant and handsome. For a moment I felt as if Li Bai had descended to earth, so equally elegant and freehand, so—" "Stop, stop, stop!" Lu Feu waved his hand to stop his flattery. He knew exactly what it would be like to walk away on his own. While it's not exactly ugly, it's neither beautiful nor even calligraphy. The conversation was abruptly interrupted, but Wang Shiao was not annoyed at all. Instead, he continued to smile and take out a black gold card from his pocket. He immediately tried to stuff it into Lu Feu's hand. Chapter 62 The celebratory rain falls again. Gold. In his mind, Wang Shiao was even prepared for Lu Feu to refuse, for him to force it on, and for him to finally give away the black gold card after several rounds of arguing. To everyone's surprise, Lu Feu didn't refuse at all. Upon seeing Wang Shiao pull out his black gold card, Lu Feu's eyes lit up, and he reached out and grabbed it. Before Wang Shiao could even react, the black gold card in his hand had already disappeared. This caused the polite words he had prepared to get stuck in his throat, and he coughed loudly. Why is this different from the script? Wang Shiao thought to himself. Thank you for your kindness, brother. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Lu Feu gripped the black gold card in his hand and said with a smile. This card exudes a dazzling and sharp aura, yet when held in the hand, it has a smooth and lustrous feel, truly extraordinary. As for polite formalities and refusals, Lu Feu is not that kind of person at all. Let's get the good stuff first. As for other things, it's not too late to think about them when the time comes. Haha, Brother Lu is such a straightforward guy. I like him. As long as you have time, you can choose any of the major restaurants in Beijing. Wang Shiao quickly realized what was happening and burst into laughter. The two chatted for a while longer, gaining a deeper understanding of each other. Lu Feu then left, citing other business. This is not an excuse. But he really had something to do. Keep in mind, it's already Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday, the day he and Han Shoujing had agreed to go to Peking University to study theoretical knowledge. And it's not just theoretical knowledge. We also need to retrieve the 5 special resources and 10 bottles of spirit essence water that were promised. Once all resources have been used up, Lu Feiyu felt that his strength would definitely improve further. They will have more confidence as they face the upcoming journey through the nascent realm. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Feiyu sat in the dormitory prepared for him by Beijing University. The dormitories here are different from those at Huaqing University. It is a genuine single-person dormitory. Although the two are similar in size, the layout is more spacious and comfortable. Of course, that's not the key point. The key point is, after 2 days of theoretical study, Boss Jean, who was already exceptionally intelligent, had now fully mastered the application of light reflection and refraction. In battle, it can already achieve the effect of invisibility. Through repeated testing by researchers, the optimal length of the black scales has been determined. 140 meters. This length combines strength and agility, making it extremely powerful in combat. As for the white jade ball, its abilities are rather unique, and there isn't much room for improvement. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu did not want to expose the various astonishing abilities of the white jade group. Therefore, it has been like a mascot for the past 2 days. She would occasionally perch on Lu Feiyu's shoulder to bask in the sun. She would lie in his arms and sleep soundly. This free and leisurely life made Boss Jean drool with envy. Moreover, this improvement is not all. The 3 SS-level tamed beasts already had an extremely fast cultivation speed. In addition, it is nourished by the spiritual essence water and the 100-fold spiritual energy of the beast taming space. Their realms are also improving at a rapid pace. And this is the day when black scale breaks through to the gold level. This thought came to mind. Lu Feiyu's mind stirred, and his consciousness sank into the beast taming space. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 beasts were already standing properly in front of him, their faces full of anticipation. They seemed to know that too. Today is an extraordinary day. After all, it's a process from silver to gold. This is a watershed moment for beast tamers and even beast tamers themselves. For beast taming, advancing to the gold rank signifies entering the ranks of intermediate beast tamers. Not only will their existing abilities be significantly improved, a beast tamer with exceptional talent may even awaken powerful supernatural abilities hidden deep within its bloodline. As for beast tamers, when one enters the golden realm, the area of the beast taming space within the body will expand several times. Furthermore, the beast taming space is no longer limited to storing only tamed beasts and tamed beast eggs. Instead, it can store all inanimate objects. It's like carrying around a large capacity spatial ring. Extremely practical. Of course, with such a significant improvement, advancing to the gold rank will certainly not be easy. There are even countless beast tamers who are stuck at the 9th level of silver rank for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Once someone becomes a gold beast master, their social status will soar. Any organization would extend an olive branch to him, with compensation and salary more than double that of a silver dollar. Therefore, even the black scales, within just 2 days, they were also unable to break through from silver rank 8 to gold rank. According to the school, the next exploration of the newborn realm will take place on Monday, which is tomorrow. Time was extremely tight, making it an impossible task. However, with the assistance of the White Jade Group, everything is different now. Lu Feiyu deliberately suppressed the advancement of the White Jade Ball, and when the black scales reached the 9th level of silver, he then sent down a rain of celebration. Utilized the magical effects of heavy rain. This will help black scale break through to the golden realm in one fell swoop. Alright, let's begin. Lu Feiyu glanced at the several tamed beasts and spoke calmly. I obtained his permission. Bai Yutuan let out 2 soft oohs, and her aura began to surge. There are almost no obstacles or constraints. Its level directly rose from the 9th rank of black iron to the 1st rank of bronze. In the blink of an eye, thick clouds once again enveloped the beast's taming air. Clouds stretched for thousands of miles, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The heavy rain arrived in an instant. The overwhelming rain obscured Lu Feuyu's vision. The raindrops, as large as beans, suddenly fell like hailstones. This commotion is much bigger than the last one. Lu Feu didn't need to remind him. The beast remained still and focused, diligently absorbing the special energy within the heavy rain. The energy was abundant and vast, like the sea, surging into the beast's body like a madman. Among them, the black scales are the most exaggerated. From its center, countless raindrops swept past like a tornado. A vortex of torrential rain gathered around Black Scale. The immense suction force even made Lu Feu lose his footing. The extremely concentrated energy completely invaded the Black Scale's body, nourishing its flesh inch by inch. As a beast tamer, Lu Feu could clearly sense it. The shackles and constraints within Black Scale's body are being violently challenged. Bang! 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 Bang, bang, bang! The muffled thuds grew louder and louder with each one. Until the very end, it even suppressed the howling, demonic thunder on the horizon. At the same time, the black-scaled, ferocious dragon head suddenly raised its head. The black, pentagonal scales shimmered and gleamed under the impact of the rain. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens. As soon as the dragon roared, everything fell silent, and even the thick clouds on the horizon were violently shaken apart. The torrential rain came to an abrupt halt. The second celebratory rain has ended. Lu Feu scanned the changes in the cultivation levels of the several beasts one by one. Black Scales had clearly reached the first rank of gold. Boss Jean has also reached the 8th level of silver. Because Baiyu Tuan had the lowest cultivation level, their advancement was the most rapid. He skipped several levels, even though he had just reached the first level of bronze. At this moment, he has already reached the 7th level of bronze, reaching the late stage, and will be able to break through again soon. Even Lu Feu himself felt that his soul had become much stronger again. He predicted that there would be 3 more such celebratory rains. He would then have one more opportunity to contract and tame a beast. This discovery startled him. However, what excited him even more was the astonishing change on the Black Scale information panel. Chapter 63 adds another legendary power. Apart from the change in realm, on Black Scale's information panel, a new ability has been added. This is an ability that only exceptionally talented beast tamers can awaken upon reaching the gold level. As an SS level beast tamer, Black Scale also possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, allowing it to unlock new abilities. Lu Feu was not surprised. Or rather, Lu Feu would only be surprised if no new abilities appeared. What truly excited him was the terrifying effect of this ability. Cataclysmic Domain, Legend. You are both Calamity and Legend. The Beast Master will unleash a Cataclysmic Domain, inflicting several negative effects on all enemies within it, and simultaneously applying an instant death effect to a random enemy within the domain every minute. Instant death detection. If the enemy's strength is not higher than one major realm above Beastmaster, the enemy will die instantly. This effect ignores any defensive skills below the legendary level. Note: deploying and maintaining the Calamity Domain will significantly deplete the Beast Tamer's stamina. My goodness, Old Black, are you trying to defy the heavens? Lu Feu looked at the 4 lines of small characters in front of him. Unlike the previous Devouring Heaven power and the Heaven-Shattering Fortune of the White Jade Cluster, this legendary ability is a genuine offensive capability. It was already powerful enough to inflict multiple negative effects on all enemies simultaneously. It's equivalent to an unlimited crowd control ability that deals damage. This instant death condition made Lu Feu exclaim that he was invincible. As long as it doesn't exceed one major realm. Anyone who gets glared at will die. With such a simple and direct effect, who dares to disagree? Furthermore, this ability has no negative effects, it only consumes a little more stamina. I lose some physical strength, you lose your life, that's perfectly reasonable. Upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from He Lin, Boss Jean immediately dashed behind Lu Feu. They didn't give Black Scale any chance to show off. After examining the changes in the tamed beasts, Lu Feu turned his attention to the various changes within the tamed beast space. It was clear that his beast-taming space was several times larger than that of a beast-tamer of the same realm. At this very moment, we expand once again. He swiftly swept across every piece of land with his steed. Forests, swamps, lakes, grasslands, deserts. There's even an ocean? Lu Feiyu was completely shocked as he looked at the endless waves in the distance. He was calculating in his mind just how big his beast-taming space was. It's impossible to calculate. It's simply impossible to calculate. Lu Feiyu thought excitedly. Such a large beast-taming space must be able to hold so many special resources and ferocious beast parts. Ma no longer has to worry about me not having enough space rings. After everything was done. As usual, Lu Feiyu played with the beast for a while before leaving the beast-taming space and returning to reality. Looking at the dormitory where I had lived for 2 days. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and walked towards Ching Huai University. Tomorrow morning will be the day to explore the nascent realm. For our first exploration, we can't be late. The capital city has a highly developed transportation system, and the 2 universities are not far apart. Lu Feiyu soon arrived at his dormitory at Ching Huai University. To his surprise, this time, there were even people guarding the dormitory entrance. And it wasn't just anyone. It was Wang Shuyao. Brother Lu, you've finally arrived! Something terrible has happened! Upon hearing footsteps, Wang Shuyao immediately came over. He looked at Lu Feiyu, whose face was full of confusion, and continued. The birthplace secret realm tomorrow is said to be extremely dangerous. Even a gold beast master might not be able to gain any advantage there. Moreover, the senior student leading the team this time is Chao Huayan. That guy is notoriously cold-hearted. Although his strength has reached the pinnacle of Platinum Beast Master, he never takes care of his junior students. It is even rumored that he once committed the heinous act of making weaker individuals take the blows for him. At this point, Wang Shuyao paused slightly, looking at Lu Feiyu with concern. Our class's top student has voluntarily withdrawn from this exploration. The risks are simply too great. With your abilities, there's no need to take such a risk. Let's play it safe and develop our strength before engaging in battle. Despite Wang Shuyao's rapid-fire words, Lu Feiyu's expression remained unchanged. Thank you for reminding me. However, giving up is out of the question. Otherwise, you can make up for the S-grade beast eggs I'm missing. Yes, Lu Feiyu has now advanced to the gold beast tamer level and has awakened his 4th contracted beast taming slot. Therefore, he attached great importance to this exploration of the nascent secret realm. They yearned to obtain an S-rank beast egg from it. After all, he's not even too keen on contracting an A-grade beast egg right now. Hearing Lu Feiyu's words, Wang Shuyao almost lost control of his expression. I also have an S-rank beast taming egg. Do you want me to give you another egg? Could it be that this SSS-level beast taming talent possessor is actually such an arrogant and unaware person? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Wang Shuyao continued to persuade him. Brother, you're my own brother. Big brother, do you think we preparatory class students can even dream of getting an S-grade beast taming egg? Even if you're lucky enough to run into him, then Chao Yanhua won't let you take him. I'll just write my name backwards. With our abilities, there's really no need to take any risks. After all, he had already given away the black gold card, so naturally he didn't want to see Lu Feiyu perish during the exploration of the secret realm. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Shuyao's mind. What did Lu Feiyu say? He wanted an S-grade beast taming egg? What's going on? Could it be that he's broken through again? No way. How long has it been since he awakened his beast taming talent? Less than a month, and you're already a gold beast tamer? Are you trying to kill everyone else? Upon realizing this, Wang Shuyao's expression changed several times before he finally looked at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. He swallowed twice and asked cautiously. Brother, give me a heads up, have we made another breakthrough? Or a major one? Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded directly. There was absolutely no need to hide this. Once you put your skills to the test in real combat, others will know whether you're capable or not. Can you really hide your strength from your classmates who are fighting alongside you? You, aren't we just friends? Are you serious? Wang Xiao believed he was quick-witted and had a fast enough reaction time. But the moment Lu Feiyu nodded, he suddenly felt that he couldn't even speak clearly. No, it's only been 2 days, not 2 months. How could you have broken through to the gold-level beast tamer? And your expression is so calm, as if I had diarrhea this morning. Chapter 64 The Newborn Secret Realm. Wang Xiao looked Lu Feiyu up and down with an incredulous gaze, as if trying to see through him completely. After a moment, he sighed deeply and continued to advise. Brother Lu, look at your talent. There's no rush. Why don't you go on the secret realm exploration next month? Let's avoid the sharp edge and bide our time. In a few months that Chao Huayan, killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. There's no need to go and suffer under his thumb now. Tell me, am I right? After saying that, Wang Xiao looked at Lu Feiyu with pitiful eyes. He pursed his lips slightly, as if he was about to start whining if Lu Feiyu didn't agree. If this posture appeared on the face of a pretty and cute young girl, it would certainly be a sight to behold. But who is Wang Xiao? He's 180 centimeters tall and weighs 180 kilograms, a perfectly square-shaped little strongman. That expression appeared on his face. It's as disgusting as Ruhua picking her nose. Seeing him like this, Lu Feiyu closed his eyes in pain, sighed deeply, and replied, You're absolutely right. I'm not stupid. I won't do anything I'm not sure I can do. Don't worry. Lu Feiyu still showed no sign of giving up. Wang Xiao stopped interfering. You can stop them once or twice. However, everything can be done once or twice, but not 3 times. Saying it too much will only make others feel disgusted. However, he was the young master of Wanbage. They naturally consider all aspects when doing things. Before arriving, a second plan had already been prepared. Therefore, the spatial ring on his hand flashed with a faint light. A stack of color-printed documents appeared in Wang Xiao's hands. He then looked around furtively like a thief before quickly stuffing the documents into Lu Feiyu's hands. This contains the beast-taming talents and information of several senior students, including Chao Huayan. Brother Lu, please delete this after you've finished reading it. I hope this will be helpful to you. Of course, it's better if we don't need it. Holding the thick stack of papers in his hand, Lu Feiyu felt a little moved. Wang Xiao is giving away both black gold cards and intelligence. It made him a little embarrassed. So, Lu Feiyu nodded solemnly and patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder. Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Hearing this familiar phrase, Wang Xiao was speechless. On Friday, Lu Feiyu said he would invite him to dinner when he had time. It's almost Monday, and this is the first time he's seen Lu Feiyu since they parted ways. Who knows when, next time, will be. Looking at the expression on Wang Xiao's face, Lu Feiyu added, I'll definitely do it next time. You really believe me? Okay, Brother Lu, you should get some rest. Wang Xiao waved his hand and said. Without any hesitation, he turned and left. Nothing happened that night. Lu Feiyu woke up early and arrived at the location agreed upon by the school, the Secret Realm Station. This is the entrance to all the nascent secret realms within Ching Huai University. Lu Feiyu stopped in front of the gate of the secret realm. He looked up at the sky. The sky here is unlike the clear blue sky elsewhere. Instead, it has a deep, dark glow. In the black sky, fragments of light, like sparks of electricity, flashed by from time to time. What adorns this dark sky are not stars or the moon, but entrances to secret realms that emit a faint glow. This is a site built entirely with incredibly powerful spatial capabilities. It can attract all the entrances to the nascent secret realms near the capital to this place. It is a major foundation of Ching Huai University. Oh, so this must be Lu Feiyu, the top genius of China? The aura and courage of an SSS-level person are truly different. They actually dare to come. However, this nascent realm is not child's play. You could lose your life at any moment. You should go back to where you came from, you country bumpkin. Just as Lu Feiyu stood still, a flippant and irritating voice came from behind him. Lu Feiyu turned around to look. A short, stocky man with short, dark hair was looking at him with a wicked smile. His eyebrows, eyes, and even lips were full of disdain, as if he didn't take Lu Feiyu, a freshman, seriously at all. Beside the man were two scoundrels who were obviously lackeys and henchmen, their faces also bearing contemptuous smiles. Chao Yanhua. Lu Feiyu compared the face of the man in front of him with the portrait on the printed document, and drew a conclusion. Just as everyone else said, you really are like a mad dog, biting indiscriminately from the start. Lu Feiyu didn't know why the other party harbored such malice towards him. But it wasn't Lu Feiyu's style to remain completely unresponsive when his opponents were right in front of him, so he immediately retaliated. Upon hearing this, Chao Yanhua's smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. His brows were furrowed, his thick, messy eyebrows were tangled together, and his jaw muscles were prominent like protruding rocks. Chao Yanhua really didn't expect that he was just habitually making a few foul remarks. How dare this student in the preparatory class talk back to him, a senior, in public? At most, a beast tamer at the Silver Realm? How dare he be disrespectful to a platinum-level top-tier beast master? That's absolutely, damn it! Chao Yanhua's gaze grew increasingly sinister, his eyes fixed on Lu Feiyu as if he were looking at a dead man. Very good, very good! He uttered those 4 threatening words, then turned and strode into the secret realm station. The 2 lackeys behind him followed closely inside. One of them even narrowed his eyes and made a throat-slitting gesture as he passed by Lu Feiyu. Clown! Watching the group of people act like clowns, Lu Feiyu remained completely unmoved. If this matter is left unresolved, that would be fine. But if Chao Yanhua and his 2 companions still dare to provoke him within the secret realm, they even secretly plotted against Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu wouldn't mind letting the others know why the flowers are so red. At the same time, the scene of Lu Feiyu arguing with several people was witnessed by several students who arrived later, although they were not involved in this farce. But everyone's gaze toward Lu Feiyu was filled with regret and incomprehension. In their view, at this time, Lu Feiyu provoked Chao Yanhua, so his journey through the secret realm has come to an end. After all, Chao Yanhua's tracking ability at Ching Huai University is unparalleled among all undergraduate students. Once he sets his sights on you, even in the vast secret realm, he could never escape his pursuit. Perhaps Chao Yanhua wouldn't dare kill Lu Feiyu, but it will definitely prevent Lu Feiyu from exploring the secret realm again, causing him to lose a great opportunity to improve himself. They're young after all. Young people are so impulsive. These freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, with regret in their hearts, shook their heads and walked past Lu Feiyu into the secret realm. Chapter 65: A Bountiful Harvest. The newly born secret realm is dangerous. If you encounter any danger, be sure to evacuate immediately. According to the school's estimate, the strongest ferocious beast in this secret realm is between the top platinum and diamond levels. Everyone must be careful. Within the secret realm, students from the same school are strictly prohibited from killing each other. Violators will be prosecuted. At the entrance, a teacher spoke solemnly. At the same time, his gaze lingered on Chao Yanhua's face for a moment, as if warning him. Chao Yanhua simply smiled indifferently at this. Mutual slaughter? He's a seasoned pro. He knows exactly how far he can go before the school intervenes. The school won't care to what extent it goes. They couldn't kill Lu Feiyu. Isn't that enough to disgust the other party? Not to mention, if I were even more ruthless, I could kill him in the secret realm. At that time, with no one left to testify, who can prove that it was Chao Yanhua who did it? Everyone enters in batches, with the preparatory class being the first to enter. After explaining the precautions, the teacher waved to Lu Feiyu. He then pinned a name tag to Lu Feiyu's chest and instructed him. This item can withstand attacks from ferocious beasts below the diamond level. Once the badge is broken, you will be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Of course, you can also crush it manually and actively send it out of the secret realm. The badge is not protected against the power of the Beastmaster. Lu Feiyu nodded, understanding. It truly deserves to be called the top university in China. This method of protecting students is far superior to that of the Changnan city government. It possesses both strong defensive capabilities and can be used automatically. Compared to the manual use of Changnan's special bracelet, it is infinitely safer and faster. Lu Feiyu put on his name tag without the slightest hesitation. He stood straight forward, plunging directly into the nascent secret realm that emitted a faint glow. The imagined dizziness and teleportation sensation did not occur. Lu Feu felt a sudden flash of white light before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the warm and welcoming campus is no longer what it used to be. He looked around and saw dark green swamp gas rising up, obscuring his view. At the same time, he felt a heavy suction and a sticky sensation coming from under his feet. Lu Feu looked down abruptly and was shocked to discover he found himself standing blankly in the mud. Right now, his feet were drawn to the viscous swamp, and his entire soles were completely submerged in the black swamp. However, Lu Feu did not panic. He knew all too well that the more fiercely he struggled at this moment, the better. The faster your body will sink. What's more, he's a beast tamer. Such a trivial matter is not something I need to handle myself. With a thought, Lu Feu summoned all 3 beasts from his beast-taming space. They found their master in trouble. With a roar, a round sun suddenly rose into the dark green air. The dazzling light directly dispelled all the surrounding marsh gas. Furthermore, scorching sunlight continuously emanated from the sun. The high temperature and the evaporating heat caused the water in the swamp to evaporate rapidly. Lu Feu could even see it. The swamp beneath my feet was bubbling up in solitude. The sticky feeling and pulling force beneath him were also rapidly disappearing. Sensing that the time was right, Lu Feu exerted force and pulled his legs out of the dried-up mud. At that moment, Boss Jean ran up to Lu Feu to claim credit. Its head was held high, as if waiting for Lu Feu to stroke it. Lu Feu was never one to spoil the fun. He gently stroked Boss Jin's dog's head with his large hand. Well done! However, only Lu Feu could get Boss Jean to do this. Instead, another beast tamer. The mud beneath him had long since turned into boiling water, cooking the beast tamer's legs. However, Lu Feu didn't care at all. After all, his eye of advancement can transfer all the damage he suffers to his beast tamer. Boss Jean is a light-type beast tamer. This temperature was not even as high as the temperature of his bathwater. As expected of a newly formed secret realm, the difficulty is indeed high. Lu Feu resolved the crisis and scanned his surroundings once more. Under the sun's rays, visibility was much better at this time. At this moment, countless shimmering blue lights were dancing in his field of vision. In a daze, he even thought he had dived into the sea, surrounded by surging seawater. These shimmering blue lights are certainly not from seawater. Instead, they are all unique resources of extremely high value. At this moment, under the influence of the Eye of Advancement, these resources were marked one by one. Lu Feu only glanced at it. You can then see that there are at least 50 or 60 special resources surrounding him. This resource density. In the past, Lu Feu would never have dared to dream of this. Even the lowest grade special resources, these 50 or 60 items combined, are worth hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. Not to mention, judging by the intensity of the blue hue, these resources must be top-quality low-level special resources, or even mid-level special resources. We've struck it rich! We've struck it rich! Lu Feu's eyes lit up at the sight, and he immediately made the black scales grow larger. It crushed all obstacles in its path with its massive dragon body. Boss Jean quickly stepped forward, using his speed advantage to grasp each special resource in his hand and hand them to Lu Feu. As for the white jade ball, she was still nestled on Lu Feu's shoulder. Its heaven and earth immortality ability allows Lu Feu to have a second life at all times, and he will never be afraid of assassination. The swamp of death, which had been shrouded in darkness for thousands of years, finally encountered its most formidable enemy. Bang! Accompanied by the loud thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The foul-smelling sludge was splashing and dripping onto the ground. A toad covered in pustules fell helplessly to the ground. The abscess burst open, and yellowish-white pus flowed in all directions, like a lake. At this moment, its eyes were filled with a deathly grayness. It never expected this. As a platinum-level ferocious beast, it couldn't even defeat a beast tamer whose highest rank was only gold level when it was ambushed. However, the next moment, in midair, pitch black, ferocious flames, carrying boundless power, swept down, instantly taking the life of the vicious toad. Where the fire dragon swept by, nothing grew. Everything transformed into the life force of the black scales, nourishing the damage it had suffered from long battles. Only a round, ferocious beast core lay quietly in place. Within it lies the full essence of this platinum beast. The first platinum level beast killed! Lu Feu picked up the beast core from the ground and sighed inwardly. In such a short time, he has already been able to kill platinum level ferocious beasts on his own, even without lifting a finger. The White Jade Clan's charm and control abilities, combined with Boss Jean and Black Scale's ultimate offensive capabilities, can almost single-handedly kill any ferocious beast. So-called platinum is nothing special. Suddenly, Lu Feu's ears twitched slightly. He clearly heard faint pleas for mercy coming from the bushes not far away. Chapter 66: The Dream Eater. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Feu paused in his steps. Then, instinctively, he took a step toward the source of the sound. However, the moment he lifted his foot, the white jade ball, which had been resting peacefully on Lu Feu's shoulder, stirred. The smooth, jade-like hair gently rubbed against Lu Feu's neck skin. A slight coolness spread from my neck throughout my body. Lu Feu jolted, his foot, which had already been raised, abruptly stopped in midair. Am I bewitched? A thought flashed through Lu Feu's mind, and he quickly figured out the abnormal state that had just occurred. That so-called pleas for mercy. It is clearly a disguise of a bewitching beast, with the effect of deceiving people. Fortunately, the white jade beast is a charm-type beast, which not only allows it to completely resist the charm effects of others, it can also pull Lu Feu out of that abnormal state. However, this is an opportunity. Lu Feu thought to himself, then gave Boss Jean and Black Scale a look, signaling the two beasts to be on high alert. Then, his feet, which had been suspended in midair, fell down again. His facial expression turned blank and foolish, and he walked quickly toward the direction from which the sound had come, like a walking corpse. Since the other party wanted to seduce him, Lu Feu then turned the tables on his opponent, catching them off guard. We walked for about 2 or 3 minutes. Lu Feu suddenly felt a strange fragrance rise into his nasal cavity, and his mind became dazed for a moment again. Fortunately, Bai Yutuan reminded them in time. He then emerged from that abnormal state. His gaze swept slightly ahead, and after confirming that neither Boss Jean nor Black Scale had been bewitched, he moved forward again. The exotic fragrance grew stronger and stronger, until finally, Lu Feu even had the illusion of walking in a sea of flowers. Why haven't they shown up yet? Are they on high alert? Lu Feu thought to himself. The moment this thought arose, the once dark swamp suddenly gained a few bright, rainbow-like colors. Lu Feu subconsciously looked ahead. On a tall tree branch not far away, a strange creature, completely hairless and with its body divided by various bright-colored patches, was sizing up Lu Feu. On its face, a trunk resembling an elephant's trunk but much shorter extends slightly forward. Its nose twitched, as if it were sniffing the scent of Lu Feu and his beasts in order to judge their current condition. The other party was sizing up Lu Feu. Lu Feu also quietly activated his Eye of Advancement, taking in the information. Race, Dream Eater. Attribute, Charm. Talent level S. Realm, Platinum rank 8. Skills, Enchanting Voice, excellent. Breath of Extinguishing Mind, excellent. Dream Weaving, epic. Dream Eater, epic. It seems they thought Lu Feu was a gold rank beast master. It's simply impossible to break free from one's own abilities. The Dream Eater, which had been standing high up, gradually relaxed its guard. Its eyes were full of amusement and disdain, as if it were examining a trophy, and its sharp gaze swept over every part of Lu Feu's body. At the same time, the colorful patches around the Dream Eater shone brightly. A series of magnificent images appeared around it, rapidly approaching Lu Feu. The figure of the Dream Eater is hidden among many scenes and cannot be clearly seen at all. Almost instantly, countless images scattered and merged together, forming a sturdy cage that descended from the sky, attempting to trap Lu Feu tightly. Those images possess an allure that is hard for ordinary people to resist. With just one glance, an ordinary beast tamer can be completely captivated. Then, they became so engrossed in their beautiful dreams that they could not extricate themselves, becoming nourishment for the dream-devouring taper. However, all of this is aimed at ordinary beast tamers and ordinary beast tamers. The three beasts that Lu Feu contracted. Each one has extremely high resistance to all abnormal states. With the alluring power of the Dream Eater, it was utterly impossible to seduce it in the slightest. Therefore, when the cage constructed from images descends, Black Scale's body swelled up several more times, and then a deafening roar echoed through the dense forest and swamp. In an instant, the calm swamp was shaken by this thunderous roar. Countless birds hidden in the deep forest flapped their wings and fled at high speed. Large swaths of sewage were jolted into the air by the force of the roar. Even the Dream Eater hidden in the scene was terrified by this dragon roar. His figure in the air paused slightly. However, before it could react, a burst of white light flashed past, followed by a scorching wave of air carrying boundless power. An explosion of this magnitude. It was as terrifying as the sun falling. The blazing sun exploded instantly. The terrifying power of the solar explosion shattered those magnificent scenes into pieces. Like glass subjected to a powerful impact, it shattered into fragments, shooting off in all directions. The body of the Dream Eater tumbled countless times in the air. Its originally beautiful color turned grayish-black under the impact of the horrific explosion. Its exposed skin was covered in blood, with countless gruesome bloodstains running through its entire body. In just a moment, this Platinum Rank 8 ferocious beast was severely injured. However, that's not all. As the body of the dream taper detached from the image, Black Scale's jet-black eyes locked onto it immediately, and then the dragon opened its mouth. Countless demonic flames, carrying deadly poison, swept towards the Dream Eater like a demonic dragon descending to earth. Feel the explosive power hidden within the roaring demonic flames. The Dream Eater's hazy eyes suddenly narrowed. Despite the pain, it conjured up one magnificent image after another to block its path. They tried their best to resist the invasion of the heaven-eating demon flame. However, the next moment, the Dream Eater froze, lowered its head, and its face was filled with fear and disbelief. All I could see was, without its knowledge, a wolf's claw, gleaming with a deep blue hue, had somehow pierced through his own chest. Now, rainbow-colored bloodstains stained the wolf's claws. Inside its claws, a beating heart is throbbing vigorously. That was none other than the heart of the Dream Eater. When? As a bewitching beast, it possessed extremely strong senses and was completely unaware of the approaching blue wolf. Its face was full of surprise and doubt, and the movements of its hands that were constructing the dream gradually slowed down, and its originally vigorous vitality disappeared. After losing its heart, it begins to disappear rapidly. Finally, its body collapsed helplessly to the ground, completely consumed by the surging, consuming demonic flames. When the demonic flames dissipated, what remained was, there was only one beast core, shimmering with multicolored light. Well done! Lu Feu picked up the beast core and put it in his spatial ring. Having obtained 2 platinum-level beast cores in succession, Lu Feu was in a great mood. Chapter 67 The School Takes Action. Beast cores are treasures formed from the concentrated essence of ferocious beasts at the Gold Realm, or above. Beast cores at the Gold Realm level are called low-level beast cores, and their value ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. The beast cores at the platinum level are intermediate-level beast cores. The value of each item is over 1 million huaxia coins, with a maximum of 2 million huaxia coins. And the beast cores of the diamond realm are naturally high-level beast cores. The market price is over 2 million Chinese yuan. Beast cores at or above the Shattered Star realm are collectively referred to as top-tier beast cores. Even the lowest grade of this coin has a market value of over 10 million Chinese yuan. Furthermore, once they appear, they are snapped up in a frenzy. In other words, Lu Feu obtained 2 beast cores in such a short period of time. It has already brought him at least 2 million Chinese yuan in income. Making money this fast is way faster than robbing a bank. Furthermore, through the battle with these 2 ferocious beasts, Lu Feu also clearly understood his current combat strength. With the terrifying combat power of Black Scale and Boss Jean. Now that he is at the Gold Realm, he can easily crush ferocious beasts at the Platinum Realm. Its strength is extremely formidable. Lu Feu had just put away the beast core. Behind them, the sound of footsteps, made no attempt to conceal themselves, could be heard. Clap, clap, clap! Footsteps, accompanied by soft clapping. The sound was particularly jarring in the deep forest after the great battle. I underestimated you before. As expected of a student with SSS-level talent, your strength is truly impressive. I heard that sound. Lu Feu immediately recognized the person who had come. When he turned around, he was horrified to see Chao Yanhua's disgusting face. Surprised? I found it! When Chao Yanhua saw Lu Feu turn around, a nauseating look of glee spread across his face. He clapped his hands again and said, Junior, it's not that I have a problem with you. Actually, as a student with SSS-level talent, someone as snobbish as me would be too busy trying to curry favor with you. But there's nothing you can do, someone's willing to pay to kill you. I don't want to kill you either. But they gave us way too much. At this point, he changed the subject again. An exaggerated smile bloomed on his face again, his mouth almost stretching to below his ears. His eyes flashed with an incredibly terrifying red light. Moreover, killing a genius like you. This is incredibly exciting. Just imagining you screaming in agony makes me almost sob. As he was speaking, Chao Yanhua suddenly closed his eyes and let out several low, pleasurable growls. Lu Feu had absolutely no interest in watching his perverted behavior any longer. He looked up at the sky and gave Boss Jean and Black Scale a look, reminding them to be careful. Boss Jean and Black Scale immediately understood. Just then, Chao Yanhua suddenly opened his eyes. The terrifying light in his eyes grew even brighter. Look at him. This reminded Lu Feu of Wang Jiaming, who died in Changnan. Then I thought back to what the other person had just said. It's not hard to guess. This Chao Yanhua should also be a spy planted by the 10,000 Beasts cult at Ching Huai University. This thought came to mind. Lu Feu suddenly became alert. Back then, Wang Jiaming relied on that inferior blood-stimulating drug to give him strength comparable to the Diamond Realm, even though he was only at the late Platinum level. Chao Yanhua was originally a Platinum-level top-tier beast tamer. If he were to take the potion, his true strength would likely far surpass that of Wang Jiaming. He seemed to notice the wariness on Lu Feu's face. Chao Yanhua's expression became even more pleased. It seems, you've already guessed my identity. So clever! You're such a smart child, I'll love you dearly! As they were talking, a terrifying sonic boom erupted from ahead. Chao Yanhua's figure disappeared in an instant. Lu Feu's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag, accompanied by a gust of bloody wind, came straight at Lu Feu's face. This speed has already exceeded the limits of the Platinum level. As expected, a Diamond Beast Master. Roar! Seeing its owner being attacked. With his fastest speed, Boss Jean leaped and positioned himself between Lu Feu and Chao Yanhua. Under its control, the fluffy long hairs are transformed into sharp spikes resembling steel needles. Bang! Chao Yanhua's fists collided violently with Boss Jin's powerful body, creating a loud booming sound. In an instant, Boss Jin's body was blasted several meters away, his hair dripping like rain, and a little blood spurted from his mouth. No matter how high its quality, the difference between gold and diamonds is simply too great. It's something that qualifications simply can't compensate for. However, its appearance also gave Lu Feu a chance to catch his breath. Black scales descended from the sky, their massive bodies pressing down heavily. A body weighing tens of tons, falling with full force, would force even Chao Yanhua, in his berserk state, to retreat. Lu Feu also took advantage of this opportunity. With a big leap, he landed directly on Black Scale's neck. He gripped the black scales on its neck tightly with both hands, barely managing to steady himself. The time has come! Strike now! At the same time, Lu Feu, riding on Black Scale, roared into the air. Hey, you've actually had your share of embarrassing moments. With his call, a gentle laugh fell from the sky. Then, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall stood on the auspicious phoenix and descended from the sky. How can you say such sarcastic things? My tame beast was injured while helping the school, so the compensation can't be lacking. Lu Feu pursed his lips and directed Black Scale to retreat. He also took this opportunity to pull Boss Jean, who had been blasted away earlier, onto Black Scale's back. At this moment, Boss Jean was somewhat weak, but fortunately he was not seriously injured. Don't worry, you'll get everything you need. But right now, I need to clean up the mess in the school. Xiong Meng's words floated down from midair. At the same time, several beasts of various shapes and sizes quickly appeared around him, surrounding Chao Yanhua tightly. How is that possible? Chao Yanhua looked at the beasts around him, each radiating the aura of the bright moon, and nearly collapsed. To be honest, this was the first time in his life he had faced an enemy of the radiant moon level. The overwhelming sense of terror and majesty made him feel as if he couldn't stand still. Could it be that I was discovered all along? Chao Yanhua suddenly looked up at the sky, staring directly at the principal above him. At this moment, the crimson killing intent in his eyes had subsided considerably, replaced by unparalleled panic. He joined the cult of 10,000 beasts to improve his life, not to die in vain. Actually, no, it's just that Lu Feu is someone I take special care of. I personally look after him every time he goes down to the newborn secret realm. Xiong Meng responded coldly, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. His answer made Chao Yanhua so angry that he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Why should I? Why does this kid get such preferential treatment? Even the principal, who was extremely busy with official duties, had to protect him day and night. Chapter 68 Compensation and Challenge. Chao Yanhua was one of the top geniuses at Ching Huai University, but even getting to see the president was incredibly difficult. But this kid Lu Feu actually managed to get the principal to willingly become his bodyguard and protect him at all times. This drastic difference in treatment made Chao Yanhua so anxious she felt like she was going to vomit blood. Chao Yanhua's expression changed several times, and the regret on his face became more and more obvious. Along with that, the crimson killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. At this moment, Chao Yanhua was like a pitiful little beast, weak and helpless, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Principal, could you give me another chance? I know a lot about the cult of 10,000 beasts. I will make amends. I will atone for my sins. I beg you. Chao Yanhua said in a hoarse voice. His voice was dry and rough, sounding like a vengeful ghost from hell. But even fierce ghosts must bow down before a beast tamer of the bright moon level. At the same time, Lu Feu also walked up from behind Xiong Meng, his arms crossed, and said in a cold, mocking voice. Senior Chao, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you say you were going to pamper me? Come on, I'm right here, I'm giving you a chance to pamper me. You think you're so tough? What good is being tough anyway? To get by in this world, you need power and connections. You little punk! A brainless person, no matter how strong, is just cannon fodder. Hearing Lu Feu's mocking words, Chao Yanhua's face turned red and then pale, wishing he could tear this noisy young man to pieces right now. However, circumstances are beyond our control. In the current situation, even if Lu Feu came up and slapped himself twice, he had no choice but to accept it. Therefore, even if Lu Feu mocked him face to face, he could only force a smile, constantly apologizing. Junior, no, Brother Lu, please forgive my rudeness and say a few good words for me. Just then, Xiong Meng, who hadn't spoken until now, waved his hand and said, All right, Feiyu, stop teasing him. He's already a bit silly after the family split up, and you're still teasing him. Any traitor who joins the cult of 10,000 beasts shall die. As for the so-called intelligence, As he spoke, Xiong Meng waved his hand. A dark shadow darted out from behind him and then jumped onto Chao Yanhua's head with lightning speed. Lu Feu could see it clearly from the side. It was a spider covered in gray fuzz, and when it first reached Chao Yanhua's head, it was no bigger than the palm of his hand. However, it only lasted for a moment. The spider's body suddenly swelled up. The gray down on its 8 long legs began to grow wildly, each hair becoming as hard as iron and radiating a cold, bluish-gray light. In the blink of an eye, 8 long legs surrounded Chao Yanhua's head from top to bottom. The long, bluish-gray hair on his legs pierced his face like steel needles. In an instant blood gushed out, spraying out like a fountain and scattering in the air. At the same time, the spider's swollen abdomen was rhythmically expanding and contracting, as if it were sucking Chao Yanhua's brain matter. Soul! Ea! A mournful howl, like that of a vengeful ghost, echoed through the deep forest. Chao Yanhua clutched his head in agony and rolled helplessly in the swamp. However, each roll and friction he made only aggravated his injuries. Before long, the screams gradually subsided, and the struggling movements became less intense. Lu Feu looked down and saw that Chao Yanhua's once strong body was now as thin as a rake. His cheeks were sunken, and he was barely breathing. Each rib was pressed tightly against the skin, creating deep grooves. Just a few seconds. A master with diamond-level combat power was actually sucked dry by a spider. This terrifying combat power made Lu Feu swallow hard. And most importantly, Lu Feu could still see it clearly. Chao Yanhua's originally bloodshot eyes were now dull and lifeless. He became mentally unstable, as if his soul had been devoured, turning him into a walking corpse. Upon seeing this, Lu Feu subconsciously used his eye of advancement to look at the strange gray-haired spider. Race, soul-devouring spider. Attribute soul. Talent level, SS. Realm, second stage of bright moon. Skills, piercing fur, epic, soul-devouring power, epic, memory extraction, epic, soul link, epic. Comment: your soul is nothing more than an appetizer. When I saw the moment the memory was retrieved, Lu Feu immediately understood why Xiong Meng didn't care about the information Chao Yanhua was talking about. It turns out that Xiong Meng didn't need anyone to provide him with information. He can get what he wants with just a simple reach. Why should we rely on others? Tisk, so the major universities in Beijing already have so much scum. They devoured Chao Yanhua completely. Xiong Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the coldness on his face became even more pronounced. Then, his tiger-like eyes looked at Lu Feu, his expression softening slightly. You have done a great service by using yourself as bait to help me find the traitors of the 10,000 Beasts cult. You can exchange this for a high-level special resource. A beast tamer was injured in the line of duty and earned a minor merit, which can be exchanged for a mid-level special resource. How? Lu Feu was very satisfied with the solution. Ching Huai University is indeed very generous. After all, he did almost nothing, only Mr. Kim suffered a minor injury. In return, you receive one high-level special resource and one mid-level special resource. This deal couldn't be more worthwhile. Lu Feu even wanted the 10,000 Beast sect to send more people to assassinate him. Only one person came this time. What kind of talk is that? If others see this, they'll think your beast cult is completely powerless. It would be best to bring more. 10 at a time. Anyway, it was Principal Xiong who made the move. The one who got hurt was Boss Jean. But it was Lu Feu who benefited. No problem, right? You can collect the resources yourself when the time comes. Seeing Lu Feu nod, Xiong Meng continued. You're currently searching for an S-rank beast taming egg, right? As far as I know, you're already at the gold level? Speaking of which, even though Xiong Meng is a seasoned educator and the principal of one of China's top universities, he believes he has seen far too many geniuses. But when he mentioned the word gold, he still unconsciously emphasized it. There's no other reason than that Lu Feu's advancement speed is just too fast. It was faster than anyone could have imagined. While their peers are still struggling in iron rank, or even excited about breaking through to bronze rank, Lu Feu has already broken through the 3 realms of iron, bronze and silver, and has ascended to the gold realm with unparalleled momentum. Such speed. It wasn't just Principals Xiong Meng and Han Shoujin who were surprised. Even the chief executive of China was extremely shocked. At the same time, those foreign powers also couldn't sit still. If Lu Feu continues to develop so peacefully, no more than 10 years, no more than 3 years, the entire power structure of the world will be completely overturned. This is something that other countries cannot tolerate. Decades ago, China already had a beast tamer with SSS level talent. Originally, China suffered heavy losses and its national strength was greatly diminished because it was unwilling to abandon the lives of ordinary people when disaster struck. However, after that beast tamer appeared, he single-handedly repelled all the powerful enemies around him, such as the greedy wolf. It has enabled China to develop steadily for decades, and now its national strength is extremely strong, recognized as being among the top 2 or even number 1. You could say that the strongest beast tamer in this world right now is in China. And it is foreseeable. The strongest beast tamers of the future are still in China. This is unacceptable to all other countries. The United States, especially the United States, which has always called itself a beacon of humanity, is now extremely uneasy. Now, and especially today, the United States, together with dozens of other countries, has formally issued a joint challenge to China. Chapter 69 Space Type S-Rank Beast Taming Egg. We are delighted to learn that your country has acquired an SSS-level talent beast tamer. Our country, along with 93 other countries including the British Empire, the Snow Bear Kingdom, and the Eastern Kingdom, have extended invitations to your country for friendly competition. We, as beast tamers, should uphold the spirit of practical combat and develop practical combat skills. Therefore, we propose that this sparring session adopt a free-for-all scoring system. The game is set in the nascent realm of the high seas, and rankings are based on points earned from defeating enemies. The time is exactly 12 o'clock noon on March 25th, Beijing time. The stakes are the right to collect resources in international waters for 20 years. We hope your country will not hesitate to offer its guidance. This video has already topped the trending charts on various social media platforms, and its popularity completely overshadowed all other trending topics. Right now, almost everyone in China has seen this video and knows about this matter. Furthermore, the discussions below were particularly intense, even escalating into various flame wars. Damn it, this is blatant bullying. Only an idiot would go. The person upstairs is right. Once he goes there, everyone will know that Lu Feu will be fighting 93 people all by himself. Is that something a human could do? Do you guys upstairs have any backbone? They've already gotten angry, why aren't you standing up for them? Just go for it. Stop yelling upstairs. If you're so capable, you go do it yourself. Why should others risk their lives for you? Are you some kind of thief? Upstairs, I'll fuck your ass, your whole family will fuck you. Everyone, please stop arguing. These 20 years of high seas resources, my goodness, if we really take them, I can't even imagine how strong China will become in the future. We are firmly in first place in the world. The second and even the 100th combined are not even worthy of carrying our shoes. The person upstairs is short-sighted. They're only thinking about resources. That's something only winners think about. 1 against 93, even if they have SSS-level talent, I don't have a high opinion of them. Yes, what if we end up losing a top genius in addition to failing to secure the rights to the high seas resources? It would be a double loss. But if we don't fight, we'll look like cowards, which is so embarrassing. Does your pride, which costs a few dollars a pound, matter as much as a single hair of an SSS-level talent? Damn it! We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Aren't they just putting us on the hot seat? What a bunch of jerks. Lu Feu finished reading the video and comments in Xiongmeng's hand, and frowned slightly. A chaotic system is the easiest system to manipulate. Putting aside other things, the fact that more than 90 countries united to besiege him was a formidable force. Even Lu Feu today dares not underestimate these top talents cultivated by the power of a nation. In a one-on-one situation, he is confident that he can defeat, or even kill his opponent in an instant. But if it's a pair of 90-plus players, anyone would be intimidated. Even ants can kill an elephant if there are enough of them, let alone more than 90 top geniuses. I know this may be a bit difficult for you, but the right to collect resources in international waters for 20 years is very important to China. To be honest, that person is now at a critical stage, and the amount of resources they need is astronomical. If you agree, the official team will immediately provide an S-grade beast taming egg. If you successfully achieve first place, you will receive another S-grade beast taming egg as a reward. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will never force you. They have all the necessary resources, and their promotions are just as frequent. Personally, I even hope you don't participate, since the risk involved is indeed too great. Even if you possess SSS-level talent, well, sigh. Xiongmeng stopped speaking halfway through his sentence. She simply looked at Lu Feiyu with a worried expression. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu neither agreed nor disagreed, but instead said, I need to examine the beast-taming egg before making a decision. He needs to examine the attributes of the beast-taming egg to see if it's suitable for chaotic battles before making a decision. After all, you only have one life. Even though Lu Feiyu possesses an SSS-level beast-taming talent, it's still the same. Oh no, Lu Feiyu has 2 lives. After all, the White Jade clan gave him a second life. But that only protected against one fatal blow. It's not like I'm being reborn or time-traveling. If one truly cannot resist, one will still die. Of course, no problem. Seeing that Lu Feiyu did not refuse, Xiongmeng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his gaze towards Lu Feiyu was somewhat complicated. He always had a complex feeling of pushing his students into a fire pit. I have brought the beast-taming eggs. Take a look. Actually, the authorities are quite concerned about your safety and have specially found you a space-type beast-taming egg. If we can't beat them, we can outrun them, right? Suppressing his complex emotions, Xiongmeng spoke while taking out a beast-taming egg from his spatial ring. Unlike the tiny eggs of ordinary beast-taming animals, this beast-taming egg. Lu Feiyu's first impression was that it was huge. Xiongmeng held the beast-taming egg in his hands and placed it on his abdomen. Even so, the beast egg completely covered his upper body and even his face. Judging by its length alone, it is at least 1 meter long. The width is also about half a meter. It is entirely black, with flashes of black light occasionally appearing on its surface, making it appear mysterious and eerie. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, the beast-taming egg looks. It's just like the tall nut from Plants vs. Zombies, only a dark version. Principal, you really are something. You should have said you were from the Space Department earlier. It made my heart race. I agree. These foreign dogs have dared to provoke your Grandpa Lu. I'll show them what it means to be untouchable. A glint flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes as the basic information about the pitch-black beast-taming egg flashed before his eyes. After confirming that the beast-taming egg is indeed of the space type, he readily agreed. There's no other reason than what Xiongmeng said. Space-manipulating beasts, with extreme speed as their greatest strength. Whether it's escaping or assassinating, it's top-tier among top-tier skills. With this beast by his side, Lu Feiyu was not afraid of being surrounded and unable to escape. If he can't beat them, can he at least outrun them? Chapter 70 The Sky-Shattering Divine Eagle. However, Lu Feiyu wouldn't agree so easily. He then added, Besides this beast-taming egg, I also need 10 million Chinese yuan for my cultivation and growth over the next few days. 10 million sounds like a lot, and it really is a lot. An ordinary person, an average family, might not have this much money even if they combined all their income in their entire life, and even their next life. However, neither Lu Feiyu nor Xiongmeng felt that this request was excessive. After all, this operation was a life-or-death gamble for him, to fight for resources for the country and to prove a point for the nation. A genius's life for 10 million Chinese yuan is really not expensive. Therefore, after hearing Lu Feiyu's request, Xiongmeng agreed without any hesitation. No problem, I'll have someone transfer the money to your card right away. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded and took the beast egg from Xiongmeng's hand. This enormous beast egg, resembling a tall nut, looks massive. However, it is extremely light and tiny when you touch it. Holding it in your hand, it feels as light as if it were nothing at all. This surprised Lu Feiyu. Race, Transcendent Eagle. Attribute, Space. Talent level, S. Realm? Skills, Skyward Wings, excellent. Boundary-breaking feathers, excellent. Instantaneous movement, excellent. Spatial Forbidden Zone, epic. Evolution Path, Transcendent Eagle, S rank. Sky-Shattering Divine Eagle, SS rank. Lord of Realms, SSS rank. God of all spaces, mythical rank. Note: only beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Review: so fast it's like a phantom. New S rank beast taming egg acquired. The competition date is fast approaching. Today is March 20th. There were only 4 or 5 days left until the date set by the Eagle Nation. With this thought in mind, Lu Feu no longer wanted to linger in the secret realm. He informed Xiongmeng, then left the secret realm alone and returned to his dormitory. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feu's heart sank. In an instant, his consciousness arrived at his beast-taming space. The listless boss Jean is now lively and energetic again thanks to the abundant spiritual energy. With his 3 summoned beasts by his side, Lu Feu quickly approached the mythical bloodline pool. He held the beast egg in his hands and threw it into the bloodline pool. The beast egg floated in the air like a feather for a while before touching the calm surface of the bloodline pool. The moment the beast egg touched the surface of the pool, the once calm pond rippled, as if opening its gaping maw to swallow the meter-tall beast egg directly to the bottom. Just like the extreme speed characteristic of space beast taming, the beast taming egg hatched extremely quickly. It had only been a few breaths since it merged into the beast taming egg. Even the ripples that had just been created had not completely dissipated. A terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated from the deepest part of the pool. Bah! Then, a high-pitched eagle cry resounded through the sky, and a silver-black figure darted out from the bottom of the pool as fast as lightning. It is extremely fast. Under the immense kinetic energy, it created a wave that resembled a waterspout. The splashes of water and the silvery black feathers shimmered and sparkled under the sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle. Lu Feu activated his Eye of Advancement, instantly increasing his eyesight several times over, and carefully looked at the sky. A giant bird, about 10 meters in size, with its wings fully outstretched, was soaring freely in the sky. The silver-black feathers, unlike the deep, inky scales of the black scales, shimmered with an inexplicable luster. It does look quite sci-fi and dazzling. Unlike other birds, the giant bird's feathers do not lie flat against its body. Instead, it presents a tilt to the right at nearly 45 degrees. The tips of the feathers split into 2 short and 1 long silver-black spines. Just by looking at it, a sharp and chilling aura pierced the sky and rushed towards you. Judging solely from its appearance, it can be described as the best of the best. Even if this is the lowest level, E-grade beast taming. Just based on its magnificent and unique appearance, wealthy people would probably be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it for their own enjoyment. What's more, this is a genuine SS-grade tamed beast. Race: Sky-shattering divine eagle. Attribute: Space. Talent level: SS. Realm: Black Iron rank 6. Skills: Shattering Heaven Feather, Epic, Sky-piercing Speed, Epic, Aerial Overlord, Epic, Forbidden Airspace, Legendary. Shattering Heaven Divine Feather. The beast tamer's feather contains the power to shatter the heavens. In battle, it can be launched from outside the body, ignoring all defenses and dealing true damage to enemies. The beast tamer can recall the beast tamer at any time. Upon recall, it will again deal massive penetrating damage to the enemy. Speed of transmission. Beast tamers master the power of space. When their abilities are activated, their speed increases 4-fold, allowing them to traverse through spatial crevices. Sky Dominator. When at high altitude, the tamed beast's physical attributes are doubled and it gains buffs such as defense, attack immunity, and abnormal status immunity. Forbidden Domain. The domain of space, where all things are forbidden. The beast tamer will unleash a spatial domain, prohibiting all means of escape, while simultaneously summoning countless spatial turbulences to frantically annihilate the enemy until all enemy creatures are wiped out. Note: in the assessment of beast taming abilities, all beings other than the beast tamer and their contracted beasts are enemies. Please use this ability with caution. Note: this ability consumes a huge amount of energy. Forcing its use with the current strength of the beast master will leave them in an extremely weakened state. Evolution Path: Sky-shattering divine eagle, SS rank, Thunder Sky Lord, SSS rank, Electric Sky God, mythical rank. Note: only beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Review: the epitome of speed. The ultimate in space. 3 epic poems, 1 legend. It's still a legendary ability that deals damage. To be honest, even though Lu Feu already had 3 SS level tamed beasts, he was still extremely surprised by this information panel. The first ability is This is the strongest offensive capability of the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle in its normal state. True damage. Ignore all defenses. In other words, even if you are a Sun-level beast tamer with unparalleled defensive capabilities. Even when faced with the feathers thrusting down from the sky-shattering Divine Eagle, you will still get hurt. Of course, for a being of the Sun level, this level of injury is probably nothing at all. But you should know this. Being able to hurt someone and being completely unable to do anything about them are two completely different things. Moreover, the Shattering Heaven Divine Feather deals damage in two stages, piercing and retraction. Each stage inflicts massive damage on the enemy. With the two combined, an enemy of the same level would likely die on the spot. The terrifying and domineering nature of this ability is self-evident. The speed of breaking through the air can be said to be the core of the Shattering Sky Divine Eagle's core abilities. The effect is simple: extreme speed. What? You're saying speed alone isn't enough for epic level strength? Furthermore, the ability to traverse spatial rifts, ignoring all obstacles and barriers, makes it impossible for enemy attacks to lock onto the target. Is that enough? All Lu Feu wanted to say was, "That's enough." With this skill, he could completely run rampant in the secret realm brawl on the 25th. Let's party like crazy. Have fun however you want. What, could the enemy possibly catch Lu Feu through spatial turbulence? Chapter 71 Flying Beast Taming. With this skill, Lu Feu can be said to have a great sense of security. They fight when they want to fight, and leave when they want to leave. Their main appeal is doing whatever they please. At that time, the encirclement and killing of Lu Feu will take place. It will inevitably become Lu Feu's personal show. This so-called alliance of 93 nations is a complete joke. As for the Airborne Overlord skill, it is a common skill that enhances physical attributes. As for its effect, among SS-grade beast tamers, it can only be considered average, neither high nor low, so there's not much to talk about. What excited Lu Feu the most was the fourth skill is a legendary skill. Moreover, it's purely about killing ability. Forbidden Zone. Summon countless spatial turbulence to annihilate all enemies. Lu Feu was shocked just by looking at the simple and straightforward description of the ability. It's a fight to the death. What an overbearing ability! Moreover, within the forbidden domain of the Shattered Void Divine Eagle. The moment the domain is formed, all means of escape will be rendered obsolete. All enemies. They could only wail helplessly as they watched their bodies and their tame beasts being torn to pieces by countless swirling spatial currents. This despair. This kind of terror. This helplessness. Thinking about this, Lu Feu felt sorry for his future enemies. The only two regrets are: firstly, this ability defines the enemy too broadly. Apart from Lu Feu himself and the beasts he has contracted, everyone else is an enemy. This means that he can almost only use this skill in places where he has no civilian friends. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the upcoming Rift Brawl will be an excellent opportunity to utilize this. The second point is that this ability actually has negative effects. The description used was even extremely weak. According to Lu Feu's estimate, it's considered good if you can use it even once a day. Fortunately, according to the description of the ability, the Shattering Void Divine Eagle can mitigate this negative impact by increasing its own cultivation level. Perhaps, after reaching the Golden Realm, it can then use this terrifying ability without restraint. Come over! After checking the new contract's beast-taming abilities, Lu Feu looked away from the information panel. He looked at the sky-shattering Divine Eagle, which was still soaring freely in the sky, and called out to it. In an instant, a long, silver-black streak swept down from mid-air and arrived in front of Lu Feu. The speed was incredibly fast. It even left afterimages in the air. That's fast. Lu Feu sighed. He looked at the void-shattering Divine Eagle that had bowed its head in loyalty before him, and hesitated, wanting to pat its head. After all, the feathers on the other's head were also those two short and one long spikes. He was terrified that if he touched it like that, hundreds of bloody holes would suddenly appear on his hand. It seemed to sense its owner's thoughts. The sky-shattering Divine Eagle let out a soft cry, and the shape of its feathers rapidly changed. The 3 small thorns that were forked at the tail quickly merged together. The sharp, 45-degree angle also disappeared. Its feathers now have a soft sheen, making you want to touch them. It even has this function! Seeing this scene, Lu Feu immediately stopped hesitating and gently stroked the other person's head with his large hand. What surprised him even more was there was a strong suction force coming from these seemingly soft feathers, which held his hand firmly in place. Holy moly! Mom doesn't have to worry about me getting blown over by the wind anymore. Upon sensing this, Lu Feu was overjoyed. The giant hand landed on the head of the shattered sky divine eagle, using its head as a foothold, and then it leaped up onto the eagle. The moment his buttocks touched the eagle's back, the powerful suction held him firmly in place. A comfortable and soft sensation spread from my buttocks throughout my entire body. It was so pleasant. Take off! Lu Feu patted the eagle's back. Immediately, a gust of wind howled in, making his hair stand on end. At the same time, the scene before his eyes also began to jump and shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feu was astonished to find himself already 100 meters in the air. At this altitude, the fierce wind howls like the mournful cry of a giant, a truly awe-inspiring sight. However, due to the magical suction force on the feathers of the shattered sky divine eagle, Lu Feu's figure did not even sway in the slightest. He craned his neck, gazing with great interest at the scenery on the horizon. He had never felt the white clouds so close to him before. In an instant, a sense of freedom and excitement welled up from the bottom of my heart. Lu Feu is also someone who can fly and control beasts. Let's go! Let's go to the spatial rift and see what's going on. Lu Feu patted the eagle's back again and shouted loudly, almost like a roar. It wasn't that he wanted to be so loud. Rather, the wind was too strong, and unless he spoke loudly, no one could hear what he was saying. Received instructions from the master. The sky-shattering divine eagle let out a loud, long cry, as if reminding its master to hold on tight and sit properly. The next moment, the scene before him changed rapidly, and violent spatial fluctuations pressed towards Lu Feu like a surging tide. At the same time, the howling wind stopped in an instant. The howling wind subsided, and there was no more noise in my ears. The enormous difference between extreme motion and extreme stillness, coupled with the constant spatial fluctuations that were squeezing his body, made Lu Feu feel like vomiting. Fortunately, it happened quickly. The same spatial fluctuations rose from the shattered void divine eagle beneath Lu Feu. After the two fluctuations collided and dissipated, it was almost impossible for it to have any effect on Lu Feu anymore. At this point, he finally got used to the feeling of moving through the gaps in space. They also had the energy to observe what the so-called spatial gap actually looked like. He looked around and saw endless black currents everywhere, which made Lu Feu's eyes dazzled. This spatial crevice is like an overturned cylindrical passage, with a pure black background and turbulent currents flowing through it. Furthermore, several vibrant colors flashed before Lu Feu's eyes from time to time. He knew that as long as he collided with this color block, he would immediately be transported back to the real world. After experiencing it for a while, the novelty in Lu Feu's heart quickly faded. He commanded the shattered sky divine eagle to return to the beast taming space and land at the very beginning. In front of the other tamed beasts, Lu Feu named it on the spot. Kong Yu! You shall be called Kong Yu! A space-type beast tamer with unique feathers, it could be more fitting to call it Sky Feather. In fact, considering its ability to fly and control beasts, Lu Feu had even considered naming the shattering sky divine eagle, Feiyu. But then I thought about it again. How can a beast have the same name as its master? If this gets out, won't people laugh at us to death? So Flying Feathers became Empty Feathers, which was quite fitting and pleasant to hear. Chapter 72 Eldest Sister. Hearing that Lu Feu had bestowed a name upon him, Kong Yu's sharp eyes lit up, and its feathers stretched out again, letting out a loud eagle cry, looking extremely happy. As usual, I played with my beast for a while to build a bond. Lu Feu then exited the beast taming space and returned to reality. Lu Feu immediately took out his phone. A smile appeared on his face after he saw the bank information on his phone screen. 10 million Chinese yuan. In addition, there were various resources he had previously obtained in the nascent realm. In total, it amounts to approximately 15 million Chinese yuan. So much money. In addition, there are super discounts included with the black gold card gifted by Wang Shiyao. 39% off. In other words, Lu Feiyu has 15 million Chinese yuan in his possession. Within Wanbage, it can be used as 40 million. Such a huge amount of money. That's enough to evolve one of Lu Feiyu's beasts to SSS level. At that time, his strength will inevitably see a huge improvement. And which beast's aptitude level should be improved? Lu Feiyu had already made up his mind. If we're going to upgrade, let's upgrade the strongest one right now. That is Black Scales. Moreover, Black Scales' skill, Devouring Power, allows it to completely digest the immense energy contained within the evolutionary resources at the fastest speed, transforming it into its own strength. And in the chaotic battle 5 days later, more strength means more insurance. As for the other beasts, Lu Feiyu believed that after the next major battle, evolving them all again would not be a problem. This thought came to mind. Lu Feiyu got up from the bed and took a big gulp of mineral water to quell his excitement. He then picked up his black gold card and bank card, put on a mask, and headed towards Wanbage in Beijing. Special resources at this level. Lu Feiyu had to go to Wanbage in person to make sure everything was alright before he could feel at ease. Beijing has convenient transportation. It only takes half an hour to get there. Lu Feiyu had already arrived inside Wanbage. I wonder if it's because I drank too much water. As soon as he got out of the taxi, Lu Feiyu felt a surge of urination from his prostate straight to the top of his head. The intense, tingling sensation made him ignore the enthusiastic inquiries from several sales assistants as soon as he entered Wanbage, and he ran towards the restroom with his legs clamped together. Splash! A violent sound, comparable to a waterfall crashing against a cliff, came from between his legs. After relieving himself, Lu Feiyu let out a long sigh, pulled up his pants, and went to the restroom outside the toilet to wash his hands. I'm washing my hands. He then heard a suppressed sobbing sound outside. Then came the man's violent cursing. What are you good for? I haven't closed a single deal in the past month. You're here at Wanbage just to collect a basic salary, aren't you? Useless. Lu Feiyu ignored all the insults. He's not a saint. He can't manage so many trivial matters. He shook the water off his hands, pulled 2 pieces of paper from the tissue box next to him to wipe his hands, and then swaggered out. They saw guests coming out. The man who had been cursing suddenly composed himself and smiled very kindly at Lu Feiyu. The girl who had been scolded raised her head and looked at Lu Feiyu with teary eyes. Lu Feiyu's glance was originally casual. However, it is just like that. This immediately froze him in place. For a moment, my mind and soul were shaken. Ah, sister? Lu Feiyu took 2 steps forward, looking incredulously at the woman in front of him whose face was covered in tears. Looks like that. She was clearly his older sister, Lu Xian, who shared the same parents. At that time, after Lu Guanzhong and Zhang Fengxia got together, he treated Lu Xian with extreme cruelty. And perhaps it was because Lu Xian was beautiful. Zhang Fengxia treated her much more ruthlessly than she treated Lu Feiyu. They were frequently beaten and verbally abused, and it was common for them to be without food or water. That is precisely why. When Lu Feiyu was still young, Lu Xian left home early and has been missing ever since, as if she had vanished from the world. Lu Feiyu had almost forgotten about this older sister who was the closest to him by blood. In its lingering impression, all I remember is that Lu Xian was extremely kind to me. They say an elder sister is like a mother, and that's certainly true. The other party would almost always let him try any good things first. That is precisely why. Lu Feiyu was devastated after the other party disappeared. Even when he was young and ignorant, he harbored resentment in his heart for not taking him away with him. But thinking about it now, this 12 or 13-year-old girl is already struggling to survive on her own in this world. They also brought along a little boy who was a few years old. The chances of those 2 surviving are probably less than 1 in 10,000. It's even possible that the 2 were stopped by patrolling officials and sent home shortly after they left. At that time, they will inevitably face even more cruel torture. Therefore, when he saw Lu Xian again, Lu Feu was extremely excited and happy, as this older sister could be considered his only family member now. Before this, he had thought the other person had already passed away. I'm not, sir, you've mistaken me for someone else. Upon seeing Lu Feu approach, Lu Xian quickly lowered her head and slightly turned her body to the right rear. She tried to use her long, hanging hair to cover the bright red and obvious handprint on her cheek. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fei유's joyful mood cooled down instantly. The anger in my heart surged and churned like magma. His gaze was as cold as a knife, sweeping across the man's face as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. The man with the tattoo on his neck suddenly felt as if a steel knife had been plunged straight into his forehead, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He explained with a forced smile. Sir, you must have mistaken her for someone else. Lu Xian has no parents and no relatives, she is an orphan. It really was her. Hearing this explanation, Lu Feu became even more certain of his guess. He stepped forward again, his body almost touching Lu Xian's, and lifted her chin with his hand. Lu Feu stared into her tear-filled, red eyes and asked, word by word, "Why are you avoiding me?" After saying that, he wiped his hand across the slap mark on the other person's face. The calluses on the tattooed man's hands were as hard as iron. With a powerful swing, he slapped Lu Xian's cheek until it was red and swollen. Even on his right cheek, several faint streaks of blood trickled down. It looked incredibly ferocious. What's going on? Lu Xian was still keeping her head down. Lu Feu didn't want to pressure the other party too much. She simply turned around, staring at the tattooed man as if he were a dead man, and asked sharply. At this moment, the tattooed man finally realized what was happening. Damn it, how could I be scared by this little brat? He cursed inwardly. Lu Xian is such a scoundrel, how could her brother possibly be any kind of formidable character? Why should I be so respectful to him? Thinking this to himself, the tattooed man revealed a blatant smile. In our Wanbage, good-for-nothings deserve to be beaten. You're not convinced? If you're not happy, then resign. If you don't do this job, plenty of other people will. And you brat, look at your pathetic appearance. If you're not going to buy anything, don't come to my Wanbage. You're just wasting my time. Really? I don't know what's wrong with the security. They let all sorts of random cats, dogs, and maggots out. Huh! Chapter 73 Deputy Manager? As the tattooed man spoke, he scanned Lu Fei유's clothes up and down. Seeing that the other person had no name tags on them and didn't even have 2,000 yuan in total, I realized that they had no other money on them. The contempt in his eyes was even stronger. As he was talking, he even spat a mouthful of phlegm at Lu Fei유's feet. The contempt was made without any attempt to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu wasn't in a hurry. Lu Xian was the first to panic. She raised her head, her eyes filled with tears, but her tone was resolute. I'm not a piece of trash. It was you. You deliberately suppressed me. You put me in the scrap beast egg area. No normal person would spend tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a worthless beast taming egg. Isn't it normal to have no sales? Hearing Lu Xian's accusations, the tattooed man smiled indifferently, his wolf-like eyes sweeping over Lu Xian's beautiful face. Finally, it landed on his chest, which was heaving with rage. He swallowed almost imperceptibly, then said again, What deliberate suppression? Don't be ridiculous. Can't this area be left unattended? You have no education, not even a junior high school diploma, and no connections. If you don't do it, who will? Or rather, you stop doing this and let me do it to you, ha ha ha. At the end, the tattooed man let out a wild laugh. Everything he said was, of course, just nonsense. This kind of waste area is always served by all the sales assistants, since hardly anyone looks at the items in this area anyway. This is how he arranged things for Lu Xian. Naturally, you have to put immense pressure on her, making her unable to withstand the dual pressures of work and reality. Consequently, they succumbed to his tyranny. As he thought about it, Zhou Wenhui, the tattooed man, became even more excited. Today, he is going to crush the other person's self-esteem completely in front of everyone. In this way, they can turn it into their own dog and use it for their own purposes. The thought of that filthy scene made Zhou Wenhui even more excited, and an unnatural flush rose on his face. Just then, Lu Feu had already turned his body completely around. He stared blankly at Zhou Wenhui, who was laughing wildly with his head tilted back. Suddenly, he took a step forward, his shoulders slightly lowered, and his waist twisted backward. In an instant, the waist and shoulders worked together, and the whole body became as taut as a hard bow, with all the strength stretched to the limit. Then, his right hand, as large as a fan, drew a perfect semicircle in midair and swung it hard at Zhou Wenhui's grinning, ugly face. Smack! A loud slap echoed throughout the entire Wanbage. In an instant, not only those around the toilet heard the bomb-like sound. Even in the main hall of Wanbage, everyone heard the loud noise. And Zhou Wenhui. It's even worse. At that moment, he was as if he had been hit by a missile, and his whole body was sent flying several meters away. Until his body slammed hard against the wall behind him. This retreating momentum has just come to a halt. Zhou Wenhui staggered to his feet, feeling a buzzing sound, like a swarm of bees, emanating from his mind and even his ears. His right cheek had long since lost sensation. My face felt numb and tingly, as if half of my face had been slapped off and no longer belonged to me. Drowning! How dare you! Bah! He barely managed to raise his hand, pointing at Lu Feu, about to unleash a torrent of abuse. As I was talking, I suddenly realized that there were countless hard pebbles moving around in my mouth. He immediately bent down and spat out the foreign object from his mouth. The moment he saw the shape of the foreign object, a feeling of dizziness rose in his mind. These are not small stones at all. These are clearly my own white teeth. At this moment, his once neat rows of teeth were reduced to just a few loose ones dangling from his blood-stained gums. Now, it's not just a matter of whether his speech is slurred or not, it's practically all wind. Damn it, you're finished! If you intentionally injure someone, I'll make sure you serve 10 years in jail, or I'll change my surname and be a different person. Looking at the broken teeth scattered all over the ground, Zhou Wenhui felt a surge of anger rising within him. He glared at Lu Feu and uttered harsh words. The crowd drawn by the strange noise also looked at Lu Feu with expressions of agreement. Exactly, at such a young age, yet so ruthless. Sigh, he looks like a fine, energetic young man, how could he be so reckless? Those staff members who had been working at Wanbage and knew Zhou Wenhui's true nature whispered among themselves. This shameless guy surnamed Zhou is trying to harass young girls again. I know of at least 7 or 8 of them, they're really despicable. And he just throws it away after each use, like throwing away trash. Several young girls have been driven crazy by him. Pah! Good for him. Sigh, it's such a pity about this handsome guy. Zhou Wenhui has connections. Although he may only appear to be a deputy team leader, his uncle is the deputy manager of this branch, whose position is only below the manager and the store manager. Otherwise, would he dare to be so arrogant? Moreover, even if Shamli, this handsome young man, is not in a good position with this kind of injury. Unless this handsome young man also has a powerful background, or even a very powerful one. Upon hearing this, the sales assistants, who had been somewhat excited, immediately fell silent and looked at Lu Feu with pity. Just then, the sound of thump 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 came from upstairs. Soon, a fit man in a suit came down from upstairs with a team of security guards. Deputy Manager Su Xiu quickly scanned the scene, her gaze lingering on Lu Feu for a moment before turning to her nephew. Just one glance. His brows furrowed deeply, and he secretly rubbed his teeth together. That guy really hit hard. That half of his face was so swollen it looked no different from a pig's head. The thought of her sister's request gave Su Xiu a terrible headache. Upon seeing his uncle, Zhou Wenhui let out a wail and scrambled over, grabbing Su Xiu's leg and crying out. Uncle! Look what that bastard did to me! We have to catch him right away! I'll make him wish he were dead! Hearing this title, Su Xiu frowned again. How many times have I told you, when you're at work, you should refer to your job title? This kid, how come he can't change his ways? However, since he was a blood relative, he pulled Zhou Wenhui up from the ground and then led a group of people to Lu Feu. Su Xiu remained silent, her brows furrowed, staring blankly at Lu Feu. Lu Feu also stood in place, expressionless, staring directly at the other person. Chapter 74 Black Gold Card? Are you kidding me? The two stared at each other for a moment, the atmosphere extremely heavy. Even the onlookers subconsciously held their breath, afraid of attracting the attention of the two. Finally, Su Xiuxian lost her temper and questioned. Do you even know who I am? Upon hearing this, Lu Feu glanced at the other person in surprise. Is your pubic hair famous? Why should I need to know you? It's so strange. Seeing Lu Feu shake his head, Su Xiu's face grew even more gloomy. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he said in a chilling tone. It's okay, you'll get to know them soon. This confidence, this composure and self-assurance. The crowd gasped in surprise, asking those around them who the man in the suit was. Upon learning that Su Xiu was the deputy manager of Wanbage, they immediately shook their heads, their eyes filled with regret as they looked at Lu Feu. Lu Xian, standing behind Lu Feu, looked completely helpless, twisting the hem of her clothes with her hands, her eyes filled with self-reproach as she looked at Lu Feu. In her opinion, if it weren't for her, her younger brother wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. Sure enough, I'm a jinx. My mom is too, my brother is too, everyone who meets me will have bad luck. Lu Xian thought to herself, her face as pale as paper. At the same time, she made up her mind that no matter what it took, she would save her only brother, even if it meant losing her dignity and personality. Come on, take this arrogant brat away. Let him know how to pronounce and write my name, Su Xiu. Su Xiu waved his hand. The burly men behind him immediately began to eye Lu Feu menacingly. However, before they could get close, Lu Feu then spoke coldly. I don't know who gave you, you stupid dog, such confidence. Open your dog eyes and look at what this is. As he spoke, he pulled out a thin but high-quality card from his pocket. The pure black background gives the card an understated yet prestigious look. The front of the card features the gilded character, treasure, written in seal script. On the other side is the same golden character. Furthermore, the four sides of this black gold card are also decorated with intricate and exquisite patterns. Resembling both a dragon and a phoenix, it is exceptionally majestic and clearly no ordinary creature. Black gold card. The moment Lu Feu pulled out the black gold card, the entire room fell silent. Most of them didn't know what Lu Feu was holding. After all, this thing is of a very high level, and ordinary people simply cannot come into contact with it, let alone understand it. It was just Lu Feu's confidence and composure as he pulled out the card. But it cannot be faked. The air of prestige emanating from that card was equally genuine. In a short time, everyone was secretly speculating. Could this young man wearing a mask really be the scion of some prominent family in Beijing? The situation suddenly reversed. Let alone the onlookers. Even Su Xiu froze for a moment when Lu Feu pulled out his black gold card. Others don't know its value. As the deputy manager of Wanbage, how could he not know what this is? Black gold card. The symbol of Wanbage's highest status. Holders of this card are not only distinguished guests of Wanbage, but also VIPs of all its employees. He is a big shot who holds a pivotal position in China and even the world. However, Su Xiu quickly recovered from her shock. He looked at Lu Feu, his disdain becoming increasingly obvious. The sinister smile at the corner of his mouth quickly expanded into a maniacal laugh. Hee hee! Ha ha! The clown! The clown! If you bring me a gold card, I might start to doubt your identity. But you idiot, how could you be so brainless as to forge a black card? A black gold card? You bastard, that's not something you deserve. Are you kidding me? Do you know what a black gold card means at Wanbage? It means supreme status. Top-tier treatment. People like this are always accompanied by bodyguards when they go out. How could someone be all alone like you? Ha ha ha! Su Xiu clutched her stomach and laughed wildly. He had never encountered such a fool since becoming the manager of Wanbage. He tried to act like a big shot at Wanbage by using a counterfeit black gold card. Seeing Su Xiu clutching her stomach and laughing hysterically, Lu Feiyu's impatience became even more apparent. To be honest, he has a phobia of stupidity. The current behavior of the uncle and nephew has triggered his illness. At that moment, he felt as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. In an instant, the impatience on his face turned into icy coldness. With a flick of his right wrist, the black gold card in his hand transformed into a black streak and shot towards Su Xiu. The sound of something cutting through the air was deafening. The howling wind, like the whisper of death, abruptly silenced Su Xiu's maniacal laughter. Ching Huai University emphasizes practical application, cultivating not only the practical combat skills of beast tamers, but also the practical combat skills of beast tamers. The latter was trained by Principal Xiong Meng himself as Lu Feiyu's trainer. In addition, Lu Feu was already exceptionally intelligent. Therefore, even if it's only for a few days, Lu Feiyu's combat abilities also improved rapidly. He is also well versed in various combat techniques. Therefore, the black gold card flew extremely fast and fiercely through the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, she passed through the security guard's encirclement, and with a howling cold wind, she went straight for Su Xiu's face. I could feel the naked murderous intent emanating from the black gold card. Su Xiu suddenly tilted her head to the left. Hiss! The sound of flesh being torn apart rang in my ears. The foul-smelling blood splattered into Su Xiu's nasal cavity, and the strong smell of blood made her feel nauseous. But the stinging sensation was even more intense. But the sound surged from his right ear. Ah! Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Su Xiu clutched her head and writhed on the ground like a maggot. Not far behind him, a semicircular ear was lying quietly on the ground. The crimson blood stained the white bricks crimson. Open your dog eyes and take a look. Is this black gold card counterfeit? At the same time, Lu Feiyu's indifferent voice clearly reached Su Xiu's ears through the noisy crowd. And the crowd of onlookers. They were completely shocked by Lu Feiyu's ruthless and unpredictable actions. They instinctively took 2 steps back, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The burly-looking security guards exchanged glances and quietly retreated. After all, it's just a few thousand yuan in salary. Who the hell works for Wanbage? This young man either has a powerful background or is a complete man. Neither outcome is something that a lowly security guard like them can afford to mess with. Chapter 75. The trembling wasn't because of fatigue, but because of fear. For a moment, everyone stared at Lu Feiyu in utter silence. The scene was suddenly as silent as a graveyard. Countless questions arose in everyone's minds. Where does this young man get his confidence and audacity? He's repeatedly and intentionally assaulting people. Isn't he afraid of spending his life in jail? Just then, even more hurried footsteps came from upstairs than when Su Xiu appeared. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair, wearing tortoiseshell glasses and dressed in very elegant clothes, hurriedly ran down the stairs. At this moment, Huang Xinxuan completely lacked the elegance and composure she usually displayed as a store manager. He took 2 steps at a time, almost jumping, as he came down from the building. At first glance, he didn't look at the timid security guard. He didn't even glance at Zhou Wenhui, who was clearly seriously injured, or Su Xiu, who had lost an ear. Huang Xinxuan's eyes were fixed on the black and gold card that had fallen into the pool of blood. The large treasure character on its front made his heart tremble. It was almost subconscious. He disregarded the bloodstains and picked the black gold card out of the pool of blood. On Huang Xinxuan's face was the most sincere and humble smile he had ever worn in his life. He bent down and carefully wiped the bloodstains off the card with his hands. Then he quickly walked up to Lu Feiyu, bent his waist even lower, and almost buried his head under his crotch. He shrugged, raised his hands together overhead, presented the black gold card to Lu Feiyu, and said in a humble voice, "Dear Mr. Lu, our store has failed in its management, which led to our subordinates offending our distinguished guest. We sincerely hope for your forgiveness." This scene left everyone present stunned and speechless. They all looked at Lu Feiyu with the same shock they felt when they saw a ghost or a god. These people never expected this. A young man. It's astonishing that the manager of the Wanbage branch was so respectful. It almost reached the point of being humble. Manager! Manager! You must be mistaken! How could such a young person have a black gold card? This card must be fake. Even if the card is real, it must have been stolen by that brat using some unknown means. Su Xiu was utterly horrified when she saw this scene. He could no longer care about the pain in his ears and scrambled toward the store manager. He clung tightly to Huang Xinchuan's calf with his blood-stained hands, and continued to hurl insults at him. Upon hearing this, already extremely agitated, Huang Xinchuan immediately delivered a powerful kick, sending Su Xiu flying several meters away. As luck would have it, Su Xiu's body tumbled several times in midair. The part of his head that ultimately collided violently with the ground was the right side of his head. The ear, which was already bleeding profusely, was hit again. The pain and the intense sensation almost made Su Xiu faint. Zhou Wenhui, who was waiting on the sidelines, eager to see his uncle teach Lu Feu a lesson, was now utterly astonished. His eyes were wide open like a commander's, and his mouth, which couldn't block the wind, was wide open to its maximum. Looking at his uncle lying on the ground like a dead dog. A sudden surge of intense regret and a sense of unreality welled up in Zhou Wenhui's heart. He looked again at Lu Feu and Lu Xian behind him. No matter how hard Zhou Wenhui racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. How could Lu Xian, who used to be like a punching bag, be like this? How did such a powerful relative suddenly appear out of nowhere? Is she playing dumb to outsmart others? Or is she just a rich heiress experiencing life? If you already had this position, you could have just said so earlier. We would have definitely treated you with courtesy, and we would have arranged for you to go to the region with the highest commission and fastest sales immediately. Why did it have to come to this? Countless complex thoughts flashed through Zhou Wenhui's mind like a movie. Just then, Zhou Wenhui suddenly felt an extreme pain in his calf. It was as if some creature was desperately tearing at his muscles. He subconsciously looked down, and in an instant, his eyes widened, almost popping their eyeballs out of their sockets. There stood my uncle, who had always been very kind to me. Despite his crippled body, he dragged a long trail of blood across the ground, like a maggot crawling to his feet. With its gaping maw wide open, it frantically tore at its own calf. Every single bite. Large chunks of flesh were torn off. Crimson blood mixed with muscle tissue splattered everywhere, staining the area as grotesque as a scarlet ghost realm. It's all your fault. You ruined my life. You bastard. You mongrel. I'll kill you. As Su Xiu tore into her nephew's flesh, she mumbled incoherently. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anger and madness. I've worked so hard for so many years, sacrificing so much of my dignity, just to get to this position. But we hadn't enjoyed it for long. Just because of a nephew, he has provoked such a huge enemy. A promising future ruined in an instant. Perhaps, even their lives will end today. How could he not hate that? How can I not go crazy? This stunning reversal brought immense satisfaction to the Wanbage sales staff hiding among the crowd of attackers. Zhou Wenhui has finally met his match this time. Humph, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. His powerful backer is about to fall. A powerful backer? A deputy manager is nothing compared to a black card holder. Fian is really lucky. Where did such a powerful figure come from to help her? I want one too. I also. As for Lu Feiyu, he looked at the black gold card handed to him, but did not take it. He seemed not to see her at all, and turned straight to look at Lu Xian. In an instant, the icy look on his face vanished as quickly as if it had been touched by spring water. Instead, a rare gentleness appeared on Lu Feiyu's face. It's all right, sister. You've had a tough time all these years. Seeing with my own eyes how much my younger brother has grown up. Lu Xian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately relaxed, and her narrow, beautiful eyes revealed excitement and relief. And then she heard those words from Lu Feiyu's mouth. So ordinary yet so real. Just like the happiness she had been searching for all these years but could never find. In an instant, her tense face relaxed, and her eyes instantly reddened. All sorts of thoughts that had been building up in her mind for years came crashing down like a tidal wave. She looked at Lu Feiyu, sniffed slightly, and revealed an extremely bright smile. It's different from the warmth here. Behind Lu Feu, the store manager's raised hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, in his mind, he was cursing Su Xiao and the other person with all the swear words he had ever learned. God have mercy. He was doing a great job as store manager and was planning to take a nice long nap that afternoon. This guy got a call from headquarters and was immediately subjected to a barrage of angry scolding. Rather than being scolded, the information revealed in the other person's words instantly dispelled Huang Xinchuan's drowsiness, and a chill rose infinitely in his heart. Black card holder. I was bullied at my branch. Two thoughts raced through Huang Xinchuan's mind, eventually forming a large, death character. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rushed over from the soundproof lounge. But the scene before him chilled him to the bone. The trembling at this moment. It's not that I'm tired, it's that I'm scared. Chapter 76. Pick up your ears. At this moment, Huang Xinchuan felt that the black gold card in his hand was only a thin piece. But it weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. This small card holds the key to his future, and even his life. If he fails to appease this young man in front of him. Therefore, the outcome of this matter is probably not as simple as Su Xiao and others resigning and going to jail. Even he, the store manager, was affected. While Lu Feu was comforting Lu Xian, a screeching sound of brakes rang in everyone's ears, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Lu Feu also turned around and looked outside the shop. Suddenly, a sports car with an exaggerated and unique design drifted and came to a steady stop in front of Wanbage. Wisps of white smoke rose from the tires. At the same time, the car door opened upwards, and a middle-aged man with muscles so large they seemed about to burst out of his clothes jumped quickly from the passenger seat. His hair was gray, his face was resolute, and his temperament was reserved and calm. He looked like a very important person. But at this moment, his usually calm and world-weary eyes were filled with a hint of panic. After jumping out of the car, the middle-aged man rushed into Wanbage without any hesitation. This man pushed his way into the crowd like a lion. He barely needed to say a word. The onlookers were awestruck by his imposing presence and instinctively stepped back, making way for him. The middle-aged man's gaze quickly swept across the scene before him. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Fei유's still furrowed brows. And behind Lu Feiyu, there was a stunningly beautiful woman whose face was still wet with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Right now, the handprint on Lu Xian's face had not yet faded. The bright red handprint seemed to have struck the middle-aged man's heart directly. Shen Bufan had followed the master of Wanbage through many years of navigating society. He was then personally assigned to serve as a driver and butler to Wang Shiyao, the next designated head of Wanbage, in order to protect him. In his daily life, Wang Shiyao also showed him great respect and trust. It can be said that Shen Bufan is the most outstanding person in Wanbage, apart from those big shots. He believed that he had seen all sorts of storms over the years. But when he saw the slap mark on Lu Xian's face, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. I felt a surge of rebellious energy rising from my heart, stuck in my throat, and I couldn't shake it off. Damn it, all the connections the young master worked so hard to build, sending him cards and intelligence, have been ruined by you bunch of trash! Shen Bufan roared inwardly. The deep wrinkles on his face twitched along with his taut muscles. This added even more murderous intent and ferocity to his already serious face. In an instant, everyone present felt a chill in their throats, as if a sharp blade were held to their necks. In an instant, this silent killing intent silenced the once noisy scene. Everyone was frantically guessing. Who exactly is this man who looks like a lion? It has such an imposing presence. Even Huang Xinchuan, the store manager who had been hunched over with his back to Shen Bufan, had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He lowered his head even further and looked back through the gap between his legs. Tap tap tap. The sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. A pair of gleaming leather shoes came into Huang Xinchuan's view as the sound was heard. What brand is this? Huang Xinchuan let his mind wander in order to distract himself from his anxiety. The next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right hip. Then, As if struck by a giant dragon, he staggered and fell several steps to the left. Huang Xinchuan really didn't expect this sudden attack. Caught off guard, even the black gold card in his hand fell off and flew into the air with the momentum. Someone as worthless as you dares to touch a black gold card with your hands? Before Huang Xinchuan could even stand up straight, Shen Bufan said coldly, reaching out to catch the black gold card floating in the air. Mr. Chen? What brings you here? When Huang Xinchuan steadied himself and saw who the person was, he was struck dumb and said incredulously. This is one of the most important figures in Wanbage, a close friend of the current pavilion master and the protector of the next pavilion master. Their status is noble and special. Even he came for this matter. It seems that the cardholder's identity is even more extraordinary than he imagined. What are you standing there for? Go pick up the ear. Whose ear is this? Swallow it. Hearing Shen Bufan's furious voice, Huang Xinchuan immediately stopped rubbing his buttocks, took 3 steps at a time, and pounced to grab his ear in his hand. Then he twisted Su Xiu's head around. With one hand pulling the other's hair and the other pressing against the other's throat, Su Xiu was forced to open her mouth. Then, Huang Xinchuan used his immense strength to forcefully shove the bloody ear into Su Xiu's blood-stained mouth. Then, he released his right hand and raised it upwards. He slammed his elbow into the opponent's face. One elbow strike shattered the opponent's will to resist. Su Xiu, numb as a zombie, swallowed her own ear into her mouth. The sight of blood splattering everywhere caused everyone present to frown. Their fear of this middle-aged man intensified. With just a few words, he could treat the owner of a Wanbage branch like a dog. This identity is incredible. How should someone of such high status handle this farce? Is it an attempt to forcibly uphold the dignity of Wanbage, to intimidate others, and to force this young man to show weakness? Or should we engage in equal dialogue, assign equal blame to both sides, and resolve the matter peacefully? However, what no one expected was, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, under Lu Feu's cold face, this middle-aged man was as proud and angry as a lion. He actually bent his back, which was straighter than a spear. He bowed deeply to Lu Feu. There was no explanation, no complaint. The words contained only deep apology and a desire to make amends. Mr. Lu, I am very sorry for the unpleasant experience you had at Wanbage today. I guarantee, in the name of Wanbage, that I will compensate Mr. Lu with 20 million Chinese yuan, in the hope of your understanding. Furthermore, I guarantee that such a thing will never happen again in Wanbage. At the same time, we will discuss and reach a conclusion on the compensation for Ms. Lu before 8 p.m. tonight. As for these shop assistants who disturbed my most esteemed customers. At this point, a hint of chilling intent suddenly appeared in Shen Bufan's sincere tone. They will be dealt with according to the rules of Wanbage Pavilion, including having their faces tattooed and tongues cut off, all their earnings confiscated, and being heavily fined. Those who are unable to pay the fine will be immediately exiled to the wilderness to search for resources day and night until they die. Chapter 77 Generous Compensation. Hearing such a sincere apology, Lu Feu's expression immediately relaxed. This Wanbage and this Wang Shuyao are quite interesting. They offered a compensation of 20 million right off the bat. You should know that he has a black gold card, including the black gold card discount. These 20 million can be used as if they were 50 million. With this compensation, let alone the evolution of Black Scale. That means letting Boss Gene evolve again would be a sure thing. In fact, the money saved can even be enough to gather half of the evolution resources for a beast. This guy makes money much faster than he does searching for special resources in secret realms. Moreover, Wanbage is extremely considerate. The compensation was not only for him, but also for Lu Xian. Although we don't know exactly what the compensation is for. But judging from the other party's usual style, the items offered as compensation must be extraordinary. And most importantly, the punishment that Shen Bufan ultimately imposed was extremely gratifying. In the world of beast taming, large factions often have their own set of rules. He abides by national laws, yet subtly operates independently of them. Like the rules of Wanbage Pavilion. Numerous disciplinary regulations were then established for staff members who harmed the interests of the organization. according to Chinese law. Su Xiu and Zhou Wenhui were simply accused of provoking trouble. A 2 or 3 year sentence would be considered quite lenient. If that's the case, how can we avenge Lu Feiyu's deep-seated hatred? How can we relieve Lu Xian's pain from being slapped? However, the rules governing these forces are different. These regulations are far more harsh and brutal. As long as a person is not directly killed, almost all other punishments are tacitly approved by the state. Facial tattooing involves carving words onto the face with a special ink. This ink, which is almost impossible to wash off by any means, is one of the symbols of heinous criminals. It is also a means of insulting and trampling on human dignity. Once subjected to the punishment of facial tattooing, this person will inevitably face a lot of strange looks in society afterward. Finding a decent job is even more difficult than climbing to the sky. Tongue amputation, also known as tongue removal, is even more bloody and brutal. As the name suggests, they pulled the person's tongue out directly. You can imagine how painful this process is. Many prisoners even choose to commit suicide during the execution process because they cannot bear the psychological fear and physical torture. However, Wanbei's punishments did not stop there. After mental and physical torment, their property is confiscated. Everything earned while working at Wanbei will be confiscated. Furthermore, they will have to pay substantial fines. But with all their property confiscated, where would they get the money to pay the fines? Without exception, all of these people were sent to the wild to collect special resources. How harsh are the conditions in the wild? They were starving, poorly clothed, homeless, and lived in constant fear and anxiety. Those who live for more than a year are considered very lucky. Most people, after spending half a year in the wild, are tortured beyond recognition. You could say that. The process involves 4 steps: facial tattooing, tongue cutting, fines, and exile. The fates of these people have already been predetermined by the King of Hell. As for your question about why people would accept such strict regulations, the reason is simple: those who accept the offer earn half again as much as those who don't. It's that simple and straightforward. Nobody would turn down money. This thought came to mind. Lu Feiyu's expression completely softened. Uncle Shen, look at you, you're making me feel so bad. Get up quickly. With such a powerful force, it's perfectly normal for there to be some insects and dregs among them. I understand. He helped Shen Bufan up. As Wang Shiyao's personal bodyguard, Shen Bufan was someone Lu Feiyu had naturally met, and they had even exchanged a few words. They knew each other's names. Hearing this, Shen Bufan's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lu is right. However, Wanbei cannot ignore the unpleasant experience of our employees bringing people to customers just because it is true. Speaking of which, I must thank Mr. Lu for exposing these few scoundrels who have tarnished the reputation of Wanbei. At this point, Shen Bufan paused briefly and then explained further. My young master instructed me to come and handle this matter the moment he learned about it. He is currently studying abroad and is unable to get away, so he was unable to arrive in time. We hope Mr. Lu will understand. The two did not deliberately lower their voices during their conversation. Every word was so clear that it reached the ears of others. These people all looked exactly alike, as if they were mass-produced clay figurines sculpted by Niwa. They were all gaping open, their eyes filled with utter shock. Good heavens! They had initially thought that the middle-aged man and the mysterious young man would have a major conflict. Result: nothing of what they were hoping for happened. This imposing middle-aged man, in front of this young man, was as obedient and humble as a child. What Shen Bufan said next left everyone speechless. 20 million in compensation, how much is that? How many zeros are following this too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone counted on their fingers until they had counted halfway on their second hand before they understood. 7 zeros. The length of their bank deposits is longer than their lives. The punishment that Shen Bufan later announced sent chills down everyone's spines. Only then did they realize it. It turns out that the murderous aura emanating from Shen Bufan was not an act, but genuine. In just a few words, the fates of several people were decided. When they heard the words, young master, these people are completely numb. So, you're not the highest ranking one, sir? Is he just the butler of the truly amazing one? There's only one butler, yet he's making everyone feel suffocated? Just how powerful is this? Young master's background? Is he able to control everything with a single word? And this person is respected and treated by everyone. What kind of terrifying background could a young person who acts recklessly have? They didn't even dare to think about it. He just kept glancing at Lu Feuyu's face with his eyes. It seems they wanted to see his true face through the mask. As for Su Xiu, Zhou Wenhui, Huang Xinxuan, and the others, they lay paralyzed in the blood and filth, their faces ashen. His wide-open eyes revealed no emotion whatsoever. If it weren't for their chests rising and falling with each breath, these people would look no different from being dead. They have become numb. The difference is just too great. So much so that even people like them find it difficult to muster the will to resist or fight. We had no choice but to accept our fate. The onlookers also instinctively moved away from the three. They were afraid of getting even the slightest bit of bad luck. Mr. Lu, would you like to see these people being tortured with your own eyes? Shen Bufan bowed respectfully and asked. His finger pointed at the three people who were lying on the ground, entangled with each other, completely disregarding their lives. Lu Feiyu waved his hand. No need, you can handle it as you see fit. I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see blood. Upon hearing this, Shen Bufan, who was leading the way, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He turned around in disbelief to look at Lu Feiyu, then at the bloodstains all over the room. Good grief, you're so kind-hearted, yet you've caused such a commotion, haven't you? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Shen Bufan masked his embarrassment with a smile. Mr. Lu is truly a pillar of the nation. I will accompany you throughout your shopping trip today. Chapter 78 next time for sure. Please come with me. Shen Bufan bowed and extended his arm, his attitude respectful. Lu Feiyu followed his directions and headed toward the Wanbage warehouse. Lu Xian followed closely behind him. The three left one after the other, leaving behind a mess and a stunned crowd. A true man should be like this. Mr. Lu, are there any prominent families with the surname Lu in the capital? I've never heard of them. The guy surnamed Lu is so young. Do you think he might be Lu Feiyu, the student with SSS-level talent? Hey, you know what, you really think you're right? No wonder even the higher-ups at Wanbage treat this with such caution. Among the crowd, people chatted amongst themselves and managed to figure out Lu Feiyu's background perfectly. His words showed even more respect for Lu Feiyu. After all, this is someone who will be going to the battlefield for the national interest in just a few days. The three people who collapsed in the bloodstains sensed that Lu Feiyu and Shen Bufan had left. His unfocused pupils narrowed slightly, and his hazy consciousness gradually cleared. There's a chance! A thought flashed through their minds. Taking advantage of the crowd, the three of them immediately stood up and tried to sneak away. Then, before they even reached the gate, he was then captured by a group of burly men in black. Gentlemen, please come with us. The burly man at the head of the group grinned, showing off his white teeth. Their stark white teeth gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. On the other side, Lu Feiyu and his group had already left through the back door and arrived at the Wanbage warehouse in a private car. The warehouse that Shen Bufan mentioned is not the warehouse of a small branch store. It was the core warehouse of Wanbage headquarters, containing only high-level special resources and above. Ordinary people, let alone enter, would be driven away by Wanbage's patrol personnel if they even tried to stand at a distance and observe for a while. However, with Shen Bufan leading the way, the group naturally had no obstacles along the way. The headquarters warehouse is located halfway up a small hill. The mountain peaks are steep, the clouds and mist rise, and birds occasionally fly by, making it as elegant as a fairyland. Please come in. Shen Bufan stood in front of the warehouse door and gestured to the guard to open it. Then they respectfully welcomed Lu Feiyu in. Without any formalities, Lu Feiyu strode into the warehouse. My first impression was that it was huge. It's the kind of vast expanse that seems to stretch endlessly. It's the kind of vast and boundless kind of big. Furthermore, its interior furnishings and decorations are extremely magnificent. The view is a dazzling expanse of gold, creating a powerful visual impact. The second floor contains top-tier special resources. The first floor contains high-level special resources. The true dragon blood you requested is in the upper left corner. Light and fire attribute resources are in the left center. 5 elemental resources, such as the 5 elemental cores, are located in the center of the first floor. All resources are listed with a brief introduction and corresponding value, so you can understand them at a glance. Shen Bufan doesn't talk much, but every word he said hit the nail on the head and met Lu Feiyu's needs. Lu Feu nodded, indicating that he understood. Upon seeing this, Shen Bufan immediately said, "Please make yourself at home. I'll wait outside the warehouse." Lu Xian was also very perceptive. Knowing that her younger brother was about to do something important, she did not insist on following him. Instead, she waited for Lu Feiyu outside the warehouse with Shen Bufan. Soon, Lu Feiyu said something to her, then turned and walked towards the center. The deeper Lu Feiyu went, the more he could feel the vast energy within the warehouse. Galloping like a fierce tiger, flowing like waves, vast and endless. It can be considered a treasure land for cultivation. He sighed inwardly. Only, the abundance of energy in this space is still considerably less than that in his beast taming space. I'd estimate it's about 30 or 40 times stronger than the normal external environment. We're still a long way from 100-fold increase. Upon arriving at the central location, Lu Feiyu carefully searched the shelves for traces of the 5 elements' spirit cores. Soon, his eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand slightly. He held a wooden box in his hand. As soon as it was slightly opened, the surging energy of the 5 elements inside leaped out and smeared Lu Feiyu's face. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the Eye of Advancement activated instantly. No problem. Lu Feiyu closed the wooden box, put it in his bag, and walked to the left. These 5 elements spirit cores are the finest of the fine, making them perfect for taming and evolving beasts. Do the same thing. With the help of the Eye of Advancement, Lu Feiyu can confirm the quality of each resource with just a glance. He selected the best quality items from among thousands of treasures. Pack them all up and take them with you. At this point, all the resources needed for Black Scale and Boss Gene to advance to SSS level have been gathered. The total cost was 70 million Chinese yuan. The 5 types of true dragon essence blood alone cost Lu Feiyu a full 30 million Chinese yuan. This isn't evolving their beasts, it's practically eating gold. However, with the generous discounts offered by the Black Gold card, Lu Feiyu only needs 27.3 million Chinese yuan. As for the remaining 2 million or so Chinese yuan, adding to Lu Feiyu's gains from this special secret realm, the total comes to over 5 million Chinese yuan. He didn't keep it either, but instead searched for half of the resources needed for the White Jade cluster to evolve again. For evolution resources, collect 2 of them. It's not bad at all.